Chapter 221. After leaving enough water and food, Jiang Mian calmly counted down the countdown. Game countdown, 3, 2, 1. Game shop closed. 1 million players currently existing in the game world. Mission: survive for 60 days. Players, please strive to survive. Mission World Chat Group opened. Original World Chat Group closed. Jiang Mian's face stiffened. Seeing the 60-day time frame, she was truly about to break down. How could it be so long? 60 days, converted to the real world, is only 60 hours, a full 2 days. If something happened in the real world during this time, wouldn't it be utterly hopeless? No, she couldn't think like that. Jiang Mian shook her head. Their world was relatively stable, and with Jiang Wuzai's strength also increasing, all the players in their world were now in the game world. There were no special individuals who would do anything to their families. Having figured this out, Jiang Mian's panicked heart finally calmed down, and she focused more on the world around her. She was wearing her combat suit, which she had bought from the system shop. Finally, she was no longer dressed like a complete newbie. Looking around, she found herself in a forest. The trees were tall, but they didn't seem mutated. She could hear the chirping of insects and birds, and occasionally see sunlight filtering through the sky. It was a peaceful scene. There shouldn't be any danger. Just then, Jiang Mian noticed a message on her chat interface. A friend had sent her a message. She opened it, and saw it was from 0 degrees. This world is quite a coincidence. The two of them finally arrived in the same world. 0 degree. Teleport the knife directly to me. I love salty soy milk. Okay, give me the gold coins first. I don't have any gold coins right now, so I can't teleport. Fu Junhan was speechless. He never expected that a shrewd merchant would be out of gold coins. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Since she's called a shrewd merchant, it means her gold coins are all from others. It's normal that she doesn't have any. Just as he was entering the amount of gold coins, he saw another message from the shrewd merchant. I love salty soy milk. Remember to send the teleportation fee for the knife, and also the system deduction fee. Thank you. Jiang Mian felt that it was better to be polite, since they were taking something from someone else. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent it at all. Fu Junhan was extremely speechless, but he had no choice but to comply. Looking at the converted number with a decimal point, Fu Junhan generously gave a whole number. In the previous world, lacking his own natal sword, he felt incredibly awkward, always finding it difficult to fight the mermaid monsters. Therefore, the moment he arrived in this world, he began searching for that woman. He successfully found her, and planned to make a deal immediately. To avoid any trouble, Jiang Mian received the gold coins, and was just about to trade the sword when she suddenly heard a whooshing sound behind her. Instinctively, she used her position swap to dodge to the side. A large tree took her place, and when she turned around, she saw that the towering tree that had been quietly behind her had suddenly stretched out its branches, ambushing her. Moreover, an aged face appeared on the trunk of the large tree. Seeing this bizarre scene, Jiang Mian's face twitched. Wait, what the hell is this? Why is the tree moving? And it even shredded the tree she had swapped places with. Is it that aggressive? She didn't provoke this tree. She had been standing there obediently the whole time, not even touching the trunk. Could it be? Her mind racing with chaotic thoughts, Jiang Mian didn't hesitate. She took the knife she was about to trade, belonging to Fu Junhan, and attacked the tree. Fu Junhan's knife, as expected of his signature weapon, was sharper and more lethal than ordinary knives, easily severing half of the tree's branches. Strangely, red sap was oozing from the tree. Jiang Mian frowned. Wasn't this just a common locust tree? How could it be oozing red sap? She couldn't figure it out, and the locust tree didn't give her a chance to think further. Having realized the human before it was rather troublesome, the locust tree regretted its actions, but it was, after all, just a tree. This human had appeared out of nowhere, intruding into the center of its domain, and was immediately identified by the old locust tree as someone from the Demon Exorcism Bureau sent to eliminate it. Therefore, now it was either the human or the tree itself. There was no third option. So, the old locust tree's attacks became increasingly fierce. Jiang Mian discovered that her attacks weren't causing much damage to the old locust tree. Even if all its branches were cut off, it would quickly grow back. Moreover, the old locust tree seemed to feel no pain. Despite having so many branches broken, it didn't flee but continued to attack Jiang Mian. However, upon closer reflection, Jiang Mian realized that it was a tree, rooted in the earth. How could it escape? Physical attacks were ineffective against it, so Jiang Mian abandoned this approach and instead unleashed white flames at the tree. These trees were inherently afraid of fire. Even spirits and monsters dared not touch it. When the old locust tree discovered that the girl before it could unleash flames, it instinctively tried to avoid the attack. However, even a small amount of flame spread rapidly. It tried to beg for mercy, but exhausted, it couldn't make a sound and was burned to death. In the end, only a pitiful scream, and its core remained in the world. Jiang Mian controlled the flames to extinguish and approached the remaining green, chocolate bean-like object. The moment her hand touched it, a notification sounded in her mind. Ding! Obtain Ghost Locust Wood Essence. Consuming it will increase cultivation. Jiang Mian stared in surprise at the object in her hand, which the system called the Ghost Locust Wood Essence. As for what the system assistant meant by increasing cultivation level after consumption, what kind of cultivation level? Not understanding, she asked. The system assistant replied, those who cultivate specific techniques can consume it. Jiang Mian, can I consume it? Didn't I cultivate a top-tier martial arts card? The system assistant fell silent. Was that what it meant? The top-tier martial arts card and the cultivation it mentioned were completely unrelated. One was external cultivation, the other internal cultivation. How could they be the same? The martial arts card belongs to external martial arts and is not for a specific group of people. Players should use it with caution. Accidental ingestion may cause unstable changes. Chapter 222. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian immediately withdrew her hand, which had been itching to take the medicine. Forget it, she shouldn't take it yet. It wouldn't be good if something really happened. She had to be responsible for her own life. After putting the medicine in a box and storing it in her spatial storage, Jiang Mian got up and brushed off the ashes from the burning locust tree that had fallen on her. On the other side, seeing that Jiang Mian had taken so much time, collected the gold coins, but still hadn't handed over her knife, Fu Juanhan's expression changed repeatedly. Half an hour had passed. Had this unscrupulous merchant run away? Luckily, he had prepared a tracking card beforehand. After using it, he discovered that the unscrupulous merchant was actually quite far away. But it didn't matter. Since she dared to skip out on the bill, she wouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Just as he was about to head towards Jiang Mian, a message suddenly made him stop. I love salty soy milk. Sorry for keeping you waiting. There was an accident here, and I used your knife. As compensation, here's a bonus message. Some creatures in this world have mutated, while others are still normal. I just encountered an old locust tree that attacked me, but I dealt with it. This message is my reward for having your knife. You're welcome. Fu Juanhan, holding his recovered knife, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the message from the other person, he realized he had misunderstood. He thanked him stiffly and transferred 100 gold coins to him. Jiang Mian accepted instantly. Generous boss. May you be rich. After receiving the 100 gold coins, Jiang Mian followed the tracks left by others and exited the forest. However, there were no signs of habitation outside the forest, only the occasional remnants of unburnt campfires. Jiang Mian followed a small path, seemingly left by someone, until she finally found a village in the dead of night. She had considered taking an electric scooter, but the path was muddy and difficult to navigate, likely due to recent rains. Moreover, she noticed there was no paved road in sight. Was this ancient times? Afraid of attracting attention and causing trouble, she refrained from anything too outrageous. By the time she reached a farmhouse, it was completely dark. Looking at the dilapidated thatched hut and the meter-high bamboo fence, Jiang Mian doubted whether she had truly arrived in ancient times, no longer in the modern world. Just then, a woman emerged from what appeared to be the kitchen. The woman wore coarse, linen clothing, faded and patched. She carried a basin and, by the moonlight, was feeding the family's livestock. Strangely, 5 minutes had passed since Jiang Mian discovered the courtyard, and she hadn't heard any livestock barking or moving around. What was the woman feeding? She held her breath, afraid the strange woman would notice something amiss. Only after the woman finished feeding the livestock and left, returning to her room, did Jiang Mian dare to breathe a sigh of relief. She tiptoed, changing her position, and finally saw clearly what the woman had been feeding. Although she had mentally prepared herself, she now realized she hadn't been prepared enough. The woman hadn't been feeding livestock at all. It was clearly a group of human men kneeling on all fours. However, at this moment, they seemed to be under some kind of spell, behaving like animals. They crawled on all fours, swarming towards the food scraps the woman had scattered on the ground, instantly scrambling for them. As if they were devouring a delicacy, each of them wore an excited expression. Jiang Mian took a step back, feeling increasingly strange about this world. She wanted to leave, but suddenly bumped into a warm body. "Girl, is it pretty?" Jiang Mian's hair stood on end. She turned around, creating distance between herself and the person behind her. Only then did she see who it was. A simple-looking young man, who looked no more than 18 or 19 years old. He carried a sword on his back, and held something resembling a talisman from a TV drama. Seeing that his movements had startled the provocatively dressed woman before him, the young man touched his nose, showing an embarrassed expression. He looked at Jiang Mian, but after a brief exchange of glances, he quickly looked away. "Don't look at what you shouldn't see." The girl before him was dressed so thinly and tightly, without even an outer garment. She probably wasn't a respectable woman. He had heard rumors before, but never really understood them. Now, seeing Jiang Mian like this, he dared not investigate further. The young man turned his head and bowed to Jiang Mian, saying softly, "I'm sorry, young lady, I frightened you just now. I apologize. But please leave first, the demonic aura here is truly powerful, not something an ordinary person like you can handle." Jiang Mian nodded and turned to leave. She didn't have much curiosity, especially since what she saw was clearly not something to gossip about. However, just as she was about to leave, she was stopped again. A girl dressed in cyan clothing leaped down from the tree, landing lightly on the ground. Bathed in moonlight, and against the backdrop of the eerie scene, she appeared less human and more like a demon or monster. The girl steadied herself and looked at the two men. She glared at Jiang Mian with displeasure and snorted, "Shameless. What respectable woman dresses like that?" She looked at the young man, "Senior brother, how could you let her leave like that? What if she's in cahoots with what's inside? Maybe she's just too powerful for us to recognize. Otherwise, what woman would go out alone in the middle of the night, dressed like that?" As she spoke, her face flushed red. She had seen her other brothers staring at her intently from the tree. This woman was definitely not a good person, perhaps a demon from the mountains that sucks people's life force. Thinking this, Lu Weiwei took out a piece of clothing she usually wore from her storage ring, and tossed it to Jiang Mian. She raised her head, looking spoiled, and said, You're not allowed to leave. Put your clothes on and stay here obediently. I advise you not to make any rash moves, or I'd definitely be rude to you." Jiang Mian looked at the puffed-up little girl, like a steamed bun, and then at the fragrant robe in her hands. She didn't resist, shrugged, and casually put the robe on. The girl, seeing her carefree attitude, became even more dissatisfied and actually walked up to her, starting to work on her. Jiang Mian didn't resist because, while adjusting her clothes, the girl said in a disgruntled tone, "How can you be like this? Don't you know how to dress? Who dresses like this? It's so improper. Look! This rope goes through like this, and then..." She kept nagging while her hands didn't stop. After putting the clothes on Jiang Mian, she took a few steps back. Chapter 223. Looking at her masterpiece, she smiled with satisfaction. "That's more like it. The clothes are a little small though, because you're too tall. But it's still much better than what you wore before." Jiang Mian really couldn't understand children's thinking. She felt she already wore enough clothes. Usually, after showering at home, she only wear a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, which use far less fabric than her combat uniform. However, considering the scene she had just witnessed and the clothes these people were wearing, she could deduce that the world's setting was likely a rather feudal ancient era. Therefore, her tight-fitting clothes would appear to others as if she were only wearing underwear, strolling around outside. Having figured this out, Jiang Mian felt somewhat helpless. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, she would become someone else's exhibitionist? Looking at the two people's attire, and the men hiding in the shadows in the trees, Jiang Mian noticed they seemed to be from a sect, their clothes all very similar. Were they here to exorcise demons? Like that strange woman in this room? Thinking this, she took a few steps back and stood behind the little girl. Lu Weiwei, seeing her like this, didn't say anything, letting her stand behind her, even subtly adopting a protective stance. Jiang Mian looked at her and thought this little girl was truly naive, just like Qi Rui from the previous world. No, even more naive than Qi Rui at first. So, she also had the idea of finding out information, and asked in a low voice, "Are you trying to catch that woman inside? Isn't that woman acting strangely?" Lu Weiwei glanced at Jiang Mian, and seeing that her senior brother hadn't noticed them, she whispered, "It's not that woman, it's another man in the room. That woman is also being controlled. The real demon is the man inside." Perhaps because they were both girls, aside from the initial displeasure, the young girl didn't seem to be wary of Jiang Mian. She continued, "We received news from above that the man in this family accidentally fell from the mountain while chopping wood, but he was completely unharmed. The villagers saw him fall from such a high mountain and thought he was dead. However, when they came down and found him, he was alive and well. Although his clothes were a little dirty and torn, he could still walk briskly, and had forgotten everything about falling from the mountain. At the time, they didn't think much of it. What they found strange was that a few days later, several people went missing from the village. Several people had disappeared from the mountains, and at the same time, this man was bringing home game every day, pheasants or rabbits. His neighbors, however, felt something was amiss. Every time the man found food, someone from the village would disappear, so they reported it to the authorities. The officials sent us to investigate, and we've been here for 3 days. That's when we saw you, which is why my senior brother wanted you to leave. At this point, the young girl seemed to remember something and added, "But you can't leave. What if you're also a demon in disguise? Wouldn't we be letting you go?" Hearing the little girl's story, Jiang Mian couldn't help but chuckle. She leaned closer to the girl, letting her see her appearance up close. "So, do you think I'm a demon in disguise?" Lu Weiwei looked into her eyes, which were filled with pure clarity and playfulness. As if bewitched, she subconsciously shook her head, then quickly realized what she had done, her face turning bright red. She took a step back, placing her hands in front of Jiang Mian. "What are you doing? Don't get so close to me. Although you don't look like a demon in disguise, we should always be on the safe side, so you absolutely cannot leave. Besides, an ordinary person like you would be a death sentence in the hands of a demon, so you definitely can't leave. If you want to live, stay by my side and don't go anywhere." Jiang Mian chuckled lightly. "Okay, I stay by your side and not go anywhere." Unlike the girl's flushed face, Jiang Mian thought, since she had a free bodyguard, why should she bother guarding against anything inside? The young man in front, listening to their conversation, didn't say much. His eyes were focused on the house still lit. It's no wonder they were suspected. The candles in the neighboring houses had long been extinguished, and the village was deserted, yet this house had candles lit. It would be strange if they didn't suspect something. Inside the house, the man seemed to sense something. He looked at his wife, and then gave her an order. The woman was restrained, her legs stiff as she walked forward, her eyes vacant, until she reached the bedside. She then sat on the bed, took off her shoes, covered herself with the blanket, and fell peacefully asleep. The man patted his wife, then stood up and blew out the candle inside. Those outside, seeing the candle extinguished, exchanged glances, their breathing becoming lighter, clearly more wary of the person inside. Jiang Mian placed his hand on Lu Weiwei's shoulder. This young girl was very naive. They had only known each other for a short time, yet she had already told Jiang Mian her name. Even now, with Jiang Mian suddenly on her shoulder, she showed no sign of defensiveness, not even a hint of suspicion. Jiang Mian didn't know what she had to rely on, or if she was truly that naive. However, her lack of vigilance gave Jiang Mian an advantage. Successfully copied gene ability. 10 years of demon cleansing skill. Successfully copied gene ability. Novice talisman painter. Successfully copied gene ability. Novice jade sword technique. Successfully copied gene ability. Soul soothing and spirit calming. Successfully copied gene ability. Exquisite heart. With one use of the copied ability, Jiang Mian successfully gained 5 different abilities. She was envious, but she simply didn't have enough space for them. Most importantly, there were many things here that she didn't need. Lu Weiwei grabbed Jiang Mian's hand. Jiang Mian was startled, thinking she had discovered something, but instead heard her say, "Be careful, the thing inside is about to come out." Jiang Mian squinted, feeling strange. In other worlds, with her current physical abilities, she could already see in the dark. However, in this world, she seemed to have reverted to an ordinary person, unable to see clearly through the dim light. Jiang Mian thought for a moment, then took out the night vision goggles she had recently acquired and put them on. This device was modified. It was small and lightweight, like a regular pair of nearsighted glasses. Soon, she saw a dark figure moving at incredible speed rushing towards them. Chapter 224. Watch out. The thing inside is out, right to your right. Before she finished speaking, the dark figure that heard her voice suddenly accelerated, rushing towards the boy at the front. The boy also heard Jiang Mian's voice. He reacted swiftly, drawing his sword from his back and holding it in front of him. With a clang, sparks flew in the air, but in front of the boy was only a cloud of black mist that completely merged with the night. To the others, all they could see was the black mist and the sparks. But in Jiang Mian's vision, the figure in the black mist gave her a cold look before disappearing again. Lu Weiwei seemed to sense something and pulled Jiang Mian closer to her, whispering, "Stay closer to me." That demon will definitely retaliate against you. Before she could finish, Jiang Mian felt a chill run down her spine. She was utterly speechless. She didn't know why, but there were always these troublemakers trying to ambush her from behind. One day, she bought a defensive item specifically for back attacks. Jiang Mian instantly produced a long sword, its blade flashing with white flames, and slashed directly at the thing that had attacked her from behind. Sizzle! The white flame struck the black mist, illuminating a small area in front of her, and allowing her to see the figure of her attacker. It was a black-furred monster, 2 meters tall, with a slender build and greenish eyes, coldly staring at the woman who had blocked its attack. Its sharp teeth tried to bite Jiang Mian's head, but how could Jiang Mian give it that chance? The blade slashed directly at his head. The strange-looking demon instinctively dodged, but was immediately surrounded by a group of people who leaped down from the tree. They carried identical swords and quickly formed a battle formation. The boy who had initially been at the front joined the formation, holding talismans and chanting incantations. The demon tried to dodge, but was blocked by a trap they had laid unnoticed. Black threads imbued with burning properties stretched from both sides. Any contact would result in a burn. A foul, burning smell filled the air. The demon endured the pain, trying to break the threads to escape, but before he could, he was enveloped in talismans. The talismans ignited spontaneously, burning his entire body. Aya! The bizarre-looking demon lay on the ground, rolling around in agony, trying to extinguish the flames on its body. But how could it be so easily put out? Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't expected things to turn out so easily. They had subdued the demonized man with such ease. After capturing the demon, the young man's gaze fell on Jiang Mian. This time, it was all thanks to her. Without her reminder, they might not have noticed this man who had merged with the black mist and also possessed another special ability. The young man approached Jiang Mian. This time, his initial vague contempt had vanished. Instead, he felt that this woman was definitely not an ordinary person. After all, she could see in the dark and accurately locate the monster's tracks. All of this was enough to demonstrate her extraordinary abilities. Moreover, her reactions to dealing with the monster were also very swift. The young man bowed to Jiang Mian, his tone now filled with respect, subtly inquiring about her sect. Jiang Mian, however, had no sect. She'd only been in this world for less than 24 hours. But to avoid losing face, she maintained a mysterious air, saying, "Just a small, insignificant sect, nothing to brag about." However, her arrogant tone suggested her sect was anything but ordinary. Lu Weiwei, holding Jiang Mian's arm, her emotions written all over her face, couldn't help but get angry at Jiang Mian's dismissive reply. "What small, insignificant sect? How can you introduce your sect like that? I want to see if we ever heard of your sect." Jiang Mian's lips curled into a sly smile. "Since you're so eager to know, I won't hide it. I come from the east, from a place called Zhonghua Chinese Gate. Have you heard of it?" Lu Weiwei froze. Oh no, she really hadn't heard of this sect. This was awkward. She chuckled twice, ha. A small, insignificant sect, huh? Never heard of it. Jiang Mian's smile froze. Sure enough, people like this, seemingly without guile, often spoke words that stung. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, a woman suddenly ran out of the thatched hut. Her expression was terrified. Upon seeing a group of strangely dressed people outside her door, she immediately took 2 steps back and sat down on the ground, looking pitiful. When she saw the demon on the ground, burned beyond recognition, and that the demon was speaking her husband's voice, the woman instantly realized what was happening. A look of heartache flashed in her eyes, and she ran towards the group. Only when she got closer did she realize that these strangely dressed people were none other than the city's renowned exorcists and demon-slaying masters. She instantly knelt on the ground, looking at them with sorrowful expressions, and said, Master, I think I heard my man's voice. I woke up and my man was gone. Everyone says he fell from the mountain and died. I don't believe it. He's definitely not dead, right?" The woman's question clearly indicated she was still in a state of confusion. She didn't know that her man had been found, and they had been together for half a month. Everyone thought her memory was still stuck at the time of her man's disappearance. She remembered reporting it to the authorities, and going to the mountain with the soldiers to search for him. After that, she couldn't remember anything. She had no memory at all. Seeing the disoriented woman, Lu Weiwei tried to help her up, saying with concern, "Get up first. As for your man, it's a long story." She spoke words of advice, her steps unwavering. However, just 3 steps away from the woman, she seemed to see something strange and quickly retreated. At the same time, the woman, who had just begun to stand, saw Lu Weiwei take a few steps back and then stopped. Jiang Mian, thanks to his high-tech cheating, clearly saw what the woman was about to do. Her eyes were bloodshot, as if she were being controlled, trying to seize Lu Weiwei but failing, and then remaining still. Lu Weiwei's face turned pale. She looked at her senior brother and said, "Be careful, this woman is a demon too." The woman sitting on the ground, realizing that Lu Weiwei had noticed her abnormality, immediately dropped her pretense and pounced on Lu Weiwei. In her eyes, Lu Weiwei, this petite girl, was easy to deal with, much easier to manipulate than Jiang Mian. However, she hadn't expected that her unusual behavior would be noticed. She felt a pang of regret. She should have used another woman as a backup plan. Jiang Mian had no idea what she was thinking, and even if she did, she wouldn't be moved. Chapter 225. However, seeing her lunge at Lu Weiwei while the others were busy, she didn't stand idly by and let Lu Weiwei deal with the woman alone. The woman clearly couldn't kill Lu Weiwei easily, and Jiang Mian's intention was to make Lu Weiwei owe her a favor, so she could establish a connection with them. A person in a strange world is certainly not as familiar as the natives, and having encountered such a group of innocent children, it would be a waste not to use them for her own purposes. The woman was extremely dissatisfied with Jiang Mian, this troublemaker, yet she couldn't completely kill the two. Looking at the man on the ground whose pleas for mercy were growing weaker, she could no longer restrain herself. She slashed her hands, clasped them together above her head, and chanted, "Great Demon Lord, please grant me power. I will bring you delicious offerings, and I will forever devoutly believe in you and serve you." After the woman finished speaking, a sudden gust of wind swept through the previously silent night sky, as if something powerful had appeared. "Stop her!" The boy shouted, no longer caring about the man on the ground, and lunged at the woman. That woman was insane! She actually wanted to sacrifice herself to the Demon Lord to gain immense power. They absolutely couldn't let her succeed in her sacrifice. If she did, they would all be lambs to the slaughter. Although Jiang Mian didn't know what the woman was doing, hearing the boy's anxious voice, she immediately reacted, shooting a fireball from her hand directly at the woman. The power of the flames worked well, instantly setting the woman ablaze. At the same time, accompanying the flames was the knife in Jiang Mian's hand. The blade showed no mercy, piercing the woman's throat and physically stopping her sacrifice. The woman clutched her throat, but could no longer utter a sound. She glared fiercely at Jiang Mian, her mutated claws lunging towards him. However, the arriving youth stopped her. The woman abandoned her pretense, glaring fiercely at the crowd. These damned, meddlesome humans. If it weren't for them, she could still be living happily ever after with her husband, or at least a normal married life. It was all their fault for ruining her plans. Lu Weiwei, pale-faced, looked at the woman lying on the ground in surprise and said, "She's also a demon. What happened? Why are there two demons in their house? Shouldn't demons always harm each other?" Just then, on the other side, without the leader youth's support, the pitch-black demon seized the opportunity and rushed out with all its might. It embraced its already mutated wife, immediately realizing what had happened and filled with regret. "Ah Sheng. Ah Sheng. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't deliberately turned those people into livestock to supplement our child's nutrition, I wouldn't have been discovered by the Demon Exorcism Bureau, and they wouldn't have followed the trail to our home. I'm so sorry." The man held his wife in his arms, his body naturally stained with white flames. He felt the burning pain of the flames, and silently awaited death. Strangely, these were demons that were supposed to be invincible, yet now they were like ants, powerless to resist. The young man also noticed something was wrong. He looked at Jiang Mian in surprise, his tone somewhat urgent. "Girl, could you please withdraw your flames? We need to take these two back alive, or we can take this woman back separately." This man was only possessed by a demon after death, and this woman somehow obtained the method of sacrifice. Taking her back will definitely yield more value. Jiang Mian frowned. Although he didn't know what the two demons' purpose was, he still withdrew the flames and had them put away. After doing this, Jiang Mian pointed to the humans kept in the enclosure and asked, "What about them? Can they regain their human forms?" Lu Weiwei looked at the villagers on the ground who had been cursed and couldn't regain their human forms, and said helplessly, "They can be restored, but only my master can do it. Our cultivation is too low, we can't restore them to human form." Finally, they found a cart at a nearby villager's house, had one of their companions pull it, and headed towards the nearest town. Jiang Mian wanted to ask them if they weren't afraid of demons appearing in the night. Strangely, no demons appeared along the way. Instead, they arrived at the town peacefully. When they arrived, the sky was beginning to lighten, and some townspeople were already setting up stalls to sell vegetables. They were all filled with curiosity about what the people were pulling, which was covered with a red cloth. However, due to the clothes the group was wearing, they dared not approach, only observing from a distance. Jiang Mian followed them, arriving at the local government office. The office was already open, and the group went straight inside. Jiang Mian looked around the ancient government office, her eyes filled with curiosity. She had never seen an ancient government office before. Even some tourist attractions no longer had such buildings. She was like a country bumpkin visiting a grand garden, curiously looking around. Beside the entrance to the government office, there was indeed a large drum with a sign that read grievance drum, and 2 yeoman runners in government uniforms stood guard outside. Upon seeing the young man and his companions, their serious expressions instantly transformed into welcoming smiles. "Young Master Xiang, you're back. How did the mission go?" The young man smiled and nodded, responding to the constable's question without any airs. "It was fine. Everything went smoothly. Is my master at the yamen today?" Yes. The immortal master is inside discussing matters with the magistrate." "Would you like to go in now?" Xiang Tianqi nodded. Normally, he wouldn't be so tactless, but now the matter was urgent, and he needed his master to make the decision. Upon hearing this, the constable immediately trotted forward to knock on the door for Xiang Tianqi. "Sir, young Master Xiang has something to report." A middle-aged man's voice quickly came from inside. "Please come in." The door opened, revealing 2 people inside, an elderly man with a venerable air and white hair and beard, and a middle-aged man with black hair interspersed with white, who appeared to be in his 30s. The middle-aged man was extremely square-faced, exuding the imposing aura of a superior. He was likely the county magistrate they had mentioned. Jiang Mian followed them inside, and the magistrate's gaze immediately fell upon her. He had never seen Jiang Mian before, and she hadn't been with them when they went on their mission. Her sudden appearance was bound to draw attention. However, seeing that Xiang Tianqi didn't seem inclined to stop her, he didn't tactlessly obstruct Jiang Mian either. Because the threshold above the door was too high, the fellow disciples unloaded the items from the cart and placed them on the open floor inside the room. Chapter 226. What is this? The old man, who had been silent until now, asked for the first time. Xiang Tianqi lifted the red cloth binding the monster and said solemnly, "Master, this is someone we captured during our mission, who offered herself as a sacrifice to the demon lord. We don't know where she got the method of sacrifice. When we were fighting this man, she suddenly ran out, wanting to sacrifice herself to gain powerful strength and save her man. Fortunately, this heroine beside us stopped her." He nodded kindly to Jiang Mian after speaking. The old man's gaze shifted from the strangely shaped woman on the ground to Jiang Mian. The moment Jiang Mian was noticed by the old man, she felt as if her entire body was being seen through. She secretly concealed her expression, and a sense of vigilance rose in her heart. She could sense that the old man before her was very strong, far beyond the level of Xiang Tianqi and Lu Weiwei. The old man glanced at Jiang Mian, noticing she possessed no cultivation level, yet her external martial arts were so refined that he couldn't even discern their depth. Intrigued, he realized this wasn't the time to focus on that. His gaze was fixed on the woman on the ground. With a wave of his hand, the charred remains on the woman's body faded, revealing her pitted skin and her withered, claw-like hands and feet. The old man was startled. He hadn't expected her to actually be someone who had sacrificed her soul to the demon lord. Just how great a wish did she have to become like this? Those who offer sacrifices to the demon lord usually do so because they crave power or wealth. While they may be somewhat assimilated, they wouldn't exhibit such obvious symptoms. The old man looked at the woman, his tone serious. "Why did you abandon your own identity and become the demon lord's subordinate?" However, Lu Weiwei's expression was strange. After whispering a few words to the old man, his gaze shifted to Jiang Mian. He awkwardly looked away and turned to ask the demonized man. The man gave a bitter smile. Now he understood. He wanted these people to spare his wife, so he recounted everything and his suspicions. It turned out that the two were originally a newlywed couple. The man worked odd jobs, or chopped firewood in the mountains when he wasn't working. Although their life wasn't wealthy, they were at least able to eat and drink, and they were happy until his wife became pregnant. Wanting to earn more money, the man risked venturing deep into the mountains to collect medicinal herbs, which he then sold to pharmacies. He stumbled upon a ginseng root, sold it for a sum of money, and became completely obsessed with the feeling of instant wealth. He began teaming up with villagers to collect herbs in the mountains. When questioned, he would claim he was going to gather firewood, but in reality, he was secretly making money. However, while he might stumble upon some good herbs once or twice, the frequency of finding useful herbs dwindled over time. He couldn't take it anymore and, ignoring everyone's advice, began venturing deeper into the mountains alone. Unfortunately, several days of heavy rain made the mountain paths slippery, and he slipped and fell down a slope. His head struck a rock, his neck snapped 180 degrees, and he died instantly. The man's wife was naturally devastated by this tragedy. Her mother, originally a cook in the exorcism department, had heard tales of the supernatural, and had later embarked on this path in pursuit of endless wealth. However, her mother's transformation wasn't as pronounced. She only experienced symptoms in certain parts of her body. The woman refused to believe her husband was truly dead, so she secretly found a method of sacrifice. Because her desires were so great, she sacrificed her child, and most of her own soul to bring her husband back to life. However, she hadn't anticipated that after his death, due to his resentment and distrust of her, the man was unexpectedly possessed by a passing demon. Combined with her deal with the demon lord, the man not only didn't die, but became even stronger. After composing himself, he returned to the village. Ignoring the villagers' astonishment, he went home. When his wife saw him, she assumed her sacrifice had succeeded, and her husband had truly been resurrected. She longed to live a peaceful life with her husband, but unfortunately, after the man possessed by the demon returned to life, he could no longer eat human food and instead developed an immense craving for human flesh. At first, he could tolerate it, but as time went on, one day he began to covet his wife's flesh. He knew that if he continued to suppress his desires, he might harm his wife. So, he tricked his companions into going up the mountain, transformed them into chickens and ducks, and brought them home so his wife could cook for him. It was precisely because of his reckless actions that he attracted the attention of the Demon Extermination Bureau, drawing the attention of Xiang Tianqi and his group. The old man's expression changed after hearing this. Hearing this, he guessed what had happened to the man. He was probably truly possessed by a demon, but had lost his own consciousness. However, due to his wife's sacrifice, the man's consciousness regained control, sometimes being affectionate with his wife, and sometimes controlling her as a puppet. Moreover, if it weren't for the appearance of this little girl named Jiang Mian, his disciples would likely have fallen to the combined forces of the two demons. They could handle someone possessed by a demon, but dealing with someone who had sacrificed themselves to the demon lord was much more difficult. Such people were the hardest to kill. Thinking of this, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian, feeling bewildered, ignored him, her mind captivated by the story. Unexpectedly, both were quite devoted to each other, their intentions good, wanting the other to be happy. Unfortunately, fate played a cruel trick, and they ultimately couldn't escape its cruel twists. However, what kind of person was the old man? Having witnessed countless loves and sorrows in this world, he wasn't moved by what the old man was saying. He began to rebuke, "Your love is real, but what about the lives of others? Are they just meant to be trampled upon like this? To become nourishing flesh and blood in your mouths? What have they done wrong?" Hearing this, the man immediately became indignant. "Old man, you're of high rank and position. Naturally you don't understand the desires of us common people. We just want to live better lives. Is that wrong? Wanting to live is not wrong. But what you shouldn't do is use others as stepping stones, making them casualties in your relationships." "Good. Well said." Jiang Mian immediately applauded upon hearing the old man's words. She genuinely felt that this old man was quite pragmatic and insightful, unlike the unlikable old-fashioned types she had seen in TV dramas. Chapter 227. After nodding, the old man coldly questioned the man, "How many people have you harmed? How many are still alive?" However, the man on the ground felt that they were on different paths, and couldn't be bothered to say anything more to the old man, simply turning his head away, and refusing to look at him anymore. Xiang Tianqi cupped his hands and replied, "Master, when the men below reported that 15 people were missing, we only found 7 in his house. These 7 were also cursed by the man, and turned into livestock. We have brought these 7 back, and we ask Master to break the curse on them." As he spoke, Xiang Tianqi lifted another red cloth, revealing livestock inside. Jiang Mian was surprised to find that she could no longer recognize their original appearance now. In her eyes, they were just ordinary chickens and ducks. She was stunned, thinking there was something wrong with her eyes, and quickly rubbed them. "What's going on? Why is it still like this? Something's not right. I clearly saw something different about these people last night. Did I unintentionally fall into someone's trap?" Lost in thought, she looked at the people present with suspicion. So far, the only people she had contact with were Lu Weiwei and the woman who sacrificed herself to the demon lord. She hadn't interacted with anyone else, nor had she eaten anything given to her by anyone else. So what was happening to her? Jiang Mian messaged Fu Junhan, "Have you noticed anything strange about this world?" Fu Junhan was probably busy and didn't reply immediately, but several minutes later. 0 degree. No, my spawn point is in the farmland, but I seem to have gone the wrong way after walking for so long. I've been going around in circles. I love salty soy milk. You've been going around in circles in the same place. Don't you think something's off? 0 degree. I noticed, but I can't pinpoint what's wrong. Jiang Mian, on a sudden inspiration, suggested, "Why don't you set a fire? See if you can force out the danger lurking in the shadows?" She was just looking for a good show, and unexpectedly, after seeing her message, Fu Junhan actually had this idea. His flames wouldn't harm him, so he recklessly unleashed them. A shrill cry rang out in the air, and the scene before her instantly changed. This was no longer a rice paddy. It was clearly a series of bizarre creatures with human heads growing from the trees. They looked at Fu Junhan with sinister and fearful expressions, fleeing from his side. Jiang Mian had no idea that her casual suggestion had led Fu Junhan to actually do it. She was currently troubled by her eye problem, and she didn't know any of these people, nor did she have anyone to ask. She watched as the old man took something from his robes and slid it across the livestock on the ground, muttering incomprehensible words. Everyone else looked on with admiration and curiosity, but Jiang Mian was completely bewildered. She couldn't understand it at all. About 10 minutes passed, and the livestock on the ground instantly transformed. They were no longer livestock. They were clearly ragged villagers. They remained in their previous positions, crawling on the ground, their knees and hands already bleeding. Only then did they realize what they were doing, and they collapsed to the ground with a thud. One of the men, realizing what had happened, pointed at the man covered in black hair and cried out in terror, "Monster! He's a monster! He's a man-eating monster! Taoist priest, save me!" The hairy man grinned, looking at the man on the ground with disdain and contempt. He remembered this man. He had turned him into a duck from the start. After news of his accidental fall off the cliff spread, this man had started sneaking into his house, intending to harass his wife. When he discovered him, he turned him into livestock, intending to torture him for a few more days before eating him, but unexpectedly, the man had survived. Seeing the man crawling fearfully to the magistrate's feet, he was helpless. In the end, the hairy man and his mutated wife were taken away by the old man. Jiang Mian looked at the bag that could collect living creatures, her heart filled with envy. This thing is great. If she took it back, she wouldn't have to worry about them going hungry after she left. Even if you don't want this kind of ring for holding living beings, the kind for holding inanimate objects will do. After doing all this, the old man looked at Jiang Mian, smiled, and nodded. "Young friend, I must thank you for helping my disciples eliminate demons and uphold justice yesterday." Jiang Mian, sensing his intention to thank her, quickly replied, "No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Just give me one of Lu Weiwei's rings, I'm not picky." Lu Zheng was taken aback. He truly hadn't expected this seemingly refined young girl to be so arrogant. Could a summer ring be given away so easily? That old man isn't that rich. "Young friend, you jest. These things are rare and hard to come by. How could we possibly have an extra summer ring?" Really? She had thought Lu Weiwei, this young girl, had a summer ring, something commonplace in this world. She hadn't expected it to be so precious. Or was this old man lying to her? Just then, Lu Weiwei stepped forward and took Jiang Mian's arm, saying familiarly, "All right, Sister Jiang, stop teasing my grandfather. He's so old, he won't take your joke seriously. If you want one, you can buy it in the Imperial City. The auction houses there sell some summer rings every year." Jiang Mian smiled, admitting she had been joking. Lu Weiwei led Jiang Mian towards the back of the government office. "Sister Jiang, didn't you just arrive here and have no relatives or friends? I show you where we live. If you like, you can stay with us." Jiang Mian didn't know why Lu Weiwei was suddenly being so kind to her. Perhaps it was because she had saved her in a dangerous situation? Or perhaps this young girl had something else in mind? Anyway, she had nowhere to stay, so she decided to follow Lu Weiwei. Most importantly, she wanted to acquire her grandfather's abilities, the white-haired old man's. That old man seemed much more powerful than these kids, and he had many tricks up his sleeve. Jiang Mian was extremely envious. Lu Weiwei led Jiang Mian to their lodgings, a house located behind the government office. Pushing open the door, one could see a rockery and flowing water. After crossing a small bridge paved with mahogany, they entered the house. Inside the house were tables and chairs made of pear wood, and a landscape painting of bamboo and rocks hung on the wall. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would blow by, bringing with it the faint fragrance of the flowers and plants planted in the yard. The house looked serene and elegant, with a unique beauty. Chapter 228. This room is clearly for a young woman. It must have been specially prepared for Lu Weiwei. Lu Weiwei pointed to a room across the hall and said, "Sister Jiang, you can stay there. I'm next door. These 2 rooms are the biggest. I'm the only girl on this trip, so we can have such a big room. If you're here, I won't be afraid." Jiang Mian teased, "A powerful demon-slaying expert like you, afraid?" Lu Weiwei pouted, "I can slay demons, but I'm still young, so naturally I'm afraid of some things." At this, Jiang Mian became curious. "How old are you now?" Lu Weiwei's face turned red. It was unclear what she was thinking about that caused her to become so shy. "I'm 15 this year, and in a few months I'll be 16. Then I can marry the man I like." Seeing her shy expression, Jiang Mian guessed, "You like your senior brother, Xiang Tianqi?" "Ah! How could you say that? It would be so embarrassing if my senior brother heard. He still doesn't know how I feel. He still treats me like a little sister?" She said this with a slightly dejected look. Jiang Mian, who had never been in a relationship, couldn't offer any advice, so he quickly changed the subject. "By the way, could you help me clean my room? I might not be able to manage by myself." Lu Weiwei, like a spoiled little girl, had emotions that came and went quickly. She instantly became excited. Sure, I go get the wooden basin. Wait for me." After saying that, she ran to her room. While Jiang Mian was cleaning the room, he subtly extracted a lot of information from the 2 of them while they were alone, and also learned about the structure of this world. This world didn't have many countries. It was more like a pre-unification era of imperial rule. The little girl didn't know the exact size of the landmass, but she did know that there were 3 dynasties and countless smaller countries, each focusing on different things. Some countries had fertile land and were good at developing crops. Some countries had abundant mineral resources, and their inhabitants were all robust and skilled at military training. Another country excelled in commerce. The country they were currently in was the one more skilled in commerce. Although they were better at business, it didn't mean their country was weak. It was just weaker compared to the countries skilled in military training. A few years ago, wars did occur between countries. However, about 7 years ago, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in this world. Many things that were previously known only to a few people were now gradually emerging, and their numbers are constantly increasing. Previously, encounters with these supernatural beings were only occasional, but now, if one isn't careful, they could easily take one's life. At the same time, accompanying these demons are the cultivators themselves. Cultivators, already living in the Dharma-ending age, suddenly feel a resurgence of spiritual energy, allowing them to cultivate again, all thanks to the existence of these demons. Jiang Mian even suspects that some people dissatisfied with the Dharma-ending age might have deliberately created a demon lord to intentionally revive spiritual energy. Of course, it was just speculation. She didn't know the truth either. After all, she had only been in this world for a day. At noon, Jiang Mian thought they would sit in the courtyard waiting for the servants to bring food, but unexpectedly, Lu Weiwei led her to eat next door. The courtyard next door looked much larger, and naturally, more people lived there. Jiang Mian guessed it was the courtyard where her fellow disciples lived. The food was already laid out, and Xiang Tianqi bowed again in thanks, expressing his gratitude to Jiang Mian many times at the table, skillfully handling social niceties. However, looking at Xiang Tianqi's young face, she really found it hard to connect with him. It always gave her the feeling of a child wearing adult clothes. At the table, Jiang Mian could see Lu Weiwei stealing glances at Xiang Tianqi from time to time. Anyone could see her ulterior motives towards him. Unfortunately, Xiang Tianqi was like a blockhead, completely oblivious to Lu Weiwei's little schemes. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, he couldn't help but touch his face. His eyes filled with confusion as he looked at Lu Weiwei. "What's wrong? Junior sister, why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Caught red-handed, and with the words spoken so openly in front of so many people, Lu Weiwei blushed deeply, hastily shoveling rice into her mouth, and mumbled, "No, senior brother, you must be mistaken. I wasn't looking at you, I was just looking at Sister Jiang." Jiang Mian paused, her chopstick still in her hand, then continued eating. She just wanted to say, "Busy eating, don't bother me." The others knew perfectly well what was going on, but no one dared to break the silence. After finishing her meal, Jiang Mian hid in her room to have a snack. The food she eaten wasn't nearly enough, so she ate several eggs from chickens fed with spiritual spring water before finally feeling full. She also drank some milk to help with digestion. Then she planned to go shopping for some clothes. Lu Weiwei, hearing she was going, insisted on going with her. Jiang Mian wanted to refuse, as she was currently short of money and needed to pawn some items. Lu Weiwei's presence would be inconvenient. However, seeing Lu Weiwei's bright, sparkling eyes, she couldn't refuse. She finally nodded, telling Lu Weiwei to wait outside while she went to pawn a gold hairpin she owned. This was one she bought at a jewelry store before. Its craftsmanship was far superior to anything in this world. The pawnshop owner, his eyes gleaming with curiosity at the exquisitely crafted gold hairpin, feigned nonchalance, saying, "This is a bit rough around the edges, but it's better than nothing. Considering its novel design, I take it for 20 taels. What do you say?" Jiang Mian rolled her eyes, took the hairpin back, and turned to leave. 20 taels? She might as well give it to Lu Weiwei. The owner panicked. He rushed out from the back of the pawnshop, reaching out to grab Jiang Mian, but his hand grasped only air. Passers-by were watching. The owner, with a forced smile, said softly, "Sir, let's talk this over. Let's discuss the price. In business, there's always a trade-off, isn't there?" Jiang Mian waved her hand, telling Lu Weiwei not to come over. She looked at the owner and stated a price directly. "I sell it for 150 taels of silver. Anything less is out of the question." Chapter 229. Jiang Mian deliberately quoted a high price, mainly because the shopkeeper was shrewd. If she quoted too low, he would definitely haggle it down. Upon hearing the price, the shopkeeper naturally didn't want to make a loss, but he genuinely wanted the gold hairpin. While this kind of craftsmanship wouldn't fetch a high price here, in the capital, where high-ranking officials and nobles were more competitive, they would naturally be willing to pay a premium for the hairpin. Finally, after some back and forth, the price of the hairpin was settled at 120 taels of silver. The shopkeeper originally wanted to give her 100 taels in silver notes, but Jiang Mian refused, choosing cash instead. Others might ask for silver notes, because they couldn't carry them or feared being coveted, but she was different. She had a spatial ability. She could simply put the hairpin inside, and it would disappear from sight. Finally, she exchanged 10 taels of silver for some copper coins belonging to this dynasty before leaving. She approached Lu Weiwei, dangling the money pouch at her waist, and said, "Let's go. I happen to have some money now. I treat you to something you like." Lu Weiwei quickly waved her hand in refusal. "Sister Jiang, why are you going to pawn your things? I have enough money for us to spend." Jiang Mian glanced at her, knowing she was naive by nature, but she couldn't take advantage of her. Lu Weiwei was young and didn't understand the concept of paying for others, but Jiang Mian was not young anymore. She never liked to accept favors, even small ones, as they would leave a lingering resentment. Moreover, and most importantly, other people's money is always other people's money. Only when you spend your own money do you feel truly at ease. Jiang Mian didn't say much to Lu Weiwei, but with an unchanged smile, she went to the clothing store, bought several well-fitting clothes and shoes, and immediately changed into them. Then she asked the shopkeeper to style her hair, paid the shopkeeper, and the two left. Lu Weiwei chattered like a little bird, praising Jiang Mian. "Sister Jiang, you have such good taste. This dress suits you so well, you're so beautiful." Although it wasn't the first time Jiang Mian had been complimented on her beauty, it was certainly the first time she had been so delighted, because she could sense that the girl hadn't lied at all. Her words were sincere. "Thank you, you're beautiful too, like a little elf." "A little elf?" Lu Weiwei was a little confused. "What's a little elf?" Jiang Mian, "A little elf means someone with a good personality who is beautiful, and also a bit mischievous. It's a unique kind of creature from our area." "Really?" Lu Weiwei was clearly happy with the compliment, and became even more talkative the rest of the way. Jiang Mian hadn't forgotten her plan to buy something for Lu Weiwei. When she came across a stall selling hairpins, she immediately spotted one with a butterfly design. While the butterfly's craftsmanship wasn't particularly exquisite, its colors were achieved through a unique ceramic technique used in this world, shimmering in the sunlight. Jiang Mian felt at first glance that the hairpin would perfectly suit Lu Weiwei. So, she directly asked the shopkeeper how much it cost. The honest shopkeeper didn't overcharge, asking only for 2 taels of silver. "Young lady, we're just a small business here. 2 taels of silver isn't much. It takes several days to make this hairpin, and it's definitely not fake, it's real silver." Listening to the vendor's enthusiastic recommendation, Jiang Mian knew in her heart that such a hairpin couldn't possibly be made entirely of pure silver. It probably contained some worthless materials. However, it was indeed exquisitely crafted, and 2 taels of silver wasn't a bad deal. So she nodded, and handed over the silver to the vendor. Seeing that he had finally sold something, the vendor's smile widened, and he kept offering words of blessing. Jiang Mian felt pleased. She had gotten 2 different feelings for the price of one, so she left with Lu Weiwei. Lu Weiwei looked puzzled. Sister Jiang, why did you buy this hairpin? I could tell that the vendor was lying. It's not made of pure silver at all. He's cheating you. Jiang Mian shook her head. It doesn't matter. His craftsmanship is worth 2 taels of silver. Saying this, Jiang Mian handed the hairpin to Lu Weiwei. This hairpin suits you perfectly. It's a gift. Lu Weiwei was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Mian to give it to her. She accepted it with delight. It's so beautiful. Thank you, Sister Jiang. I haven't given you anything yet, and you've given me something first. Jiang Mian liked her personality. A girl raised in love truly gave off a different feeling. Sister Jiang, let's go over there. There are so many people there. Jiang Mian followed her finger, and saw a large crowd gathered there, seemingly watching something exciting. Out of curiosity, she didn't resist but followed Lu Weiwei's lead, and just then witnessed an astonishing scene. 2 people, clearly dressed in the players' initial outfits, were performing the moonwalk, while another person provided voiceover. Jiang Mian felt utterly dumbfounded. How could this scene be combined with ancient times? It was too surreal. After the dance ended, the 2 people appeared before the crowd, carrying a cloth bag saying, Esteemed sirs, those with money, please give a reward, those without, please give a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir, may your business prosper, and you soon become wealthy. Thank you, madam, may you and your husband have a long and happy marriage, many children, and a harmonious family. Their words were incredibly eloquent, demonstrating their ability to speak to anyone, regardless of their background. When it was Jiang Mian's turn, she thought for a moment, and gave them some copper coins. As the 2 thanked her profusely, she casually remarked, Take this money and buy some clothes. The young dancer didn't take it seriously, assuming they were just being polite because of their odd, barely clothed appearance. However, he readily agreed. Jiang Mian didn't dwell on it. She simply wanted to appear kind to Lu Weiwei. Hadn't she noticed Lu Weiwei's increasingly warm attitude towards her? Jiang Mian subtly smiled. Lu Weiwei must possess a special ability, which explained why she sensed something was wrong when approaching that woman yesterday and quickly retreated. And why she showed such enthusiasm when approaching her. Jiang Mian knew what was going on. Her ability to control herself was growing stronger. Just as Long Miaozi couldn't hear her inner thoughts, Lu Weiwei couldn't fully understand her mind either. Chapter 230. So, perhaps in Lu Weiwei's eyes, Jiang Mian was simply an easygoing and powerful martial arts practitioner. If she guessed correctly, Lu Weiwei was acting on her grandfather's orders, which was why she was allowed to live with her and travel together, probably to observe her character and conduct. Although Jiang Mian didn't understand their intentions, she was happy to play along until she acquired the old man's abilities. After wandering around and finding nothing interesting, Lu Weiwei bought Jiang Mian several trinkets, and the 2 decided to head home. Just as they reached a rather secluded spot, they were suddenly stopped in their path. Hey, you 2 little beauties, we've been watching you for a while now. We're a bit short on cash lately, but you seem to have a lot of money. Hand over your money, and we might let you go. Lu Weiwei was taken aback. This wasn't something she had arranged. She hadn't expected to encounter a robbery in Xianan City. She remembered that although it was called a small city, its actual jurisdiction and power were no less than other cities. There shouldn't be anyone daring to rob her so openly. Jiang Mian sensed something was wrong the moment they spoke their first sentence. She narrowed her eyes. These people were probably fellow players. They walked with a light, unsteady gait. Although they were wearing coarse, linen clothes, their shoes gave them away. Have you ever seen an ancient person wearing coarse, linen clothes wearing Nike sneakers? She thought that these people were so careless that they probably weren't any powerful players, so she didn't want to play along. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Lu Weiwei take out a money pouch from her bosom. She was taken aback. Wait a minute, wasn't Lu Weiwei a cultivator? And her swordsmanship and internal energy techniques were quite good, so why would she hand over the item so easily? Lu Weiwei was bitter. Although she had cultivated for so many years, she had very little actual combat experience. She had mostly learned auxiliary techniques. In reality, she was just a show-off. She couldn't even beat her junior brother, who had only been practicing for a few years, let alone these men wielding weapons and looking like monsters. Lu Weiwei threw the items on the ground and said softly, "I've given them all to you. Can we go now?" Ha ha! Seeing this, the robbers laughed. Oh, how naive. You really think you can just walk away? Beautiful lady, you're so pretty, Don't you ever look in the mirror? Looking at your pitiful state, I want to pamper you. Lu Weiwei didn't understand what they meant, but she knew they weren't going to let her go. Her expression changed, and she tried to escape with Jiang Mian, but found she couldn't move Jiang Mian at all. Jiang Mian's expression shifted from initial indifference to cold indifference. Looking at those scumbags, she truly felt that their very existence was a scourge. Therefore, when Lu Weiwei tried to pull her away, she didn't give in. Instead, she kicked the man who tried to touch her in the head, sending him crashing into the wall, his body sinking deep into it. Seeing this, not only was Lu Weiwei stunned, but even the men who had intended to rob her were taken aback. The leader immediately asked, "Player?" Jiang Mian ignored him, pretending not to understand, and said coldly, "Damn lecherous scoundrel. In broad daylight, not only do you try to rob us, but you also try to molest us. You're asking for death. I can't stand people like you." As she spoke, her attack arrived as expected, aimed directly at the man. Hearing her speech, which sounded like something from ancient times, the men realized she wasn't a player, but rather someone from a rather unusual world. "What are you all standing there for? Attack her together. I refuse to believe we can't take down a woman." With that, the man charged forward first, but he didn't see that his henchman, whom he had just recruited that day, turned and ran after realizing something was wrong, not following him towards Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian looked at the man mockingly, grabbed the knife from his hand, and twisted it. A crack sound of bones dislocating was heard, and the man immediately fell to the ground. Jiang Mian looked at him mockingly. "You went to such lengths to attack me just to show off your weak strength?" The man's face flushed red with anger at her words. He turned around and found that his henchmen had all vanished, leaving him alone. Oh wait! There was also that person embedded in the wall, the one they couldn't pry off. Only the two of them remained, in their misfortune. And the dislocated bones were causing him excruciating pain. He immediately began to beg for mercy. "Heroine. Heroine, spare my life. I was forced into this business. Please let me go. I promise I turn over a new leaf and become a good person." Just then, Lu Weiwei cautiously leaned close to Jiang Mian's ear and said, "Sister Jiang, he's lying. He hasn't turned over a new leaf at all. He still harbors deep malice towards you. You mustn't believe him." Jiang Mian looked at Lu Weiwei and naturally believed her words. After all, Lu Weiwei's ability was rather special. She could probably sense the malice and goodwill of others. Jiang Mian had her pick up the things Lu Weiwei had thrown on the ground, and then the two of them, each escorting one person, went to the Yamen government office. They were going back anyway, so it was on their way. The magistrate was furious upon hearing this. He had been an official in this area for so long, managing things well, and was expected to be promoted in another year or two. At this crucial juncture, someone dared to cause trouble here. How could he tolerate such a thing? He immediately imprisoned the two and ordered their companions to be interrogated and arrested one by one. After doing all this, he thanked the two. "I must thank you both, young masters, for what happened today. If it weren't for your timely intervention, countless people would have suffered at the hands of these wicked people." Jiang Mian echoed, "It's fortunate we were there. If we were just two ordinary women, we would likely have been persecuted. Your Honor, you must put more pressure on these lawless individuals." Yes, you're right. I have someone increase security immediately, and try my best to bring these bad apples to justice." The two chatted for a while longer before Jiang Mian left and returned to the backyard. After returning to the backyard, Lu Weiwei left again, listening to the opening and closing of the door next door. Although the noise from next door was faint, it didn't escape her ears. Jiang Mian narrowed his eyes imperceptibly, knowing that Lu Weiwei had probably gone to report to her grandfather, likely about her observations of him today. Chapter 231. Jiang Mian guessed correctly. Lu Weiwei had indeed reported the day's events to her grandfather. She also shared her opinion of Jiang Mian. "Grandpa, I don't think she's a bad person. In fact, she's quite kind. She even gives money to street performers. On our way back, we encountered a group of robbers who wanted to harm us, and she chased them away. She even bought me a hairpin. I think she's a very good person." The old man looked at her with a doting smile. Perhaps his granddaughter's last comment, buying him a hairpin, was the reason she thought Jiang Mian was a good person. He stroked his beard and looked at his granddaughter, saying, "This person has extraordinary talent, but I don't know what kind of martial arts she practices. I can't discern her background, but her martial arts are indeed extremely powerful. You should observe her further. If she's truly as she appears in a few days, we might as well recruit her into our sect. This girl possesses such skill without traditional cultivation. With proper training, she might surpass even you young generation members. Lu Weiwei was somewhat confused. Was what Grandpa said true? They had only encountered a woman on their demon hunting journey. Was she really as miraculous as Grandpa described? Seeing his granddaughter's dazed expression, the old man shook his head. Just spend time with her, observe her for a while, and don't act impulsively, understand? Oh, I understand, Grandpa. I go back now. After saying that, she left like a happy little dork to find her senior brother. Jiang Mian slept soundly through the night, unaffected by the day's events. When she woke up, looking at the antique-style room, she slowly came to her senses, realizing she was still on a mission. She sat up and found Lu Weiwei was still asleep. Not wanting to wake Lu Weiwei, she went straight out and left. Just as she reached the door, she bumped into Xiang Tianqi returning from outside. He looked travel-worn, as if he had encountered some urgent matter. His clothes were somewhat disheveled, suggesting he might have been fighting outside or something. When he saw Jiang Mian, he paused, clearly not expecting to meet her in this state. He quickly straightened his clothes before asking, "Why are you up so early, miss?" Jiang Mian, smelling his scent, subtly took a step back and said somewhat irritably, Oh, not at all. You're back already, and I'm only just leaving. Does that mean you woke up earlier than me?" Xiang Tianqi looked a little embarrassed. He had no choice but to admit it. After exchanging a few words, they made way for each other, and Jiang Mian left. Xiang Tianqi then went to report to his master. Jiang Mian arrived at the entrance of a shop, her eyes flickering as she watched the billowing black mist rise into the sky. Yesterday morning, she discovered she could no longer see through the true forms of those turned into livestock. That afternoon, while shopping, she found she could see them again, and noticed this shop was different. However, with Lu Weiwei present, she hadn't investigated further. Now, alone, she decided to act as she pleased. She was stopped as soon as she entered. A voluptuous woman swayed gracefully towards her, her perfume emanating from her. She looked at Jiang Mian, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, and grinned as she appraised Jiang Mian's body and face. After observing for a while, she said, "Oh, you don't seem like a poor girl. What brings you to a place like ours?" Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, looking at the sign and then at the woman, asking, "What? Do I need to explain before entering? You're in business? Would you turn away customers?" Seeing Jiang Mian's misunderstanding, the woman quickly smiled and said, "Look at you, young lady. Why are you so angry? It's all my fault for not explaining clearly. We cater specifically to men. We don't usually serve women. We don't offer that kind of service." Now Jiang Mian understood. This was clearly a foot massage parlor similar to those in their world, catering only to men. Jiang Mian fell silent, unsure how to ease the awkward atmosphere. Seeing this, the woman, being shrewd, quickly smiled and said, "If you'd like to visit our attic, you're welcome. Just come in. The tea inside might be a bit cold, you can't drink it." Jiang Mian nodded, understanding her meaning. Since they were being so polite, Jiang Mian naturally didn't want to make a fool of herself by lecturing them on the impropriety of such behavior. After all, such things were common in the real world, especially for people in ancient times who made a living this way. Jiang Mian squinted at the dark aura and walked towards it. Until she entered the backyard, she saw a woman with a foxy appearance. Foxy here isn't a derogatory term, but rather describes the first impression a woman's appearance gives. She had almond-shaped eyes, a pert nose, and cherry-like lips, resembling a little fox. When the woman saw Jiang Mian, she paused for a moment, then chuckled softly, "Are you the new girl? You're quite pretty, many young masters will probably like you." Jiang Mian ignored her words, instead focusing her gaze on the tail wagging behind her. However, the rising black mist didn't emanate from the woman, but rather from the courtyard behind her. Jiang Mian stared at her, momentarily unsure what excuse she could use to investigate what was inside. Seeing her silence, the woman swayed as she stood up, gently exhaling towards Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian held her breath, fearing the woman was using some kind of seductive trick. But she was overthinking it. The woman simply wanted to tease her. "Why are you so nervous, little sister? Did mother send you to ask me for tips on seduction techniques?" Jiang Mian, who considered herself a reader of countless yellow-themed novels, never imagined she would actually encounter a scene from one. She was utterly flustered, unsure of what to say for the first time. Her usual eloquence seemed to have vanished completely, and she could only awkwardly turn away. A small dagger was already gripped in her hand, intending to subdue the woman and extract her essence. Just then, she suddenly heard the commotion outside, and immediately withdrew the dagger. Sir! You can't go in. Our young lady has already stopped seeing customers. You can't go in now." You can't break the rules? Chapter 232. Get out of the way. We received orders that someone here is harboring demonic creatures. If you don't move, believe me, I arrest you too. Sir, we're just honest business people. How could we harbor those demonic creatures? We know how powerful they are. You must have made a mistake. Are you mistaken? Everything needs to be checked. You can't just say you made a mistake. As they talked, Jiang Mian finally saw the people outside. She saw the old man and Xiang Tianqi, but Lu Weiwei wasn't there. They were also stunned to see Jiang Mian here. Xiang Tianqi strode forward, now impeccably groomed and appearing every inch the gentleman. He asked, Miss Jiang, have you also noticed something amiss here? Jiang Mian nodded, her eyes filled with hesitation. Didn't Weiwei come? She asked. Xiang Tianqi, somewhat embarrassed, touched his nose and whispered, this kind of occasion isn't suitable for Weiwei, so we didn't invite her. Occasion? What occasion? For a moment, Jiang Mian didn't understand. Then, she remembered the illicit affair involved. Thinking about it, it made sense. Lu Weiwei was only 15. It really wasn't appropriate for her to be exposed to so much. She also realized that Xiang Tianqi's disheveled return that morning wasn't because he'd done that, but because he'd been investigating this place all night. Jiang Mian had truly misunderstood. She thought he just returned from that kind of thing. According to Xiang Tianqi, someone had reported that his master, after arriving at Chunfeng residence, soon began to feel cold all over, as if possessed. He came every day afterward, and after several visits, he died on his way home. Initially, the ladies felt ashamed and didn't publicize it. However, as more and more people died, some hot-tempered women reported it to the authorities, thus uncovering the murder case that had claimed dozens of lives. The woman with the alluring appearance and tail behind her turned and ran into the house the moment she realized something was wrong. Jiang Mian's eyes flashed, and she immediately chased after the woman. Xiang Tianqi also noticed something was amiss, and quickly followed. When they arrived at the inner room, they found it completely clean. The woman was nowhere to be seen, and even the black mist that Jiang Mian had been seeing had vanished. Chase her. She can't have gone far, hurry and catch up. The others acted immediately after hearing this, and Jiang Mian didn't hesitate either, running towards the visible black mist. Xiang Tianqi and the old man followed her. Jiang Mian didn't say anything, letting them follow. After realizing something was wrong, the woman had quietly returned to her house, taken the sacred object, and left Chunfeng residence. She ran towards her lair, and as she ran, she transformed from a human into a fox with 3 tails. Just like Jiang Mian had seen before, the fox had 3 tails. The little fox ran incredibly fast, but then it encountered 2 men. The man, startled by the fox that had bumped into his foot, exchanged a glance with his companion and chuckled, Look, I was just craving meat, and here's this fox. I heard fox meat is pungent, I wonder if it's true. His companion swallowed hard. Pungent or fishy, we've been living in this dilapidated temple for so long as it's meat, it do. The 2 men, laughing and discussing how to eat the meat in their hands, completely ignored the fox's struggles and prepared to bleed and skin it. Just then, the fox, holding a sacred object, suddenly emitted a black light, instantly piercing through the 2 men. The 2 men fell dead instantly, and the fox scrambled to her feet, then knelt reverently before the sacred object. Thank you, sir, for saving my life again. I will never forget this. After bowing, the fox picked up the sacred object, preparing to run forward, but the dilapidated, drafty wall blocked her way. Seeing the danger, the little fox turned her head and saw 2 men and a woman, the old man and Jiang Mian. The little fox bared her teeth at them, revealing a fierce expression, and said, Damn humans, why are you stopping me? I haven't done anything heinous. What right do you have to arrest me? The old man glanced at her and said compassionately, Little fox, I spare your life because you worked hard to cultivate and finally become a spirit. However, what you possess is different. This thing has harmed countless people and must be handed over. You are a spirit. You should know that further cultivation is not about spiritual practice, but about cultivating the human heart. It's not too late for you to repent now. If you continue to be deluded, you will only become one with demons. Why ruin your future? The little fox looked at the old man, when suddenly a beam of black light emanated from the sacred object, striking her. The little fox transformed into human form, baring her teeth at the 3 men. You said so much, but you just want to steal my things? Don't even think about it. I'd rather die than hand over the sacred object to you. That's not a sacred object. You better look carefully, it's just a bewitching thing. However, The little fox didn't care whether it was a sacred object or not. She only knew that this thing allowed her to transform into a human, to do what she wanted with the man she loved. That was enough. In her heart, it was already her sacred object. It was all these people's fault. If it weren't for them, she could have used the money she earned to move to another city with the man she loved. Yes, that's right, this little fox was still a lovelorn little fox, but she looked like she'd been deceived by a man. Jiang Mian's usual fighting style was to charge straight in, attack if she could win, and run if she couldn't. She never bothered with this drawn-out, deliberate negotiation. Seeing the two finally unable to reach an agreement and about to fight, she rubbed her hands together, ready to step forward. But the old man waved his hand, and a golden streak appeared in the sky, sweeping directly towards the little fox and the sacred object in her hand. The little fox tried to resist, but having only achieved human form thanks to the sacred object, she had no strength left to fight back. She was easily captured by the old man and put into his bag. However, despite having captured the little fox, the old man wasn't happy. A look of sorrow crossed his face, and he sighed. Jiang Mian didn't know what he was lamenting about. She just looked at the bag at the old man's waist with a regretful expression. She had thought she could finally obtain the little fox's complete essence, but someone else had beaten her to it again. The old man waved his hand. Let's go. Let's see what makes that person so extraordinary, who could make the little fox give up its cultivation. Chapter 233. Jiang Mian followed the old man forward, walking for a long time until they reached a village near a large mountain. Looking at the familiar village, Jiang Mian paused, then exchanged a surprised glance with Xiang Tianqi. Xiang Tianqi whispered to his master, Master, that demon couple came from this village last time. Now there's another demon incident in this village? This is too strange. The old man hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. The chaotic forces are about to begin. Jiang Mian didn't understand. What chaotic forces? Were they talking about them? But they were only trying to survive. They didn't want to harm the people of this world. And what demons was the old man talking about? Aren't demons a product of this world itself? The old man looked at the bag swaying at his waist, then glanced at this house. Unlike the others which were just thatched huts, this one had green tiles and blue bricks, quite grand. There was even a servant cleaning inside, who immediately blocked their path upon seeing them. Who are you? How dare you trespass on a private property? After the old man stepped forward and explained his purpose, the servant looked at him with disdain. What nonsense! Who are you trying to fool? Our master doesn't believe in such things. If you want to deceive people, I suggest you go somewhere else. Be careful, or I throw you out. The old man hadn't expected that his reputation wouldn't work in this village. These people had never even heard of him, yet they were so arrogant, threatening to kick them out. He was somewhat helpless. Jiang Mian had thought the old man would back down and then have the government intervene, but unexpectedly, the old man waved his hand and released the little fox that had revealed its true form. The little fox was now half human, half demon. Her body was still human, but her face resembled a fox, and her tail was showing. She was startled when she was released, but upon seeing the familiar house, she instantly recognized it. She screamed loudly, trying to attract the attention of those inside. However, aside from startling the cleaning servant, no one came out. Lin Lang, Lin Lang. Run! There's a Taoist priest here who wants to kill you. You have to. The fox demon cried, running towards the courtyard. However, her voice abruptly stopped. Looking at the scene in the courtyard, she suddenly froze. Inside the courtyard, a man with his hair tied up in a jade crown was holding a beautiful woman in his arms, his hand caressing her belly. The protruding belly clearly showed that the woman was several months pregnant. When the two saw the fox demon, the woman was startled. Ah! What kind of monster is this? How terrifying! Husband, how terrifying! The fox demon paused, looking at the two so deeply in love, and at the woman's pregnant belly. At this moment, what didn't she understand? Her beloved Lin Lang, the Lin Lang she had longed for, was using the money she had earned from selling herself to support another woman at home. In everyone else's eyes, they were the legitimate couple, and she was the mistress. She gave a bitter laugh and collapsed to the ground. She hadn't cried when she was humiliated, nor when she was chased and told she was a monster, nor when the exorcists came knocking on her door, but when she had endured countless hardships to deliver news to her lover, and saw this scene before her, she could no longer hold back her tears. Jiang Mian stared, stunned, at the bloody tears streaming from the fox demon's eyes. She hadn't expected that people, even animals, could shed tears of blood when deeply grieving. When the man saw the fox demon, he didn't recognize her. Instead, he instinctively shielded his wife. Though trembling, he stood before her, his voice trembling as he said, You audacious fox demon. Get away at once. I am a scholar, imbued with righteous spirit. If you dare harm me and my wife, I will make sure your soul is scattered. He was clearly terrified, yet he still dared to threaten the fox demon with such bluster. Jiang Mian couldn't help but shake her head. Why say such things? Wasn't he just provoking her? Sure enough, the fox demon, who had been lying on the ground, seemingly heartbroken and despondent, instantly stood up upon hearing this, baring her sharp teeth at her former lover. Lin Bin, you ungrateful wretch. Die! I provided you with food and drink, supported your education, and enabled you to build this house with its green tiles and blue bricks, even hiring servants. And yet, you betrayed me by finding another woman, marrying her, and having a child with her. You deserve to die. The fox demon tried to rush towards the man, killing him to vent her anger, then killing his wife, and throwing out the child in her womb. However, the old man grabbed her and pulled her back. You audacious demon. How dare you bare your teeth and claws before me, trying to take another's life? You have no respect for me at all. The fox demon struggled fiercely in the old man's grasp. Seeing that she couldn't break free, she angrily shouted, Let me go, you old bastard. This man betrayed me. Why are you grabbing me? I haven't harmed anyone. Let me go. The old man's face turned cold, all traces of his earlier warmth gone. You killed so many people in this city, and you still dare to say you haven't done anything wrong? The fox demon bared its teeth, retorting, I didn't kill anyone. They got what they deserved. They wanted to have sex with me. I'm a demon. When they did that kind of thing with me, I naturally drained their life force. Isn't it normal for them to die after a while? It's their own incompetence. What does it have to do with me? Stubborn to the end. Jiang Mian blinked, unable to hold back any longer, and leaned closer to the old man, saying, Why don't you hand her over to me? I kill her for you. The old man was taken aback, scrutinizing Jiang Mian suspiciously. Young friend, are you joking? Don't tease this old man. Everyone knows these demons can only be subdued or refined, not killed. Kill them? Jiang Mian was taken aback. She had never heard of demons being forbidden to be killed. She had only killed an old locust tree before. Was it because different types of demons could be killed, while others couldn't? Suppressing her thoughts, Jiang Mian looked at the man and the woman in his arms, and asked the old man, What should we do with the rest? Let them fend for themselves, or should they be punished? The old man looked at the man named Lin Bin and the woman in his arms, and said coldly, Report this to the magistrate, confiscate all his property. Using demons to make money is inherently unacceptable. Once discovered, all assets will be confiscated. This is common knowledge. I think young Master Lin, as a scholar, should know this, right? Chapter 234. Lin Bin was stunned. Hearing that all his assets would be confiscated, he seemed to suddenly realize something, looking at everyone with a sorrowful expression and asking, You're saying that monster is Hu Li? How could that be? Isn't she from the mountains? How could she be a monster? You're lying to me, aren't you? However, Jiang Mian clearly saw the calculation and resentment in his eyes. He probably said all this just to avoid having everything he currently possessed taken away. Sure enough, of the three present, apart from the young Xiang Tianqi, the elder, with his vast experience, could easily see through his thoughts. He waved his hand and said coldly, Lin Bin, you mean, in your eyes, Hu Li has always been your confidant, willing to sell herself for you in exchange for money, so you could marry, have children, and live in a mansion, is that right? Lin Bin looked embarrassed, but still forced a nod. Jiang Mian couldn't help but laugh, looking at the crowd with her hands clasped together. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. It's just that this young man named Lin Bin is too funny. Any normal man knows that for a woman to go to such lengths for him, it can't be a simple wish. I don't know what this young man is thinking, so naive. Lin Bin's already pale face turned even paler after hearing Jiang Mian's mockery. He wanted to say something more to try and get his money back. However, the old man didn't want to argue with him anymore and simply waved his hand. You can tell the rest to the magistrate. I'm just someone responsible for dealing with demonic calamities. This matter has nothing to do with me. Someone will come to see you this afternoon. After speaking, the old man left. Jiang Mian, having nothing else to do, naturally followed. Once the three were far away, Lin Bin, disregarding his image, plopped down on the ground. Looking at the sky with despair, he muttered to himself, It's over, everything's over. My money, my house, my wealthy life. As he muttered in despair, he didn't see the woman behind him whose eyes flickered. She quietly got up and went back to her room to gather the banknotes, intending to sneak away. She had married the man because she knew he was rich, which was why she was willing to submit to this mediocre man. Now, knowing that he had obtained everything through prostitution, and that his money was about to be taken away, how could she accept it? She quickly gathered all the money in the house and left before the man arrived. By the time the man realized what was happening, the house was empty. The vixen who made him money was gone. His wife, whom he had married less than 6 months prior, had run off with the money, and now he was burdened with huge debts. He was utterly finished. Late at night, the man dug up the buried wine jar, intending to drown his sorrows in alcohol. In his drunken stupor, he suddenly heard a cold, empty voice ask him in his ear, "Do you want money? Do you want women? Do you want supreme power?" The man gave a bitter laugh, thinking he was dreaming, but still instinctively replied, "Yes. Of course I do. Who wouldn't?" "Ha!" The voice chuckled, then continued, "Offer yourself to me, sacrifice your soul, and you will obtain everything you desire." Lin Bin, great. If it were really possible, I'd be willing to sacrifice my soul for unparalleled wealth and status. The next day, when Lin Bin woke up again, he was startled, feeling something uncomfortable beneath him. He opened his eyes, and saw countless gold and silver treasures piled up beneath him. Overjoyed, he quickly bit down to confirm if it was real gold. Upon discovering it was real, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Ha ha! Heaven never closes all doors. Heaven truly favors me, Lin Bin. One money tree died, but it gave me another enormous fortune. Ha ha ha!" However, the man was unaware of what he would have to pay for this wealth in the future, still ecstatic. And that very day, he left the village and headed to another city. After the three had left the village, the old man remembered what Jiang Mian had said earlier. He dismissed Xiang Tianqi and scrutinized Jiang Mian with his eyes. "Young friend, what you just said, is it true? Can you really completely eliminate these demons?" Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes. She was considering whether to tell the old man the truth. After all, she wasn't familiar with him. The only person she knew was his granddaughter, Lu Weiwei. If the old man had ulterior motives, she wasn't sure if she could defeat him. Perhaps sensing Jiang Mian's hesitation, the old man didn't continue to probe her secret, but instead handed her the bag he was carrying. Jiang Mian was taken aback, looking at him with confusion. The old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, "I noticed you were staring at my storage bag, young friend. Why don't you take this? As for the contents, you can do whatever you want with them." Jiang Mian held the storage bag, still in a daze. She looked at the old man again, confirming, "You really gave it to me? The kind that promises not to take it back?" The old man nodded. "This storage bag contains not only the newly placed little fox, but also other demons. Take good care of it, young lady. After you release and deal with the things inside, the storage bag can still be used." "That's good?" Jiang Mian truly couldn't believe her luck. Meeting a group of cultivators who could exorcise demons was one thing, but to receive a magical artifact to contain those demons for free was truly incredible luck. However, she hesitated, holding the bag. How was she supposed to open it? When she saw the old man open the bag, it was so easy, without any incantations or anything, just a simple pull. But when she tried, she couldn't open it. "Wait a minute." Jiang Mian patted the old man's shoulder. The old man smiled, a knowing smile on his face, patiently awaiting Jiang Mian's profuse thanks. However, he was disappointed. Jiang Mian wasn't there to thank him, but rather, "How do I open this thing? You haven't explained it clearly to me. Since you gave it to me, you should naturally tell me how to open it. Otherwise, wouldn't this thing just be like an ordinary bag in my hands?" The old man was stunned, truly surprised that this young girl was so informal. He shook his head, thinking, these young people nowadays, why have they all become so mercenary? Helpless, the old man could only demonstrate for Jiang Mian himself. However, Jiang Mian was dumbfounded. She watched as the white light emanated from the old man's hand. After the light covered the bag, it opened automatically, releasing the little fox. Before the little fox could react, it was pulled back inside. Chapter 235. The little fox went in and out, looking completely bewildered. Jiang Mian guessed she was cursing the old man to death in her heart. "Young friend, did you see clearly? This is how you use the storage bag." Jiang Mian smiled insincerely. "I saw clearly." What a load of rubbish. She saw clearly, but actually how to use it was a complete mystery. She didn't have the old man's abilities. How was she supposed to open the storage bag? The cunning fox wanted this effect, and then he made his request. Young friend, are you struggling with how to open the bag? I see you have excellent aptitude, a good candidate for cultivation. Why don't you cultivate with me? Become my disciple, and you learn some demon-slaying skills. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian almost instinctively wanted to agree. However, after thinking about it carefully, agreeing immediately contradicted what she had said before. In short, it would break her character. Because she had previously mentioned that she came from a sect in the east called the Zhonghua sect. If she were to so easily betray her own sect and directly join the old man's sect, she would definitely arouse suspicion. Furthermore, if you can so easily betray your previous sect, won't you betray your current one in the future? Such a person will be looked down upon no matter where they are. Therefore, having figured all this out, Jiang Mian immediately smiled and refused. Thank you for your high regard, but I already have a sect, and I'm afraid I can't so easily become your disciple. I still need to consult my master first. The old man's eyes flickered, and his gaze towards Jiang Mian became even more satisfied. Very good. Calm and composed, with a good balance in her actions, and an extreme passion for slaying demons. If she could join their sect, she would definitely bring glory to it. Now, let's see what her current sect has to say. In the old man's eyes, Jiang Mian's current sect can only teach her some external martial arts. They can't teach her anything more advanced. Because only powerful families, like theirs, still retain these skills, others simply cannot learn them. What they can practice are merely the most common techniques compiled in recent years. Not only are there limitations, but practicing too deeply could even lead to chi deviation, far inferior to the long-established and powerful sects like theirs. After pretending to consider it for several days, Jiang Mian was already anxious inside, but she was holding back because she needed to seize the right opportunity. Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer and went directly to the old man. She wore a regretful expression, which made the old man uneasy, thinking her sect was unwilling to give up on this disciple. However, Jiang Mian's words were completely opposite to her expression. After communicating with my sect, they said they could let me become your disciple, but there's one more condition. I wonder if you can agree. Hearing that her sect wasn't so unreasonable, the old man breathed a sigh of relief. But when he heard that his sect had another condition, he couldn't help but frown. His intention was purely for the girl's benefit, wanting her to abandon her previous traditional training methods and reach a higher level. However, her sect was so meddlesome. With such a good offer, instead of readily agreeing, they even made their own demands. For no apparent reason, the old man felt a sense of unease towards Jiang Mian's non-existent sect. What are your demands? He asked. His voice was icy, a chill Jiang Mian noticed, but she remained calm and composed. She sighed, her eyes moist. My master said the sect was attacked by demons recently, and now only my master and I remain. Therefore, my master wishes that I learn from you, but he hopes I can retain the title of Zhonghua sect when I travel, fulfilling his wish. Upon hearing this, the old man felt a pang of guilt. It turned out the girl's sect had been destroyed by demons, and he had assumed her sect members were ungrateful. Now it seemed he had been judging others by his own standards. This was the downside of being in the secular world. The longer one was involved, the more one understood the darker side of human nature, leading one to assume the worst of everything. The old man nodded and said, all right, but I hope you won't let this affect your mind. Maintaining your true self is the best way to deal with demons. Jiang Mian nodded. The plan was perfect, without any flaws. In a few days, she would sacrifice her ethereal master to the heavens. Wasn't there a saying, when the master is sacrificed, his power is boundless? After offering the old man her apprenticeship gift, Jiang Mian looked at the old man's name and wrote her own name next to Lu Jing's. Lu Weiwei's face was conflicted. Jiang Mian didn't know what she was struggling with. After pondering for a while, she seemed to have figured something out and came to Jiang Mian's side, asking, Sister Jiang, should I call you senior sister or junior sister from now on? Jiang Mian hadn't really thought about this. She only saw them as stepping stones. She didn't really care about the titles of senior sister and junior sister. However, since it had been brought up, there had to be an explanation. She looked at Xiang Tianqi and Lu Weiwei. Both were younger than her, but had become disciples of the elder earlier. Calling them senior sister was easy enough to fool Lu Weiwei, but not so easy to fool Xiang Tianqi. Xiang Tianqi had overheard their conversation and looked at Jiang Mian curiously. He also wanted to know how to address her from now on. Jiang Mian thought for a moment and said, how about we rank them according to strength from now on? Whoever is the strongest will be the senior sister, okay? Lu Weiwei nodded subconsciously, not noticing anything wrong with the statement. But Xiang Tianqi was somewhat bewildered. He looked at Jiang Mian and pointed out the problem. Why does it have to be the eldest disciple whoever is the strongest? I'm a guy, am I supposed to be the eldest disciple too? Jiang Mian looked at him, her eyes full of threat. I was just saying, look, you took it seriously again. My meaning is simple. The strongest becomes the leader, and the weakest can only obediently call him leader. Just then, Lu Zheng, the old man, stepped in to smooth things over. All right, don't dwell on this. After Jiang Mian has cultivated for a while, I set up a competition for you all. The winner will be the eldest disciple, the loser will be the second disciple, and the one with the most losses will be the third disciple. I give you all a fair chance to duel. Hearing this, Lu Weiwei was filled with despair. Her face was almost scrunched up, and the disappointment in her voice was easily heard. Ah, does that mean I'm destined to be the third disciple? The old man, are you sure? There are many stronger than you among your fellow disciples. Chapter 236. The old man patted Lu Weiwei's head. Knowing you're the weakest, why don't you cultivate properly? All you do is think about those girly things. How will your cultivation improve? Lu Weiwei, her face flushed red at being exposed in public, cried out, Ah! Grandpa, please stop! I know, I cultivate properly, humph. She then stomped her foot and left. Meanwhile, a clueless girl asked blankly, Master, does Weiwei have someone she likes? Her tone seemed to carry a hint of disappointment she herself didn't realize. Jiang Mian, a seasoned gossip enthusiast, watched with a smile as the two childhood sweethearts secretly admired each other. This was sweeter than any artificial sweetener. After becoming his disciple, Jiang Mian was kept behind to learn cultivation methods. However, following the old man's instructions, Jiang Mian closed her eyes, practiced breathing exercises, but for 3 whole days, there was no movement whatsoever. Not only was the old man astonished, but even Jiang Mian herself was incredulous. Hiss, tsk, sigh. Jiang Mian was exasperated, looking at her master who was pacing anxiously in the room. She almost rolled her eyes to the heavens. All right, stop pacing. I know my chi perception isn't very good. Don't make the scene. You're only causing the anxiety. How can we get along? Impossible. This shouldn't be happening. I saw you as a good candidate for martial arts, so I was sure you'd be a good candidate for cultivation too. How could you not feel any chi for 3 days? This shouldn't be happening. Even ordinary disciples feel chi after 3 days. Jiang Mian shrugged, looking helpless, and said, I don't care. Anyway, since you've taken me as your disciple, you have to be responsible for me. Maybe it's because my talent is too extraordinary that I can't sense much chi? The old man looked at her strangely, as if to say, do you think I believe your nonsense? Finally, the old man made a decision, cultivate for another day. If it still doesn't work, I find a way to let you sense chi. Jiang Mian blinked, then immediately put on a smiling face, and went forward to massage the old man's shoulders. I knew you were the best, master. Don't worry, I definitely won't let you down. Successfully copied gene ability, 90 years of cultivation. X7. Successfully copied gene ability, exorcising sword technique, passed down only to men, X2. Successfully copied gene ability, eternal evergreen sword technique. X6. Successfully copied gene ability. Jiang Mian used all her copying abilities on the old man, successfully copying everything from him. This is why the two are now familiar with each other, so the old man is less wary of her. Plus, Jiang Mian is currently massaging his shoulders, which is why she was able to copy so many good things. If they had met for the first time, she probably would have only been able to copy some ordinary skills. Looking at her newly acquired skills, Jiang Mian grinned. That night, she didn't dare return to her room, but went outside the city. Jiang Mian looked at the abilities of precognition and location swapping with conflicting emotions. She had already used the precognition ability once and hadn't seen any danger. She would have to wait a few more days before using it again. As for the location swapping ability, she had used it before with good results, but she had more urgent matters to attend to. For a moment, Jiang Mian was genuinely conflicted. She slapped her forehead. Jiang Mian, you're hopeless. You didn't have precognitive abilities before, but you still survived the game, didn't you? Besides, you still have precognitive abilities. Even if you cancel them, you can always put them back later. What are you still hesitating about? Having figured this out, Jiang Mian deleted her precognitive abilities and replaced them with the old man's 90 years of cultivation. Almost instantly, Jiang Mian felt a warm current in her dantian, which then gathered throughout her body. However, the next second, she felt a sharp pain inside her body, and her blood vessels burst instantly. Her first thought was, "It's over. I went too far. My body seems to be out of control." She quickly took out a vial of healing potion from her spatial storage and swallowed it. The speed at which her blood vessels burst slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Mian quickly retrieved water from her spiritual spring space. She remembered that when the Rubik's Cube was introduced, it was said that this thing could heal injuries. She wondered what the effect would be when combined with healing potions, but she dared not stop and directly poured the undiluted spiritual spring water into her mouth. Cup after cup, Jiang Mian didn't know how much she drank until she had drunk all the water in the spiritual spring. Only then did she realize what had happened. You see, the water in the spiritual spring had accumulated over the past few days, and due to the accelerated time, it had already formed a shallow layer, but now she had drunk it all. No wonder her stomach felt bloated. She had thought it was due to the ability to copy. The spiritual spring water in her body began to take effect. The blood vessels that had burst slowly healed, until they burst again, and then healed again. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Mian was almost used to the pain when finally, her finger twitched. She gradually regained her strength and senses, and Jiang Mian struggled to sit up. My God! I almost died. Thank goodness, the spiritual spring in my space was amazing, otherwise I might really be dead today. She touched her arm, then touched her hand, and found it covered in blood. If she had known that 90 years of cultivation was so powerful, she wouldn't have done this. She thought it was just accumulated cultivation power, but who would have thought it wasn't like that? In fact, her meridians and body had been strengthened many times over. Just like Jiang Mian's current body, she felt her strength had directly doubled. Not just her initial strength doubled, but the accumulated strength doubled completely. To double her current strength would be incredibly difficult, probably requiring at least 10+ level upgrade cards. Now, a single skill had directly boosted her power. She wondered if the effect would still exist if the skill were removed. She figured it would, since her physical attributes had improved. While it was possible her 90 years of cultivation were lost, the physical changes were irreversible. She could continue cultivating. She guessed her expanded meridians were a result of the old man's 90 years of cultivation. She stumbled to her feet, looking at the desolate wilderness around her. Now that it was completely dark, Jiang Mian had no intention of venturing far, deciding to wait until dawn before heading into the city. She closed her eyes, recalling the cultivation method the old man had taught her, and began to practice breathing exercises. Chapter 237. Almost instantly, she felt a surge of energy she had never sensed before. As her spiritual energy circulated, it slowly merged with the stagnant energy within her body, then intertwined and intertwined. Jiang Mian's eyes brightened. She hadn't expected cultivation to be so simple. What about her 3 days of arduous training? Was it just bad luck? Actually, Jiang Mian really wanted to try and see what would happen if she deleted those 90 years of cultivation. However, being in the middle of nowhere, she didn't dare to be so reckless. With those 90 years of cultivation, wouldn't she be able to roam freely in this world? Would it really be necessary for her to find a master? After all, she had almost completely replicated it. It didn't seem that she needed to become that old man's disciple, right? No. Jiang Mian shook her head. She couldn't think like that. In ancient times, becoming a master wasn't like in their world, where it was just a formality. In this world, once you became someone's master, you were obligated to care for them until their death. Although Jiang Mian certainly wouldn't care for him in his old age, betraying her sect during this time would surely invite ridicule, and the old man might even be so angry he hunt her down. Most importantly, Jiang Mian still needed an identity in this world. The old man hadn't given her the identity token he promised. Oh well, she better wait until dawn to go back. After all, the old man had been quite kind to her. He even planned to personally process her chi when she couldn't sense it. Her mind wandered aimlessly, and from the outside, it appeared as if she had closed her eyes and fallen asleep. Therefore, something in the darkness began to stir. Let's capture her. I sense a different aura emanating from her. If we eat her, we definitely become stronger. Then, devouring everyone in that city will be a piece of cake. I think so too, boss. Why don't we just go for it? She's probably asleep right now. We finally encountered such a careless human, we can't just let her go. The monster called Boss, a tall creature with the lower half of a human and the upper half of a wolf, thought for a moment, then finally succumbed to the temptation and nodded. Its henchmen were overjoyed and began to hide in the shadows, surrounding Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian had already heard their conversation, but seeing that they hadn't come out, she hadn't bothered to pay attention. She hadn't expected these things to be anything but human. Not only that, they wanted to eat her. These things must have been attracted by her blood, right? Jiang Mian didn't hesitate and attacked one of the figures directly. This time, she didn't use fire, but rather her newly cultivated spiritual energy. She was initially quite clumsy with this energy, almost failing to unleash it when she tried to attack the demon, only managing to release it at the last moment. The spiritual energy coated her fist and attacked the strangely shaped demon directly. The moment the spiritual energy touched the demon, it left a wound. A sizzling sound filled the air, and the unfortunate demon cried out in pain. The next second, another demon accompanying it attacked Jiang Mian, but this demon was much smarter. Instead of attacking barehanded, it held a thigh bone, which looked like a human leg bone. It hurtled straight at Jiang Mian, who easily dodged and then struck its tailbone with her fist. When the demon sensed Jiang Mian's power, it was utterly shocked. How could a human possess such strength? Even if she was a superhuman, she shouldn't have such power. However, the pain in its waist prevented it from standing up again. But it wasn't so easily killed, nor was its body as fragile as a human's. It bit off its thigh bone and swallowed it whole. Its wounds quickly healed, and it attacked Jiang Mian again. Jiang Mian, seeing this, glanced at the creature with disgust, abandoned the other three, and attacked it first. Jiang Mian hated people eating humans, and this demon dared to eat people right in front of her. It might as well die. Seeing Jiang Mian charging towards him, the demon, emboldened by its ferocity, roared, "Damn human! You ambushed me just now. Let's see how you ambush me this time." With that, it attacked without fear. Jiang Mian glanced at him disdainfully. Suddenly, a knife appeared in her hand, its blade wreathed in white flames. Too lazy to waste any more time with this thing, she simply dealt with it. At first, the demon didn't realize what was happening, mistaking it for a manifestation of spiritual energy. However, when the white flames burned against its body, it understood that it wasn't spiritual energy at all. While spiritual energy might cause them pain, it wouldn't cause such a strong burning sensation. However, the moment this thing touched its body, it sent a tremor through its very soul. It tried to extinguish the flames with its own power, but to its horror, it found it utterly useless. The flames burned ever brighter, and its soul began to consume them. Seeing its comrades in this state, they began to flee. Forced to become cannon fodder, the demon instantly flew into a rage, shouting, "They're running away." How could demons, born of desire, possibly cooperate? They only gathered because their strength was roughly equal, allowing them to hunt together, and sometimes, with luck, they might even find something different. For example, the demon hunters, or cultivators like Jiang Mian, had recently encountered humans, whose taste was even more appealing. Now that they were all about to die, how could they allow the others to escape? Naturally, they would die together, and live together. Jiang Mian ignored the dying demon's words. She had already noticed the movements of the others, and was certain they couldn't escape. Because her blade would be faster than their escape. Seeing the killing god closing in, a wolf-headed, human-bodied monster knelt and begged for mercy. "Heroine, spare us. We're forced to do this. We have to meet our quotas. If we don't catch enough people each day, the boss will whip us. Please spare us. I was blind to your power. Please have mercy on us." Jiang Mian paused, not because she truly wanted to let the demon go, but because she was intrigued by the boss the demon mentioned. Furthermore, she strongly suspected the demon was a player, because it used a word rarely known in this world. Chapter 238. Performance. Only modern people understand this term. Ancient people wouldn't have this concept of performance. To prevent their escape, Jiang Mian killed the other two demons, and collected 3 inner cores of different colors. She then put away these essences before approaching the wolf-headed, human-bodied figure. "Tell me who's behind you. What kind of performance are you trying to achieve? And are you a player?" As soon as Jiang Mian finished speaking, the demon's eyes clearly changed. Jiang Mian understood, this guy really was a player, but she didn't know how he had become like this. The werewolf smiled awkwardly, realizing the other was also a player. Then he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, as if meeting an old friend in a foreign land, and said with a grin, "Beautiful lady, spare me. Since we're both players, we can talk things over." Jiang Mian was too lazy to. Meeting a fellow countryman brought tears to her eyes. She held the knife to the werewolf's neck and said coldly, "Don't interrupt me. Tell me everything I asked you, and I might consider sparing you." Jiang Mian had no idea how terrifying she looked. The werewolf saw her face covered in blood, her hair and clothes a tangled mess. Her once ethereal light blue dress was now stained with blood, making it look like a crimson dress dyed with blood, eerie and sinister. The way she held the knife only added to the horror. The werewolf swallowed hard and, pathetically, knelt down again. This time, he truly learned his lesson and told her everything he knew. According to his description, the leader is an evil mountain god from behind the forest. After seizing control of the mountain, he began to covet the nearby humans, initially targeting the nearest village. He had already begun to probe, sending out demons disguised as family members of the villagers. While the villagers slept, the demons would either transform them into demons or kill them, and bring them back to the evil mountain god as offerings. Each demon had to bring back one human each day, or assimilate one human, to achieve its goal, otherwise, it would be eaten by the mountain god. How did you become like this? Hearing this, the player was wide awake. He said indignantly, "It makes me so angry. My best friend and I came to this world together, and we settled in that village. When my best friend realized something was wrong, he pushed me out. I was assimilated by demons, but luckily, I survived and gained great power. Although I look ugly, at least I'm still alive." He looked at Jiang Mian, his tone pleading, "Heroine, I told you everything, I told you everything. Can you let me go? I don't want to die, I just want to live." Jiang Mian sheathed her knife, seemingly ready to let the man go. The man was overjoyed and started running, thinking to himself, "Women are just women, so soft-hearted. If it were me, I wouldn't let a tiger return to the mountain, I would choose to finish it off immediately." Before the player could finish his thought, he felt a chill on his neck, and then, he saw his own buttocks? How could this be? According to human anatomy, it's impossible to see what's under one's buttocks. Jiang Mian wiped the blood from her knife, then set the man ablaze, burning him to ashes. That would be her way of collecting his corpse. After all, in this desolate wilderness, a perfectly healthy corpse might just be eaten by some demon, so she decided to play the good guy. Picking up the small object that had fallen to the ground, Jiang Mian put it into her spatial storage. After cleaning up the battlefield, Jiang Mian suddenly had a brilliant idea. She pretended to be unconscious, lying on the ground, hoping to lure some demons who would come to her. As it turned out, they actually encountered several groups of demons emerging from the forest. When they saw a delicious-looking human, they were as excited as the hunter in the fable of waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump who had just caught the rabbit. "Brothers, this is incredibly lucky. We ran into a human as soon as we stepped out the door. Shouldn't we take him back to report?" One of the demons who came out with them disagreed, saying, "What's the rush? We haven't even made our move tonight. How about we eat this human to replenish our energy, and then go catch another human to report to the boss? What if we can't catch one? If we can't deliver today's prey, the boss might skin us alive in front of everyone. How about this, we tie this human up first, and eat her after we catch our prey?" "Okay. I think so." The demons discussed Jiang Mian's fate without a care in the world, completely unaware that Jiang Mian had already sat up and was smiling at them. Standing behind them, she said quietly, "Oh, what good luck today, we run into another silly prey." Upon hearing the unfamiliar female voice, several demons immediately became displeased. "Who are you? We found this prey first, it should be ours. Don't you understand first come, first served?" Jiang Mian held her knife to a demon's neck, smiling sweetly. "I understand, of course I understand, first come, first served." The demon with her knife to its neck finally realized what was happening and instantly raised its hands. "No, no, no. This thing is dangerous. Don't put it on my neck." However, the next second, this pig-headed demon was slapped. "Are you an idiot? This is a human. What real harm could her attack do to you? A couple of bites of meat, and you'd be fine. Do you still think you're human?" The pig-headed demon finally realized what was happening and scratched its neck awkwardly. "Sorry, I only been a demon for a few days, I'm still not used to it. I thought I was still human." Slap. The guy got slapped again. "What are you standing there for? Attack. Now that this human is awake, we can't just tie her up, let's eat her." Looking at the various demons charging towards him, Jiang Mian rubbed his forehead and sighed, "Sigh. I don't know what's wrong with you demons. Why are you all dressed like human bodies with animal heads? It's so ugly, don't you have any creativity?" With that, he charged directly at the demons, his blade swirling with spiritual energy. Each strike sent them screaming in agony. They immediately realized what was happening, and one of them cursed, "Damn! This woman's from the Demon Extermination Bureau. That really hurt." Demon Extermination Bureau? What's that? Where did this country bumpkin come from? He doesn't even know about the Demon Extermination Bureau? It's the department that hunts us down. Hearing this, the pig-headed demon was stunned. "Kill us? Then why aren't we running? What are we doing here?" Chapter 239. The other demons glanced helplessly at the pig-headed demon. They wondered who had come up with the idea of giving him a pig's head, only to find it had actually turned him into a pig. Couldn't they even think? If they could escape, would they still be fighting this woman? Didn't they see one of their brothers had already died? They wanted to beg for mercy, to run away, but she wouldn't listen. She was determined to kill them. Jiang Mian looked at these bizarre demons, not finding them terrifying at all. Instead, she saw them as spirits. Killing them and burning them would yield several spirit fragments. The system assistant had said these things could improve cultivation, and now that she could cultivate, she could definitely use them too. She asked the old man when she got back what they were for. As for where they came from, she'd just say she found them. After dealing with this wave of demons, whether it was because dawn was approaching or something else, no demons appeared for a long time afterward. Jiang Mian stretched as she watched the first light of dawn break on the horizon, preparing to return to the city. However, she was stopped at the city gate. The soldiers guarding the city, armed with spears, blocked her path. Halt! What happened to you? Did you kill someone? Jiang Mian was startled, then realized she had been so busy yesterday that she had forgotten about the blood on her. She quickly explained, No, I didn't kill anyone. I just went out and killed some demons, and I have their blood on me. The soldiers were somewhat skeptical, but fearing she might actually be some kind of extraordinary person, they said, Show me your identification. And didn't you say you went to kill demons? Where are their corpses? Jiang Mian was truly dumbfounded. She had neither of these things. The old man hadn't given her identification yet, and she burned the demon's corpse on the spot. How was she supposed to prove her identity? Seeing she couldn't produce proof of identity, the soldiers immediately became wary, some even drawing their swords. Just then, several disciples in uniform appeared at the city gate. Jiang Mian waved to them and called out one of their names, Gutian, over here. I'm here. Let me in. Gutian was startled. They were ordered to find their newly joined junior sister. A night had passed since she disappeared, and they only discovered her disappearance this morning, frantically splitting up to search. When their junior sister left, she hadn't revealed her whereabouts, so they didn't know where she'd gone. They could only try their luck. If they couldn't find her, they'd have to go outside the city to look. Unexpectedly, they found their junior sister here. Seeing their junior sister's disheveled appearance, they were shocked, thinking she had been kidnapped and injured. Gutian rushed over, asking with concern, Junior sister, are you alright? Why are you covered in blood? Jiang Mian waved her hand, took the cloak Gutian offered, and draped it over her shoulders. Only then did she have time to explain the source of her blood. Don't mention it. I went out for a walk yesterday to clear my head, and ended up outside the city. I happened to run into some demons, and fought them for a long time. Gutian looked at her in surprise. What kind of demons could injure you like this? Weren't you able to kill demons directly before? Seeing his misunderstanding, Jiang Mian quickly said, Hey, it wasn't me who got hurt like this, all the blood on me is theirs. I beat them up like this. The two chatted as Jiang Mian successfully entered the city. The dutiful soldiers, upon hearing she was a newcomer from the Qifeng sect, immediately put away their weapons, and let them leave. One of the soldiers whispered, This girl is really something, daring to go out alone late at night. Isn't she afraid of encountering those things? The man next to him, unfazed, said, Didn't you hear? She's from the Qifeng sect. She has countless exorcism techniques. She's definitely not afraid of those things. I even opened the gate for them a few nights ago, when I was on night watch. Really? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? The two chatted with their heads down, suddenly noticing a shadow overhead. Looking up, they saw their captain. They quickly straightened up, resuming their dutiful duties. No gossip during your term of office. Yes. The first thing Jiang Mian did upon returning was take a bath. The maids in the magistrate's mansion were observant. Seeing this, they started heating bathwater early in the morning. After Jiang Mian had prepared her clothes, people began knocking on the door to bring her bathwater. Jiang Mian had them come in, and used 5 buckets of water, bathing 5 times to finally wash away the blood stench. The more she washed, the more her heart ached. This was all her own blood. How much would she need to eat to replenish it? And there was so much spring water last night, that was several days' worth of supplies. She was heartbroken, but the only consolation was that the demon essence she possessed had increased considerably. Jiang Mian poked the system assistant and asked her question, Can I consume this demon essence now? Ding! Sorry. Player cannot cultivate the techniques of this world and cannot consume demon essence. Huh? Jiang Mian was confused. What did that mean? Hadn't she already been able to cultivate the techniques of this world? Why was the system assistant saying that the player couldn't cultivate? Jiang Mian asked again. So, according to you, if someone cultivates the techniques of this world, they can consume these things, right? By the way, are there any side effects? Yes, even someone who has cultivated the techniques of this world has a 10% chance of assimilating into a demon. A special method is needed to purify the demon residue inside. After understanding the side effects, Jiang Mian didn't dare put it in her mouth and put the essence down. However, it needed a special method to purify it. What was that method? Purification. She tried to use her bestowal ability to make the essence without side effects, but the bestowal ability was completely ineffective, or rather, it didn't even have a chance to be used before it ended. It seemed this definitely wouldn't work. She suddenly remembered the spring water in the spirit spring space. The Rubik's Cube had mentioned its use for purification. Thinking this, she collected a small amount of the newly gathered spirit spring water and soaked her essence in it. She wasn't sure if it would purify her completely, so she waited until the old man sent someone to find her. Jiang Mian hesitated. Her current cultivation level couldn't be faked. When she possessed this level, she could clearly see the cultivation levels of her fellow disciples. She was afraid the old man would discover her true cultivation level, so she hesitated. Should she delete her cultivation level first to avoid arousing suspicion, or just go directly to him? Chapter 240. But upon closer reflection, even if she deleted her cultivation level, she would eventually have to copy it back, and it would always be discovered. Rather than that, it would be better to use special methods to hide her cultivation level. Jiang Mian flipped through the special cards in her spatial storage, but there weren't any cards that could hide cultivation level. She hadn't bought such cards before. Helpless, she could only look at the genetic abilities she had copied before, and surprisingly, she found one. She couldn't remember which player's ability it was. Concealment. After use, it can hide one's appearance and strength. Its effect is weakened against higher-level players. She hadn't really paid much attention to this ability before, but now it seemed quite useful. With this ability, the old man would definitely not be able to see her strength. Thinking this, she activated her ability and arrived at the old man's courtyard. The old man was sitting there drinking tea, looking so leisurely that one might think the world was at peace. Jiang Mian stepped forward and greeted him, maintaining basic courtesy. Although she always addressed him as old man in her mind, he had genuinely taught her, and she should be respectful when necessary. The old man sized up Jiang Mian, realizing he couldn't see through her. He was somewhat surprised. You went out to seek opportunities? I heard from your senior brother that you were stopped when you entered the city this morning, covered in blood. Did you go out to kill demons? Jiang Mian had already prepared an excuse and answered the old man's question fluently. Yes, master, I did indeed go out to seek opportunities yesterday. As for the blood on my body, it's because those demons surrounded me, so I killed them all. It delayed me a bit, and I could only return to the city the next morning. I'm sorry to have worried you, master and my senior brothers. Lu Zheng paused, putting down his teacup, and asked in surprise, so you cultivated chi perception? Jiang Mian nodded, and a pale blue light appeared in her hand, though it was extremely weak, as if it might extinguish at any moment. This was an effect Jiang Mian deliberately controlled. She certainly couldn't release all her cultivation, so she only released the small amount she had cultivated since yesterday. Visibly, the old man's face lit up with joy. He laughed loudly, his excitement overflowing, and said, Good, good, good. As expected of my disciple, your cultivation speed is truly outstanding, not bad. After saying that, he suddenly became puzzled. Good disciple, why can't I see your cultivation? Strange, very strange. Jiang Mian didn't hide anything she had done, it was just to get past him. So she said, that's because my sect has a secret technique that can hide cultivation, so you can't see it, master. Is that so? He stroked his beard, not dwelling on this small matter. Good, good, good. Now that you grasp the chi, I teach you how to breathe in and out spiritual energy even faster. Jiang Mian practiced with the old man for several more hours. Seeing that she had learned the breathing technique in just 1 hour, the old man's expression towards Jiang Mian became even more eager. A good seedling, truly a good seedling. It's fortunate he met her and brought her to his side first. If she were discovered by the imperial court, she would probably only become a sacrifice in political struggles. After Jiang Mian finished her practice, she pretended to suddenly remember something, took out a spirit essence that had been soaking for several hours from her spatial storage, and only took it out after making sure it was completely dry. She held out her hand to show the old man the spirit essence in her palm, asking curiously, Master, Has this spirit essence been cleansed of its demonic aura? She had anticipated many possible reactions from the old man, but she hadn't expected him to sit up abruptly, completely losing his initial serious demeanor. He took the spirit essence in surprise, his expression shifting from initial elation to solemnity. Girl, where did you get this? Did someone from the royal family arrive? Jiang Mian's eyes flickered. Although she didn't understand why his first thought was of the royal family, she obediently replied, I purified it using a special method. I don't know if it completely removed the demonic aura. The old man glanced at Jiang Mian, then waved his hand, closing the courtyard gates and shooing out several of his fellow disciples who were practicing in the courtyard. Only then did he pull Jiang Mian down to sit, asking curiously, Girl, what method did you use to purify it? There's not a trace of demonic energy left. It's like the purest spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Jiang Mian looked at him, smiling without speaking. The old man seemed to realize something, and immediately changed his tune. No, you can't tell anyone about this. People are inherently greedy. Don't tell me, lest you ruin my cultivation, but you must remember, you absolutely cannot reveal your purification technique to outsiders, otherwise you will definitely be imprisoned by the royal family under the pretext of recruitment. Jiang Mian's eyes flickered. Master means that if the royal family finds out, they will lock me up and make me serve them. Is that right? Alas. Yes. He seemed to recall something, his eyes darting into memories. After a long pause, he began to recount the past. Yes, I had several friends who also possessed this purification method, but they were ultimately blackmailed by the royal family and became their purification tools. Jiang Mian pondered for a moment. If the old man was saying this, wouldn't the royal family have a lot of purified spirit essences? Jiang Mian's heart pounded wildly. She really wanted to rob them. She looked at the old man and asked the question she had been wanting to ask. Master, how strong are you? If you wanted to force your way into the palace, are you confident you could succeed? Hearing this, the old man thought Jiang Mian was overthinking things, afraid that he had really been imprisoned by the people inside the palace, which was why he asked. He had no idea that Jiang Mian was thinking about robbing the palace. He said seriously, a few years ago, I could say I was the #1 expert in the world, but now, I'm afraid that's no longer the case. The Imperial Palace controls the lifeline of purified essence, and their strength is probably even greater. You better be careful in the future. If you're really captured by the royal family, even your master might not be able to get you out. Jiang Mian understood. In other words, the old man couldn't defeat the people in the Imperial Palace, which meant she couldn't force her way in, steal some things, and leave. She was a little disappointed, but she didn't show it, and obediently nodded. She coaxed the old man into teaching her how to distinguish whether there was still demonic power within the essence. After successfully learning another move, Jiang Mian returned to her room. She closed the door, took out the purified essence, and put it in her mouth. Chapter 241. Her action terrified the system assistant, who feared its cash cow had died. The assistant quickly warned her, Player, spit it out. Forcibly consuming the demon essence has a 50% chance of turning you into a demon. Jiang Mian waved her hand, thinking the system assistant was overreacting. She valued her life above all else. She definitely wouldn't have consumed this stuff if she wasn't confident. However, seeing that even the system assistant was terrified and turned into a screaming chicken, she reluctantly explained, It's okay, didn't you notice? I already learned the cultivation methods of this world. Impossible. The main system was set up so that players cannot cultivate the cultivation methods of their own world. Jiang Mian paused. There was such a rule. This was an unexpected surprise. No wonder the old man said she had excellent aptitude and was a cultivation prodigy, yet she couldn't cultivate any chi no matter what she tried. So that's the reason. She shrugged and said helplessly, But have you forgotten my copying ability? I just need to copy these people's skills, and I can cultivate. Impossible. The main system anticipated this too. Players' abilities are special, so the main system was set up so that forcibly cultivating the cultivation methods of the game world would result in severed meridians and death. How could you still be alive? So that's how it is. No wonder it hurt so much last night, almost killing me. She had actually benefited from this misfortune, because the spiritual spring water had saved her. Now, she didn't care about wasting her spiritual spring water. Thank you, Rubik's Cube Master, for saving my life. From now on, I never curse the Rubik's Cube in my heart again. From this day forward, the Rubik's Cube is her second mother. Turning to the system assistant, she said this. It's a secret. It was clear the system assistant was completely bewildered. Jiang Mian touched her nose, not wanting to provoke it further, afraid of driving it crazy. Slowly feeling the essence transform into a pool of water within her body, and then into external spiritual energy, she circulated her cultivation technique to drive the flow of spiritual energy within her body. Half an hour later, Jiang Mian exhaled a breath of turbid air before stopping her cultivation. Introspectively examining the specific state of her spiritual energy, she discovered that the essence she had just consumed had significantly increased her spiritual energy. If she were to cultivate normally, this amount of spiritual energy would probably be enough for a month of cultivation. No wonder the old man said that before. He could be called the #1 expert in the world, but now he couldn't. With this purified essence acting as a cheat, ordinary people's hard work would naturally yield very little result. Jiang Mian conducted another experiment, discovering that essence soaked in spiritual spring water only needed about 3 hours. If time acceleration were used, it would only be faster. However, Jiang Mian didn't have many essence spirits left. Even after consuming them all, her cultivation level only increased by about a year. After finishing all this, Jiang Mian suddenly remembered the news she had heard the previous night. She quickly found the old man and told him what she had learned. What? You mean, an evil mountain god has emerged deep in that forest and wants to devour the people of this city? Yes. Jiang Mian nodded, adding, they are now planning to target that village where the troubles used to happen frequently, intending to kill everyone there or transform them into demons before attacking the people of this city. The old man paused for a moment, then immediately said, get ready, we're going to investigate the village tonight. Jiang Mian asked, puzzled, why not go during the day? Isn't it dangerous at night? The old man hesitated, then shook his head helplessly, explaining, I know it's dangerous at night, but those demons don't come out during the day, so I can't do anything about it. That makes sense. Jiang Mian gave the old man a thumbs up. That night, Jiang Mian and his group led the way, followed by a group of soldiers. They arrived outside the village with grave expressions. Jiang Mian and his group were relatively calm, knowing they could protect themselves, so they weren't too worried. However, the soldiers were different. Their faces were grim, they knew this mission was extremely dangerous, and a slight mistake could mean death. But as officials, they had to help the people. Jiang Mian saw the black mist visible to the naked eye. It shot directly into the sky above the village, almost forming a vortex, clearly indicating that many demons were causing trouble within. Seeing this, Jiang Mian was extremely excited. This was all cultivation. If she killed them all and then purified them, a huge amount of cultivation would directly increase her own. She whispered, Master, should we go in and launch a surprise attack now? I can lead the charge. The old man nodded resolutely. The evil aura in this village was truly profound. He wondered how the villagers were doing. Seeing that the old man didn't stop her, Jiang Mian went directly to a farmer's house. The fence outside was only to keep out honest people, not scoundrels. She easily pushed it open. Seeing the billowing black mist inside, Jiang Mian kicked open the door. She saw a demon covered in tree bark, about to devour the life force of a child on the bed. Jiang Mian drew her knife, said nothing, and charged at the demon. In her eyes, this was all cultivation. Killing a demon would grant her over a month's worth of cultivation. Why not? It was a godsend for a little girl who didn't like cultivating. The demon, enraged that someone had ruined its plans, attacked Jiang Mian. Perfect timing. Jiang Mian exclaimed, charging straight at it. This demon was only terrifying in appearance. In reality, Jiang Mian slew it in 3 moves. However, it didn't die. Instead, it tried to transform into black mist and escape. How could Jiang Mian give it a chance to escape? She burned it to death with a ball of fire. Picking up the spirit essence from the ground and storing it in her spatial storage, Jiang Mian found the old man. He seemed to be setting up some kind of formation, but Jiang Mian didn't disturb him. Seeing her fellow disciples had all gone to slay demons, she was afraid of being too slow and having her achievement stolen, so she quickly went to another location. After thoroughly dealing with several demons, Jiang Mian suddenly heard a louder fight next door, even the sound of blood being vomited. She went to investigate, and saw Gutian being attacked by 2 demons working together. He was exhausted and collapsed on the ground, coughing up blood. Jiang Mian slashed with her long sword, instantly knocking the 2 demons away. She helped Gutian up, waved her hand, summoned her sword back, and then struck the 2 demonized figures. Seeing this, the 2 demons knew they couldn't defeat Jiang Mian, so they prepared to flee. However, given their current cultivation levels, how could Jiang Mian possibly let them go? She put Gutian aside and charged towards the demons, her blade infused with spiritual energy, like a whip dipped in chilly water, causing the two demons excruciating pain. Chapter 242. Damn woman, our king will skin you alive, tear you apart, and devour you. You just wait. Jiang Mian slapped the demon, who had uttered those threats, across the face with her sword, knocking out his teeth. Originally, she hadn't intended to do something so cruel, but this demon was ungrateful. He had no strength, yet he still dared to make threats. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Didn't he see the other demon beside him, obediently shutting up and lying on the ground, peacefully dying? He didn't have to suffer so much. Soon after, both demons transformed into their spirits. Gu Tian stared in astonishment at the scene. He had recovered by now, and struggled to his feet, going to Jiang Mian's side. Junior sister, what kind of technique is that? How can you directly refine a demon? Jiang Mian looked at him, confused. What? What technique? You just set it on fire? Isn't that simple? It was clear Jiang Mian genuinely thought so. Gu Tian scratched his head, somewhat bewildered. Did Master teach you that? Why didn't Master teach us these things? Usually, the demons we defeat are sealed away and given to Master for refining. Then, the royal family purifies them before we can consume their essence to improve our cultivation. Hearing this, Jiang Mian's lips twitched. Why did it sound so complicated? She waved her hand, not explaining whether her method was taught by the white-bearded old man, but instead helped Gu Tian to the old man's side, to prevent him from being attacked by demons while he was weak. Jiang Mian then resumed her demon-hunting efforts. Walking cultivation, here I come! Gu Tian watched Jiang Mian's enthusiasm for killing demons, and remembered her background. He heard that her sect had been wiped out by these demons, leaving only her and her master. That explained her eagerness to kill them. Looking at his master, who had just finished setting up the formation, Gu Tian couldn't help but say, Master, you're so biased. Why did you teach junior sister the techniques for refining demons, but not us? Lu Zheng was taken aback. What was his disciple babbling about? When had he ever taught his granddaughter the techniques for refining demons? Wait, now he had another disciple. He must be talking about Jiang Mian, but he hadn't taught her any techniques for refining demons. After all, if her cultivation was too low, refining demons would be counterproductive. He strongly suspected his disciple had been driven mad by the demons, but then he heard Gu Tian gesturing wildly. Just like that, a ball of flame directly burned those demons into a mass of spirits. Master, if you had this method, why didn't you teach us sooner? Lu Zheng fell silent. He seemed to have never heard of this method of refining demons before, let alone taught it to them. He himself didn't know it, how could he teach them? However, Lu Zheng quickly realized that the technique was probably passed down from his disciple's previous sect. Perhaps that was why her sect had been destroyed by the demons. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. Lu Zheng patted his disciple's head and reminded her, don't mention this to your junior sister in the future. It was probably a secret technique unique to her previous sect. Don't tell anyone else about this either, lest you become a target for others, understand? Gu Tian nodded immediately after hearing his master's instructions. Master, rest assured, I remember this. I will never mention this matter in front of outsiders again. He also felt he had misspoke earlier. How could he have brought up his junior sister's painful past? At the same time, he felt a pang of guilt and resolved to treat his junior sister even better in the future. Jiang Mian, caught up in the thrill of battle, was unaware of what others thought of her. She even felt she had truly struck it rich this time, not only because of her good fortune, but also because of her own improved circumstances. She had become incredibly wealthy overnight, and even felt she was the strongest player among all. After all, this mission was advantageous to her, and with the power system she had acquired from the native inhabitants, she was even more adept at dealing with these demons. She couldn't think of any reason why she could lose. The demons, terrified of being killed, finally thought of fleeing, but an array had already been set up outside, trapping them inside. Some demons intended to use the humans inside as bait, but there were guards in every direction, making it impossible for them to return once they came out. Some were even unlucky enough to encounter Jiang Mian directly. Jiang Mian showed no mercy, killing anyone who tried to run towards him without giving them a chance to escape. Some demons, who had been hiding very well, were forced out. They transformed from their previously indistinguishable human forms into grotesque shapes, revealing their true forms. Lu Zheng waved his hand, instantly collecting all these demons into a bag. Jiang Mian's eyes widened with envy. She had just glanced at the bag and estimated there were at least 60 or 70 demons inside. If that were converted to cultivation level, Wouldn't that directly increase her cultivation by 6 or 7 years? Just thinking about it made her incredibly envious. Master, do you need me to deal with the demons in this bag? My fee isn't high, you only need half their essence. Jiang Mian blinked, looking at her master with longing. Lu Jing stiffened, looked at the large group of people present, coughed, and whispered, ahem. We talk about this later, lest others see, and accuse me of favoritism. Jiang Mian understood. Most likely, half of what was there would be hers. She grinned from ear to ear, barely managing to suppress her smile, already imagining how she would use it. After doing all this, the soldiers knocked on the doors of the village one by one. The villagers, awakened by the noise, were initially stunned to find their partners or family members gone. They assumed they had gone to get up in the middle of the night, but when they saw the soldiers outside, they clearly realized something was wrong. One of the men, relying on his connections with the higher-ups, stepped forward and inquired, Young man, what's going on? Why are there so many people? What happened? The soldier glanced at him, recognizing him as their captain's brother, and whispered, Your village has been invaded by demons. The adults just dealt with some of the troublemaking demons, but they're worried there might be others undiscovered, so they asked you to gather and investigate. Upon hearing this, the man's expression changed. He glanced subtly in a certain direction, and urged by the soldiers, he reluctantly went to where the villagers were gathered. Chapter 243. Then he saw an elderly man with gray hair and a long beard standing next to a group of young men and women. Some of the young men and women were stained with blood, and others had wounds, indicating that they had just been through a fierce battle. The man became even more worried. However, he wasn't worried about his own safety, but about someone else. When he saw a familiar figure, he immediately tensed up. Jiang Mian looked at some villagers with black aura surrounding them, then at his master's expression. Confirming that he had also noticed, Jiang Mian stood there silently. Lu Zheng intensified the power of the formation. The demons hidden in the crowd felt as if they were carrying hundreds of kilograms of weight, struggling to breathe. As soon as they revealed their true forms, the people standing beside these demons scattered and fled, fearing an attack. In reality, they were overthinking it. The demons were barely able to protect themselves, let alone have the strength to attack them. Seeing this, Lu Jing immediately collected the demons that had revealed their true forms. However, just then, a man suddenly rushed forward, trying to snatch the storage bag from Lu Zheng. This man was the one who had questioned the soldiers about what had happened earlier. He acted frantically, as if they had killed his entire family. No! Release Xian Yang. Don't take her in. She's a good person. She's a good person. Xian Yang was harmed by her family. She's truly a good person. Taoist, please, release her. Oh! Something interesting to watch? Jiang Mian instantly switched to spectator mode, watching the man kneeling on the ground, waiting for him to continue. Lu Zheng hadn't expected this to happen, but how could he let a mere mortal steal his belongings? Wouldn't that be utterly humiliating in front of all his disciples? Even the old man had his pride. With a wave of his hand, he gently placed the man a few meters away. The man tried to stand up and run back to Lu Zheng to grab the bag, but the soldiers immediately subdued him. One of the soldiers, unable to bear it any longer, said coldly, Enough. The Taoist priest only takes in demons. Your so-called Xian Yang is also a demon in disguise. How can you believe a few words and think she's a good person? Maybe she's trying to harm or kill you. No, no. Xian Yang is truly a good person. I grew up with her since I was little. How could I not know her true nature? Besides, when a demon tried to kill me, Xian Yang was the first to protect me. How could she be a demon? You must have the wrong person. Are all demons in this world bad? Aren't there any good demons? How can you make such a conclusion? The man's emotions were clearly abnormal. Jiang Mian ate sunflower seeds, also sharing some with her fellow disciples and Lu Weiwei. The group squatted on the ground, listening and discussing. Jiang Mian, here it comes, the most classic scene. She loves me. She's a good person in my eyes. Even though she's killed, eaten, and taken lives, she's still a good person. Lu Weiwei, eating sunflower seeds she never tasted before, sighed, Before I left the mountain, I had no idea there was so much love and affection in the world. It wasn't until I left with my grandfather that I realized they really have many reasons to condemn someone's evil deeds. Yes, yes. We never saw anything like this when we were up in the mountains. Since we came down and started exorcising demons, we occasionally encounter situations like this. Some are genuinely in love, while others are just using each other. Jiang Mian smacked her lips. Tell me, Click, are these two truly in love, Click, or is the demon using this man? Lu Weiwei, I don't know, click, but aren't demons supposed to be incredibly hard to kill? How could Xian Yang kill a demon? Jiang Mian, maybe Xian Yang ate the demon to cultivate, and then used this man to find food for herself? Other disciples. That makes sense, it's very possible. Lu Zheng's eyelids twitched violently. He coldly glanced at the disciples squatting behind him, munching on sunflower seeds, and discussing, without any regard for their image. He felt that his once serious disciples, who only knew how to exorcise demons, had all become corrupted by his new little apprentice. But what's that smell? Why does it smell so good? He took a deep sniff of the lingering green tea aroma in the air, and suddenly felt like drinking tea. He didn't bother arguing with the clueless young man any longer, and simply ordered the soldiers to take all the villagers back. Hearing this, the villagers panicked. Master, we're all human. We're not demons. Why are you taking us away too? Yes, master, we have livestock to feed, and we have fields to work in. What will happen to these things if we leave? I don't want to leave. I haven't found my son yet. I woke up and couldn't find him. I can't leave. Seeing the crowd's heated exchange, their emotions running high, Lu Zheng sighed helplessly, and had no choice but to tell them the truth. Everyone, quiet down. I know you're reluctant to part with these material possessions, but your village has been targeted by demons. You are the last survivors left in this village. As for the others, he paused, ultimately leaving them no room for hope, and stated bluntly, as for those who haven't appeared, they either become demons themselves, or they're already inside their bellies. Boom! After he finished speaking, the open space fell silent for a moment, followed by murmurs, doubts, and cries. The myriad expressions of humanity were vividly portrayed at this moment. What do you mean? Master, do you mean my son is dead? Upon receiving a definite answer, the man collapsed. He sat on the ground, tears streaming down his face. I only had this one son left. My parents died early, and my wife died a few years ago, leaving behind a crying infant. I raised him with great difficulty, and then those demons killed him. Ah! God, what did I do wrong? Why are you treating me like this? We just wanted to live. Why is this world so hard? With that, the man stood up, wiped away his tears, and before anyone could understand what was happening, he suddenly rushed towards a stone mill. God, since you treat me so cruelly, making me suffer so much, what's the point of my life? Father, mother, wife, son, I'm coming to join you. Bang! Chapter 244. Jiang Mian's expression changed drastically. She abruptly stood up, staring blankly at the man covered in blood. Ah! Lu Weiwei screamed instinctively, snapping Jiang Mian back to reality. Jiang Mian hugged Lu Weiwei, preventing her from witnessing such a gruesome scene. Aside from the shock in her heart, Jiang Mian also felt a slight contempt for this man. Did she really have no will to live? What about her past life? Her family members died one by one, and she lived such a miserable life, yet she still wanted to live. Without purpose, without reason, she just wanted to live. Death would end everything, but she didn't want to die, didn't want to forget her name, didn't want to forget her family's names. From beginning to end, she only wanted to live. Jiang Mian comforted Lu Weiwei for a long time until she drifted off to sleep amidst her chaotic thoughts. Jiang Mian took her back and put her on the bed. Back in her own room, she couldn't fall asleep for a long time. The man's dying words kept echoing in her mind. After a long silence, she suddenly chuckled softly. She had truly been too attached to appearances, letting a single remark from earlier that day affect her mind. Heaven had indeed been cruel to her in her past life, but she had been given a second chance, and none of those things had happened. Wasn't that enough? Heaven hadn't been cruel to her, so why should she worry about it? Instead of fretting over such trivial matters, she should strive to improve herself until she stood at the top, making those who had wronged her in her past life bear the consequences of her actions. She didn't believe that the past was the past, that everything in this life would start anew, and that all grudges would be wiped clean. How could that be possible? The past life is gone. But what about the wounds she suffered, the days of agonizing struggle, the dead family members, the flesh torn from her thigh? Were all of that just a dream? Could it all be replaced by a mere dream? These were just self-deceptions. Whether it was a dream or reality, only she knew. Everyone has their own will. Some feel they can't go on living, and don't want to live anymore, while others struggle to survive, even if the price of living is suffering. She wanted to live. Having figured all this out, Jiang Mian exhaled a breath of stale air, and then put a purified essence into her mouth. She felt like she had forgotten something, but she just couldn't remember it. In the next room, Lu Zhen waited for a long time, But his traitorous disciple didn't come to take the demon essence in her hands. He even meditated cross-legged until dawn, but Jiang Mian still hadn't appeared. He immediately realized he'd been tricked. You unfilial disciple. It wasn't until the next day, while eating breakfast, that Jiang Mian remembered something he'd forgotten the day before. He quickly came to find the old man, with a grin. Master, how did you sleep last night? What happened yesterday was so upsetting. After putting Wei back, I felt uneasy and fell asleep without realizing it. I'm so sorry. Humph. The old man was genuinely angry. He waited so long yesterday, hoping to see his disciple, but nothing happened. The disciple himself came this morning saying he overslept and forgotten? So he waited in vain. Seeing the old man was truly angry, Jiang Mian quickly tried to coax and appease him. She subtly changed the subject. What happened with Xuanyang and that man yesterday? Is Xuanyang really a good person? Mentioning this only fueled the old man's anger. He roared, last night, many people couldn't sleep because of this. Xuanyang pretended to help that man, but she was actually using him to secretly eat other villagers. Do you remember the man who killed himself yesterday? His son was eaten by Xuanyang. We were too late. Xuanyang had already eaten his son, leaving only his head. Thankfully, that man is dead, otherwise, how painful it would have been to see that. Jiang Mian felt it was all her fault for being so sharp-tongued, bringing up such a sore subject. Hearing such tragic news first thing in the morning ruined her entire day. Jiang Mian stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth and mumbled, so what should we do next? Just let these demons harm ordinary people? There's an evil god in the forest not far from here. Now that we know, isn't there any way to get rid of them completely? Lu Zheng sighed, we already notified the higher-ups. They arrive tomorrow and head straight into the forest to completely eliminate the evil god's rampage, restoring peace to this place. Jiang Mian remained non-committal. As for the peace the old man spoke of? With demons running rampant, where could there be any peace? Last night, most of the people in the village died, and they disappeared without a trace, without anyone even noticing anything amiss. Even in this city, people would occasionally disappear. When would there ever be a day of peace? Jiang Mian reached out, asking the old man for his storage bag. The old man rolled his eyes, completely losing the air of otherworldly wisdom he had when they first met. He simply tossed the entire storage bag from his waist to Jiang Mian. Here, it's all yours. Remember not to release so much at once. If you don't burn them all to death immediately, it will backfire on you. I protect you outside, understand? Jiang Mian, having received a large amount of essence that would become her cultivation power, was completely focused on it. She nodded haphazardly, not actually hearing what the old man was saying. After entering a secluded room, she closed the door. Only her fellow disciples and the old man remained outside, guarding her, fearing any mishap and wanting to mitigate the damage. Jiang Mian used magic to open one of the bags, and before the demons inside could react, she set them ablaze. Just in case, fearing she might burn the room down, she placed a huge pot underneath to shield it from the flames. She repeated this action all morning. The old man had much more than just those few storage bags. These were the demons he had collected over this period, at least several hundred, which Jiang Mian refined without hesitation. In her eyes, emotions and bonds were all false. These were all part of her cultivation. Therefore, after only glancing at what Xian Yang looked like and discovering she was just a human-headed snake, she lost interest. She really didn't understand what ancient men were thinking. With Xian Yang appearing in this form, how could a man be so devoted to saving her? Truly, true love conquers all, and everyone else deserves to die. Chapter 245. With a jumble of thoughts running through her mind, Jiang Mian's hands moved swiftly and decisively. After burning everything, she emerged and tossed a pile of empty bags to the old man. Of course, she didn't give him the bag the old man had given her earlier, she kept it for herself. Jiang Mian showed the old man the essence she had extracted and said, all right, it's all refined. By the way, do you want me to purify the contents for you? Don't worry, my fees aren't high. Half of this is yours. You only need to give me the other half of the essence, and I can purify it for you. Lu Zheng was stunned, not expecting such a good deal. However, before doing so, he asked, will purifying the essence reduce your cultivation level? Jiang Mian looked blank. No. No, it will. It will greatly harm my cultivation level, which is why I only charge half the purification fee. See how good I am to you. This is all thanks to you being my master. If it were anyone else, I definitely would have charged more than this. Lu Zheng's eye twitched. He had clearly heard his rebellious disciple subconsciously say no, although she later changed her mind. But whatever, let her purify it. Anyway, the fee he charged for purification was much lower than the royal families. In the royal family, 5 essences are needed to exchange for 1 purified essence. But this rebellious disciple with special methods only needs 2 to exchange for 1. Even adding the demon essences he had refined before, it wouldn't amount to much. Anyway, this deal is a sure win for both of them. Jiang Mian was overjoyed to have made another fortune. Back in her room, she immediately soaked all the spirit essences in a jar, carefully counting out how much she needed to give to the old man before happily heading out. After leaving, she went to the inn and ordered a large table of food. She figured she had money now, and if she needed more, she could pawn it. She also wanted to try some ancient cooking techniques. She had heard from books that ancient food was all about preserving the original flavors. Although seasonings were few, they often brought out the natural deliciousness of the dish. Especially since those who could afford to run an inn naturally possessed culinary skills, she was very curious about what it would taste like. The shopkeeper looked at Jiang Mian's small frame with surprise, and hesitated before saying, "Sir, are you really going to buy so much food? It'd spoil if you can't finish it." Jiang Mian found it amusing. This shopkeeper wasn't doing business, instead, he was advising his customer to buy less. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's alright, I have a big appetite. Just bring it up first, let me try it. If it tastes good, I order all my meals from your place next time I order food outside." The shopkeeper, upon hearing this, thought, "Wow, this is a big customer." He immediately calmed down. He was worried about not making money. His main concern was that the customer couldn't finish it, and he'd have to return it, which he couldn't do. How could he return food that had already been prepared and give it to someone else? When the food arrived, Jiang Mian tasted it, and found it indeed quite authentic. One dish, braised fish, although this world didn't have many seasonings, had a unique and delicious flavor, especially the firm and bouncy fish meat drizzled with sauce. No wonder she could run an inn. She's nothing like those people who just learn a few tutorials online and dare to open a shop. The food here is absolutely delicious. Jiang Mian waved her hand and ordered 10 more portions of the dishes on the table, then had them delivered to her lodgings. The innkeeper recognized the location. Wasn't this the county magistrate's residence? He immediately became even more polite to Jiang Mian. At the same time, some were curious about Jiang Mian's identity and subtly inquired about her. Jiang Mian smiled at the innkeeper. "You need to inquire about a guest's identity just to have a meal here? That's strange." The innkeeper immediately understood he had offended the guest. He quickly apologized profusely, and even gave her extra dishes for free before the matter was settled. Jiang Mian didn't ask for less money when she left. She even paid for the extra food. Then she bought some roadside snacks, rice cakes, mung bean cakes, and whatever else she thought was delicious. Then she discussed with them about having them send more to her residence the next day. When Jiang Mian returned, she saw a long line of people arranging their belongings. Lu Weiwei happened to see her and quickly ran over, pointing with surprise at the table laden with food. Since they hadn't yet decided whether to address her as senior sister or junior sister, she still called Jiang Mian Sister Jiang. "Sister Jiang, why did you buy so much food? Can you finish it all?" "Jiang Mian, I can't finish it all, but I can put it in my storage ring." Lu Weiwei looked conflicted, hesitatingly saying, "But even if we put it in, it will spoil over time. Wouldn't that be a complete waste?" Jiang Mian was taken aback. She hadn't considered that the Sumer ring in this world didn't have a preservation function, but rather was like a space that changed over time. Jiang Mian's eyes darted around, and she instantly thought of another explanation. "It's alright, just bring out a table full of food, we can all eat together tonight. I put the rest in my virtual ring, and eat a little bit every day. Actually, I never been full when we eat together before, I have a huge appetite." "Is that so?" Lu Weiwei responded, then thought to herself, "It seems I should have the kitchen prepare more food from now on. Otherwise, if Sister Jiang is always hungry, she'd definitely feel terrible in the long run. Look at how much we pressured her. She's probably too embarrassed to say anything, so she buys food outside." Thinking this, Lu Weiwei felt even more sorry for her tragic victim Sister Jiang. Jiang Mian was completely unaware that in Lu Weiwei's eyes, she was already a beautiful, strong, and pitiful little thing. That evening, the disciples, who had never eaten so lavishly before, looked at their master in surprise. "What day is it today? Why are we eating so well?" Gutian, unsure of the occasion, tentatively asked, "Could it be because we did well slaying demons last night, so master is rewarding us with a good meal?" Xiang Tianqi rolled his eyes and muttered, "Are you stupid? Master always emphasizes fasting and a light diet. How could he possibly let us eat so much rich food? Good Tian retorted. Then why do you think Master had the kitchen prepare so much delicious food? It can't be because he likes us that he had the kitchen make it. Chapter 246. Lu Zheng, watching his disciples gossiping, coughed lightly. All right, stop guessing. Today is a gift from your senior sister Jiang Mian. I allow you to indulge yourselves today. However, after he finished speaking, he didn't receive thanks or anything else but rather. What? Junior sister has become senior sister? Master, are you senile? Junior sister has only been a disciple for a few days. How could she suddenly become our senior sister? That's right, Master. You're not joking with us, are you? Even Xiang Tianqi couldn't hold back anymore. He suddenly took a step back, almost falling off his chair. He looked at the two of them in disbelief. Master, you're not joking, are you? How could this be so sudden? Besides, junior sister only joined not long ago. How could she suddenly become the senior sister? He even wondered if Jiang Mian had bribed her. Jiang Mian smiled at their expressions, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It really felt good. Hearing them call her junior sister every day made her feel like she needed protection. Now they had to change their tune. Lu Zheng patted the table, gesturing for them to sit down, before explaining, although Jiang Mian hasn't been a disciple for long, her strength is undeniable. She's stronger than all of you combined in slaying demons, so the title of senior sister is well deserved. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. It was indeed true. Yesterday, when they were slaying demons, Jiang Mian's speed was evident, and she killed demons with even greater ferocity, something they couldn't match. But she's only been a disciple for a short time. Less than 10 days, right? No, it seems like only 5 or 6 days at most. It's really hard to accept. Jiang Mian clicked her tongue, then abruptly stood up, raising her wine glass to toast everyone. How about this? I see many of you still can't accept it. How about we have a competition after dinner? Great. Xiang Tianqi was the first to agree, followed closely by the others. Lu Weiwei, however, already knew the difference in skill between the two and didn't join in the fun. Instead, she stood behind Jiang Mian and said, Sister Jiang, go for it. I'm rooting for you. Jiang Mian waved her hand dismissively. All right, let's eat first, we talk after dinner. Talk after dinner meant that Jiang Mian single-handedly defeated over a dozen disciples, leaving them utterly humiliated and groaning on the ground. Ah! Senior sister, I surrender. Stop hitting me, I give up. From now on, you're my senior sister. Ouch, it hurts so much. Xiang Tianqi rubbed his swollen and aching shoulder. He didn't lie down on the ground, but maintained his elegance, leaning against a tree. However, the occasional rubbing of his shoulder betrayed his injury. He knew from the beginning that this woman was powerful. After all, it was this woman who helped them capture the demon couple when they first met. However, he hadn't expected that after practicing their sex techniques, this woman would become so powerful. Could this be the legendary genius's genius after all? They were called geniuses because they cultivated faster than ordinary people, while geniuses like Jiang Mian were called geniuses simply because that was their title. Now, they were absolutely convinced. Lu Weiwei's eyes shone brightly as she looked at Jiang Mian with adoration. She immediately changed her tune, exclaiming, Senior sister Jiang, from now on you're my only senior sister. You're so amazing. You beat them all to a pulp. I admire you so much. Jiang Mian couldn't help but chuckle as she looked at Lu Weiwei, who was chattering like a little bird. She whispered in her ear, I beat your crush up like this, aren't you angry? As she spoke, Jiang Mian glanced intentionally or unintentionally in Xiang Tianqi's direction. Upon hearing this, Lu Weiwei's face flushed red. She covered her face and turned away shyly. How did you know I like him? Was I that obvious? Jiang Mian chuckled. No, you weren't obvious enough. You practically had I like Xiang Tianqi etched on your forehead. Who wouldn't see it? Ah? Why is it like this? With that, she ran away, her face still flushed. Originally, she had planned to get some medicine for Xiang Tianqi afterward, but Jiang Mian's teasing made her forget about it. However, their injuries were minor. Jiang Mian was careful not to injure them too much. After all, they had a mission tomorrow. If she really hurt them too badly, they'd be without any fighters. Their injuries would heal on their own overnight at most. From today onward, she had firmly established herself as the senior sister. Even though she had only been a disciple for a few days, her strength was undeniable. Might makes right, and Jiang Mian's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as she looked at the old man. Lu Zheng pretended not to notice. Regardless of cultivation level, his external martial arts skills were on par with his from the moment he saw Jiang Mian. He wondered what kind of power her sect possessed to cultivate such a young genius, whose external martial arts were comparable to his own. This was why he went to great lengths to get Jiang Mian into their faction, even having his granddaughter secretly observe her to assess her character. If her character was flawed, frankly, even if he was greedy for money, he wouldn't want someone so wicked. Fortunately, everything went so smoothly. He just couldn't understand how such a powerful sect could have fallen so low. The entire sect was dead, leaving only her and her master. After returning to her room, Jiang Mian looked at the nearly purified essence and couldn't help but smile. Under the cover of night, she delivered it directly to the old man. When Lu Zheng saw the essence in the box, he was almost dumbfounded. "This, are you sure it's from those demons yesterday?" Jiang Mian's tone turned somewhat unpleasant as she sensed his suspicion. "Otherwise, whose else could it be if not those demons? I don't have any stock, it must be from those demons." Hearing her certainty, Lu Zheng stroked his chin. That shouldn't be. How did you purify it so quickly? Faster than the royal family, that's a bit unusual." Jiang Mian paused. Oh no, had she been too fast and aroused suspicion? Her eyes darted around, frantically searching for an excuse. Suddenly, she thought of a perfect one that would not only prove her purification skills, but also earn the old man's respect. She weakly placed the back of her hand on her head, feigning exhaustion, and said to the old man, "I didn't expect Master to see me like this, to suspect I'm lying?" Chapter 247. What am I doing all this for? Isn't it to help you, Master, and your fellow disciples improve your cultivation? So, I've been refining your essence whenever I have a spare moment. I've been busy until the wee hours of the morning. Do you still think I'm trying to pass off inferior goods? Seeing Jiang Mian's weak and heartbroken state, the over 90-year-old man felt a pang of pity. What had she done wrong? She was only a 19-year-old girl, not much older than his granddaughter. She just wanted to show off. And he still doubted her? Couldn't her cultivation technique be a little more powerful, or that she could work a little harder than those people the royal family kept? Thinking this, seeing the disappointment in Jiang Mian's eyes, he immediately pulled out several talismans from his person. Good disciple, don't be angry. These are talismans I acquired recently. They're very effective against demons. Here, take them and play with them. Wow! Jiang Mian hadn't expected that her feigned weakness would yield such an unexpected reward. The saying the squeaky wheel gets the grease was indeed true. She immediately dropped her act and happily accepted the talismans. Her master was so generous, giving her a whole stack. He said it was just a few, but Jiang Mian counted 12. Looking at Jiang Mian counting the talismans right in front of him, where was her previous weakness and injury? Good heavens, had he been tricked again? The old man realized that since taking on this disciple, his stamina had grown stronger every day. He could even restrain himself from beating her up. Go, 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 you little brat, go back to sleep. Don't bother me. I'm not like you. I'm old and need to rest. Jiang Mian wasn't angry at being dismissed. Instead, she looked at the talisman in her hand, which she adored. After putting the talisman back into her spatial storage, she checked her reserves and found she had too much. This was mainly because in her previous world, she had cultivated hundreds of extra plots of land due to her large-scale sale of fruits and vegetables. Since food wasn't scarce in this world, the unsold produce had piled up. Looking at the meager amount of gold coins in her hand, Jiang Mian, who had finally obtained Fu Juanhan's gold coins and immediately upgraded her spirit spring to level 10, was now penniless again. She had to find a way to make money in this world. Her gaze fell on the talisman in her hand. She remembered that although she hadn't copied the talisman drawing skill from the old man, Lu Weiwei had it, albeit at a low level, only beginner. Should she use it for now if necessary? After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Mian abandoned the idea. Her hidden talent was still quite useful, and if the old man discovered that someone who seemed like a rising genius yesterday had suddenly gained decades of cultivation, he might easily suspect her of being a demon. She shouldn't be so conspicuous. She slept soundly that night. The next day, just as dawn broke, someone hurriedly knocked on the door next door, waking Jiang Mian. Judging from the noise, it seemed to be someone from the imperial court, probably from the legendary Demon Extermination Bureau. Out of curiosity, and because she couldn't fall back asleep after being woken up, she got up, washed up, casually tied her hair up with a hairpin, and went out. Watching Xiang Tianqi lead his fellow disciples out to greet the Demon Extermination Division, Jiang Mian followed behind, curious to see what was going on. Upon arriving at the main hall, she saw a group of people dressed in handsome official uniforms, with overcoats draped behind them, standing there solemnly. Jiang Mian's eyes lit up, and she immediately covered her mouth with her hand. Wow, what was this? These people, all in uniforms, 1.8 meters tall, with broad shoulders and narrow waists. Were they sure they weren't? Well, you know, they were so handsome. She wanted to wear those clothes too. Xiang Tianqi spoke with one of the leaders for a while, until Lu Zheng arrived. The group of Demon Extermination Division soldiers in uniforms. No, in official uniforms, both bowed to him in unison. Master Qi Feng. The old man, his expression turning serious again, waved his hand and said, I presume the higher-ups have already told you about the situation here? The leading man stepped forward and respectfully said, Thank you for your trouble, Master Qi Feng. The magistrate told us beforehand that the situation here was extremely urgent. We rushed here overnight, trying to enter the city by morning to eliminate those demons. Lu Zheng was somewhat surprised to hear they had rushed here overnight, then understood. No wonder the royal family was so powerful. With such a group of people willing to risk their lives for them, how could they not be strong? If only his sect's disciples had a third of their diligence. Thinking this, he couldn't help but sigh. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. The county magistrate, hearing they had rushed here overnight, suggested they rest first, but the leading man refused. He appeared to be the team leader, and said in a serious tone, No need. Every minute we delay will bring more danger to the nearby people. Let's set off now, and deal with those demons as soon as possible. But you haven't rested all night, fighting that demon, won't you be exhausted? The magistrate was trying to comfort him, and the man understood. He waved his hand and explained, No need to worry, we train regularly, and with the talismans drawn by our teachers, we can maintain peak condition even after 3 days, and 3 nights without sleep. Good, good, good. I gather everyone right away, and head to the Ghostwood Forest to exterminate the demon. Jiang Mian felt a little helpless upon hearing this. She was still thinking about the osmanthus cakes she had ordered yesterday. She wondered how long the demon extermination would take. She had ordered a lot, and if not stored properly, the taste might turn strange. However, since the officials had already arrived and didn't want to delay even a moment, insisting on leaving immediately, she couldn't say anything. She couldn't very well say, You all go first, I need to wait for my food, because that would definitely make them resentful. She could only instruct the magistrate that if someone delivered pastries from a cart outside, he should pay for them, and she would compensate the magistrate when she returned. Upon hearing it was such a trivial matter, the magistrate readily agreed. Jiang Mian could only be thankful that she had ordered relatively little yesterday. Otherwise, the loss would have been enormous. Meanwhile, when Lu Weiwei was woken up, she was still completely bewildered. Huh? Where are we going? So early. Jiang Mian said helplessly, Yes, hurry up. You have 15 minutes to wash up and eat. The old man said that if we dawdle too much, people will think we don't value them or this operation, so you need to be quick. Upon hearing this, Lu Weiwei immediately sat up with a start. I'm up, I'm up. Chapter 248. Seeing her flustered state, Jiang Mian couldn't help but smile. A quarter of an hour passed quickly, and the two followed the large group towards the Ghostwood Forest. This time, besides the 14 members of the Qi Feng sect, there were also 51 members of the Demon Extermination Division, a total of 65 people, more than enough to deal with the demons. Actually, Jiang Mian had never understood the difference between the Demon Extermination Division and the Qi Feng sect. In her view, weren't they both protectors of humanity? Until they ventured deeper into the Ghostwood Forest and encountered the same kind of ghost which she had first encountered, and saw the Demon Extermination Division members in action, Jiang Mian realized that their attack methods were actually similar to hers. However, they seemed unable to channel spiritual energy externally, instead attacking the ghostwood trees directly with their bare hands. She finally understood the difference. She walked to the old man and asked, Their attack methods are too simplistic. If they encounter some special demons, wouldn't their limbs be crippled? Lu Zheng nodded. That's unavoidable. The royal family wants to protect their land, so they have to use this method. Mass production can't be refined, and similarly, refinement can't be mass-produced. Everyone understands these principles. However, if they were to train them, it would waste a lot of time and resources, so most of them can only develop their inner strength but not outwardly. Jiang Mian nodded, summarizing. So, the royal family is using human lives to cultivate capable individuals to slay demons, while you want to carefully train them before they leave the mountains. The old man nodded. I see, you understand correctly. Jiang Mian chuckled, then uttered a truly hurtful remark. But the imperial court has people willing to risk their lives for it, while we sects seem so useless. The old man, upon hearing this, immediately flew into a rage. Traitorous disciple, what do you know? We trained one who can withstand 1,000 armies. How can those forcibly assembled individuals compare? Jiang Mian shrugged, too lazy to argue. While he wasn't wrong, the effort required to cultivate a true expert was immense, not to mention the possibility of rebellion. The imperial court certainly wouldn't do that. They rather cultivate mediocre individuals. Even the strongest swords cannot breed tigers capable of resisting them. Watching them swiftly dispatch the ghostly locust trees, Jiang Mian couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, when numbers accumulate, even these ghostly locust trees must avoid their sharp edge. The old man heard this, merely blinking silently, thinking to himself that he would soon give her a grand demonstration, showing her that only personal strength truly matters. The deeper they went, the more demons they encountered. To speed up their progress, Jiang Mian and her group joined the fray, their assistance accelerating the team's advance. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian noticed a figure occasionally glancing at her, though there was no malice in their eyes. After a few times, she turned to look and saw it was the leader of the small group. Upon noticing Jiang Mian watching him, Su Beitian nodded at her in a gesture of friendliness. Jiang Mian smiled and nodded back. The two didn't say anything more, and continued towards the demon's lair. The deeper they went into the ghostwood forest, the darker it became, almost reaching the gloom of sunset, with even the outside sunlight unable to penetrate. Jiang Mian couldn't help but feel fortunate that she had chosen the right path. Otherwise, if she had chosen the wrong direction, the further she went, the more dangerous it would become, and she probably wouldn't know where she was by now. Just then, Lu Weiwei, who hadn't spoken since entering, suddenly called out to the group, "Wait a minute, haven't we been here before?" Her face visibly paled as she pointed to a large tree, saying, "I saw the strip of cloth on this tree torn off one of the exorcists with my own eyes. We've been here twice already, and this is the third time. Haven't you noticed anything amiss?" Hearing this, everyone immediately became alert, standing back to back, wary of their surroundings. Jiang Mian pulled Lu Weiwei behind her, protecting her. It was only then that she realized the old man, who had been walking with them, was nowhere to be seen. She couldn't recall when he disappeared. Jiang Mian's expression turned serious. This was the first time she had been so careless. Logically, this shouldn't have happened. If it really came down to strength, she was probably stronger than the old man. How could she have missed him, unless the old man had left on his own? Thinking this, seeing that the others hadn't noticed the old man's disappearance, she remained silent. She figured the old man was up to something big, so she might as well play along. There's a saying that's quite true. One shouldn't be too powerful, otherwise, if you get captured by demons, others will think you have some kind of plan. The old man was now disheveled, a far cry from his previous dignified and otherworldly appearance. He had been walking along, thinking of taking down the evil god in the ghostwood forest at the last moment. However, as he walked, he suddenly saw the group of people ahead turn into trees, grinning evilly at him and attacking directly. At first, Lu Zheng thought it was an illusion, only resisting without retaliating. It wasn't until after several exchanges that he realized these weren't illusions, but rather that he had unknowingly become separated from the group of children, and he had been targeted by the evil god. He wondered how they had already ventured deep into the ghostwood forest without encountering the evil god. It turned out that the evil god had appeared unnoticed, and had been observing them for who knows how long. He was now extremely anxious, fearing something terrible might have happened to his disciples. So, facing the evil god's attack, he also became anxious. The evil god, hiding behind him, quickly sensed this and sneered. Human cultivators with weaknesses, they were so easily defeated. He only needed to stall this human cultivator, then kill the minions, and he could easily take him down. Thinking this, the evil god didn't want to fight him head-on. Instead, he chose a flanking tactic, sending his henchmen to harass him while he himself quietly approached the group of children, intending to randomly pick one to attack and then throw the corpse next to Lu Zheng. Chapter 249. Then he could watch a good show, throwing them one by one, mentally disintegrating them. That was what he wanted. Watch out. Su Beitian seemed to sense something, grabbing his teammate and severing a vine that was attacking them with his sharp blade. This vine, which had been exposed like a tree root, was actually a demon in disguise. Luckily, Su Beitian was close enough to stop it in time. Jiang Mian wasn't faring much better. The vines on the ground seemed to have come back to life, all rushing towards them. They could only fight back desperately to prevent their companions from being dragged away. If they were dragged away, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Mian channeled his spiritual energy into his hand, and grabbed a vine that was attacking them. If Jiang Mian hadn't used her spiritual energy to protect herself from the vine's speed, she wouldn't have been greatly affected, given her physical strength. However, she was worried that the demonic power of the vines might invade her body, so it was better to protect herself with spiritual energy. After grabbing the vine, it sizzled, like a piece of fatty meat exploding in a pot. Jiang Mian forcefully pulled the vine away, then looked at the bright red blood flowing from the broken end, marveling. Truly, the world is full of wonders. A plant root could actually bleed red blood. She'd never seen anything like it. Seeing this, Su Beitian explained, "This is a bloodthirsty vine. It sucks the blood of the living. After being invaded by demons, it becomes even more bizarre. It will take a person away, then cover their body with vines, torturing them to death before sucking their blood." Jiang Mian looked at him, nodded, and didn't say much, but became even more ruthless in dealing with the vines. Where did the old man go? Why hasn't he come back yet? Wasn't he supposed to be dealing with the mastermind behind the scenes? Why isn't it working? As more and more vines appeared, and more people were injured, the blood seemed to further stimulate the vines' bloodlust, making them even more excited. Their attacks became increasingly fierce. While everyone was focused on fighting the vines, they overlooked something. Above them, the black mist grew thicker and thicker, almost completely covering their bodies, making it impossible for them to see their surroundings. Jiang Mian was the first to notice something was wrong. She tried to grab Lu Weiwei's hand, but found she had grasped nothing. In her hand wasn't Lu Weiwei's fair and delicate hand, but clearly a withered branch. The owner of the withered branch was still mimicking Lu Weiwei's tone, acting coquettishly towards Jiang Mian. "Senior sister, what's wrong? I can't see you anymore." Jiang Mian tightened her grip, absolutely certain she wasn't hallucinating. However, she had no idea when her companions had disappeared. Her expression turned cold. She turned and swung her sword, swiftly dispatching the demon impersonating Lu Weiwei. The demon seemed to have no time to react, dying instantly. Without a word, Jiang Mian, taking advantage of the fact that no one could see her, put on her night vision goggles. This high-tech device didn't cause blindness due to abnormal factors. On the contrary, it made her see very clearly. She could clearly see that almost every companion had a tree-like humanoid figure beside them, and these figures were speaking, enticing their companions to venture deeper into the area. Jiang Mian's face turned cold. She knew that if things continued like this, they would all likely die. She didn't know where the old man had gone, and she couldn't rely on him now. She had to take action herself. Jiang Mian pretended to be unconscious as she walked up to Lu Weiwei, grabbed her, and simultaneously chopped off the demon's hand. From Lu Weiwei's perspective, she and Jiang Mian were warily looking around when she suddenly found herself being dragged away, and Jiang Mian's arm had been severed. She screamed and was about to attack those around her. That was his good friend. How could this demon treat his friend like this? Jiang Mian held Lu Weiwei, circulating her spiritual energy before her eyes. She whispered, "Don't move. It's me. The one who was with you just now was the demon." Lu Weiwei was startled. After seeing the strangely shaped Jiang Mian in front of her, and then looking at the snarling tree man behind her, she immediately realized, were we bewitched? By the way, what should we do with our senior brothers? Jiang Mian patted her shoulder, her tone carrying a strange, infectious quality. "Follow behind me. Don't stray too far from me, they be fine." "Okay." Lu Weiwei nodded, staying within 3 steps of Jiang Mian. No matter where Jiang Mian went, she quickly followed. Although her combat strength was lacking, her survival instincts were top-notch. Jiang Mian relaxed, channeling her spiritual energy into her voice, and shouted, "Stop right there. Take a good look at the people around you. What are they?" This voice seemed to enter their minds directly, causing everyone to feel a throbbing in their heads and a tingling in their ears, instantly realizing what was happening. When they realized that their companions were no longer their teammates, but rather treant demons, they immediately became alert and drew their weapons to fight them. Jiang Mian's gaze, however, was fixed on the sky above, now completely black, a sense of foreboding washing over her. She released a ball of flame, enveloping it in a layer of spiritual energy to conceal its appearance. The white flame, mixed with spiritual energy, effectively masked its true form, as it flew straight into the sky. The thing in midair didn't take this attack seriously, merely waving its hand with a mocking smile, expecting to easily dispel it. However, it discovered that the attack contained a different aura. The flame passed right through its attack and struck its true form. The evil god's expression changed drastically. It instantly shifted its position, regaining its footing, and coldly stared at Jiang Mian, who had launched the attack. A murderous intent surged within him. That damned woman had almost harmed him. He had underestimated her. She was the first among this group to discover his presence. This woman must not be allowed to live. Thinking this, He lunged at Jiang Mian. If this woman and the old man were to join forces, one able to see him, the other powerful, if they cooperated, he would likely have to avoid their attacks. Fortunately, he had moved the old man beforehand, preventing the two from merging. Jiang Mian stared at the giant hand that had suddenly appeared in the sky. The hand seemed to be made of wood. The tree-like patterns on it were visible when it struck down. While it tried to imitate a human hand, there was one thing it hadn't quite captured. Chapter 250. For example, humans should have 5 fingers, not 18. It looks really weird, and having more fingers doesn't mean they're useful. Jiang Mian wasn't afraid of the hand. She felt that severing it would be a piece of cake. Thinking this, she did just that. Her long sword flashed, slashing directly at the 18 demonic fingers. Wherever the blade passed, the fingers shattered inch by inch, until finally, even the palm crumbled. Jiang Mian took a few steps back, dodging the splinters of wood falling towards her. Looking at the still lingering black mist in the sky, refusing to dissipate, Jiang Mian sneered, her tone undisguisedly mocking. What? You had the guts to ambush me, but not the guts to come out? Are you afraid I just tear you to pieces, and grind your bones to dust? After Jiang Mian finished speaking, the black mist in the sky visibly churned rapidly, as if enraged. The next second, another giant hand reached for her, but this time it wasn't the 18 demonic fingers. Instead, it obediently transformed into a human structure, and the care put into its creation was clearly extraordinary. Jiang Mian didn't hesitate this time either, attacking the hand directly. This time, she didn't just use a knife, she lunged forward with her entire body. After shattering the giant hand, she attacked the entity behind it. What are you hiding behind? Are you so ashamed? Come on, let's fight for real, and see who's the strongest boss. Only when she was in midair did Jiang Mian see the true form of the black mist. It was the most inconspicuous bloodthirsty vine on the ground, only it looked like a larger version of the bloodthirsty vine, but thinking about it, it makes sense. Only the most inconspicuous things can grow so abundantly, and their sheer numbers can create a powerful being. At this moment, Jiang Mian hadn't realized that the thing before her was the evil mountain god those demons spoke of. In her understanding, the evil god was probably currently locked in a fierce battle with the old man. Therefore, she didn't take this demon seriously, considering it merely a minor boss. The evil god initially didn't take Jiang Mian seriously either. However, as the fight progressed, he sensed something was amiss. This woman's power was extraordinary, and she possessed an ability to restrain him. The more he fought, the more panicked he became, because suddenly, he was finding himself at a disadvantage. Jiang Mian was also incredibly surprised. She hadn't expected this little demon boss to be so powerful. If it hadn't encountered her, it might have escaped. Unfortunately, it was just its bad luck to run into her. It was simply doomed. After shattering all its branches with her spiritual power, Jiang Mian grabbed its main body. Little thing, you ate quite well, even using mental illusions. Too bad you met me. With that, she clenched her fist, severely injuring it. While it was barely clinging to life, she stored it in her storage bag. Jiang Mian had no intention of using her abilities in front of everyone. The old man had repeatedly warned her not to use her demon refining abilities in front of outsiders, lest she attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Jiang Mian kept this in mind. After defeating this mini-boss, Jiang Mian initially thought a fierce battle was yet to come. However, the black mist in the sky vanished instantly, and the long-awaited sunlight once again shone into the forest. As for the cannon fodder demons, perhaps due to the sunlight, they died quickly. Once Jiang Mian had dealt with that area, he finally saw the old man appear. However, she looked the old man up and down, hesitating to speak. She hesitated, but Lu Weiwei, being rather naive, immediately ran to the old man's side and asked worriedly, "Grandpa, what happened to you? Did you fight with that mountain god? Is that why you're in such a sorry state? Your clothes are torn, and your beard is broken." As she spoke, she didn't notice the old man's lips twitching. After she finished speaking, the old man's face clearly flushed red. Jiang Mian, wanting to smooth things over, asked, "Master, how was it? Did you see what the evil mountain god looked like? What is his true form?" Jiang Mian was genuinely curious. She had originally intended to kill the big boss here, but hadn't encountered him yet, so she could only ask the old man who seemed to have killed the big boss. Unexpectedly, the old man almost choked on his own breath after hearing the question from the two unlikely lovers. He coughed awkwardly. "Well, let's not worry about that for now. Let's go and get rid of all the little demons nearby, so they don't harm other ordinary people." Indeed, this matter was quite important, So much so that Jiang Mian barely suppressed his curiosity and went to find the demons to kill. As she continued killing, she discovered her storage bag was already full of demons, so she went to the old man for a few more. The old man readily handed them to her. Before Jiang Mian left, she overheard the old man muttering something. Listening closely, she understood what he was saying. He looked troubled, stroking his chin as he pondered. This isn't right. How could he just disappear like that? It shouldn't be like that. If he wasn't killed, then what happened? He couldn't possibly have escaped, could he? As the overlord of this mountain, he shouldn't have given up the power he built up over so long. Why? Could there be a powerful expert in their group? Jiang Mian, what's that old man muttering about? He seems like he's gone mad. Could he have been driven mad by the mountain god? She shook her head and continued with her work. The more essence she collected, the more cultivation points she gained, and that was all cultivation points. With so many people in the demon extermination division vying for them, they certainly didn't have that many essence points left. Therefore, she had to work harder and grab as many as possible. On the way, Jiang Mian encountered Lu Weiwei and Xiang Tianqi. Lu Weiwei instinctively ran over when she saw her. Senior sister, we killed all the demons over there. Let's go in another direction. Hearing that there were no more demons over there, Jiang Mian felt a pang of regret. She nodded and asked Xiang Tianqi, how was it? How much did you gain? Xiang Tianqi's face flushed red. He couldn't bring himself to say senior sister, and after hearing Jiang Mian's question, he stammered, Senior sister, the gain was pretty good. 3 storage bags are already full. Jiang Mian didn't hear what he said clearly, only that he uttered the word senior. She didn't quite catch the rest, but she did hear him say that the gain was pretty good. Jiang Mian nodded, quite pleased. Chapter 251. Jiang Mian smiled as she looked at the storage bag on his body, thinking that Xiang Tianqi was really quite good. Oh right. Lu Weiwei was also a great support. The two were a perfect match. Lu Weiwei blushed under Jiang Mian's gaze. Although she didn't know what her senior sister meant, the teasing look made her heart pound. Jiang Mian parted ways, with the two at a fork in the road. She didn't want to be the only one witnessing their affection. This kind of innocent, budding love was the sweetest thing ever. It wasn't until dusk that the group gathered and began their return to the city. There were magical artifacts made by masters in the city that could ward off demons. Actually, there were also artifacts in the village, but someone had destroyed them, allowing the demons to run rampant. When the group returned to the city, they saw the magistrate anxiously looking out. When he saw them, his face lit up with joy. Whether it's true or false, or just for show, at least they showed some respect. They resolved the chaos outside the city for him, so at least they showed some concern. The magistrate jogged over and, seeing the usually venerable master in such a disheveled state, asked in surprise, Master, what happened to you? Were you injured by that demon? Should I ask a doctor from the city to examine you? Lu Zheng waved his hand, genuinely ashamed, unsure what to say. Just then, Su Beitian stepped forward and said, Master Qifeng must have been injured while fighting the evil god there. I'm afraid ordinary doctors can't treat this kind of injury. He turned to Lu Zheng and suggested, why don't you come back to Tianyang City with me, Taoist? There are pharmacists there who can help you treat your internal injuries. He had his own ulterior motives. After all, Taoist Qifeng had always preferred to be unrestrained. The imperial court had extended olive branches to him many times, but he had always refused. If today's events could allow him to return to Tianyang City and rest for a while, he would find a way to get him to come back to the main city with him. In fact, given Taoist Qifeng's abilities, if he were willing to join the imperial court, he could easily obtain an official position, perhaps even becoming a teaching instructor in the Demon Extermination Bureau, second only to the emperor, a position of great power. Unfortunately, he had always been unwilling to be constrained, which was why he had remained here with such a carefree attitude. His mission this time was twofold. First, to eliminate the demons outside the city. Second, to persuade the master before him to join the imperial court, or at least to obey orders. Hearing those familiar words, Lu Zheng waved his hand, about to say that he hadn't killed the demon, that perhaps someone else had. But everyone rushed to his aid, giving him no chance to explain. Lu Zheng, looking helpless, was escorted back by the crowd. The people on the street lined the streets to welcome him. Even the darkness couldn't dampen their joy. After all, the person before them was the great hero who had saved them all. The old man was helplessly swept away by the crowd and returned to the magistrate's mansion. He was bitter inside, and unable to express his bitterness, feeling like he had been made a scapegoat. And it was like being roasted over a fire. No one knew when he would be unable to bear this burden any longer. He even felt he'd been tricked, leaving him speechless and unable to speak out, which explained his behavior. Back at the magistrate's residence, Jiang Mian found the pastry she ordered the day before. Thankfully, the taste was unchanged. She gave the silver to the steward, who then passed it on to the magistrate, finally putting her mind at ease. The next day, Jiang Mian looked at the dejected old man and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why do you look so listless? Were you really injured while fighting the demons?" Mentioning this made the old man weak and feeble. He waved his hand, finally able to pour out his grievances. "This old man has a problem I can't explain. Yesterday, while I was slaying demons, I was targeted by that evil mountain god, trapped in his illusion, and then surrounded by his minions. Before I could even react, the black mist in the sky vanished, and the mountain god was gone too. To this day, I still don't know if the mountain god is dead or has escaped." Hearing this, the two men realized the same thing. Jiang Mian analyzed gravely. Could it be that there's some powerful figure in the demon extermination division who's just hiding their strength and using you as a shield? After all, the black mist had indeed disappeared, meaning the evil mountain god was definitely dead. Sigh. He shook his head, unsure either. He had been controlled by the evil mountain god in another direction, and didn't know Jiang Mian's situation, so he didn't know what had happened. Jiang Mian stroked his chin and asked, "Did you see what that mountain god looked like?" The old man hesitated for a moment, then said somewhat tentatively, "I only saw him make one move at me and then leave. I vaguely saw that his true form was a tree, or something like vines, but that's all I saw." A tree? She remembered wearing high-tech glasses, and not seeing anything amiss at the Demon Exorcism Bureau. She suddenly remembered the tree spirit she stored in her pouch, which she hadn't yet refined. Wasn't there a relatively powerful minor boss? Maybe it knew something? She couldn't help but feel relieved that she'd been lazy yesterday and hadn't refined the demon in her possession immediately, instead planning to save time and refine it all at once. With a wave of her hand, she released the demon. Looking at the barely recognizable, humanoid branch, the old man's eye twitched. This aura? Why does it feel so familiar? While he was still wondering, Jiang Mian kicked the figure on the ground and said in a menacing voice, "Hey! Let me ask you something. You're quite strong. You should have seen the evil god you're talking about, right? Tell me where he is. If you cooperate obediently, maybe I give you a quick death. If you don't cooperate?" Heh! Jiang Mian didn't finish her sentence, but judging from her posture and attitude, it was obvious. The evil mountain god, lying on the ground pretending to be dead, looked completely bewildered. Evil god? What evil god? How come he didn't know there were other beings of his kind on his territory? What nonsense was this human spouting? Oh ho! Quite the spirit. Seeing that it remained silent, Jiang Mian assumed it was defiant and directly attacked it with a burst of spiritual energy, causing wisps of white smoke to rise from the ground. Chapter 252. Aya! You damn human! Stop! Stop it now! The demon on the ground writhed in agony, looking at Jiang Mian as if he were one of its own kind. It even suspected that if Jiang Mian were a demon, he would have devoured it whole. Jiang Mian withdrew his hand, looking at the even weaker demon, and continued his interrogation. "Now you talk. Who is your leader?" The demon glanced up at Jiang Mian, then lowered its head in fear, obediently saying, "I don't know what you're talking about." Jiang Mian had just raised his hand when the creature on the ground, as if afraid of being beaten again, quickly added, "There's only one evil god on the mountain, and I never heard of any of my kind daring to call themselves gods in my territory, so I really don't know. I told you everything I know, please don't hit me. Just kill me, give me a quick death." Its voice trembled at the end, as if it had suffered a great injustice. Jiang Mian was a little embarrassed. Look, hadn't she made a huge blunder? She cautiously looked at the old man, only to see him throw his head back and laugh 3 times. Ha ha ha! Jiang Mian thought the old man had gone mad with anger. She was about to offer a few words of comfort when she heard the old man come to her side, laughing, "Disciple, good disciple. From now on, I never call you a rebellious disciple again. You truly made your master proud. Now I'm genuinely curious about what kind of existence your Zhonghua sect is, that it could cultivate such a gifted genius like you. You only been studying with me for a short time, and you can already capture someone like the evil mountain god on your own." Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Jiang Mian could only manage an awkward laugh, letting the old man entertain himself. Now that he understood the situation, as long as it wasn't a setup by the Demon Extermination Division, he felt much more at ease. His eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked at Jiang Mian, like he was looking at a successor. Furthermore, he planned to teach Jiang Mian some special secret techniques from the sect. Previously, he had worried she was learning too quickly and might not master everything, but now, look at her, she can capture a powerful demon all by herself. What's there to be afraid of? Teach her. Let her learn. Now she has no choice but to learn, otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of this talent? Jiang Mian arrived empty-handed, but left carrying a large pile of bags, all filled with the demons her junior brothers and sisters had obtained the day before. After returning, Jiang Mian burned them for several hours, finally turning them all into their essences. Of course, the main reason for this was that the evil mountain god was incredibly resilient to burning. The resulting essence was much larger than that of other demons, clearly extraordinary. Jiang Mian naturally wouldn't mix it up. After setting it aside, she directly put the other essences into the spiritual spring for purification. She happily sipped her milk tea, occasionally popping a purified essence into her mouth. She couldn't help but sigh, life is truly wonderful. Except in the real world, since joining the Fire Seed Project, such days had become increasingly distant for her. In every world she visited before, there was danger upon arrival, or a frantic rush to stockpile supplies. Unlike this ancient world, where she had money and status, she only needed to arrange for people to prepare things for her. She could simply sit and wait to receive her goods. Awesome. Just then, Lu Weiwei, who had heard her voice, leaned in, her big eyes wide with curiosity, and asked, "Senior sister, what's so awesome?" Jiang Mian smiled at her and casually handed her a cup of the same milk tea she used. "Try it. It's made by someone from my area. You definitely never had it before. Try it and see how it tastes." Lu Weiwei took the milk tea and, imitating Jiang Mian, inserted the straw. After taking the first sip, her eyes widened instantly. So delicious. What's that soft stuff inside? It even bursts with juice. What is it? Jiang Mian smiled without saying a word, watching her slowly become addicted to it, finally silencing her curious little mouth. That evening, Jiang Mian saw Su Baitian again. She was startled. Something was off. Hadn't Su Baitian's team left that afternoon? This country was so vast, and with a full resurgence of demons, they should be very busy. Why was this powerful squad leader still here? Su Baitian was clearly pleasantly surprised to see Jiang Mian. Looking at her from a distance, he greeted her, "Miss Jiang, what a coincidence. We meet again. How is your master's health now?" Jiang Mian hesitated, unsure of his intentions, so she didn't answer truthfully but instead asked, "Is there something you need?" Su Baitian's expression stiffened, his face slightly embarrassed. He hadn't expected Jiang Mian to be so cold. She wasn't like this when they were killing those demons. On the contrary, she was very helpful. She even helped them kill demons. How come she's changed so much since they returned? No wonder they say a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. He truly didn't understand. His mind was a jumble of thoughts. But this didn't hinder Su Baitian's actions. He deliberately chatted with Jiang Mian along the way, and before he knew it, he had followed her to the residence of the male disciples of the Qifeng sect. Only then did Su Baitian reveal his purpose for coming today. "Miss Jiang, I wonder if your master is free? I'd like to visit him." Good heavens, at this point, if Jiang Mian still couldn't see that this guy's real intentions weren't what they seemed, then she would truly be a fool. However, Jiang Mian didn't immediately agree, but said, "I need to see my master before I can give you a definite answer. After all, you've been following me all this way. How would I know if my master is free?" Su Baitian looked embarrassed. He had indeed been too hasty, because he had been given orders not to return to Tianyang City, precisely to try and bring Master Qifeng into their fold. That's why he was specifically kept here, and they only gave him 3 days. Almost a day has passed, and he hasn't made any substantial progress. He's getting anxious. After Jiang Mian went inside, he returned the old man's storage bag and then gave him the allocated spirit essence. The old man beamed with joy as he received the spirit essence. "Not bad, not bad. This time you really reaped a bountiful harvest. Now you have more resources for your cultivation." As he spoke, he counted out some spirit essence and handed it to Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian was taken aback. "What are you doing?" The old man clicked his tongue. "It's yours, so take it. You deserve it. After all, you're my disciple. The other disciples have cultivation resources, so you can't be left out, right? Otherwise, wouldn't it seem unfair of me?" Chapter 253. Jiang Mian suddenly stood up and took a few steps back. "I'm warning you, don't try to bribe me. Even if you do, I won't give you a discount. We agreed on a price beforehand, and it's definitely not going down that far. That's my bottom line. Looking at her greedy expression, Lu Zheng was speechless. What was she doing, acting like he was so heartless? To be honest, he hadn't even considered that possibility. If she hadn't said that, he wouldn't have thought he could use a favor to get closer to her. Fine, fine. If you don't want it, then I take it. Here, I give it to you whenever you want it. Jiang Mian waved her hand, acting like she had plenty of money, and said domineeringly, no need, you can save it for me. When Wei Wei and her sweetheart get married, you can give these things to her as her dowry. That's still a long way off. My Wei Wei is still young. I won't let her be seduced by some random man before she's 20. The two chatted for a while longer. Before leaving, Jiang Mian thought of something and recounted her encounter with Su Beitian that day, and how Su Beitian asked him if he was free. After listening, the old man waved his hand, let him in. Even his teacher couldn't persuade me back then. I want to see what method he can use to convince me to join the court. Jiang Mian didn't know what had happened between the older generation, nor did she want to know too much. Hearing him say this, she called Su Beitian in. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Su Beitian is a man of some refinement. It's clear he has a good upbringing, probably due to his wealthy family background, as his behavior is always measured and appropriate. At least, Jiang Mian didn't find talking to him annoying, nor did she find him too presumptuous. She didn't know what they discussed in the room, but the next day, Jiang Mian was informed that they were leaving for Tianyang City. Tianyang City was quite different from the small town they were currently in. It was one of the 10 largest cities in the royal territory. At least, Jiang Mian was momentarily stunned by the magnificent city before her. This was more like it. This was a royal city, majestic and solemn. The city walls alone were over 10 meters high, and soldiers stood on both sides, armed and clearly veterans of battle. Their aura was incredibly imposing. It was nothing like the scenes in TV dramas, a drab, gray wall with a few lazy soldiers and vicious minor officials. This place was far more serious than anything depicted in television dramas. Didn't they see all the residents entering the city being extremely cautious, afraid to make a sound? When the group arrived, even Su Beitian, dressed in the Demon Exorcism Bureau's uniform, had to obediently register. This time, Jiang Mian had an identity token, so she didn't need to be bothered. She simply showed her token, had it registered, and then went inside. Su Beitian led the group to the gate of a grandly decorated mansion, saying respectfully, Master Qi Feng, please come in. My master has been waiting here for quite some time. Looking at the familiar scene, Lu Zheng couldn't help but sigh. After wandering around for several years, he had finally returned. Jiang Mian followed him to the inner courtyard, where she was stopped. She wasn't angry, after all, everyone else had been stopped as well. She wondered what they wanted to say. Why were they being so secretive? Weren't the disciples allowed to observe? Jiang Mian and her group followed another group to a house in the backyard. The head steward was very polite. Gentlemen and ladies, this courtyard is prepared for you. You are welcome to take a look. If you don't like it, we have spare rooms. Indeed, those who work in wealthy households have high emotional intelligence. Their art of speaking requires careful consideration. This courtyard was much larger than their previous residence in the magistrate's mansion, easily accommodating more than 10 people, with many rooms even empty. After choosing their rooms, Jiang Mian and her group moved in. The others' luggage was in Lu Weiwei's storage ring. Jiang Mian had shown off her storage ring from the beginning, so she carried her own luggage. No one suspected anything. Besides, she didn't have much luggage to begin with. Meanwhile, Lu Zheng followed Su Beitian to his teacher's residence. An old woman was sitting inside, but despite her age, she possessed the natural air of a master calligrapher. However, upon seeing the old woman, Lu Zheng felt a throbbing headache. The old woman chuckled upon seeing Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng, Lu Zheng, I told you come back someday, but you didn't believe me then. Now you obediently joined us, haven't you? Humph. Lu Zheng snorted coldly, retorting, if it weren't for what that old Tian Swan predicted, do you think I'd be back in this place? At this point, Lu Zheng's expression softened, and he asked with certainty, is what Tian Swan said true? Is the great calamity really coming? The old woman nodded heavily. When has that heavenly calculator ever been wrong? The increasing number of demons and evil spirits shows something's wrong. In the past, which demon, to become powerful, didn't cultivate with great difficulty and receive abundant good fortune before transforming into human form? Now, people are turning into demons just because of minor grudges, and there are even humans who, bewitched by a voice claiming to be the lord of demons, can directly transform into demons. Sigh. She sighed, picked up her teacup, took a sip, and said helplessly, now that a great calamity is approaching, and since I'm close to the heavenly calculator, I might as well tell you. He once told me that this calamity would be difficult to overcome, and that it would depend more on oneself. Overcoming inner demons is truly difficult. Hearing this, Lu Zheng fell completely silent. At first, he thought these were all excuses from the old woman, Duan Sheng, to get him to join the court and serve it. Since Su Beitian seemed genuinely sincere, he decided to expose her directly, which was why he came. The reality was far more cruel than he had imagined. He now had to plan for his apprentices, ensuring they wouldn't go astray at such a young age. The two chatted for a while longer before Lu Zheng excused himself and returned to his own position. Su Beitian emerged at this moment, looking at his teacher with confusion, but restrained by his teacher's authority, he could only remain silent. Seeing this, the old woman, mindful of his past service, didn't hold it against him, but said kindly, ask whatever you want. Otherwise, if I lose my temper now, you won't have another chance to ask. Hearing his teacher say this, Su Beitian naturally asked whatever he wanted. Chapter 254. Teacher, I don't understand. Why did you tell Master Qifeng this news beforehand? Aren't you afraid that Master Qifeng will leave with his disciples after learning about this divination? The old woman chuckled and shook her head. You don't understand this old fellow's mind. He's a very sentimental person. Anyone who has spent time with him is treated like family, let alone his disciples whom he's watched grow up. He won't leave alone, and he certainly won't want to see his disciples die. Naturally, he chooses to join a force, and the Imperial Court is the best force he can choose right now. Teacher, I understand. After Lu Zheng returned, he told everyone about his choice to join the Imperial Court. Jiang Mian didn't really care. All she wanted was to survive and become stronger, so joining any faction didn't matter. Lu Weiwei, however, looked at her grandfather with surprise. She remembered him saying that the Imperial Court was too restrictive and prone to intrigue, making it an undesirable target. Why the change of heart now? Confused, she asked directly. The old man sighed, his voice low and somber. I originally thought that in this chaotic world, we Qifeng people could remain unscathed, but things are unpredictable. Even I might not be able to protect you anymore. I was too arrogant and overconfident before, believing I could solve all your problems. However, now I realize that those demons have grown so quickly, to the point where I can no longer protect you. So Master wants us to join the Imperial Court? Xiang Tianqi asked his master. He nodded, tacitly agreeing. Just as everyone's spirits were low, Jiang Mian suddenly asked, if we join the Imperial Court, what benefits will they give us? For example, will they give us some essence to improve our cultivation? Or pills, talismans, or something like that? Has it been clearly stated? This? Lu Zheng fell silent. It seemed they really hadn't mentioned anything. Jiang Mian understood when she saw his expression. She looked at this little old man, who had let her down at this crucial moment, with a look of disappointment. He blurted out the address he was thinking. No way, old man, are you stupid? You're so strong. How can you be so naive and selfless? Couldn't you have negotiated a little? They said they'd let you join, and you just joined, letting them gain such power for nothing? Even if you don't think about yourself, you should at least think about the others. How can we let them take such a big advantage when we have so many powerful fighters? Lu Zheng looked embarrassed and somewhat at a loss. After all, he had never done anything like this before. He hadn't even noticed how Jiang Mian addressed him. This? I really hadn't thought about this. Jiang Mian looked at him with exasperation. Let me tell you, with so many of us joining, 100 spirit essences plus pills and talismans for each of us isn't too much, is it? Besides, wouldn't it cost money to train so many of us? We don't need their training now, but the cost of training during that time should still be calculated, right? They should at least give us some compensation, shouldn't they? In short, Jiang Mian kept insisting that the price was too low and needed to be raised before they would accept it. Business philosophy in place. Absolutely no loss. After being brainwashed by her, Lu Zheng also thought it made sense. So, when the old woman sent someone to ask for his opinion the next day, he proudly recounted everything his apprentice had told him the day before. He even produced a manuscript in front of the old woman for parts he hadn't remembered. Ahem. Well, let me explain the rest to you slowly. We have 14 people in total. Excluding myself and my strongest disciple, that's 12 people. I won't say much for their training fees these past few days, but you need to give me at least 1/10, right? Then, there's the training fee for me and my eldest disciple. Not much more, just 1/10. That adds up to a total of 30,000 spirit essences. When are you going to give it to me? The old woman's expression began to change strangely. As he started calculating the money, the more she heard the amount, the more astonished she became. Why has this old man become so mercenary? Has he become so worldly after so long? She rubbed her temples, looking troubled, and said helplessly, "What you're asking for is too much. The court certainly won't give you that much. Don't even dream about it." Now the old man was displeased. His disciple's plan was practically flawless. He couldn't hold back and lower the price. He pretended to shake his head and sigh, saying, "That's a real pity. Since we can't guarantee my disciple's safety, then please excuse our intrusion. We leave now, we won't bother you any longer." Duan Sheng was stunned. She truly hadn't expected the old man to leave so suddenly, without any warning. She had gone to great lengths to find him. How could she let him leave so easily? She immediately felt somewhat defeated, and said anxiously, "Wait a moment, I can ask my superiors about this. If they agree, it's not impossible." As soon as she finished speaking, seeing Lu Zheng's smiling face, she immediately realized she had been tricked. She felt a surge of dissatisfaction, and now she was even more certain that this plan wasn't Lu Zheng's idea. He wasn't that mercenary. There must be a junior behind him giving him the idea. She narrowed her eyes and probed, "I remember that kid surnamed Xiang isn't that strong. You wouldn't be lying about your strength, would you? Old Lu, you need to know, if it were really used to deal with demons. Your lies about your strength will ruin your disciple." The old man, pleased with himself for having the upper hand, didn't care about her question and inadvertently betrayed Jiang Mian. "Oh, that brat doesn't have that kind of ability. He's my new disciple, and let me tell you, he's incredibly skilled. Although his cultivation is a bit weak, his martial arts are superb, and he has his own unique methods for dealing with demons." The old man's praise for Jiang Mian was endless, as if he wanted to exaggerate his disciple's abilities. In fact, this was only a restraint. If he really wanted to, he could talk for a whole day and night. The old woman smiled without saying a word, quietly listening to his praise of highly skilled in martial arts, talented in learning, kind-hearted, helpful, and so on. With so many praises bestowed upon one person, she became genuinely curious about him. Chapter 255. What kind of person could earn such effusive praise from old man Lu? Even the old woman was intrigued. "When will you let me meet your disciples? I want to see if they're as skilled as you claim. If they're too different from what you say, I'm afraid the higher-ups won't approve. So I need to assess them first before applying." "Sure. No problem. It's just an assessment, right? I'm confident my disciples will definitely pass your assessment." The old woman couldn't help but smile at his confidence. "That's not necessarily true. Who knows, maybe none of them will pass my assessment." She followed Lu Zheng to their residence, and saw a group of people practicing martial arts. A woman stood in the middle. She looked young, yet her steps were steady and powerful. At first glance, she knew this woman must be old man Lu's eldest disciple. Sure enough, old man Lu's address quickly confirmed her suspicions. "Disciples, stop practicing for now, come and greet your grandmaster." The group obediently stopped their practice, stood up, and bowed, saying, "Greetings, grandmaster." Duan Sheng nodded, noticing that these people's cultivation was quite solid. Old man Lu hadn't lied to him. Lu Jing then beckoned Jiang Mian over and introduced him to Duan Sheng, saying, "Look, this is my newly accepted disciple, my current eldest disciple. His external martial arts are top-notch, and as for his cultivation level, well, with some rare and precious herbs, it will naturally improve. Don't you agree?" Duan Sheng nodded with interest, then suddenly asked, "How long have you had this disciple?" Jiang Mian didn't understand why she was asking these questions, but to conceal her identity, she didn't intend to tell the truth. Just as Lu Zheng was about to speak, Jiang Mian interrupted, her tone respectful and impeccable, replying to Senior Uncle, "I only joined for a little over a month, and I benefited greatly from cultivating under Master's guidance." Lu Zheng seemed to sense something and nodded along with Jiang Mian, saying with pride, "Yes, my disciple has only been with me for less than 2 months, and her cultivation has already surpassed that of my granddaughter. Truly exceptional talent indeed." Seeing this, Duan Sheng completely dispelled her suspicions. As someone from the imperial court, she naturally knew that a group of strange people had recently infiltrated various cities. Not only were their clothes strange, but their speech was also odd, and some even harbored thoughts of arson, murder, and looting. She had to be wary of such people. However, now, hearing what they said, the girl before her wasn't one of those people, so she was relieved. The imperial court could trust someone like her. If she were in league with that group of people of unknown origin, she would have to reconsider. Duan Sheng, however, didn't notice that another little girl had quietly joined her. Only after Duan Sheng left did Lu Weiwei say, "Just now, Master Uncle was still doubting senior sister's identity, but it seems he believed her later, which is why he left." Jiang Mian rubbed her forehead, sighing helplessly. Sigh, indeed, outstanding people have to face a lot of doubt to reach the peak. My damn, undeniable talent. The higher-ups acted quickly. The request made in the morning was agreed to in the afternoon. However, they also played a little trick. They hadn't initially specified whether it would be 30,000 purified essences or unpurified essences, so they brought out 30,000 unrefined essences. Duan Sheng was somewhat helpless. I tried my best to get them for you. They said you could either take 6,000 refined essences or 30,000 unrefined ones. You could choose. Didn't you say you wanted 30,000? Lu Zheng didn't care. 30,000 it was. So what if they weren't refined? It was enough. He took the essences, along with the talismans and pills distributed, and left after bidding farewell to the old woman. The group began dividing the spoils. No, they began dividing the work. Jiang Mian was responsible for coming up with ideas and, more importantly, for strategizing, so she took the lion's share, 20,000 essences. The old man took 5,000, and the rest were divided among the disciples. Of course, half of that was still deducted as payment to Jiang Mian. Family is family, and reason is reason. These cannot be confused. Calculate things the proper way. Moreover, even 5,000 essence spirits are enough for them to cultivate for several years. After all, these essence spirits aren't just for casual use. They need to absorb the energy within after consuming them, otherwise it would be a waste. Therefore, overall, it's a win-win situation. Everyone is now completely bound to the same goal. As for the talismans and pills distributed from above, Jiang Mian only took her share. She didn't come at these things, mainly because she felt she didn't really need them. Jiang Mian touched the talismans with their different patterns. The backs of the talismans had instructions and functions. After reading what was written on the back of the talismans, Jiang Mian realized how superficial she had been. How could she have underestimated such things? Thunder Talisman summons lightning to attack the designated location, most effective against demons. She had 10 of these talismans. Fire Talisman creates a burst of fire out of thin air, capable of igniting a bonfire. She had 50 of these. Soul Soothing Talisman. When under influence, it calms the mind and soothes the soul. She also had 10 of these. There were also some other talismans, fewer of which were offensive. Perhaps the old man knew her abilities, which was why he hadn't given her many offensive talismans. She was quite satisfied with this. As for the pills, they were some for restoring physical strength or cultivation, and some for treating internal injuries. In total, there were about a dozen bottles, which Jiang Mian put away. It's a pleasure doing business with you, master. Next time you need something like this, come find me again, and I guarantee you make a fortune. Lu Zheng grinned from ear to ear. This was truly a windfall. With so many resources, how could Qifeng sect not cultivate the next generation of disciples? Ha ha. Good, 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 a pleasure doing business with you, ha ha ha. The junior brothers and sisters also gathered around, praising Jiang Mian. Senior sister, you're amazing. We thought joining the court meant risking our lives for resources, but we haven't even done anything yet, and we already gained a huge amount of cultivation resources. This is so awesome. Lu Weiwei blushed. Yes, senior sister, I never dreamed I have so much all at once. I really like you so much. Xiang Tianqi also addressed her as senior sister for the first time. Senior sister, you are indeed very capable. I truly acknowledge that. Your business acumen is unmatched by any of us. With you in the sect, how could it not prosper? Chapter 256. Jiang Mian was almost carried away by the praise, and it took her a while to regain her composure. Alright, well, I go back and purify your essences first. Let's all strive to cultivate diligently, so we can obtain more cultivation resources in the future. Okay, senior sister, thank you for your hard work. Senior sister, you're truly amazing. Senior sister, you teach us cultivation techniques during the day, and work hard to purify our essences at night. You're truly a role model for us. I'm not going to sleep tonight, I'm going to cultivate hard too. Lu Weiwei seemed to be infected by the atmosphere, clenching her fist, and loudly proclaiming, me too. I absolutely can't let the other junior brothers surpass me. Soon I be everyone's junior sister. Absolutely not. Lu Zheng laughed heartily at their competitive spirit. Indeed, people need a bit of a competitive spirit to stimulate their desire to cultivate. All of this was thanks to his newly accepted little disciple. At that moment, his gaze towards Jiang Mian grew increasingly satisfied. After returning, Jiang Mian extracted all the spiritual spring water. This water had been consumed during the purification of the spirit essences. She hadn't calculated the exact consumption, but after purifying several hundred spirit essences, she had lost 100 drops of spiritual spring water, roughly 1 drop for every 4 or 5 spirit essences. However, the spiritual spring water produced in the past 2 days wasn't enough to supply all the spirit essences. She could only wait patiently, or perhaps trade with other players. She looked at the thunder talismans and other spells in the book, because pills were something players almost never used, and most people wouldn't dare to take them lightly. So why not try selling the talismans for a high price first? Thinking this, she put most of her talismans up for sale. She just posted a message in the group yesterday and saw others discussing her. Spring blossoms. I thought this big shot had finally been punished in this world, but I didn't expect her to sell things. Have summer blossoms. Wow, what's she selling this time? A lightning talisman? What's its effect? Draw a circle to curse you. Ah, big shot. It's me, big shot. What a coincidence. We're in the same world again. Where are you, big shot? Can I cling to your coattails? My talent is very useful. Big shot, I added you. Let's chat privately. Jiang Mian saw the familiar nickname, thought for a moment, and accepted his friend request. Draw a circle and curse you. Boss, you agreed? I'm so excited. Draw a circle and curse you. Boss, which country are you in? I'm in Wuchi Kingdom right now. The natives say it's a small country, but it's quite peaceful, at least there's not much danger. I heard some unlucky players were teleported directly to the wilderness and attacked by something right at the start, almost losing their lives. Jiang Mian knew this guy was a chatterbox, but she didn't expect him to be this talkative. He said so much without getting to the point, so she directly asked him, "What's your special ability?" Draw a circle and curse you. Oh right, my special ability is to foresee dangers that will happen next. In the previous world, I could only foresee 3 times, but this world is different. This world has 60 days of game time, so I can foresee 6 times. My ability is greatly doubled. Jiang Mian was stunned. This ability seemed so familiar. Her expression changed. Could this guy be? No way, no way, could it really be such a coincidence? However, if it really was the person she was thinking of, with both an official background and precognitive abilities, she was almost 90% certain it was him, then she couldn't let him come. This guy knew her, and if he connected her to the top-ranked figure on the leaderboard, it would definitely cause her trouble. Thinking this, Jiang Mian said, I haven't figured out what this place I'm in is called yet. I tell you when I do. Drawing a circle to curse you, okay boss? Waiting for your message. Jiang Mian simply pretended not to see the message. Looking at the talismans that had already been sold, Jiang Mian's eyes narrowed with a smile. She sells a talisman for 100 gold coins, which shouldn't be much in this world teeming with demons. Besides, the system shop sells skill cards, items that can only be used 3 times or last for a few minutes, for about the same price. It's reasonable for a shrewd merchant like her to charge a higher price, as long as someone buys them. Thinking this, Jiang Mian decided to get more talismans, put them on the market, upgrade her spiritual spring, and then purify her essence. In this cycle, wouldn't her money and abilities grow stronger? Thinking this, Jiang Mian couldn't sleep at all. She knocked on the old man's door. This old man loved to stay up late. Even this late, he was still awake. Jiang Mian asked him if he knew any masters who were skilled at drawing talismans. The old man looked at Jiang Mian warily. Why are you asking this? Don't tell me you're thinking of finding another master? Jiang Mian was taken aback. Honestly, she hadn't initially considered that approach. She was thinking of trading with this man, exchanging her purified essence for the talismans in the master's possession. After the old man's words, the idea instantly came to her. Jiang Mian grabbed the old man's arm and roughly explained her plan to him. Then she started enticing him with bribes. Look, I learned cultivation from you for only 3 or 4 days and already grasped the basics. Doesn't that prove my talent for cultivation is exceptional? If I don't learn more, wouldn't I be wasting the brains my parents gave me? Besides, this is the trend of the times. If I don't accumulate some capital, who knows what will happen when disaster strikes in the future? So, if you know a reliable master, introduce me to him as a disciple. Just say you already expelled me, or we can pay some price to have him teach me. When I return after completing my studies, you can say how useful you are. I certainly won't forget your great kindness, right? Then my junior brothers and sisters will have an endless supply of talismans. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Lu Zheng listened with a look of sympathy, almost swayed by Jiang Mian's words. But almost instantly, he realized what she meant. He looked at Jiang Mian with suspicion. What if you don't acknowledge me as your master after you finished your studies? After all, you said that if I remove you from the list, it's normal for you not to acknowledge me then. Wouldn't I end up losing both my money and my master? It wasn't that he didn't trust his disciple, but Jiang Mian was a cunning guy who came up with ideas on a whim. The situation he was worried about was actually very likely to happen. Chapter 257. Jiang Mian was truly helpless, her credibility being questioned. How could someone so honest and upright businesswoman be so distrusted? No, absolutely not. She suddenly thought of a better idea. Why don't you test your relationship with this talisman drawing master? If it's particularly good, you could have him take me as his disciple, and you two could both be my masters. What do you think? Great. That's a good idea. I agree. You wait for me. With that, Lu Xun got up and walked out. Not long after, Jiang Mian heard a sound not far away, like someone idly chopping down a tree in the middle of the night, the sound of branches snapping. On the other side, Duan Sheng, who had been sleeping peacefully, was awakened by Lu Sheng's loud voice. Thinking something urgent had happened, she rushed out to check, only to see Lu Xun saying the following words with a look of concern for her. Sister Duan, do you want an apprentice? Let me tell you, I know someone with incredible talent, and she's recently wanted to learn talisman drawing. I thought, why not keep the good stuff in the family? So I thought I'd introduce her to you. What do you think? Hearing him rouse her from her reverie, clearly trying to get her to take on an unknown apprentice, Duan Sheng flew into a rage. She used a talisman array to send Lu Xun tumbling and jumping, finally slamming him against a tree before he finally calmed down. Get lost. I won't take her. Take her yourself. Don't try to cram just any Tom, Dick, or Harry into my hands. Do you really think I don't have standards for accepting apprentices? Ouch. After prying himself out of the tree, Lu Xun couldn't help but mutter, why are you so angry? Do you know who I introduced you to? How do you know I didn't take her as an apprentice? Duan Sheng narrowed his wrinkled eyelids, having vented his morning grumpiness, and now he seemed interested, though his tone was still not very pleasant as he asked, who are you going to introduce? Perhaps your precious new disciple whom you just took on? Lu Xun looked surprised. How did you know who I was going to introduce you to? Were you eavesdropping? Duan Sheng was speechless. Who would eavesdrop on you? What are you plotting in the middle of the night? Plotting against you. Of course, this was only what he thought to himself. He didn't dare say it aloud. He chuckled and said, well, it's my apprentice. She has exceptional talent in cultivation, right? But she found cultivation too boring, unable to challenge herself, so she wanted to learn talisman drawing. She heard it's the most difficult, and thinks it's challenging, so she specifically asked me to put in a good word for her with you. She wants to learn from you. Duan Sheng rolled his eyes. Young people are too ambitious. Do they really think they're so great? Good cultivation talent doesn't mean other talents are good too. For example, while my cultivation talent is average, my talisman drawing is like a natural talent. To date, my talisman drawing talent is recognized as the best in our sect. No one has surpassed it. What she said was true, and Lu Xun couldn't deny it. However, his apprentice said that if this succeeded, the talisman she drew would be given priority to them, so he had to work even harder. Why did Lu Xun believe Jiang Mian so much? He didn't really know, but he had a vague premonition that she would succeed in whatever she did. Finally, relying on his silver tongue and shamelessness, he successfully persuaded Duan Sheng to agree to teach Jiang Mian. As for accepting her as a disciple, Duan Sheng would only agree after further investigation. If she doesn't have any talent, why would I take her as a disciple? Would she be using up my disciple accepting privileges? This was blunt, but consistent with her usual style. Seeing that there was no way to persuade her further, Lu Xun had no choice but to obediently agree. After telling Jiang Mian about this, Jiang Mian revealed a confident smile. Don't worry, master, I will definitely impress my senior uncle. Watching Jiang Mian's departing figure, he smiled and scolded, you ungrateful little thing, helping you as being your master, not helping you as being an old man, you really know how to read the room. Jiang Mian closed her eyes, but couldn't fall asleep. She simply sat up and began to cultivate using her essence. She currently consumes one essence per hour, mainly thanks to the old man's cultivation support, allowing her to do so at such a fast pace. By now, her cultivation has increased by about 10 years, and her own cultivation level is enough to crush many disciples. The next morning, after washing up, Jiang Mian went directly to the old man's door. Master, are you awake? When are we going to learn talisman drawing from our senior uncle? When old man Lu was woken from his sleep, He finally understood the anger Duansheng felt at being woken up the previous night. He sat up angrily and shouted at the door, "All right, stop knocking. The sun has just risen, your senior uncle might not even be awake yet. What's the rush?" Jiang Mian was in a real hurry, every second counted. Yesterday, someone tested the power of the talisman and had been wanting to buy it back ever since. She was anxious because she had customers, but no stock. Unfortunately, no one understood her anxiety. By the time Jiang Mian finally met Duansheng, 2 hours had passed. She felt like an ant steaming on a hot pan, her feet barely touching the ground. But facing Duansheng, she forced herself to remain calm. "Uncle Master, I heard from Master that you're incredibly skilled at drawing talismans. I specifically asked Master to teach me the techniques, so I can become a talisman master like you." That's just how Jiang Mian is. Her words are always smooth and effective. Flattery always works, and she immediately won over the initially reluctant Duansheng. She nodded and led Jiang Mian to her usual talisman drawing area. She even explained the talisman drawing process to Jiang Mian, then had her copy her method onto ordinary paper and ink. Jiang Mian has always had a good memory, and with the enhancement of her spiritual power, she memorized Duansheng's steps for drawing talismans instantly after seeing them. She then executed each stroke flawlessly, as if carved from a single mold. After finishing, she handed the paper to Duansheng. "Uncle Master, please take a look. Is my drawing correct?" Duansheng took the paper, paused, and asked in surprise, "You drew this in one stroke?" Jiang Mian nodded. "I saw Uncle Master draw it in one stroke, and he also said that when drawing talismans, one must not shake or be chaotic, one must be calm and focused to complete it in one stroke. So I drew it according to your instructions. But is there a problem?" Chapter 258. Alright, no problem at all. You learn talisman drawing skills so quickly. Since you mastered the basics so well, I teach you how to actually draw a talisman. Your master said you're quite eager to learn, so there's no need for us to waste time." Jiang Mian was naturally happy to oblige. However, when she actually started drawing the talisman, she discovered it wasn't as simple as it seemed. She needed to control the direction and technique of her brushstrokes, and constantly pay attention to the spiritual energy within the brush, ensuring it didn't scatter but remained concentrated on the talisman. Only in this way could she accurately draw a perfect talisman. After several failed attempts, Jiang Mian finally managed to draw a talisman. She looked at the talisman that had appeared in her hand with delight, turning to Duansheng, "Uncle Master, look, I finished it." Duansheng looked at the slightly messy talisman in her hand, but it was indeed formed and had the same effect. She was also surprised. In just one morning, this young girl had already completed the beginner-level trial. Her talent was undeniably quite impressive. Immediately, she felt a surge of appreciation for her talent and began to personally teach Jiang Mian how to draw a talisman more accurately. Jiang Mian felt the warmth on the back of her hand, and a smile appeared on her lips. She had been wondering how to get closer to this seemingly aloof and taciturn senior uncle. Unexpectedly, he had taken the initiative to approach her. Successfully copied gene ability, exorcism skill. X12. Successfully copied gene ability, youthful appearance technique. X10. Successfully copied gene ability, talisman master. X3. Successfully copied gene ability, teaching. X20. Successfully copied gene ability, 81 years of cultivation. X5. After using up all her copying attempts for the day, Jiang Mian successfully gained the abilities mentioned above. However, she didn't use them immediately, but planned to wait a while. If she used them now, her cultivation level would easily be exposed. She would wait until everyone was busy, and not paying attention to her, before slowly making changes. For the next few days, she studied talisman drawing with Duansheng every day, while the others were naturally assigned various tasks. After all, the imperial court hadn't given them so much spiritual energy for nothing. They were expected to contribute something. As for Jiang Mian, she was kept on after Duansheng consulted with the court. Because of her high talent in talisman drawing, the court, after weighing the pros and cons, allowed Jiang Mian to skip tasks. Jiang Mian practiced talisman drawing day and night. Finally, her efforts were noticed, and Duansheng finally agreed to take her as his apprentice. Jiang Mian naturally prepared another apprenticeship gift, no more or less than what she gave Lu Zheng, striving for fairness. Anyway, both of them were quite satisfied. They didn't care how much Jiang Mian gave them. They only cared about Jiang Mian's talent, and didn't want to see such a talented person bury their potential. While most people were busy, Jiang Mian directly deleted her hidden talent, and then pasted on the Grandmaster of Talisman drawing title. In an instant, everything became clear in her mind. Previously obscure runes she had learned flashed before her eyes, as if they were the result of years of dedicated talisman drawing practice. After digesting this information, Jiang Mian couldn't help but admire her second master. She was truly remarkable, having learned such complex and intricate techniques. Yet, she had managed to integrate and utilize these materials year after year. This would be impossible without years of accumulated experience. When Jiang Mian picked up her brush to draw talismans again, it felt as if the brush were her own hand, incredibly nimble. It could turn wherever she wanted, and before she knew it, the table was piled high with talismans. She only realized she had run out of the stack of talisman paper. Jiang Mian's eyes lit up as she looked at the pile of thunder talismans on the table, her face lighting up with joy. There were at least 200 thunder talismans in there, which, converted to gold coins, was over 20,000. She was rich. Jiang Mian grinned from ear to ear and immediately put all the thunder talismans she had drawn up for sale in the shop. This time, the number of buyers was still high, and her gold coins kept increasing. Jiang Mian immediately upgraded her Spirit Spring Space without hesitation. The Spirit Spring Space had played a crucial role this time, so upgrading it was a good idea. If she weren't short of her own Spirit Spring Water, she would have sold it. She had now discovered that Spirit Spring Water could not only purify essence, but also allow her to see the true forms of demons. It was truly a wonderful thing. Unfortunately, scarcity makes things valuable, and the amount it produced each day was far too small, so Jiang Mian had to stop exploiting it. She was out of talismans, and urgently needed to find a way to acquire them. However, Tianyang City was much better than the city they had been in before. There were shops selling talismans. If you paid attention, you could find them. After asking about the price, Jiang Mian discovered that the talismans here were traded for silver. She had been prepared to exchange them with her spirit essence, but now she was told it wasn't that complicated, just 10 taels of silver. For a moment, Jiang Mian felt disoriented by the prices in this world. But upon reflection, it made sense. The reason talismans weren't expensive was simply because talisman artists needed them. The main reason incantations were expensive was the quality of the incantations drawn by the artists. Jiang Mian bought 10,000 talismans for only 10 taels of silver, and the shopkeeper even gave her some extra. Seeing how shrewd the shopkeeper was, Jiang Mian decided she would buy from him again next time. Before leaving, the shopkeeper smiled and said, "If you draw the talismans, you can sell them at our shop. Our prices are absolutely reasonable, we do business with integrity, and we've been a century-old establishment." Jiang Mian nodded. She planned to exchange the talismans she drew for talisman paper once she ran out of money. Sigh. She's so kind, always thinking of everyone's benefit. Pa! Shady merchant. A man hundreds of kilometers away, looking at the thunder talisman he just exchanged for 100 gold coins, cursed out loud. He only managed to snag it thanks to his decades-long single-life reflexes. If the thunder talisman hadn't been so effective against those demons and monsters, he wouldn't have spent so much money. One thunder talisman, this shady merchant sells for 100 gold coins, and it can only be used once, and only in a critical moment. It's incredibly expensive. His underling also looked distressed and regretful. Boss, we didn't get a thunder talisman. Those people said it was expensive, but they were scrambling like madmen. We couldn't get any. Chapter 259. Jiang Mian was completely unaware that people were still calling her a shrewd businesswoman. She was currently engrossed in drawing, even using time acceleration to speed things up. For 3 days straight, Jiang Mian stayed inside, never venturing out. Duan Sheng, fearing something might happen to her, had someone knock on the door for a long time. Jiang Mian, absorbed in drawing talismans, didn't hear the knocking at all. Duan Sheng grew increasingly anxious. Old man Lu wasn't around, and Jiang Mian was this girl's only master. If something happened to her, how could she explain it to old man Lu? Thinking this, she burst through the door, only to be met with a shocking sight. Jiang Mian's hair was disheveled, loosely tied back in a bun. The table was piled high with the talismans she had drawn, making her look like she had gone mad from drawing them. Duan Sheng was startled. He picked up a talisman and examined it, discovering it was an unfinished calming talisman. Jiang Mian showed no reaction to Duan Sheng's appearance. She seemed completely absorbed in drawing the talisman, unable to extricate herself, almost to the point of demonic possession. Duan Sheng took something and placed it directly on Jiang Mian's head. "Wake up!" Jiang Mian was still engrossed in drawing the talisman until she felt a cool sensation on her head. Only then did she react and see Duan Sheng. Jiang Mian was startled and asked blankly, "Master, what's wrong?" Only when she looked up did Duansheng see her face clearly. Her eyes were already dark, yet her expression held an excited look. Duansheng frowned. "Girl, are you possessed?" Jiang Mian exclaimed, completely bewildered. "What do you mean, master? I was drawing talismans. The more I drew, the more skillful I felt. It's only been a few hours, and I'm still not finished." Duansheng tapped her forehead, shaking his head in disbelief. His disciple was too studious, she gone mad. 3 days had already passed, yet she claimed only a dozen hours had gone by. When Jiang Mian finally understood, she stared incredulously at the mostly finished talisman paper on the table. "Has so much time really passed? Why didn't I notice? In fact, I felt more and more energetic as I drew." Duansheng sighed helplessly. You almost went into a state of demonic possession while drawing. I don't know whether to call it diligence or a lack of willpower." Finally, Jiang Mian was forced to go back to rest, and she wasn't allowed to leave until she had rested enough. Jiang Mian looked dejected. Because she had drunk the spiritual spring water, she wasn't really sleepy, but seeing Duansheng's concern, she didn't want to disappoint him. After she finished resting, she learned that Duansheng had assigned her several missions, all of which involved slaying demons, and all of them were solo missions. Jiang Mian was somewhat reluctant. She still had so many spirit essences, why should she slay demons? Duansheng saw through her thoughts at a glance and said with a forced smile, "Don't think so much. I kept you from missions before because of me. Did you think the court was giving you so many spirit essences to play with? They're definitely going to make you pay a price. Now the time is up. Since you almost mastered the art of drawing talismans, at least you can draw some spells, which is already quite good. Now go and practice more, and don't forget your martial arts." She did all this for Jiang Mian's own good, fearing she would fall back into demonic possession and easily die from exhaustion. Jiang Mian didn't resist and obediently went to do the quest. Looking at the freshly extracted essence in her hand, Jiang Mian threw it directly into a jar, which was already half full of spiritual spring water, containing many of the essence she had accumulated over the past few days. Jiang Mian thought for a moment. Since the flame she copied could directly kill these demons, what about the original creator? Would they also possess many of these essences? And what about players with special abilities? Perhaps they also had a large amount of unused essences hoarded. Thinking this, Jiang Mian simply shouted in the chat group, "I love salty soy milk. Bonus! Bonus! Major bonus! Are you still worried about not having enough gold coins? Are you still thinking the items in the shop are expensive? Don't worry, don't be anxious. Our shop has upgraded with the world's changes, and now we're buying spirit essences. 10 spirit essences can be exchanged for 1 talisman. Any talisman will do." As soon as this message was sent, many people asked her if it was true, if it was really that cheap, and so on. Jiang Mian responded to each one, confirming it was indeed true. Of course, some people didn't know what spirit essences were. "Little Black, what are spirit essences? I never heard of them." Scholarly family. Speaking of which, 10 spirit essences are needed to exchange for 1 talisman, but 1 talisman can only kill 1 demon. Isn't that exchange rate a bit unfair? Why don't you change it to 1 spirit essence for 1 talisman? Maybe more people will buy it. Jiang Mian also saw the message. She couldn't help but twitch her lips. This guy from the scholarly family was a real oddball, acting as if drawing talismans didn't require her effort or time. Seeing that many people were echoing this sentiment, Jiang Mian was speechless. She figured if she didn't explain, these players might even offer to give it to them for free. "I love salty soy milk. If this is how you get it, I'd like to buy from you. Is that okay? Buying also costs money, and I need to build relationships. Do you think it's that simple? I already spent 8 spirit essences. Buying 10 from you shouldn't be unreasonable, right?" After sending this message, Jiang Mian ignored them and closed the page, opening her private friends list. Sure enough, Fu Juhan had seen it and was asking how much stock she had. Jiang Mian smiled. The big fish was here. "How much do you need?" Fu Juhan looked at the large group of newly recruited followers behind him, actually cannon fodder used for scouting. After considering their speed in killing demons and realizing he could supply them, he directly gave a number. 0 degree, 300 thunder talismans, 300 tranquilizing talismans, 400 explosive talismans. Do you have them? Jiang Mian checked his own stock and found he actually had them, except for a shortage of tranquilizing talismans. After explaining this to him, Jiang Mian exchanged the insufficient tranquilizing talismans for thunder talismans. Looking at the 10,000 soul essence he had just received, Jiang Mian really couldn't understand where this guy got so much stuff. Were the demons outside already this rampant? He could just casually produce 10,000 soul essence? Chapter 260. Out of curiosity, she simply asked. Considering they had already worked together multiple times, she didn't have any ulterior motives. Fu Junhan didn't hold back and told her the truth. We recruited a bunch of underlings who practically offered themselves up. With them joining us, getting these things is a piece of cake, isn't it? Jiang Mian, She really wanted to say, can you stop being so arrogant? A piece of cake, you really think these powerful underlings are as easy as cabbages? But she didn't expect that for Fu Junhan, it truly was a piece of cake. On the other side, a man who looked extremely fierce was led to Fu Junhan's side. Upon seeing Fu Junhan, the man immediately showed a shy smile. Boss, I'm also a player. My ability is to travel a certain distance. Can I join you? Fu Junhan remained non-committal. Jiang Mian was somewhat indignant. When killing these demons, she didn't want to let a single one escape. Now, her cultivation level has reached the century mark, and she just needs a little more. After reaching a century, further advancement becomes much more difficult. Normally, a single purified essence would increase her cultivation for about a month, but after breaking through to a century, the effect only lasts for about 10 days, a significant reduction. Now, she can only rely on quantity. Even without considering her previous cultivation gains, her current cultivation level is around 40 years, which is already incredibly fast. This is mainly thanks to the mental suggestion she made when drawing the talisman, consuming an essence every few minutes, resulting in rapid progress. Now she had enough spiritual spring water, and the spring itself had even surpassed the time acceleration ability, reaching level 30. Level 30 was a threshold. Upon reaching level 30, the amount of spiritual spring water increased by 1 milliliter per day. Combined with time acceleration, that's 20 milliliters. The spring was large enough to produce several bathtubs worth of water daily, more than enough for her needs. Now that she finally had enough spiritual spring water, she even started to consider profiting from it. What price should she set for a drop of spiritual spring water? Wouldn't that make players level up too quickly? No, she was making a mistake. Why didn't she dilute the spiritual spring water before selling it? That way, she could set a more reasonable price and still rake in the gold coins from ordinary players. Thinking this, Jiang Mian took out a bottle of mineral water from her spatial storage. She wasn't going to be so greedy. At least she added a drop of spiritual spring water to the bottle. Then, the bottle of water was taken out and sold separately, labeled Heavenly Eye Water. Players who initially saw the new item were confused about its purpose. After reading the description, they were dumbfounded. Heavenly Eye Water contains trace elements. After consumption, it increases the ability to see through demons' true forms for 3 hours. Price, 10 gold coins. Those who had the money received a small cup of water. But the cup looked increasingly strange. Something seemed off. Some people who frequently tested urine at hospitals or at home immediately recognized what it was. Wait, is this container for Real? I'm dying of laughter. Isn't this the cup we always use to collect urine from patients? How did it end up here? So you mean this guy used urine cups to hold all this liquid for us? I love salty soy milk. Ahem. To correct you, these cups haven't been used to hold urine, they're all brand new. Please don't spread rumors, thank you. Upon discovering the real culprit, the players immediately became excited, discussing the cup's design. Seeing so much resistance, Jiang Mian shrugged and then refused to provide them with containers, telling them to prepare their own after exchanging them. Now, the players completely quieted down, afraid that saying anything more would provoke Jiang Mian to dilute the contents. Unbeknownst to them, this was already the effect of dilution. If it were normal spiritual spring water, the effect of 1 drop would last about a day, not at all like diluted water. However, even after dilution, it still lasts for 3 hours. Does this mean its quantity isn't fixed? Jiang Mian realized she found another great business opportunity. Looking at the map in her hand, the next stop was Black Wind Stronghold, about 10 kilometers away. It used to be a bandit stronghold, but recently all the bandits there had died overnight. A soaring aura of blood permeated the entire cliff, and some people who went to gather herbs nearby even said that the blood dripped directly down the bluestone path. While this was an exaggeration, after all, if it really was a demon that killed him, they certainly wouldn't have let the blood drip down unchecked. Jiang Mian's purpose in going there was to investigate. If possible, she would directly subdue the demons. If the disparity in strength was too great, she would retreat temporarily and wait for the imperial court to launch a joint attack. Jiang Mian took out a horse from her spatial storage. She had bought it somewhere before, and now, having nurtured it there, it was plump and healthy, looking extremely spirited. Naturally, it was very attentive to the woman who had served it so well. Before Jiang Mian even mounted, the horse lowered its head and gently nuzzled her waist. Riding this horse was noticeably faster than before, and soon the two arrived at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Mian put the horse back into her spatial storage. The horse was initially reluctant, but it couldn't disobey Jiang Mian's command. Furthermore, it seemed to have gained sentience and could sense the dangerous atmosphere within the mountain, so it obediently allowed itself to be stored away. Jiang Mian, unaware of the horse's thoughts, put it into her spatial storage and began fiddling with her tools. From its current perspective, the mountainside was clearly shrouded in black mist, undoubtedly the work of demons. She had to make thorough preparations, hoping to wipe out all the demons within. With 100 thunder talismans in her left hand, and a long sword in her right, she channeled her century of cultivation into her body, and strode confidently towards Black Wind's stronghold. Upon reaching the mountainside, she was greeted by a strong stench of blood, along with an indescribable odor, like the stench of something rotting. Jiang Mian discreetly put on a mask, finally feeling the freedom to breathe. When she reached the upper level, she witnessed a scene of chaos. Chapter 261. This scene utterly shattered human values, but for Jiang Mian, it felt like returning to the apocalypse, to before her rebirth. Back then, she was in the same predicament, tied to a pillar, while the ogres discussed which parts of her flesh were tasty, and who should eat them. Now, the scene was the same. A dozen people were tied to a huge wooden stake, below which was a rotating disc. Strange-looking creatures would occasionally turn the disc, their long, sharp claws scraping large chunks of flesh from the naked humans, and stuffing them into their mouths. The constant tsk sounds of chewing filled Jiang Mian's ears. Jiang Mian clenched her fists. She hated those who smacked their lips while eating, and even enjoyed eating human flesh sashimi. Immediately, she threw out 100 lightning talismans, instantly forming a thundercloud in the sky, which crackled and thundered down. The lightning finally subsided after an instant's time. The demons were still enjoying themselves when a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky. They were instantly blasted apart, charred and burned, their spirits falling to the ground without even uttering a curse. Some of the luckier demons, seeing this, immediately scrambled to their feet, glaring at Jiang Mian and cursing, "Damn you, you stinking Taoist priest! We have no grudge against you. We clearly told the higher-ups this is our territory. How can you go back on your word?" Jiang Mian paused, stunned. What was going on? This was too much information for her to handle. The next second, she even softened her movements, looking at the demon who had revealed such shocking information and asking, "Who told you this? And who designated this place as your territory?" The demon with a human head and a dog's body, whether due to its current form or because it was an honest person in its past life, answered Jiang Mian's question truthfully. Naturally, it's the Minister of War of Tianan City. Who else could it be? Jiang Mian silently memorized this, not killing the demon outright, but severely injuring it before storing it in her storage bag. She planned to hand it over to her second master when she returned, letting her handle the matter. As for herself, she was just a little girl who liked drawing talismans. How could she possibly handle such intrigue? The remaining demons were no match for Jiang Mian. She quickly dispatched them. Thinking that this place had previously been a mountain stronghold, perhaps there were still many things inside. So, ignoring the survivors, Jiang Mian headed into the stronghold to see if there were any cellars or similar structures. Just then, the group tied to the pillars, seeing that Jiang Mian seemed to have come to rescue them, immediately began to clamor. "Heroine, heroine, save us! Don't go! Please put us down! Heroine, please, put us down! I need to go home to farm." Jiang Mian touched her head, looked at the people to prevent them from following her, and said, "Wait here a little longer. I go see if any other demons are still alive." After saying that, Jiang Mian left. Of course, she wasn't going to scout ahead for these people, but those who know. After searching, Jiang Mian actually found a cellar. Looking at the rows of boxes, she opened them and saw that they were full of silver, but it was all official silver, the kind stamped by the government. It was considered official silver, and unless it was melted down and used as loose silver or for making jewelry, it was useless. Jiang Mian didn't care. For her, melting it was just melting, it wasn't a big deal. She still had some jewelry-making tools she collected earlier in her spatial storage. Besides, the flame she was using was extremely hot. Melting these things would be a piece of cake. After collecting these items, Jiang Mian also saw 2 boxes of gold bars, but the boxes were rather small, looking like they shrunk many times over. They had a rather stingy feel to them. However, the contents inside were anything but stingy. They were gleaming gold bars. Who would think gold bars were stingy? Jiang Mian was afraid she might have missed something, so she searched again and found some small goldfish and gold hairpins in the Black Wind Stronghold leader's room. Looking at the somewhat familiar hairpin, Jiang Mian paused, stunned. Wasn't this the one she sold before? What a coincidence! After all these twists and turns, the hairpin had ended up in her hands again. Jiang Mian put everything away. Just then, she suddenly noticed something strange about a shadowy spot in the corner. Thinking someone was trying to ambush her, she immediately channeled her spiritual energy towards it. However, there was no one inside. The wall-like structure was empty. Jiang Mian felt around and found a small box inside. She thought it contained gold bars, but when she opened it, she discovered it was filled with countless envelopes. Inside were transaction records between the former Black Wind Stronghold leader and his superiors, all records of swindling passing merchants. She wasn't interested in these. She planned to take them back to her second master as evidence. After finishing all this, Jiang Mian lowered the people off the pillar. She then reassured them, saying, I already checked. All the demons in this area have been killed. You're saved. Upon hearing this, the people became excited. Some of the survivors even wanted to kneel before Jiang Mian, but she quickly stopped them, saying, All right, no need for formalities. This was just my mission. She looked at them and asked, Why are you in a place like this? Didn't you say everyone in this village was killed by demons? Aren't you afraid? Why did you dare to come out? Are you around here now? Hearing Jiang Mian's question, the people exchanged glances before one of them said, Actually, we were prisoners here before. We've been here ever since our former boss captured us. After those demons broke through our stronghold and ate everyone, they wanted to take us for fun. We were lucky to meet you, heroine, and that's how we escaped with our lives. Yes, thank you so much for saving our lives, heroine. Jiang Mian didn't take their gratitude to heart. It was just empty talk that wouldn't bring her any real benefit. Jiang Mian waved her hand, intending to descend the mountain, but was stopped again. Chapter 262. One of the women, her face contorted with grief, cautiously asked, Little girl, could you take me home? My leg is injured, and I definitely can't walk by myself. Could you carry me down the mountain? A moment of silence fell. Everyone stared at the woman in disbelief, then cautiously observed Jiang Mian's expression. They were terrified that Jiang Mian might kill them all in a fit of anger, and they immediately began to back away. Jiang Mian was amused and exasperated. What was going on? Did she look that kind? Carrying her down the mountain? She had already saved them, and they were still so delusional. Jiang Mian didn't bother arguing further. She lightly touched the ground with her toes, leaped onto a tree branch, and in a few bounds, reached the foot of the mountain. She didn't have the heart to kill those people, but she didn't want to meddle anymore. Like she said, killing innocent people would only dirty her hands. After returning home, Jiang Mian handed the items to Duan Sheng, explained her situation, and then went out to do other tasks. She ran around for several days, before finally having some free time. Her shelves were empty, and with permission, she began drawing talismans. However, her previous stock of talisman paper was running low, so she went back to the street to buy another batch, also taking out a few pieces of melted silver, the silver she had obtained in the mountain stronghold. But looking at the tense crowd on the street, Jiang Mian was puzzled. What was going on? Why were there fewer and fewer shopkeepers? She only been gone for a short time, but it felt like she was completely out of touch with the world. Jiang Mian went to her usual talisman shop. Luckily, it was still open. This time, Jiang Mian bought 50,000 talismans. While the shopkeeper's assistant went to get more stock, Jiang Mian asked the shopkeeper, What's going on the street today? Everyone seemed so flustered, like something terrible is about to happen. The shopkeeper was already familiar with Jiang Mian, and didn't suspect anything when she asked. He replied directly, It's all because of that incident before. Apparently, spies from other countries have infiltrated our country, causing chaos and inciting demonic attacks. So the higher-ups are arresting those spies. Jiang Mian asked curiously, Are there really spies? Are you serious? The shopkeeper looked around and whispered, No, it's just an excuse. They mainly target people with special abilities. I heard these people have unique uses. Jiang Mian paused, but just in case, she feigned composure and smiled. Really? How did they find out? Don't they all look similar to us? Hee hee. You don't understand. The big shots up there are so clever. They specifically send out high-paying demon-slaying missions. Those people are only after money. They do anything. So, after a while, their identities were discovered. Jiang Mian nodded, picked up her things, and left, politely declining the shopkeeper's offer to see her off. A cold sweat broke out on her back. Something felt off. What did the higher-ups want to do with these people? Lock them up, or do they have some other purpose? She didn't know, and she couldn't directly ask her two masters. After all, they were natives of the world, who knew what they were thinking. Moreover, Jiang Mian felt her own identity was probably in jeopardy. Her appearance was too coincidental, at the exact same time as that group, and there was no record of them before. Even though she had fabricated a Chinese gate, how many people would truly believe her? She couldn't guarantee anything. After returning home, Jiang Mian, still troubled, didn't immediately begin drawing talismans. Instead, she went to Duansheng's side, subtly inquiring about the matter above. Duansheng paused, then looked at Jiang Mian curiously. You've been working so hard, oblivious to everything around you. Why did you suddenly decide to ask about this? Jiang Mian smiled shyly. Master, I'm just curious. Those people have made things so chaotic here. Everyone's on edge. Even business is bad, that's why I'm curious. Duansheng nodded, unsure whether he believed her or not, and explained, this matter actually originated in Tianan City. It seems like something's been discovered by higher-ups. I already submitted what you gave me last time, but there's been no response since. It's probably been swallowed up. It just means that person has powerful connections, or maybe the higher-ups don't care about such a small matter anymore. Seeing Jiang Mian's bright eyes, she explained further. Now, not only our Tianyang City, but all the surrounding cities and towns have been ordered to find those who are different from others. These people all have some special characteristics. Perhaps they speak boldly, or they dress strangely. Men are relatively easy to identify, most have short hair. As for women, while some might be missed, those with unusual hair colors are easily spotted. Jiang Mian nodded, understanding the situation. Back in her room, she stocked the shelves with hair dye, conditioner, wigs, and similar items at varying prices. These items quickly sold out, and many even wanted her to stock more. Now that her time acceleration and spirit spring space had both reached level 30, the gold coins she would need were a bottomless pit. Jiang Mian rubbed her forehead, rummaged around for a while, and finally found some more hair dye. After making a small profit, the bigger prize was still from talismans, which she listed at the same prices as before. A ding-dong sounded. She suddenly received a private message from a friend. Opening it, she found it was from Fu Junhan. Sent. 0 degree. Just a reminder, don't let the natives around you know your identity. It'd be a big problem. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes. This person seemed to know something. She tried to ask more, but Fu Junhan didn't reply. Actually, she didn't know what happened after that. The main reason he reminded Jiang Mian not to let the natives discover her identity was because the newly joined underling had precognitive abilities. However, this underling was clever and didn't tell him everything, only a small part. Even this small part was enough for Fu Junhan to continue guessing. After confirming the source of the danger, he led his men to secretly hide. Chapter 263. Would it cause big trouble if her identity were discovered? Considering the soldiers already searching for those people, Jiang Mian already had some guesses, though she wasn't entirely sure yet. Then, on the 30th day of the game, the system suddenly issued a notification. The first stage of the game is complete. The second stage is about to begin. Friendly reminder, please conceal your identity and try to survive in the mission world. Jiang Mian looked at the system notification with a puzzled expression. Concealing her identity? Surviving in the mission world. Did that mean her identity would be discovered, and then something bad would happen? Unable to figure it out, she didn't think about it any further. Instead, she started to consider the resources she had. Then she bought a new batch of lightning talismans, calming talismans, explosion talismans, and diluted spiritual spring water. Then she took out some that she sold at the Demon Extermination Bureau, and 100 of each type for her fellow disciples. Seeing the joy on their faces, Jiang Mian knew she had it all figured out. As long as she controlled them, she could control the source of all danger. In this world, these were probably the only people who knew her true identity, and judging from the situation, they would never betray her. Perhaps part of it was due to self-interest, or perhaps it was because of the results of their interactions over the past period. Jiang Mian, being within the enemy ranks, had naturally seen the message from above. Now, the higher-ups had placed demons second, Their top priority was capturing those from another world, and they had even given the players a domineering name: extraterrestrial demons. Jiang Mian's lips twitched when she heard the name. She was at a loss for words. However, this was normal in this dynasty. Given the absolute rule of the emperor, others were always willing to risk their lives for the royal family, ensuring the royal family's stability, and ensuring that their orders were obeyed. So, it was all inevitable. But the higher-ups didn't specify what to do with these players. The notice only stated that they would wreak havoc on the world. Old Lu looked at the notice and casually remarked, "Judging people isn't just about looking with your eyes. You have to look with your heart. Whether someone is an extraterrestrial demon or not, you know in your heart." Jiang Mian looked completely bewildered. Please forgive her lack of education. She didn't understand what the old man was saying, but that didn't stop her from nodding haphazardly. "Sigh." The old man sighed, shaking his head helplessly. "This child is hopeless. Indeed, no one is perfect." He then left, leaving Jiang Mian speechless. It wasn't until late at night, lying in bed, that she realized what the old man meant by using classical Chinese. He meant he didn't care about his status, only what kind of person he was. That old man is really something. If I weren't so clever, I wouldn't have figured out what he meant. Moved, Jiang Mian filled a container with some spiritual spring water. Then, she thought, is 1.5 liters of mineral water a bit too much? So, she quietly changed it into a 500 milliliters mineral water bottle. The next morning, she found the old man and quietly handed him the spiritual spring water, saying somewhat awkwardly, "Here, this unexpected opportunity is for you." Old Lu was taken aback. "Didn't you just send a whole bunch of talismans yesterday? Why are you sending things again today? When did you become so kind, girl?" Jiang Mian pouted, displeased, and said, "What do you mean? You're disgusted with me, aren't you? Then I won't give them to you, I take them myself." Hey, what's given to an old man is given to an old man. How can you just take it? You little girl, you have all sorts of good stuff in your hands. Tell me quickly, what are the uses of these things? Beauty and skin care, healing wounds and curing diseases, seeing through the true forms of demons, oh right, most importantly. She whispered a few words in the old man's ear, and Lu Zheng was stunned, his face instantly turning serious. "Are you telling the truth? Is this water really that effective?" Sensing the distrust in his voice, Jiang Mian nodded directly. "Why would I lie to you? I'm giving it to you. You can take it back and try it out, but I don't recommend using it directly. After all, if you were to trade with me, it would be quite a good deal. Just keep the things inside, in case I leave one day, you can." Ahem. Jiang Mian's words were cut off by old man Lu's cough. Jiang Mian realized she had said too much and shut her mouth. "Anyway, it's yours. If you don't want it, just throw it away." With that, she left, carrying a bottle of water for her second master. Jiang Mian did not tell Duansheng the true effects of the water, especially its ability to purify spiritual essence. She only said that she had obtained it by chance in the wild and discovered that it could restore spiritual energy after consumption, so she brought it back. However, the quantity was a bit small, and there wasn't much left after dividing it up. Duansheng took the document, her face grave. She looked at Jiang Mian and asked, "Do you want to become stronger?" However, she stopped abruptly, shook her head after a moment's thought. "Forget it, it's better not to tell you. It saved you from worrying about it all day." Jiang Mian was stunned. What? She wouldn't tell her? She hated people who played riddles. But Jiang Mian had her own methods. She grabbed Duan Tian's leg and pleaded, "Master, just tell me what you wanted to say. You can't keep me in suspense, and then stay silent. It'd make me lose my appetite and sleep, and I won't even be able to draw talismans properly." Jiang Mian's shamelessness far surpassed Jiang Wu's eyes. Duansheng, worn down by her persistence, finally told her everything. Recently, the people at the Demon Extermination Bureau discovered that those extraterrestrial demons actually have a greater use, which is why they're so aggressively capturing them. "What use?" Jiang Mian asked casually. In truth, she didn't know what use players were. Besides recruiting players as henchmen, it seemed like they had no other purpose, right? However, Duansheng's next words sent chills down Jiang Mian's spine, and she couldn't help but tremble. She stared at Duansheng in disbelief, her expression shifting repeatedly, still clinging to a last shred of hope as she asked, "Master, you're lying, aren't you? How could a person do such a thing? A person can't, at least shouldn't, do something so beastly." Chapter 264. Seeing Jiang Mian's disbelief, Duansheng shook his head. She had the same expression when she first learned of it. However, It's undeniable that those who actually did this gained extra power. That's right. Do you remember Subatian? The captain of the Demon Extermination Division, who invited your master to join us? Hearing the familiar name, Jiang Mian nodded subconsciously, still in shock. Duan Sheng continued, do you know who his father is? No. His father is the current prime minister. When he sent his son to me, he wanted me to take him as a disciple. However, his talent wasn't very good, so I only made him an ordinary disciple and didn't teach him talisman drawing. It was precisely because of his lack of talent that he thought of consuming the heart of an extraterrestrial demon to gain power. Jiang Mian took a deep breath and asked, he succeeded, didn't he? Duan Sheng nodded, yes, he succeeded. After consuming the heart of that extraterrestrial demon, he acquired a rather special ability. He could create a protective barrier in front of him. This barrier's strength depended on his cultivation level, and experiments showed it could maintain his defense for half an hour. That's why the higher-ups were so supportive of this operation. Jiang Mian's expression turned grave. Master, how many others did the same thing? Could they really accept eating the hearts of fellow humans? Duan Sheng sighed. Alas, I don't know the exact number. There's something I need to correct. The people you're talking about aren't our kind, but extraterrestrial demons. So, they didn't resist when they were eating those people. No one can resist the power to become stronger, so I think you understand. Jiang Mian understood. After returning to her room, she started sending messages in the chat group. I love salty soy milk. Big news. Free gift. I love salty soy milk. Those in the city, or under the royal family's influence, should have noticed. They are currently capturing us players, and calling us extraterrestrial demons. I suggest you fight back to the death. Even if you can't resist, buy a blasting talisman and blow your heart out. Before Jiang Mian finished sending, someone commented below. Reading family. Why? Why do they want us to blow our hearts out? Do they want to sell you that blasting talisman? Jiang Mian ignored this person and continued sending her next message. This is the last message I'm going to send. I love salty soy milk. I don't know why, but the people in the Imperial Court believe that eating a player's heart will grant them their abilities, and they even tested it. Someone has already eaten a player's heart and gained their abilities. I wonder how much human tissue they consumed before they confirmed that eating a heart grants abilities. That's why I told you to destroy hearts as much as possible. Of course, if you're willing to be eaten after you die, then disregard what I said. After sending this, Jiang Mian simply disappeared. She was too lazy to pay attention to those who contradicted her, but what they said wasn't wrong. She just wanted to sell her explosive talismans. She just wanted more people to live, so she could sell her goods. Isn't that how all merchants are? If there are no customers, how will they make money? As for whether these people believe it or not, that's up to them. After all, weeding out some low-quality customers is normal. Jiang Mian was about to continue drawing talismans, when she suddenly felt a voice in her mind. She quickly stopped drawing, strongly suspecting that she had been drawing too many talismans, and her mind was a little foggy. She put down her pen with lingering fear, and prepared to go out and take on some tasks to relax. However, the demon-slaying tasks that were usually highly sought after were now piling up on the task board, ignored by everyone. Jiang Mian learned that most people were now hunting extraterrestrial demons, while these ordinary demons were being neglected. Jiang Mian was speechless. Wasn't this putting the cart before the horse? If they didn't kill the increasingly rampant demons, wouldn't they be able to attack nearby cities once they gained power? Then, ordinary people would simply become the demon's food. However, she only thought it to herself. She wasn't stupid enough to shout it out in the streets, lest she be mistaken for an extraterrestrial demon and imprisoned. When Jiang Mian arrived at the mission location, she sensed something was amiss. She was currently in a village. The mission announcement stated that strange things had happened at the wealthy man's house, likely the work of demons. However, looking at the utterly silent town, Jiang Mian truly felt that things were getting worse in some unnoticed corner. Just then, a cloud of black mist suddenly drifted in from the sky. The mist showed no murderous intent, but rather circled around Jiang Mian as if toying with a mouse. Just then, the black mist suddenly spoke, Yo! Where did this little rat come from? Daring to barge in here alone, are you really not afraid of death? Jiang Mian's expression turned serious as she looked at the black mist and asked, And where did you come from? Did you kill everyone in this small town? The black mist didn't answer her question, but instead separated a wisp of mist and picked up the token on Jiang Mian's body. Hee hee. So you're from the Demon Extermination Bureau? Aren't you busy capturing those extraterrestrial demons? Why do you have time to cause trouble for us? Seeing that it avoided her question, Jiang Mian immediately lost the will to communicate with it, and directly drew her long sword, slashing at the black mist. The black mist wasn't initially bothered. After being shattered, it could simply merge back together. The next second, after the black mist was cleaved apart, it tried to remerge, but found something was wrong with the mist on its body. What's going on? Why can't my body merge? What is this? It hurts. What did this damned human do to me? Jiang Mian reached out and caught the falling essence. With a flick of her long sword, she instantly dispatched the demon who was watching the spectacle. Since the humans in this city had all been assimilated, there was no need for her to search for that wealthy man's family step by step. Instead, she would directly fight her way through, killing all the demons along the way. She could obtain the essence and complete her mission at the same time. She refused to believe that the demon wouldn't show up. She walked straight down the main road, showing no mercy to the demons around her, fighting her way to the city center until some of the lesser demons, who had managed to escape, finally remembered to report to their leader, at which point Jiang Mian was stopped. Jiang Mian looked at the demon covered in fish-like scales, but when she saw that familiar face that looked like a shoe's sole had come to life and grown a face, she suddenly remembered who he was. Chapter 265. Jiang Mian pointed at the man, as if looking at some rare object. Hey! Aren't you Lin Bin? The scumbag who betrayed Little Fox and made her sell herself for money? I never thought you'd be so powerful, actually becoming the boss of all the demons in this city. Lin Bin looked at this familiar, damned woman who had exposed his true colors in front of his many subordinates, and a surge of old and new grudges welled up within him. He couldn't hold back any longer and attacked Jiang Mian directly. Damn humans! If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this. That fox was willing to sell herself for me. She was stupid enough to do it. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my wife wouldn't have run off with my money. Now, I gained immense power, so you better pay with your life. TSK. And this is my fault? Jiang Mian looked at this man, still stubbornly clinging to his own ways, even blaming her? Was she really so willing to take the blame for others? Of course not. Once this man died, she couldn't take the blame for him. So let him become the energy that makes her stronger. After only a few exchanges, Jiang Mian realized that this man's strength wasn't very high. She could easily defeat him. The man also realized that his abilities weren't as invincible as he had imagined. The others he had encountered before, or the people from the Demon Exorcism Bureau, were relatively weak, which was why he thought he was very strong, perhaps even among the top 10 in the world. However, after truly witnessing what a strong person was like, he suddenly realized that his abilities were utterly insignificant in the face of a true powerhouse. He lay on the ground, looking down at Jiang Mian, a look of resentment immediately appearing on his face. Why? Why, after all I sacrificed, am I still left to be slaughtered? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. He raised his hands, muttering, Great Demon Lord, your most devout follower prays here, hoping you. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Mian, witnessing this familiar scene, promptly delivered the killing blow, cursing, crazy. If you're going to mutter, at least do it quietly. Muttering so loudly, letting your opponent hear you, isn't that just asking for a quick death? You've certainly gotten off easy. As for the other lesser demons, seeing their leader dead, they panicked and tried to flee in all directions. However, Jiang Mian had drawn so many talismans over the past few days, how could they escape so easily? She had already set up an array in the sky. None of these demons could escape. They were all under her cultivation. After killing all the demons, looking at the empty town, Jiang Mian calmly went to check a few houses to see if anyone was still alive. In reality, dozens of boxes of gold bars and silver had already appeared in the space. It's true, ancient times were incredibly prosperous, and with no natural disasters, it was practically the most advantageous channel for acquiring goods. After completing this task, she mentioned the situation here during her report. However, seeing the indifferent expression on the manager's face, Jiang Mian understood that these people were almost all possessed by demons. Their focus was primarily on the extraterrestrial demons, i.e., the players, and they didn't care about the lives of ordinary people at all. Just as Jiang Mian was about to leave, she suddenly encountered Su Baitian. Su Baitian still maintained his gentle and refined demeanor, making it impossible to tell that he had once consumed the heart of another human. Su Baitian scrutinized Jiang Mian with a strange look, then suddenly asked, I remember Miss Jiang only recently became famous, right? What were you doing before that? Jiang Mian paused, looking at Su Baitian's slightly eerie gaze. She knew very well that Su Baitian suspected her identity. Was it a deliberate suspicion, or A ploy to trick her? Jiang Mian's initial good impression of him plummeted, and her tone became correspondingly icy as she replied, "This matter seems to have nothing to do with you, doesn't it?" "What? Do you have to investigate everyone's identity one by one? Just for your own unspeakable secret?" As she spoke, Jiang Mian sized him up and down, then revealed a mocking smile. Su Baitian's expression changed. Ever since he acquired the abilities of those extraterrestrial demons, he had become increasingly impatient. This was the first person in so long to treat him coldly, especially since he suspected this person of being an extraterrestrial demon. Instantly, greed completely took over. Jiang Mian saw the sudden reddening in his eyes, and sensed something was wrong. She assumed a defensive stance, and the next second, before anyone could react, Su Baitian attacked Jiang Mian directly. Fortunately, Jiang Mian was prepared and dodged the attack. Since he had made the first move, Jiang Mian was not one to swallow her anger. Besides, her father was the prime minister, but her master was still in charge of a local exorcism bureau. Moreover, her confidence didn't come from her two masters' strength, but from her own formidable abilities. Why would she fear this second-generation rich kid who climbed the ranks by relying on others? The others immediately panicked, some calling for backup, some trying to break up the fight, and of course, some just watching the spectacle. Lu Weiwei and her group had just returned from their mission and, upon seeing the scene, immediately ran back to fetch their masters. When Old Man Lu heard that Jiang Mian was fighting, his first reaction was disbelief. After all, based on his understanding of Jiang Mian, she wasn't that kind of person. When he heard that someone else had started the fight, he realized what was going on. He known for his sharp eye, how could Jiang Mian have gotten into a fight with those people? It was definitely someone else who provoked her. Seeing her grandfather still so leisurely, Lu Weiwei stomped her foot in anger. Her voice was anxious as she said, "Grandpa, stop dawdling here. What if Sister Jiang kills someone? I heard that Su Baitian is the son of a government official. If Sister Jiang really kills him, things will get really messed up." Old Lu was taken aback. Right, how could he not have thought of that? This brat, when she gets angry, she really doesn't care about anything. He immediately stood up and looked at Lu Weiwei, asking, "Where did they fight? Tell me the location quickly, I go and break it up." After Lu Weiwei gave him the address, he rushed off, afraid that if he was too late, Jiang Mian might really have killed someone. However, they were overthinking it. Jiang Mian only wanted to teach Su Baitian a lesson. She didn't actually intend to kill him. She was capable of assessing the situation. She wasn't truly reckless. Besides, the two didn't have any deep-seated hatred. She simply disdained people who would devour others for power. Chapter 266. When Old Man Lu arrived, he saw the scene. Seeing that both were relatively unharmed, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. No one died, no one died. He unleashed a palm strike and shouted, "Stop it, both of you." Su Baitian was immediately forced back several steps. While Jiang Mian didn't retreat an inch, the difference in skill was immediately apparent. Lu Xun looked at the two and asked, "Why aren't you doing your mission? Why are you fighting each other?" "It's like this, Daoist Master. Today I suddenly encountered Miss Jiang. Remembering that she only recently gained fame in the martial arts world, I felt her rise to prominence was somewhat coincidental, so I tested her. I didn't expect Miss Jiang to be so irritable, and she immediately started fighting with me." Su Baitian's words were strange. He only pointed out Jiang Mian's faults, making him seem utterly innocent. Jiang Mian was not one to remain indifferent after being openly betrayed. She sneered, "You make it sound so nice. A test, but your every move is a killing technique. Tell me, is this a test? Or is this your Demon Extermination Division's usual method of testing?" As she spoke, Jiang Mian's gaze swept over everyone. The others awkwardly turned their heads away. They couldn't honestly admit that this was their Demon Extermination Division's method of testing. This was the only way they could evade the issue. Seeing this, Su Baitian's expression stiffened. He secretly memorized the expressions of the others, preparing to settle accounts later. He said somewhat awkwardly, "This is all my fault. I usually practice those killing techniques, which is why Miss Jiang misunderstood. But Miss Jiang's appearance is truly too bizarre. We never heard of you in the martial world before, yet you suddenly become the chief disciple of Qi Feng sect. It's really strange, isn't it?" Lu Xun smiled. How could he not understand that this young man was trying to steer the conversation towards Jiang Mian to gloss over the matter? However, they didn't want to give in to his wishes. Jiang Mian had just secretly shown herself 3 fingers, the meaning being simple, 3,000 spirit essences, and this matter would be over. He coughed lightly. Jiang Mian was once a disciple of a friend of mine. My friend always took her to cultivate in the deep mountains, so it's normal that you rarely know about it. However, my friend recently encountered an accident and entrusted his only disciple to me. As for what you said about her suddenly appearing, there's no verification. She was already famous in the East for her external martial arts several years ago, you just didn't know it. He wasn't afraid of being investigated, because in this chaotic world, investigating things is much more difficult than before. Besides, it was just an excuse. No one would be so tactless as to specifically target one person. Su Baitian trusted Lu Zheng, this senior, and his expression stiffened upon hearing Lu Zheng's words. However, this guy was indeed a very cultured person with excellent character. He quickly recovered and bowed to Jiang Mian. I'm sorry, Miss Jiang, I was truly rash just now and misunderstood you. Please forgive me. Jiang Mian looked at Su Baitian, whose fists were clenched, yet he was forced to apologize in public. Since she had already offended him, she might as well continue to offend him. Is this all the apology Captain Su is talking about? Nothing of substance, just empty words? Su Baitian's expression changed. He was already being so humble, and this woman still didn't know her place. Was she trying to force him to his death? Just then, Lu Zheng suddenly spoke up, scolding, Jiang Mian, young Master Su is apologizing to you out of respect for his master. Don't pester him. How could young Master Su be so perfunctory? He definitely prepared your favorite spirit essence for you. Right, young Master Su? Su Baitian almost collapsed. What could he say now? The door was open for him. He could only take it. Finally, he nodded resentfully, secretly paying 3,000 spirit essences before finally letting it go. Jiang Mian, holding half the spirit essence, happily returned to her room to continue drawing talismans. Just then, Fu Junhan suddenly sent her a message. 0 degree. Do you have any calming talismans left? Why does this guy need calming talismans? She's noticed thunder talismans are selling well lately, and most people are drawing thunder talismans, not many calming talismans. I love salty soy milk, not at the moment. What do you need so many calming talismans for? Jiang Mian checked the records, and found that he mostly wanted calming talismans. Thunder talismans were a secondary consideration. She originally thought Fu Junhan wouldn't mention it, but unexpectedly, he directly stated his conditions. 0 degree. I tell you what we discovered, and you lower the price of the thunder talismans. How about this deal? It's not that Fu Junhan is stingy, but this shrewd merchant is really too much of a rip-off. They haven't even had time to exchange the essence they obtained for talismans. Jiang Mian has almost bought them all. If they don't negotiate the price, they won't be able to continue. Jiang Mian thought for a moment and said, I can lower the price by 0.5, making it 9.5 for one talisman, or 95 gold coins for one talisman. Fu Junhan's lips twitched, and he typed a message with a black line on his forehead. 0 degree. Give me a realistic price. I think I'm probably your biggest customer, right? You should know our demand is enough to make you rich. Jiang Mian stroked her chin. He was right. She had sold most of her talismans to Fu Junhan, which was why lowering the price too much would result in a significant loss of profit. In the end, after some back and forth, they settled on a price of 90 gold coins, or 9 spirit essences. Jiang Mian was okay with it. She could accept this price. It was only at this moment that Fu Junhan mentioned the new information he had received. I suggest you stock up on some calming talismans. Some players with weak willpower, or even the native inhabitants, have already started being influenced by a strange voice. If you respond to that voice, you will gain powerful strength, but that also means you joined its side. The native inhabitants are alright, they still have a chance to survive. But we players will be stuck here forever once the mission ends. Jiang Mian was stunned when she saw this message. A voice? What voice? Could it be the chaotic mixed voice she heard a few days ago? She hadn't paid attention then, but now it dawned on her. When had she ever heard someone else's voice while she was busy? That voice was probably the so-called Demon Lord's seductive voice, wasn't it? After thanking him, Jiang Mian began drawing calming talismans. Chapter 267. She needed to draw more, both for the trade, and to keep some for her junior brothers and sisters in case they were bewitched. After all, they had spent so much time together. If they were truly bewitched into demons, she would have no choice but to be ruthless. This world has 60 days, it's definitely not that simple. Don't be fooled by Jiang Mian's current comfortable life. If the perspective shifted to others, like Fu Junhan and his group. Although Fu Junhan is powerful, he doesn't dare fight alone. After all, the royal army is no pushover. They face pursuit from the court while constantly reminding themselves not to respond to the voice in their minds. Moreover, Due to the constant pursuit, they have to move around frequently, barely getting any rest. Completely different from Jiang Mian's comfortable situation, they have faced countless hardships. Now, with Jiang Mian's assistance, they can finally deal with the army with peace of mind. Jiang Mian was completely unaware of this, still diligently drawing talismans and absorbing spiritual essence. After the old man confirmed her identity as a native, Su Beitian wouldn't be so tactless as to cause her trouble. As for the tasks she usually did, she just went through the motions. After all, she wasn't a true native, making money was her priority. As for risking her life, let whoever wanted to do it. Jiang Mian wanted to live out this world peacefully, but someone else didn't think so. Young master, I searched the entire eastern region, and there's no such sect as the Zhonghua sect she mentioned. I even checked the surrounding area. Although many sects have been wiped out recently, this sect isn't among them. Su Beitian sat in his chair, his fingers tapping incessantly on the armrest. Listening to his subordinate's report, he finally revealed a triumphant smile. Before, he wouldn't have been able to confirm whether the woman was indeed an extraterrestrial demon. However, now that the investigation was complete, her identity was immediately clear. Not only her, but also those Qingfeng sect disciples who were protecting her needed to be thoroughly investigated. Perhaps there were extraterrestrial demons among them? Jiang Mian hadn't expected anyone to be so bored as to investigate her identity. When Lu Weiwei ran over in a panic, Jiang Mian was still clueless. What's wrong, Weiwei? What happened? Looking at Lu Weiwei's flustered appearance, her heart tightened instinctively. Sure enough, she heard some very bad news. It's terrible. It's terrible. Su Beitian has brought his men here. He says he can't find your sect and suspects you're an extraterrestrial demon. He wants you to come with them and cooperate with the investigation. Jiang Mian's expression changed. He really went to investigate? After asking this, Jiang Mian immediately gathered up everything on the table. Her mind raced, trying to figure out how to get them away safely. Lu Weiwei, seeing that she wasn't running away but instead sitting down, hurriedly said anxiously, "Senior sister, you have to run. If they catch you, they definitely kill you. We're okay, we have people we know around us. He definitely won't do anything to us. You have to go." Grandpa said that as long as you get out, everything will be fine. However, Jiang Mian didn't think so. She didn't believe that Su Beitian would let them go so easily after they escaped. Outside, Su Beitian, leading a group of men, arrogantly surrounded the courtyard. Lu Zheng was arguing with Su Beitian, but Su Beitian immediately produced an arrest warrant, saying smugly, "Master Qingfeng, it's too late now. We clearly investigated and found that there's no such sect in the East, so your disciple's identity is highly suspicious." Lu Zheng remained unfazed, wanting to buy his disciple more time, and said, "The world is vast and full of wonders. Do you think the East is the Far East? Have you crossed the Eternal River? Perhaps the Far East is beyond the Eternal River?" Su Beitian sneered. "After crossing the Eternal River, is it truly the easternmost point? Does the Zhonghua Gate even exist? These are all unknowns. Instead of wasting so much effort, why not just take your disciple back for questioning? If it's proven she's not an extraterrestrial demon, we naturally release her. If she is, then all of you disciples who protected her will be punished equally." "Oh! So, according to you, does that mean I also become one of those protecting her?" Duansheng rushed over and heard Su Beitian's words, immediately sneering. Su Beitian still held his teacher in some respect, immediately bowing respectfully, displaying the proper demeanor of a master. Teacher is joking. Teacher was merely blinded by that extraterrestrial demon. How could I be one of his protectors? His words were impeccable. His skill in judging people by their appearance was perfectly evident. Duansheng flicked his sleeves and coldly looked at Su Beitian. "When did the higher-ups issue orders without informing me? Do they think I'm useless? Or do they think I'm too old and want to push someone else into the position?" Her words struck Su Beitian like a thorn in his side. Su Beitian dared not speak rashly. He had indeed orchestrated this whole affair, but he only wanted Jiang Mian's abilities. He didn't truly intend to offend Duansheng. As for Daoist Qingfeng, offending him was no big deal. The royal family already had several elders even more powerful than Daoist Qingfeng. They weren't afraid of him. Seeing that Su Beitian was determined to bring Jiang Mian to justice, Lu Zheng and Duansheng exchanged a subtle glance. Duansheng glared at Lu Zheng, his meaning clear. He was blaming Lu Zheng for his indiscretion, for not disguising his identity more thoroughly. Lu Zheng looked embarrassed. He believed he had done his best, but he wondered what deep-seated grudge Su Beitian held against Jiang Mian that would lead him to go to such lengths, traveling so far to investigate. Seeing that the two men wouldn't budge, Su Beitian, fearing Jiang Mian would escape, said anxiously, "Are you too determined to block my way? Don't forget, this is an arrest warrant issued by the Imperial Court. If I report today's events to the court, and the person above gets angry, what will the consequences be? You surely know." The two men's expressions changed. They hadn't expected that in their old age, they would be threatened in the end. Moreover, the imperial family was currently at its zenith, and that person was always autocratic. They certainly couldn't afford to offend him. Furthermore, Duansheng was now dependent on the imperial family, and they couldn't afford to offend the person above him either. Seeing that the two men had softened, Su Beitian sneered inwardly. At this point, even if Jiang Mian wasn't an extraterrestrial demon, she had to be one today. Chapter 268. Just then, the sound of a door being broken down came from inside, followed by a woman's high-pitched and urgent scream. "Ah! Senior sister, you, no, help!" As the sound grew closer, they saw a horrifying scene before them. Jiang Mian was holding Lu Weiwei hostage, a dagger pressed against Lu Weiwei's pale neck. Lu Weiwei's face was deathly pale, and she kept moving forward with Jiang Mian's thrusts. When she saw her grandfather and fellow disciples, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "Grandpa, save me! Senior sister has gone mad. She suddenly grabbed me. She wants to kill me. I can feel it. She really wants to kill me." No one doubted Lu Weiwei's words, because her unique talent meant she couldn't lie, nor could she lie. The terror and fear in Lu Weiwei's eyes didn't seem feigned. It emanated from her very being. Besides, Lu Weiwei's acting skills weren't that good. Even her trembling nostrils, betraying her fear, were visible, something no ordinary person could pull off. Lu Zheng's expression changed, his gaze towards Jiang Mian filled with disbelief. "Stop! Jiang Mian, as our sect's eldest disciple, how can you harm a fellow disciple?" Jiang Mian looked at him coldly, her previous teasing and respect gone. She said coldly, "Your sect? Old man, to be honest, I never considered you my master. I just wanted a place to live, and incidentally, to steal some of your abilities. I didn't expect you to be so stupid as to actually believe my lies. Come to think of it, you all seem to believe me so easily." As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Duansheng. "Oh right, including you, old woman. You two old folks are so easily fooled." Upon hearing this, both of their expressions changed. Duansheng hated being called an old woman, and hearing that term again, she was instantly enraged. "You scoundrel. I truly regret taking you as my disciple, teaching you so much skill for nothing, and now you betrayed me without hesitation." Jiang Mian sneered. "So what? The world is driven by self-interest. Becoming your disciple offered ample benefits. My betrayal was only because you couldn't protect me as I imagined, so what does betrayal matter? What does not betrayal matter?" Jiang Mian's words were utterly ruthless, making her seem like a heartless ingrate. Su Beitian hadn't expected to witness such a spectacle. He clapped his hands and said mockingly, "Good, good, good, what a show. You don't think you can get me to release you just because you've taken this woman hostage, do you? Or—" He took a few steps forward, wanting to say something more sarcastic. Just then, Jiang Mian threw Lu Weiwei at him. Su Beitian instinctively dodged, and was about to order his men to attack Jiang Mian, but suddenly realized that Jiang Mian hadn't run away, but instead. It wasn't until the sudden feeling of suffocation on his neck that he came to his senses. His face was extremely ugly. He hadn't expected to be captured by this woman in public. It made him feel incredibly humiliated. He was about to use the extraterrestrial demon power he had acquired to fight back, but suddenly discovered that he couldn't use that power anymore. No! It wasn't that she couldn't use the ability, but rather that it had absolutely no effect on the woman before her. She completely disregarded any defensive capabilities. Jiang Mian thought this man was an idiot. The defensive ability was meant to be used in front of her, but she was only choking him. She wasn't trying to kill him. What use was the defensive ability? Sure enough, these natives didn't understand the system's nature, let alone the specific functions of its abilities. Just like what Jiang Mian copied, non-knowledge-based things were the same. They all needed to be explored and learned, not simply copied and automatically become her own. She needed to train hard to gradually become stronger. Just like the flame she initially copied from Fu Junhan. Back then, she could only use them 3 times a day. However, now, after several upgrades, the 3 times limit had long been removed. The number of times she could use them each day was calculated based on the energy within her body. Jiang Mian, watching Su Beitian struggle, fed him a worm and said coldly, "Get out of my way, or I kill you all, you pampered sons of officials and cultivators, and make sure you can't explain yourselves and suffer the consequences." Jiang Mian held Su Beitian hostage with one hand and Lu Weiwei with the other. Neither side dared to advance, and they could only watch Jiang Mian retreat. Of course, they wouldn't let Jiang Mian leave so easily, and followed her all the way to the outskirts of the city. Jiang Mian sneered, looking at them and uttering a harsh threat. I remember today's humiliation. We meet again someday. You just wait. After speaking, she struck each of them with a palm strike and turned to fly away. Both men immediately coughed up blood, clearly seriously injured and needing to rest for a while. This also completely dispelled any suspicion of Lu Weiwei and her companion, as Lu Weiwei's apparent severe injury was undeniable. Jiang Mian was then blocked by Duan Sheng, who flew in to intercept her. After exchanging a palm strike, Duan Sheng staggered backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She stared at her hand in astonishment. How is this possible? How did you cultivate to this level? This is impossible. Regardless of Duan Sheng's disbelief, Jiang Mian had already flown away. The soldiers responsible for capturing Jiang Mian, under Su Beitian's orders, pursued her. After taking a pill to recover, Su Beitian also gave chase, his eyes filled with joy. Having witnessed Jiang Mian's abilities, he was even more ecstatic. This woman is so strong. If he ate her heart, could he become that powerful too? She could knock his teacher back with a single palm strike, even making him vomit blood. If he were that strong, wouldn't he be able to live freely in this world? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Even the pain in his body seemed to disappear, and his whole body was filled with strength. Only Lu Zheng and Duan Sheng remained, exchanging a glance. Lu Zheng patted Duan Sheng's shoulder. All right, stop pretending, she's gone. Duan Sheng rolled his eyes at him, then angrily spat out another mouthful of blood. Lu Zheng, are you blind? I really was beaten until I vomited blood. You thought I was faking it? She died right in front of you, and you thought she was just asleep? Lu Zheng was stunned, awkwardly stroking his beard. Wait a minute, how could this girl be so ruthless? I remember she wasn't that kind of person. At this moment, Lu Weiwei weakly raised her hand, blood still lingering at the corner of her mouth, looking quite seriously injured as well. Chapter 269. She said weakly, Grandpa, senior sister really is ruthless, it's not fake. Our injuries are real. When we were discussing it in the courtyard, we were going to make it a complete act, so... Duan Sheng rolled her eyes, took out a small porcelain bottle, and took a sip of the water inside. This water was given to her by Jiang Mian, who said it had healing properties. Sure enough, after drinking the water, the pain in her body gradually disappeared. Duan Sheng breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but ask Old Man Lu, how long has this girl been cultivating? How come her cultivation is so powerful? I thought she only had about 30 years of cultivation at most. But after actually fighting her, I realized that her cultivation seems to be no less than mine? Lu Zheng rubbed his nose. He really didn't know whether to tell the old woman, Duan Sheng, the truth. He was afraid that the old woman would be too surprised and faint. To be honest, he was quite surprised. This girl had only been cultivating for a month at most, yet her cultivation level had increased by leaps and bounds, something even he couldn't have predicted. Jiang Mian sneered at the people relentlessly pursuing her. These people were truly fearless. They thought she could kill them all? Did they really consider herself a saint? However, since they were still within the control of this dynasty, she naturally wouldn't be so arrogant. What if a highly skilled cultivator suddenly appeared from nowhere? Therefore, she only killed a few of the fastest moving individuals. She fled for countless kilometers, kiting them like a kite until she had Su Beitian completely under her control before finally leaving. Su Beitian had initially noticed something unusual about himself. He seemed to be gradually losing his fatigue, and some areas had even lost their sensation of pain. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. He assumed it was a beneficial effect from consuming the heart, and didn't consider any other possibilities. It was precisely because of this that the brain-eating amoeba completely parasitized him. He moved his neck, making a crackling sound, before falling silent. Seeing his master had vanished, he shouted at the group, "All right, since we can't catch her, let's go back." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Huh? Didn't you tell us to chase her? Now you're telling us to go back? What's going on? Were they just there to make up the numbers these past few days? Someone reluctantly asked, Sir, isn't this a bit much? Didn't the higher-ups already order us to capture her? And some powerful figures have already arrived. If we give up now, how will we explain it to our superiors? Su Beitian glanced at the speaker and said coldly, Are you the leader or am I? I say leave, so we leave. If you want to chase her, go ahead. Let's see if she kills you first, or you kill her first. After being rebuffed, The man dared not say another word. What a joke. Let alone killing her, they themselves were probably easy prey for that person. Didn't they see his teacher being knocked back and coughing up blood with a single blow? They were even less likely to be a match for this person. Moreover, if they went any further, it wouldn't be their dynasty's territory anymore, it would be another country. If they were discovered venturing there rashly, they would be arrested as spies. Thinking this, they said no more and followed their leader away. Jiang Mian looked at his location. This place indicated it was another small country called Chiochi Kingdom. It didn't meet the standards of a dynasty, but it was famous for its abundant grain production. However, the scenery along the way didn't resemble a prosperous region. Instead, it appeared chaotic. It was almost a desolate landscape overgrown with weeds. Jiang Mian looked at this scene with some surprise, his finger tracing the dilapidated gate in front of him. This should have been a town before, but now it was a scorched wasteland, looking extremely dilapidated and desolate. Just as Jiang Mian was observing his surroundings, suddenly, chaotic footsteps came from afar. Jiang Mian looked around and saw no cover whatsoever, so he could only stand still and turn to look at the direction from which the footsteps were coming. It was a group of demons, each with a strange appearance. Strangely, when they saw Jiang Mian, they didn't show the usual ecstatic joy at the sight of flesh and blood. Instead, they showed expressions of terror. Why are there still those despicable humans here? Is she here to ambush us? Probably not. She's just a human. For us, dealing with her would be a piece of cake. She's probably just a human who wandered in by mistake. Hearing these cryptic words, Jiang Mian wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she laughed and turned to look at the demons. Why don't you try and see if I'm here to ambush you, or just passing by? The demons, who had been so confident in their analysis, immediately showed doubt upon hearing Jiang Mian's words. They pushed and shoved each other, but not a single demon dared to step forward to test the waters. If they tested correctly, they might have a sliver of hope. If they tested incorrectly, the demon who tested would be finished. However, the increasingly approaching footsteps behind them made it impossible for them to remain calm. Run! Those people are catching up. If we don't run, we all die. Saying this, the demon looked at Jiang Mian, gritted his teeth, and charged forward. Jiang Mian was bewildered. There were so many roads. Why did he have to run right next to him? Was he tired of living and courting death? This demon was extremely panicked, so he randomly picked a spot to run and didn't realize there were other routes. Naturally, he became Jiang Mian's next victim. TSK, you have a road to heaven, but choose to come straight for me. Truly, you're asking for death. After sighing, Jiang Mian decided to leave. Just then, she encountered a group of people who were also taken aback. They had spotted a human among the demons, and some even wondered if it was a high-level demon in disguise. Seeing their eager expressions, Jiang Mian immediately revealed her identity. A player! She had recognized the group of people, some with short hair, others with blonde or red hair, almost instantly. To avoid an unnecessary fight, she simply stated her identity directly. Upon hearing that Jiang Mian was a player, they lost interest in her and instead charged towards the scattered demons. They shouted excitedly, "Brothers, charge! These aren't demons. There are life-saving tools. Kill them and get a peace charm from the boss." Chapter 270. Jiang Mian couldn't help but wipe away imaginary sweat from her forehead. Good grief, so intense. Just then, a cold voice suddenly came from beside her. "Jiang Mian? What are you doing here?" Jiang Mian froze. That voice sounded so familiar. She stiffly turned her head and saw Fu Junhan's dark face. Jiang Mian blinked, still trying to pretend she didn't recognize him, and asked, "Who are you? Why are you giving me such a random name? My surname isn't Jiang." Looking at her like this, if Fu Junhan hadn't clearly seen the large red badge above her head, he might have actually believed her. Well, it was all a coincidence. At the beginning of the game, because that person hadn't given him a knife in time, he had specifically used a tracking card. He thought the tracking card was useless now, but unexpectedly, he had learned the person's identity. So she was just pretending all along? What a clever switcheroo. She's been lying to me from the very beginning. Fu Junhan, a tracking card between his fingers, scoffed, "Do I need to make things clearer? For example, your online name?" Jiang Mian's expression changed instantly as she looked at the tracking card in his hand. She'd forgotten about it. She hadn't expected this guy to be so insidious, actually using a tracking card on her. It was also her fault for being careless, thinking that the world was so big they wouldn't run into each other, which was why she accidentally revealed her true identity. Seeing that she had finally become honest, Fu Junhan said coldly. From the moment you boarded the ship, you've been lying to me. You're not an NPC at all. You're a player, aren't you? Jiang Mian was unwilling to admit this. She looked at Fu Junhan and corrected him. Wait. Don't say that. You didn't ask me if I was a player back then. You subconsciously assumed I was an NPC. I never admitted to being an NPC. Fu Junhan, why did you pretend not to understand when I was discussing game progress with the players? Jiang Mian, because I was a newbie back then. It's normal that I didn't understand what you were saying. Before Fu Junhan could bring up anything else, Jiang Mian interrupted him directly. First of all, I admit I did use you in that game. However, I didn't need much protection from you, and you didn't protect me much either. It was all just because you thought I was useful, and I shamelessly stayed with you. I'm just here by your side, so don't tell me I lied to you or anything like that. Besides, in that game, you seemed to really want me to die, putting me in danger several times without a second thought. You didn't fulfill the responsibilities and duties of a fiancé, did you? She sneered. Secondly, not long ago, I think I saved your life too. That evens out, right? Although the face was different then, I was the one who saved you. You don't seem to have the right to say that. Don't act like I'm a heartless man. Our relationship was just a normal transaction. The few people who weren't particularly combative and were just silently watching the drama unfold nearly popped their eyes out, silently chanting, "Keep going." Why did you stop? Don't stop. We haven't finished this drama yet. What's next? To their surprise, the two stopped fighting. If Jiang Mian were still weak and vulnerable, Fu Junhan would likely have sought revenge. But things were different now. He could sense that this woman's strength was far from ordinary, and if they were to actually fight, the outcome would be uncertain. Moreover, there was no deep-seated hatred between them. It was merely a process of deception and being deceived. Weighing the pros and cons, Fu Junhan didn't rush into demanding an explanation. However, his gaze towards Jiang Mian was now filled with distrust and wariness. Jiang Mian noticed this too, but she didn't care. Excellent people always face loneliness and doubt along the way. Just then, Jun Chansheng excitedly walked out. He greeted Jiang Mian. Hey! Sis, it's me! Remember me? We met in the extreme cold world before. You even saved my life. It's great to see you again. How could Jiang Mian forget him? She'd never forget him. After all, his abilities had helped her several times. She immediately hugged and shook hands with Jun Chansheng warmly, like old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. In reality, they only had a few days of interaction. After taking advantage of him again, looking at the large number of copied prophetic abilities, Jiang Mian finally showed a genuine smile. This guy was still completely unguarded with her. With an acquaintance, she had more to talk about. Looking at Jun Chansheng, she asked, "How's the country you're in now? Is it safe?" Hearing this, Jun Chansheng paused, glancing subtly at Fu Junhan. This was his habit. Ever since joining Fu Junhan's group, Fu Junhan was their true leader, and everything had to be discussed with him first. Moreover, he had overheard their conversation clearly while standing behind them, so naturally he needed to ask his current leader before sharing this information. He was surprised to find that his leader didn't seem to mind, which meant he could continue talking to his savior. "Sister, this country is doomed. Most people have been killed by demons, and even those who weren't eaten have mostly been assimilated. That's why we're trying to escape to a larger country. The largest country is the one behind your dynasty. Things should be better there, with fewer demons, right?" This statement, besides informing Jiang Mian, also carried a hint of inquiry. Jiang Mian gave him a meaningful look. Sure enough, those who survived were all shrewd. No matter how good their past relationship was, or how much someone had saved their life, when it came to their own, everything else paled in comparison. Jun Chansheng continued to look at Jiang Mian with a grin, seemingly oblivious to the deeper meaning in his words. Jiang Mian recalled the scenes he had witnessed during his escape. He noticed that the cities near the outskirts were almost all in chaos and war. However, the further inland he went, the safer the cities closer to the imperial dynasty became, such as Tianyang City. While not 100% safe, they were certainly much safer than these remote small towns. After sharing what he knew with them, Jun Chansheng clapped his hands excitedly. Great. Let's head over there then. We can hide there for a while, until the game ends. It's not impossible. Jiang Mian looked at him with amusement. Don't get so excited. Have you considered that the imperial dynasty's influence is still active? So, we still be vulnerable to attacks from both sides. Chapter 271. Huh? What do we do then? Jiang Mian shrugged. How would I know what to do? This is your business. What does it have to do with me? Upon hearing this, they fell silent. What she said seemed to make sense. However, Fu Junhan narrowed his eyes, looking at her disheveled appearance and exhausted expression. He remembered that this woman rarely showed this kind of expression before. He immediately noticed something was wrong. Judging from your appearance, it seems you were chased out, and your identity has been discovered. Jiang Mian's expression stiffened. She hadn't expected this man to be so perceptive, immediately guessing her predicament. So? Fu Junhan straightened his expression. Jiang Mian, let's cooperate. Mentioning cooperation, almost subconsciously, Jiang Mian asked, what are the conditions? What about the profit sharing after cooperation? Fu Junhan quickly came up with the specific details of the cooperation. Let's cooperate. You provide us with calming talismans, and we work for you. However, you can no longer make us buy calming talismans with gold coins. We also serve you wholeheartedly. How about it? Upon hearing this proposal, Jiang Mian almost instinctively wanted to refuse. However, looking at the fighting power of these hundreds of people, she hesitated. So many powerful fighters, each one extraordinary, formidable in both dealing with demons and ordinary people. She suddenly remembered a thought she had before. Why not stockpile a large amount? Completely free is impossible. I can sell you 2 spirit essences at most. Happy cooperation. The others were also overjoyed. With so many spirit essences suddenly available, their survival rate greatly increased. After establishing a cooperative relationship with him, Jiang Mian found a place nearby where people could stay and then focused on drawing talismans. 2 days passed, and she finally drew enough talismans. She moved her wrist, looking at the nearly empty talisman paper on the table, and even the special materials for drawing talismans were almost used up. She had finally drawn tens of thousands of calming talismans. Jiang Mian patted Fu Junhan, who was guarding her outside. Go, go, go. Let's go! Take that country ahead, and everything inside will be ours. The others were also excited. Attacking a country. This was something they had never done before. How could they not be excited? Charge! Charge! Jiang Mian looked at these excited players, and leaned close to Fu Junhan, asking, where did you find so many players? And how did you manage to subdue them so well? Fu Junhan's eyelashes trembled. He was unaccustomed to Jiang Mian's sudden closeness. He subconsciously avoided her gaze, and said in a low voice, I didn't find them, they came to me. I simply dealt with a group of demons who attacked, and they wanted to follow me. That simple? Jiang Mian almost suspected this person had some special constitution, the kind that could command 100 followers at a moment's notice. Fu Junhan looked at Jiang Mian. Any other questions? If not, let's continue on our way. We fall into the back. You should be quite familiar with this country, right? Jiang Mian fell silent. Familiar with what? Since arriving in this world, she only stayed in one small city, and then Tianyang City. She'd never been to any other cities, only passing through them on missions. Moreover, when she escaped, she relied on a map Lu Weiwei had hastily drawn for her, without paying attention to the route along the way. It took her 2 days to escape then. Now, returning to Tianyang City would take at least 3 or 4 days, and there was no guarantee she'd make it back. Looking at the map, clearly showing 2 directions halfway through, Jiang Mian considered for a moment, then pointed to Tianan City on the other side, and said, let's go directly to this place, not the city I was in before. I doubt anyone would suspect we choose to assassinate the emperor directly. Originally, her initial goal was Tianyang City, mainly because she feared her old man and second master would be implicated. She wanted to check on them first, make sure they were alright, and put her mind at ease. But now, thinking about it, she didn't have much time left. Rather than taking things one step at a time, it would be better to strike at the heart of the matter, take down the biggest threat, and then she could do whatever she wanted. With this in mind, Jiang Mian decisively changed her target. Jun Changsheng trembled with nervousness, his excitement evident as he looked at Jiang Mian. Sister, assassinating the emperor. This is the first time I ever done something like this in my life. Jiang Mian smiled, trying to reassure him, and said casually, it's alright, I have experience. In the last world, I just assassinated the leader of an alliance. In this world, assassinating an emperor is a piece of cake. Just follow me. Huh? Jun Changsheng was stunned. Something seemed off. Assassinating an emperor? Was it really that easy? But looking at his newly recognized elder brother's expressionless face, it seemed easy for him too. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Luckily, their world superpowers were all sealed. Otherwise, with veteran players like them killing people so easily, even daring to kill national leaders and emperors, their world would be in chaos. The group split into several smaller groups and quietly slipped into Tianan City, where the imperial palace was located. Jiang Mian's heart pounded wildly. Oh! My dear supplies, here I come! Jiang Mian could almost picture herself sitting on a luxurious sofa, counting money. How awesome would that be? Because the food hadn't sold, she indirectly lost a lot of gold coins. How do we get in? Fu Junhan asked, looking at the heavily guarded soldiers. He meant, should they fight their way in, or control some people, and have them go in their place? Jiang Mian gave a confident smile. She clapped her hands, and a squad of soldiers emerged from the side. They quickly removed their armor and helmets and handed them to everyone present. Seeing the players instantly become alert, Jiang Mian smiled and said, "Don't worry, they're all on our side." Jun Chansheng, while putting on his armor, exclaimed, "Damn! Sis, you have connections above you? Impressive, as expected of you." Fu Junhan also curiously sized up Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian suddenly felt that Jun Chansheng was particularly like a straight man. Working with him was like being praised to the skies. Even the most insignificant task was praised, as if it were something extraordinary. Alright, stop joking around. Let's get to the quest. When Jiang Mian arrived at the palace, she could clearly feel its strict security. Not only were there ordinary soldiers guarding the outside, but inside there were also some members of the Demon Extermination Bureau who had cultivated, as well as several powerful practitioners with a century of cultivation. However, Jiang Mian was cautious, and she had concealment talismans on hand, and had also made some for others, so she wasn't discovered by those old guys. Following the map Su Beitian had given them, they arrived at the palace where the old emperor would be staying that night. Chapter 272. It was said that Consort Lan, who had only recently entered the palace, but was already greatly favored, was approached by Jiang Mian and Fu Junhan. They dealt with the other palace maids and guards, who were standing by, while the others donned their robes, and stood watch outside to prevent anyone else from approaching. He, Your Majesty. Hurry up. Jiang Mian paused, as if she had stumbled upon something inappropriate for children. Could she really go any further? Fu Junhan immediately understood. He stopped and exchanged an awkward glance with Jiang Mian. Then, Jiang Mian received a message. 0 degree, go in now or... Jiang Mian, now. In her perception, there were about 4 or 5 people in the room, presumably the emperor and his favored concubine, along with some other palace maids and eunuchs. Jiang Mian kicked open the door and, before the people inside could react, released a hidden weapon. The attack, intended to kill 2 people instantly, was aimed at everyone inside. However, a middle-aged man dressed in red eunuch attire easily dodged it. He pointed at Jiang Mian and shrieked, "How dare you! Guards! Assassins! Protect the emperor!" Jiang Mian's expression changed. He said to Fu Junhan, "You deal with him, I handle the 2 on the bed." Fu Junhan nodded and attacked the eunuch directly. The eunuch initially underestimated Fu Junhan, thinking he was too young to be a match for him. However, once they truly clashed, he realized that the man before him was actually an extraterrestrial demon, and a powerful one at that. Without a word, Jiang Mian rushed towards the source of the earlier commotion inside the palace. The emperor and his favored concubine, who had also heard the eunuch's shouts, were now dressed. The emperor, looking quite imposing, rose and charged towards Jiang Mian, sword in hand. Jiang Mian had thought he was incredibly powerful, but it turned out he was nothing more than a pretty face with no substance. In just 3 moves, the once arrogant and invincible emperor was reduced to his knees with a thud. Hero! Don't kill me! I give you anything you want, women, power, status, everything. Just spare me, and I give you anything. Jiang Mian sneered. And what if I want the throne? Can you give that to me too? No way. There can only be one emperor. What would I be doing if you became emperor? Besides, you're a woman, you can't sit on that throne. Jiang Mian rolled her eyes, and slapped him on the head. The man's eyes widened instantly, blood gushing from his pupils as he died. The woman watched this scene in terror. She crawled backward, looking at Jiang Mian as if she were looking at a demon. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I don't want to die! Jiang Mian sighed. The woman thought she was about to be spared, but before she could even feel overjoyed, Jiang Mian spoke up. Although I don't know how you managed to hide your identity under the noses of so many cultivators, I saw through your true form at a glance. Meeting me is just your bad luck. Seeing that she had been discovered, the woman instantly dropped her pretense and transformed into her true form, a spider. However, unlike other spiders, her spider legs were all women's legs, each pair perfectly flawless, She glared at Jiang Mian with a vicious look, shrieking, "Damn woman, it's all your fault for ruining my plans. If it weren't for you, this dog emperor would have fallen deeper and deeper into my schemes and paid the price for his evil deeds." Jiang Mian patted the emperor's corpse, which was now partially parasitized by the brain-eating worm, and shrugged helplessly at the Spider-Man with its legs. "You saw it too. I killed the dog emperor for you. Your revenge is complete. Now you can rest in peace." "Ah! Damn humans. My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens. My life or death is up to me." Bang! The Spider-Man instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist, leaving only a fragment of his essence and a stone on the ground. Jiang Mian picked up the fragment and looked curiously at the stone. It was entirely black, with strange red runes on it. Jiang Mian seemed to be drawn to the stone, instinctively reaching for it. The next second, an aged voice entered her ears. "Child, I finally found you. You possess extraordinary talent, yet you bear a deep-seated hatred. Do you desire to become stronger and exact revenge? I can help you." Revenge? The scene of her death in her past life flashed through her mind. Yes, revenge. I want revenge. I need you to give me immense power. I want revenge. A faint red mist emanated from the stone, and the voice became even more seductive. "Good, obedient child, offer me your soul, and you will possess immense power, fearless against any demon." Jiang Mian's eyes glazed over, her hand reaching for the stone on the ground, as if her mind had been bewitched. "Jiang Mian." A voice suddenly came from outside. From Fu Junhan's perspective, Jiang Mian's eyes were vacant as she reached for a stone on the ground. He didn't know why he was acting this way. He instinctively wanted to save Jiang Mian. He should have been able to reap the benefits if she died, but he still acted. However, the next second, the instant Jiang Mian grabbed the stone, she directly placed it into a transparent jar filled with water. The moment the stone touched the water, it instantly released a bloody mist. Fearing the stone might have other tricks up its sleeve, Jiang Mian even sealed the jar. Fu Junhan sheathed his knife. He had sensed something was wrong with Jiang Mian, fearing she might do something terrible, but now he realized he had been overthinking it. Fu Junhan lowered his eyes, inwardly blaming himself for his impulsiveness. Looking at the emperor kneeling motionless on the ground, he changed the subject, asking, "Is he still alive?" Jiang Mian put away the jar, wiping the sweat from her brow. "No, he's already dead. I'm just using my methods to squeeze the last drop of value out of him." Fu Junhan nodded, looking at the somewhat familiar scene with some hesitation. This place looked exactly like a world he had experienced before. The insects that could parasitize humans were almost identical to the scene before him. He looked at Jiang Mian suspiciously. He remembered that world was one of the worlds where he had met this woman. But the system had stipulated that items from the mission world could not be taken out of the mission world, just like items from the real world could not be brought into the mission world. These things shouldn't be interchangeable. He couldn't understand it. He truly couldn't understand it. He only felt that this woman's methods were strange, and her speed of improvement was rapid. He was filled with curiosity about her. "All right, we can go out now." Fu Junhan snapped out of his daze, and saw the emperor, who had been lifeless on the ground, stand up. He put on his hat, straightened himself, and strode outside. Fu Junhan frowned. "These methods are like those monsters on the cruise ship, aren't they?" He finally couldn't help but ask. Chapter 273. Jiang Mian rolled her eyes, directly denying his statement. "What are you thinking? How could something from the mission world be brought out? You're just overthinking it." Fu Junhan forgot to open his mouth, wanting to say something more, but saw Jiang Mian already striding away. Judging from her posture, it seemed she was deliberately changing the subject, almost like she was fleeing in panic. But Jiang Mian wouldn't admit it. Fu Junhan thought it was impossible too, and kept the matter to himself, not bringing it up again. Having controlled the emperor of this country, everyone was finally able to have some peace for a while. However, they still needed to go out and kill demons to obtain the tranquilizing talisman. Whether it was because of touching the stone, or something else. Recently, Jiang Mian had been feeling a voice in her mind bewitching her. Perhaps this was what others call the bewitching of the demon lord. After she used the calming talisman, the sound indeed disappeared. However, the talisman's effect was limited. One talisman could only resist the influence for about 12 hours. This meant she needed to use 2 a day, otherwise, she might unknowingly be bewitched in her sleep. This world is truly treacherous. It's said that quite a few people have had a beautiful dream in their sleep, shouting "I do," only to wake up to find themselves transformed into demons of this world, unable to contact the system anymore, and already considered native inhabitants. Furthermore, Their previous memories are gradually fading. Jiang Mian's investigation revealed that the charade she staged after leaving had actually worked. At least Lu Weiwei and Duan Sheng's injuries weren't in vain. With Su Baiqian's help, the emperor didn't order their immediate arrest, but instead imprisoned them. Only after confirming there were no extraterrestrial demons inside were they released. Jiang Mian didn't take any action after learning about it, but instead secretly had Su Baiqian deliver some calming talismans and purified essence to them. Since the emperor became her subordinate, the imperial treasury was Jiang Mian's private garden. She could take as much as she wanted. Therefore, things that were previously difficult to obtain were now easily within her grasp. Not only that, she also acquired dozens of summer rings, but these items had some restrictions before use. Only those who had cultivated could use them. Jiang Mian had been frowning and trying to find a solution for the past 2 days. Suddenly, seeing the knives held by a group of guards, she suddenly realized, yes, I was really foolish. I was limiting myself to using my supernatural abilities only on weapons. I could use this skill elsewhere, like imbuing these rings with easier-to-open mechanisms. Thinking this, she did just that, directly using her supernatural ability to imbue the ring with the ability to open it with a blood oath. Feeling the energy being continuously drawn from her hand, Jiang Mian breathed a sigh of relief. Having possessed this skill for so long, she had a general understanding of its uses. As long as energy could be extracted, the bestowal of power was successful. If energy couldn't be extracted, either it wouldn't work, or her strength hadn't reached the level required for an equal exchange. Rather than calling this ability bestowal, Jiang Mian felt that equivalent exchange was a more fitting description. Using one's own energy to exchange for something possessed a trait, fair and just. The bestowal ability from one ring had already drained all her power. It seemed that to bestow the same power upon another, she would have to wait. Moreover, this kind of item can only be sold in the real world. It's definitely not possible in the mission world. No one can take anything belonging to the mission world, including this ring. Therefore, for them, it's just a one-time use item. No one would spend a lot of money on something useless. However, in the real world, Jiang Mian thought of Jun Changsheng. She had subtly probed him during their previous conversations, and discovered that Jun Changsheng was the one who drew circles and cursed people. Why not wait until the real world and use him to make a deal with the official authorities? Maybe she could even obtain some resources. But what price should she set? Jiang Mian pondered these thoughts, seeing that there were only 2 days left until the game ended. She knew her time in this world was running out, so she went to find Lu Weiwei and the others. Catching Lu Weiwei, who rushed towards her, Jiang Mian comforted her for a while before letting go. "Senior sister, I'm so glad you're alright. I really thought you were going to betray the sect." Jiang Mian patted her head, but didn't respond to that. She hadn't come to reminisce. Instead, she had brought some things. Looking at the familiar faces she met in this world, she chuckled, "I prepared some things for you. Take them, and cultivate diligently, and don't come back." "What do you mean?" Lu Weiwei was completely bewildered. She didn't understand what Jiang Mian was saying. "Senior sister, aren't you coming with us?" Jiang Mian shook her head, looking at Lu Zheng. Actually, everyone already knew her identity. Some people kept it hidden, while others, like Lu Weiwei, genuinely didn't understand. Lu Zheng sighed, saying meaningfully, "Extraterrestrial demons, demon lords, commoners, royalty, who is truly the demon? Who is truly human? It remains to be seen." Jiang Mian smiled without speaking. Suddenly, she took out a ring, and handed it to Lu Weiwei. "By the way, this is my wedding gift for you, as part of your dowry for your future marriage. I might not be able to attend your wedding, but that's alright, I still observe the proper etiquette." Lu Weiwei pouted, almost crying, but still forced herself to accept the ring. It said that they left the next day, along with Duan Sheng. Originally, she couldn't have left with them. After all, she had joined the dynasty, and the dynasty had invested heavily in nurturing her. However, now that Jiang Mian had the country under her control, no one would stop Duan Sheng from leaving. The demons outside are already closing in on Tianan City. Perhaps due to the suffering of the people, more and more have been bewitched by the demons. They are like walking corpses, either becoming nourishment for the demons or turning into cannon fodder to attack their former country. A player witnessing this scene couldn't help but exclaim, "Luckily, we entered here with the big boss, otherwise we'd probably be cannon fodder defending the city down there right now. Yes, thanks to the big boss, we're here today. Hopefully, we'd be so lucky in the next world, having 2 big bosses to help us through this difficult time." Chapter 274. Jiang Mian listened helplessly to the flattering words from the people behind her. In truth, if it weren't for Fu Junhan, she wouldn't have cooperated with these people. She didn't know what Fu Junhan was thinking, that he suddenly liked forming cliques. Seriously? Was he such a kind person? He even helped others clear the game? Fu Junhan sensed Jiang Mian's gaze and turned to look at her. What's wrong? Jiang Mian shook her head. Nothing, I just think you're a really nice person, helping other players survive. Fu Junhan was silent for a moment. Jiang Mian thought he didn't want to answer, but unexpectedly, he sent her a private message in the chat group. No, at first we just used them as cannon fodder to test the waters. After all, the demons in this world are difficult to deal with, and their true forms are usually undetectable. It was only after you sold those waters that we were able to see the demons' true forms. I'm not that kind-hearted, nor am I a helpful person. Don't expect me to help anyone for no reason, including you. Jiang Mian knew it. This guy isn't exactly a good person, so why would he help others? Oh, I see. Looking at the group of players still grinning foolishly, Jiang Mian felt anxious for them. She hoped they wouldn't get too caught up in this feeling of being protected. Late at night, Jiang Mian looked around at her surroundings, bewildered. It was a wasteland, filled with abandoned buildings and crumbling walls, completely deserted. She didn't know why she was there. She wandered aimlessly, not knowing where she was going or what was about to happen. After walking for a long time, she felt tired and hungry. She subconsciously wanted to take out food from her space, but found that the space was useless. She couldn't even see the space anymore, and it was unusable. It was at this moment that she noticed her palms had changed. No longer the fair skin they once were, they were covered in calluses, and her skin had turned a sallow yellow, her hands covered in calluses and blisters. She froze. What was happening? How could this be? It wasn't like this just a moment ago. Why had it changed? No, there must be something she overlooked. Was she dreaming? Or had she been misled by an illusion again? She pinched her arm, but the pain felt so real, even the blisters on her hands, when popped from the sudden movement, felt incredibly real. She took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, trying to calm herself. Just then, a burst of laughter suddenly erupted from nearby. Hey, he can still crawl. That means he's not dead yet. Look! What's he doing? Oh my god, she's trying to open the food. I hate selfish people like that the most. Knowing she's about to die, she still wants to waste all the food. Opening the food with those hands, huh? I see how she opens the food after I break her arms. Jiang Mian climbed over an abandoned two-story building and saw the direction from which the sound came. There, a group of raggedly dressed people were playing around with one of the people. More accurately, they were bullying him, watching the person on the ground perform various actions, like a clown for their amusement. One of the dirty-looking people grabbed the person's hair with a large hand, slapped the person's face with a dagger in his hand, and teased, "Let's make a deal. If you can make us brothers happy, we let you live. How about it?" The man on the ground was forced to raise his head, his eyes filled with indifference as he looked at the crowd. It was as if he didn't care about his situation at all, or perhaps it was the calm of someone facing utter desperation. He coldly uttered a single word, "Fine." Whether it was his forced composure that amused the others, or something else, the group burst into laughter. One of them said, Fine, you got guts. I tell you something that will make me happy. I love it when people lick my feet. If you lick them well, I let you live. Me too. Another man immediately raised his hand, excitedly saying, I like getting massages, and Thai massages too. Even though you're a bit ugly, it's the apocalypse. Who cares about that? Good technique is all that matters. Ha. The grating laughter was nauseating, especially their lewd smiles, which only fueled the anger in the crowd. Just then, the person on the ground agreed. Seeing her about to get up and walk towards the group, they burst into laughter. One of them even took off his shoes, shouting, Come on, hurry up. The black, disgusting soles of his feet were nauseating to look at, and even those around him couldn't stand the stench and moved away. The person on the ground expressionlessly approached the shoeless man and slowly squatted down. Just when everyone thought she was really going to do it, she smiled, and a dagger that had appeared out of nowhere plunged into the head of the man, who was laughing wildly. The man maintained a smile until his death. After killing him, she started running. At this point, could they not realize they'd been tricked? Instantly, everyone chased after the figure. Halfway there, the figure threw something. Everyone froze, exchanged glances, and then one of them, trying to run in that direction, was pulled back. What are you doing? Kill this guy first. As for the loot, there are only a few of us around here. no one will steal it. Seeing everyone chasing after the figure, Jiang Mian emerged from another direction and followed behind them. There were about 5 people in total. One of them was killed by the figure. By the time they caught up with the leading figure, only 4 remained. 2 more had died in the fight. Only 2 were still attacking the figure, who was clearly struggling. Just when she thought she was about to die, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, like a savior rescuing her believer. Although Jiang Mian no longer possessed supernatural abilities or a spatial dimension, her skills remained, something ingrained in her bones. After swiftly dispatching the 2 men, she turned to look at the person on the ground. When Jiang Mian saw her own face, she froze. How is this possible? Then she chuckled softly. Everything was clear now. She had indeed appeared in an illusion, specifically the illusion before her death. Why is it impossible? Jiang Mian looked at her future self and exclaimed, "Are you really me from the future? You look so different." Jiang Mian was stunned, not understanding what she meant. Their current appearances were almost identical. How could she say they were so different? Chapter 275. Why do you say that? Jiang Mian, although you look exactly like me, your spirit and energy are completely different. Your eyes radiate confidence. I don't know what happened to you, but I can sense that your core is different from mine. The apocalypse has worn down too much of my spirit. The death of my family has cost me so much. We seem to be one person, but in reality, we become 2 people on different paths. After saying this, she gave a bitter smile, then, as if remembering something, asked, "Why are you in my world? Did something happen?" "I don't know." Jiang Mian herself didn't know. She had just fallen asleep, and when she opened her eyes again, she was in this world. She didn't even know what had happened. Moreover, she was somewhat wary of the person before her. The sudden appearance of an identical version of herself was strangely unsettling. She certainly wouldn't tell her everything. Just then, Jiang Mian, from the apocalypse, initiated everything. She generously offered some food to Jiang Mian, saying, "Want some? I share some of the food I got, but you can't eat too much. After all, I risked my life for it." Seeing her stingy and miserly manner, Jiang Mian didn't say much. This was quite normal, or perhaps it was due to her own past memories, which inevitably created a biased perception. Besides, this can of cat food was all she had at the moment, and she was quite surprised that she herself was so generous as to give some away. Jiang Mian looked at the can of cat food in her hand. It was called cat food, but the contents were expired, and the taste was strange. All the ingredients had been crushed and packed into the can. The smell was incredibly tempting to the ravenous Jiang Mian, yet she resolutely refused. "No need, thank you, you eat it yourself." The post-apocalyptic Jiang Mian thought for a moment, lowered her head, wiped her hands on her clothes, and then without hesitation scooped out some meat, and put it in her mouth. As she devoured it, Jiang Mian couldn't help but swallow hard. Jiang Mian ate most of the canned food, leaving only a quarter. She handed the can to Jiang Mian, a smile playing on her lips, as if knowing what she was thinking. "Eat it without worry, it's not poisonous. I tested it for you." Jiang Mian took the can, dipped her finger in, picked out a piece of meat, and brought it to her lips. Just as she thought she was about to eat it, and with a hint of excitement in her eyes, Jiang Mian suddenly turned the can over, spilling the broth and bits of chicken and fish onto the ground. The broth inside the can was quickly absorbed by the ravaged earth, leaving only the meat bits on the ground. Jiang Mian's smile froze on her face. She stared at the meat bits on the ground, glaring at Jiang Mian with uncontrollable rage. "What are you doing? This is food, meat. The most scarce thing in the apocalypse. How could you waste it like this? Even if you don't want to eat it, you shouldn't throw it away." Not only did Jiang Mian throw it away, she also brazenly said, "What garbage. It's expired, and you still want me to eat it? Is this how you treat your future self? Do you know how well I'm doing right now?" Jiang Mian raised her arms, beaming with pride, much like someone boasting of their wealth to a suffering person, creating a stark contrast that evoked envy and jealousy. "I possess an infinitely large space, filled with all sorts of food, even some you've never seen before, magnified countless times. Can you imagine how delicious they are? Can you imagine the silky smoothness of fresh meat within an hour of slaughter? Oh right, besides all that, I also have a loving family, a younger brother who's recovered, and a grandmother whose health is steadily improving. Compared to me, with all this, you're truly pathetic." Listening to Jiang Mian's sarcastic words, the apocalyptic Jiang Mian's eyes deepened. "What are you trying to achieve by saying all this? To make me envious? Well, I must say, you certainly succeeded. I do envy you, but so what? I have my own way of living, It's none of your business. Jiang Mian spread her hands, a mocking smile on her face. Is that so? Don't you want a life like mine? Endless food, a healthy family, oh right, I also have dealings with the government. They're my biggest partners. My status there is unimaginable. Don't you want to replace me? Upon hearing Jiang Mian's last sentence, Jiang Mian's face twisted in anger. Shut up. Shut up. Enough. I said shut up. Seeing her frantic state, Jiang Mian stomped on the shredded meat, grinding it under her foot. This action only fueled Jiang Mian's rage, her eyes turning red. I kill you. I kill you. After I kill you, I can take your place, have a wonderful family, and enjoy endless wealth and luxury. Ha ha. What a coincidence. It's just as I thought. I had the same idea. The two charged at each other instantly. Jiang Mian had initially thought she was incredibly powerful, but in reality, her movement skills from her past life were truly pathetic. After only a few moves, she was pinned to the ground. Jiang Mian, pressing down on her, looked at her mockingly and whispered in her ear, Do you think everything that's behind you is for your own good? Do you think that by killing me, you can take my place and live in my world? You're overthinking it. Our dimensions are different. Our time flows differently. How could you believe the words of something that dares not show its face? The post-apocalyptic Jiang Mian was clearly insane, and couldn't hear a word Jiang Mian said. She sneered, All this talk is just an excuse for you to kill me. Kill me if you want, I had enough of living anyway. No. I won't kill you. I just want to know who's behind you, and where they are. I don't know what you're talking about. From beginning to end, it was just me and those we killed. There was never anyone behind us. Seeing that she still wouldn't tell the truth, Jiang Mian could only sigh helplessly. I never thought I deceived myself. It's truly pathetic. Apocalypse Jiang Mian's eyes flickered. Suddenly, she flipped over, trying to attack Jiang Mian, but Jiang Mian instinctively countered, plunging a dagger into her heart. Apocalypse Jiang Mian coughed up blood, but unlike her current disheveled state, she wore a triumphant smile. She looked at Jiang Mian and said smugly, See, I'm not entirely inferior to you. Being in such a high position, you've probably forgotten how to use your brain. I figured it out the instant you finished speaking. I'm the one who dragged you into this nightmare. Chapter 276. If you kill me, you can clear the game, right? Ding! Mission complete. Everyone is about to be teleported. Congratulations to player ID 987666 for completing the mission. Your reward is being calculated. Please wait patiently. Congratulations to I Love Salty Soy Milk for successfully surviving one world. Initial reward, 100 gold coins. Based on your performance in the mission, you will receive 990,000 gold coins as a reward. In this survival game, your overall world ranking is first. You will receive 10,000 gold coins as a reward. Please keep up the good work, I Love Salty Soy Milk. You are ranked first in your personal world. You can receive 10 gold coins every day. Please keep up the good work and maintain your ranking. Your overall world combat power ranking has improved. Your overall world wealth ranking has improved. System shop is now fully open. World chat group is about to open. Jiang Mian stared blankly at the pure white space, not knowing what was happening. The sense of chaos was too strong, and she couldn't react. System assistant, I want to know what exactly happened in the last world. How did I complete the mission? Dear player, the test on the last day of the last world was the trial of the heart. The Demon Lord sent illusions to everyone sleeping in the world. Those who passed survived, and those who failed died. You have successfully passed the trial of the heart stage, and are qualified to survive. That's not what I want to ask. I want to know, were the people in the trial of the heart stage I experienced real? Sorry, host, out of respect for your privacy and fairness, the system and system assistant have no right to interfere with the people in the trial of the heart stage, much less the right to invade the illusion set up by the Demon Lord. Therefore, the system assistant doesn't know either. Demon Lord, wasn't that arranged by you? No. We're only responsible for surviving in each world, not for influencing its future. Seeing how airtight the system assistant was, Jiang Mian was helpless. Even looking at the gold coin she gained, she didn't feel particularly excited. 990,000 gold coins was nothing. She wasn't short of money at all. Moreover, in the last world, she made over 2 million gold coins just from selling tranquilizing talismans, plus some thunder talismans and other items. Now she was quite wealthy, and she directly upgraded time acceleration and the spirit spring to level 35 each. Upgrading further would require far more gold coins, and she didn't have the capacity to do so. The Rubik's Cube could now unlock more modules. Jiang Mian unlocked a charging module, and discovered she could unlock another smaller module. After thinking for a moment, she chose to unlock the crafting module. The charging module was used for energy storage, while the crafting module was used for charging or powering weapons. However, Jiang Mian could only charge her phone, home appliances, and the laser gun she acquired earlier. Moreover, the two charging methods are completely different. The first uses electricity, so the charging cost is acceptable, 0.1 silver coins per kilowatt-hour. Although a bit expensive, it's useful when water and electricity are cut off in the true apocalypse. However, the other method, charging laser guns, costs 1 gold coin per charge, regardless of how much energy you charge. Jiang Mian, the wealthy woman, has gradually accepted the system's rising costs. She no longer feels the pinch and charges her laser guns whenever necessary. She even recharged the laser guns that had previously run out of energy. The entire charging process consumed over 200 gold coins. The crafting module is even more impressive. You simply take what you have, put it into the module, and pay enough gold coins to obtain an identical item. Of course, you can also use blueprints or your own designs. The price reflects its practicality. For example, crafting a simple stool costs only 0.1 gold coins, and a fan also costs 0.1 gold coins. You can even craft antiques, though the prices aren't cheap. The older the antique, the higher the crafting price. A 100-year-old vase costs 132 gold coins to craft, which Jiang Mian promptly cancelled. She would only spend so many gold coins crafting an existing antique if she had nothing better to do with them. After completing all this, she suddenly remembered the system notification that her combat power ranking had improved. She checked it, and was surprised to find that her combat power ranking had jumped to second place. Below 0. She was number 1 on the wealth rankings, something she somewhat guessed, because in the last world, their wealth accumulation had indeed been rather frenzied. There were tons of reports coming in from the back office. Just a bunch of jealous people. Just then, Fu Junan suddenly messaged her, "You're back alive." This was a statement of fact, and Jiang Mian didn't know what he meant, silently sending a question mark. 0 degree. No, I just thought the last test was pretty difficult, and I wanted to see if the people I know were still alive. I love salty soy milk. Thanks, you're still alive. 0 degree. Yeah. By the way, I haven't congratulated you on your improved combat power ranking yet. But you might need to be careful. Some people specifically hunt down those on the rankings. Hearing this, Jiang Mian was no longer sleepy. She asked in surprise, "They hunt down people on the combat power rankings too? Don't they know how to read the rankings?" 0 degree. Yes, I'm often hunted down myself, and I've been hunted down before. Jiang Mian felt like she'd been struck by lightning. Something wasn't right. Logically, she was already so strong. Why would anyone hunt her down? Weren't they afraid of dying? Thinking this, she asked directly. Fu Juhan's reply was, "No, it's not people from our Fire Seed project who hunt them down, but people from other worlds. Sometimes they specifically take on these kinds of the missions come to hunt us down. If we fight back, we get a lot of gold coins and special items. Conversely, if they kill us, our loot will go to them. Of course, we also receive these missions from time to time, going to other worlds to hunt people controlled by other systems." Jiang Mian was truly shocked. Her expression changed several times. She really wanted to curse. Survival is survival. Why this hunting game? She wasn't that bloodthirsty. Fu Junhan. I heard from people before that in special worlds, the person you kill the most can get tens of millions of gold coins at once, and it will also unlock a hidden shop. But I haven't experienced that, so I don't know if it's true or not. Jiang Mian paused, taking back what she had just said, and silently typed a line. Fu Junhan, let's cooperate. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Chapter 277. Jiang Mian exited the spatial dimension and returned to her own world. The torrential rain outside continued unabated. Having learned from the previous two experiences, the fact that Jiang Mian slept for 2 or 3 days, this time didn't surprise the two as much. Looking at the accumulated water outside, Jiang Mian couldn't help but sigh. Another disaster is about to begin. Jiang Wuzai, seeing Jiang Mian awake, immediately exclaimed happily, "Sister, you're finally awake. Why did you sleep for so long this time?" Jiang Mian scratched her head, trying to come up with an excuse to fool Jiang Wuzai, but he seemed to know her tricks and said, "Forget it, sister, I won't ask any more. Don't try to fool me. You ruined my brain since I was little." Hearing this, Jiang Mian was displeased. What did she mean by ruining his brain? It was clearly his brain that wasn't working properly. What did it have to do with her? Sure enough, the first thing people do after gaining something is forget their roots. Jiang Mian found her grandmother and handed her the ring on her hand. Grandma was taken aback, then quickly waved her hand, saying, "Oh, why are you giving me this? I already have a ring your grandfather gave me. It's useless to me, and it's just a hassle to wear." The ring Jiang Mian gave Grandma looked like a small, gold ornament, somewhat similar to the gold ring on Grandma's hand. After Jiang Mian whispered a few words in Grandma's ear, Grandma was stunned. Is there really such a magical thing? I already told you. I get some special things when I fall asleep. Would I lie to you? Okay. I take it then. How do I use it? Jiang Mian showed her how to use it, watching her put kitchen tools in and take them out again, like a child, full of curiosity about her new toy. Haha, this is amazing. Who didn't dream of having a spatial ring when they were little? Back then, when we went out to work, we had to carry all sorts of things. If something unexpected happened along the way, we have to move again. If we had this back then, working would have been so much easier. Huh? Jiang Mian was dumbfounded. No, Grandma, the first thing you thought about when you got the spatial ring was how convenient it would be for working. Seriously? Can't you have some higher-end needs? What needs could you have? In our time, if you stole something from a supermarket or anywhere else, the security cameras would catch you completely. You'd probably be in jail tomorrow after stealing something today. So it was only good for carrying things, moving, and stuff like that. Hearing Grandma say that, it seemed to make sense. Back when the apocalypse hadn't truly arrived, she also relied entirely on buying her own food. At the time, she hadn't intended to do any free shopping. At most, she took out some loans online. Later, she changed her phone number, so they couldn't reach her. Plus, Jiang Mian and her family moved in a hurry, and didn't leave an address, so those people couldn't find their location. Some of those loans were unreasonable to begin with, especially the naked loan involving nudity, so they were even more afraid to report it to the police. After returning this time, Jiang Mian felt constantly tired and listless, whether it was due to the illusion created by the demon lord or something else. She went back to bed and fell asleep again. In her dream, she saw herself before she died. Jiang Mian instinctively reached for her weapon, but found nothing. Her hands were empty. It was clearly a dream. Jiang Mian silently watched her, her eyes mocking her actions. Don't waste your energy. This is just a dream created by the last bit of bond between you and me. Jiang Mian took a deep breath and asked the question she had always wanted to ask. You. Are I from another world, right? She made no attempt to hide anything and nodded directly. Yes, you guessed right. I am indeed you, just from a different world. Jiang Mian looked at herself and suddenly smiled. I want to know what promise the demon lord made to you that made you so determined to kill me, even poisoning the most precious food, and even the direction you initially wanted to escape was towards me, wasn't it? You wanted to use me to draw those people away for you? Jiang Mian clapped her hands, unable to resist praising, you're still as clever as ever. Yes, I could have let you see me in your current state, but I schemed so much, even sealing all your abilities. Yet, your physical instincts saved you. It's a slip-up, but I consider myself quite capable. I only lost to myself. Jiang Mian looked at her, suddenly feeling a surge of urgency to confide. Do you know why you lost? At this, Jiang Mian paused, somewhat stunned. Wasn't it because the abilities you gained in this life saved you? I had planned everything perfectly, but I never imagined that fate would be so different for everyone. You're just so strong in this life. Jiang Mian couldn't help but chuckle at her stubbornness. She shook her head. No, it's not because of that. The real reason is that when I saw you deliberately feign submission to those people, I realized you were putting on an act, for others, and for me. Because I would do the same when I'm acting. I am you, and you are me, our behavioral logic is almost identical. So I wondered, why would I go through all this trouble? Then I thought about my current identity. There was already someone like you in that world, yet I appeared. So I wondered how you would scheme against me. Sure enough, someone as greedy as me wouldn't share the food I painstakingly obtained with someone just because they saved me. Perhaps I would, but I wouldn't simply hand over the food, even if that person looked like me. I would eat the food first, and then give the rest to her, not give her the food first. That would be too obviously calculated. Perhaps you didn't think of that, you just wanted to gain my trust. After hearing Jiang Mian's explanation, the post-apocalyptic Jiang Mian's face turned completely bewildered. Was everything I did really that obvious? No. Jiang Mian shook her head, explaining, Actually, it wasn't obvious to outsiders. But you overlooked one thing. You were trying to outsmart yourself. You can't even fool yourself, so how could you fool me? Ha! Jiang Mian of the Apocalypse gave a bitter laugh. So I was just too naive. You certainly didn't live in vain. Chapter 278. Jiang Mian remained noncommittal. She felt her excellence didn't need praise, unless, of course, she herself, the person praising her, hadn't said anything. You came into my dream relying on our last bond. What do you want? She hesitated for a moment before saying, I want to see Grandma and my brother, see how they are now. Are they doing well? Also, I want to die knowing the truth. I want to know why I became like this, while you, despite only being reborn, have changed so much. Jiang Mian thought for a moment. I can tell you why I changed, but I can't agree to give you my body to Grandma and my brother. You don't need to give me your body. I just need to confirm things in your memories. That's it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian immediately refused. No. Jiang Mian of the Apocalypse was puzzled. Why not? Aren't we originally one? Memory is the foundation of a person. I can't possibly allow someone who wants to kill me to enter my memories. Alright. Now you can tell me the truth about all this, right? Jiang Mian nodded. Do you know Lan Lingling? Jiang Mian of the Apocalypse thought for a moment. The name sounded familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. I don't know. It's been too long. I think I know her. Jiang Mian nodded and told her most of the truth she knew. Seeing her indignant expression, Jiang Mian shrugged. That's how it is. A very dramatic scene unfolded. I don't know why she knew I had a spatial ability and was willing to spend a fortune to buy it. In my past life, she only spent 1 million to buy the bracelet from me, but in this life, she spent 50 million to buy a bracelet. It would be a lie to say she didn't know there was a secret inside. Actually, I'm hiding here now, because there are many people outside looking for me. I had no choice. Apocalypse Jiang Mian grabbed Jiang Mian's hand and asked urgently, Did you take revenge on her? Did you kill her? Did you get any information from her? 3 questions in a row left Jiang Mian silent. No, I haven't focused my attention on them. I only just become stronger a few days ago, haven't I? I plan to wait until I'm completely powerful before taking revenge. Apocalypse Jiang Mian was somewhat disappointed. She thought she had avenged her great enemy. Seeing her like this, Jiang Mian comforted her. Don't be so discouraged. Even if I took revenge on Lan Lingling in this world, Lan Lingling in your world is still at large, enjoying a wonderful life. Doesn't that make you feel better? What? Jiang Mian, in the post-apocalyptic world, looked at her and suddenly uttered a seemingly innocuous sentence. Actually, this is the first time I truly experienced your ability to comfort people. No wonder 8 out of 10 people I comforted in the apocalypse committed suicide. Please don't comfort others so casually in the future. It's a kind of good deed. Jiang Mian rubbed her nose. She felt her comforting skills were quite good, especially since she had comforted no more than 10 people in total. How could 8 of them commit suicide? The 2 were ultimately different. Jiang Mian, in the post-apocalyptic world, saw that it was almost time and gave a bitter smile. I'm leaving now. I wish you a bright future, and all your wishes come true. I also wish Grandma and my brother a peaceful and safe life. Wait a minute. Jiang Mian called out to her. When she turned around, she saw a large pile of food on the table. Jiang Mian smiled gently, her initial guard gone. Have a meal before you go. What? Faint sobs drifted from the dining table, but both remained silent, engrossed in their food. Before leaving, Jiang Mian felt something in her hand. They understood each other without saying a word. When Jiang Mian woke up again, she felt refreshed, her mind no longer foggy. But she felt an emptiness in her heart. She wondered if the Jiang Mian of the apocalypse, after dying, would have a chance to be reborn? Would she remember what she said? Would she? Too many worries, too many desires, yet in the end, she couldn't grasp anything. She sighed helplessly, ultimately unable to do anything for herself. When she woke up again, she saw Jiang Wuzai training. Jiang Mian wondered if she should give Jiang Wuzai a ring now. She was afraid he would reveal the ring's existence, and also afraid he would go hungry. After thinking it over for a while, Jiang Mian didn't give the ring to Jiang Wuzai, deciding to deal with it later. Jiang Mian opened her chat with Draw a Circle to curse you, and found he was still alive, so she sent him a message. Storage space trading? The kind that can only be used by ordinary people, not players. Jun Chansheng was still writing a report about the previous world. Although he couldn't write it all, he could still manage to put together a few words. Hearing the message notification, he opened it, and saw the message from the other person. and he jumped up in shock. Holy crap! Everyone else froze, their pens jerking off course. Jun Changsheng, what are you doing? What's gotten into you again? One of them scolded. Jun Changsheng was about to retort, but then remembered this person wasn't from his grandfather's faction, and immediately shut his mouth. Sorry, I got too excited. It's alright. You guys keep writing, I'm finished, I'm leaving. With that, he dashed away. Bye. We have to buy it. With this, we can preserve a batch of national strategic resources, and no matter what natural disasters happen in the future, it won't affect us. Jun Changsheng awkwardly touched his forehead, looked at the excited old man, and then continued, well, actually, we can't preserve that many. After all, this space has limitations. The seller said it's only the size of a basketball court. It's obviously impossible to guarantee all strategic resources. The old man waved his hand, that's alright. Who said I need to guarantee all strategic resources? We only need to guarantee the strategic resources of our faction. As for the other factions, let them figure it out themselves. Unless they agree to join us, we won't trade the resources we obtain to them. So, after discussing for a long time, they finally paid a large sum of money to obtain the spatial ring from Jiang Mian. Chang Tongqing's heart was bleeding. Taking out such a large quantity of weapons made his heart clench with fear. He was terrified that the other party might do something wrong and find out about him, leaving him with no way to explain himself. Thinking of this, he went to his superiors and tipped them off beforehand, just in case things went wrong and he was in trouble. Jiang Mian was unfazed by Jun Changsheng's flattery. She suddenly thought of someone and asked Jun Changsheng, can you find someone for me? I can give you a reward, but it's only a transaction between the two of us. I don't want too many people to know. Chapter 279. Jun Changsheng clapped his hands excitedly. The big boss was finally asking for his help. And did the big boss trust him that much? Only the two of them knew about this, no one else knew. Just thinking about it made him excited. Draw a circle to curse you. Big boss, please tell me, I guarantee I help you complete the task. Jiang Mian was speechless. She hadn't even said what she wanted him to do, and he agreed so quickly. Why did he seem so unreliable? However, she was only looking for someone who had some money before the apocalypse. It should be easy to find, right? I love salty soy milk. Help me find someone named Lan Lingling. She seems to have a boyfriend named Su Chang'an. Draw a circle to curse you. Received. I checked those two right away. Jun Changsheng couldn't help but feel relieved. Su Chang'an? He recognized that name. Wasn't he a core figure of the radical faction? He could just follow his name to find Lan Lingling. After all, weren't they in a romantic relationship? Soon, he sent the message to Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian stared at the message, stunned. What a coincidence. The two were in a major city near hers, the very city she lived in her past life. Just then, Jun Changsheng sent another message. Does the boss have a grudge against these two? They're probably not easy to deal with. They're both members of the radical faction, even thinking about building a spaceship and leaving this world. However, they seem to be looking for someone recently, and the bounty has increased to 500 gene of grain. Jiang Mian looked at this message. This was also why she was unwilling to join the official organization. Internal strife was inevitable in any group. She didn't respond to Jun Changsheng's question, but instead sent him a red enhancement potion. Their conversation ended there. What Jun Changsheng didn't say was that he had actually found out who they were looking for. He thought it couldn't be such a coincidence. Looking at that familiar face, wasn't it the unknown big shot who had been carrying them around in the last world? So, she was actually from the same world as him. Combined with the spatial ring the big shot sold, the answer was almost obvious. However, he didn't reveal this, keeping it tightly under wraps, afraid of angering the big shot. Z City 5-star residence, right? Jiang Mian silently memorized the address. Going out now was definitely out of the question. Some areas were already flooded, while others were only shallowly submerged. She could only wait until the rain got heavier, then she could drive her inflatable boat to this location. The rain outside continued to fall. The villagers had already dug up the crops in the fields. These crops were best suited to dry soil, and now that they were submerged, it would be extremely difficult for them to grow again. Rather than let it be like that, it was better to save as much as possible. The government and individual farmers were also buying grain at high prices, and large trucks frequently passed by the village, specifically to buy crops from the fields. Of course, they didn't actually sell everything, they sold some and kept some for later use. After experiencing a drought that lasted nearly half a year, they had a glimmer of hope, so everyone was thinking about how to survive. Uncle Jiang, braving the heavy rain, carrying a sack of crops on his back, knocked on Jiang Mian's door. Grandma opened the door, paused for a moment, looked at the heavy rain outside, and could only let them in to talk. Jiang Yankai put down the crops, somewhat embarrassed and not daring to look up. His fingers kept picking at a corner of his clothes, as awkward as a schoolboy facing a teacher. He said nervously, "I won't go in. I just leave these things at your door. Actually, I always owed you an apology. I was too young and didn't know what was important back then. Now that I think about it, I ruined your relationship. You can take these, I'd be going now." He wore a straw hat, and didn't even have an umbrella, gradually disappearing into the heavy rain. The rain soaked his clothes, making him look disheveled. Jiang Suyu also felt bad. The person she had wronged for so many years, now old, had finally opened his heart. But how could a knot in one's heart from decades ago be easily untied? Sigh. Looking at the crops he had brought in the heavy rain, Jiang Suyu carefully put them away. She didn't plan to let the two children know about this, to avoid causing them guilt. As for her, she helped him if she could. Days passed like this, and it had been raining continuously for half a month. For those 2 weeks, Jiang Mian had simply counted the raindrops each day. The days were boring yet leisurely, much better than the tension and hardship of the mission world. The only downside was that the heavy rain had caused power outages in many places, including their village. The power company was closed, and the floodwaters had begun to cover the fields. As far as the eye could see, apart from power poles and houses, everything else was water. The current scene was exactly what everyone had dreamed of seeing just a few months ago, but now, everyone looked worried and distressed. Many homes, including Jiang Mian's, were already flooded on the first floor. One could only imagine what the rest of the city was like. The floodwaters had already reached the 10th floor. In this situation of power and food shortages, arson, murder, and looting were commonplace. Although some food was distributed daily, everyone felt a sense of crisis. They worried, what if the government stops distributing food later? They always had to plan ahead, and it was precisely because of these people that the city had become so chaotic. Strong men bullied weak men, and weak men bullied women, a vicious cycle of bullying. Under this overall system of oppression, it was always the elderly, children, and pregnant women who suffered. Jiang Mian, navigating her boat and wearing a raincoat, happened to see a robbery taking place inside a building. Through the reflection in the glass, she could see a woman carrying her child slowly approaching the window. The woman's voice was shrill, "Don't come any closer, you beast. I haunt you even as a ghost." With that, the woman jumped out. However, the expected current didn't materialize. She and the child in her arms landed on a soft mat. Jiang Mian's brain completely shut down. She just wanted to stop by the building to take shelter from the rain and grab a bite to eat. How did she inexplicably end up catching a mother and child jumping off? She never said she was going to save anyone, so how could it be such a coincidence? However, after landing on the boat, the woman only hesitated for a few seconds before grabbing Jiang Mian's hand and saying, "Girl, quick. Hurry. That robber will definitely try to rob you if he sees you have a boat. He's already robbed almost all the neighborhoods around here." Sure enough, as soon as the woman finished speaking, people upstairs looked down and saw Jiang Mian and the mother and child on the boat. "Boss, they have a boat." "Great. It looks like it's electric. Much better than our rowing." The muscular man also noticed the boat downstairs and nodded. "Excellent. Let's go get our boat. With this boat, the robbery will be much easier." Chapter 280. Yes, in the eyes of these people who were used to robbing, the boat was already theirs. As for the owner of the boat, Jiang Mian was completely ignored. Although they couldn't see clearly whether the person on the boat was male or female, she was alone, and the numbers couldn't be faked. For a dozen of them to rob one person was a piece of cake. Even those mysterious special figures couldn't possibly take on a dozen people barehanded. Thinking this, their arrogance grew even stronger. Jiang Mian was too lazy to argue with them, and sailed away. Those people got into their kayaks, but no matter what they did, they couldn't catch up with Jiang Mian's speed. The woman holding the child breathed a sigh of relief and quickly thanked her. "Miss, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my child and I would probably have died there." Jiang Mian waved her hand. What could she say? Could she say that she hadn't intended to save him, but that they had just happened to fall onto her boat while she was seeking shelter from the rain? Wouldn't that be deliberately embarrassing? She wasn't the Jiang Mian she knew before. She was now the emotionally intelligent Nyo Hulu Jiang Mian. "Miss, where are you taking us?" "This direction seems to lead into the city, but the flooding there is much worse." "Can we change direction?" Jiang Mian refused, I'm afraid not, because I have some business to attend to in the city. Hearing that he needed to go to the city, the woman, out of gratitude for being saved, quickly said, "Oh, is that so? Do you need my help? I used to work in the city, and I know every street and alley. Even if it's flooded, I can still roughly figure out where we are." Jiang Mian turned to look at the woman in surprise. She had originally planned to leave the woman and child on another floor, but now, hearing what the woman said, it seemed quite useful. "Do you know how to get to 5-star home?" The woman nodded. "Yes, but they wouldn't let us in before the apocalypse. I'm not very familiar with the route to 5-star home." "It's alright, I just hope you can take me there. As for you, I find you a suitable place to live." She remembered that the shelters here were already built by now, and there wasn't a severe food shortage, so the entry requirements were lenient, you just needed a skill. Looking at the woman, she figured she could get in, and she figured she could just put her in the shelter later. Jiang Mian made sure no one was arguing upstairs, or threatening to jump before mooring the boat in a corner. She took out a few packets of biscuits from under her raincoat, and handed 2 packets to the woman, but the woman didn't take them all, she only took 1 packet. Seeing Jiang Mian's surprised expression, the woman smiled. "No need, my child won't eat." "Why? Was she a wicked stepmother?" But that didn't seem like it. After all, when she jumped, she took the child with her to prevent harm, even protecting the child's body. While she was speculating, the woman's next words sent a chill down her spine. She smoothed her rain-soaked hair, her tone as calm as still water. "It's nothing, the child was just lucky. He died of a heart attack. We always kept medicine at home, but now it's the apocalypse. Where can we buy medicine? He's gone. It's better that way, spared him from this painful disaster." Jiang Mian felt a chill run down her spine, listening to the woman's indifferent tone. No wonder she hadn't heard a child cry throughout, whether the woman was being persecuted or jumping from the building. So that's why. She silently turned her head, and took a large bite of her biscuit. Has the world outside developed to this point? Have they become accustomed to the loss of a life? Even with her involvement, is it still impossible to change the fate of most people? Perhaps sensing Jiang Mian's sadness, the woman smiled and said, "Young lady, where did you buy these biscuits? They're quite delicious." Jiang Mian forced a smile, casually mentioning a place, and the topic was dropped. The heavy atmosphere quickly dissipated. With the woman's directions, Jiang Mian easily took a shortcut and arrived at her destination in just 3 hours. Of course, along the way, there were those who wanted to rob her, and those who had heard the commotion and ambushed her. However, Jiang Mian was fast enough that these people just made a few noises. However, upon reaching this point, both Jiang Mian and the woman were stunned. The woman exclaimed in surprise, "This shouldn't be happening. A month ago when I came here, there weren't such high walls. What happened?" Jiang Mian had a guess. Perhaps this was preparation by the government. However, the area of this shelter was a bit too large, directly encompassing the 5-star Garden Villa district. This was a bit troublesome. Jiang Mian knew that to enter now, she would need to show her ID card and facial recognition. She was conflicted, should she go in or not. However, since she was already here, having come all this way just to get revenge on them, wouldn't it be a waste of her trip if she didn't go in? Thinking this, Jiang Mian took out 2 packs of cigarettes from her spatial storage and led the woman to the side entrance to register. There were quite a few residents from the surrounding area entering the shelter at the side entrance as well. Sure enough, everyone needed to have their identity and credit checked to get in. Jiang Mian, this deadbeat who owed a large sum of money before, probably didn't even have enough credit to get in now. However, she had her own unique method. After queuing for half an hour, Jiang Mian deliberately chose a spot where a man was registering. The man didn't even look up, asking, "Name?" "Angela." The man paused, finally looking up at the person in the raincoat, whose face he couldn't see. Isn't that a name from King of Glory? Did she think he never played that old game before? He took a deep breath, his tone somewhat unfriendly. "Show me your ID." Jiang Mian took out a membership card from a supermarket she previously obtained, with 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes underneath. The man discreetly put away his cigarette, placed his hand on the instrument, and said, "Next." Jiang, Angela, Mian successfully passed the checkpoint. She stood there waiting for the woman for a few minutes before the woman finally passed. However, the small blanket the woman had been holding was gone. Facing Jiang Mian's curious gaze, the woman smiled. "The people upstairs said they would help me bury myself, and because I'm familiar with the routes here, they found me a job salvaging materials from beneath the city. Thank you, my benefactor. What's your name?" Her eyes were filled with gratitude, almost heartfelt. Chapter 281. Angela? The woman was taken aback, but she didn't play games often, and besides, this game had been around for over 100 years, long since obsolete. She didn't suspect anything. What a coincidence, we both have the surname in. My name is Ano. Jiang Mian nodded. Take me to 5-star home first, then you can go do your own thing. Goodbye. Ano opened her mouth. Actually, she really wanted to repay her benefactor, but since her benefactor had said so, and she had nothing to offer, she could only silently keep the kindness in her heart and repay her later. There was no water in this base. It was unclear what technology was used. The outside was flooded, but the inside was dry, and some people were even farming there. Sure enough, the people of Yen never forget farming, no matter where they go. Jiang Mian's lifeboat was placed aside. Storing lifeboats here required a fee, 50 yuan per hour. After paying, they could drive away. Fortunately, Jiang Mian still had some money, so she could use the facility. Both were soaking wet. And Nu remembered her ID card, so she got a replacement. She then used the ID to get a new bank card, and used the money in the bank card to buy 2 sets of clothes, one for Jiang Mian and one for her. After changing into dry clothes, they headed into the base. It was still raining, but the base didn't flood. Any water exceeding a certain level was either pumped out by machines or became groundwater. Jiang Mian looked at the sign that read 5-star home and said goodbye to Nua there. Before leaving, Ano bowed to Jiang Mian. Angela, I will definitely repay you. Jiang Mian looked embarrassed. Sister, could you keep your voice down? She really wasn't planning on doing anything righteous. After they parted, Jiang Mian headed towards number 42, 5-star homestead. Then she saw a large villa, much larger than the 2 villas next to it combined. Jiang Mian stroked her chin, trying to conceal herself. Through her observation, she discovered that the base had power and security cameras. Therefore, she had to be careful. She armed herself like a ruthless bandit leader, leaping directly to the 2nd-floor balcony, landing lightly on the ground. A light veil fluttered, easily concealing her figure. Jiang Mian breathed softly, and after confirming that no one was in the room on the balcony, she listened for any sounds outside, then cautiously left the room. Ah! A sharp scream came from the half-open door. Jiang Mian pressed her back against the wall, her heart pounding uncontrollably. She cautiously looked in that direction, but only saw an empty doorway. She couldn't help but pat her chest. That scared me to death. I thought I'd been discovered. Jiang Mian walked towards the room, peeked inside, paused, and quickly looked away. Can't broadcast. Can't broadcast. The scene inside can't be broadcast. Otherwise, it'd be shut down. In this huge villa, only a few people lived. After figuring out the layout, Jiang Mian began to act recklessly. She remembered Lan Lingling reminding her to stock up on food back then, so Lan Lingling must have stockpiled some items too. Even if she couldn't store food because she no longer had her spatial storage, she shouldn't have lacked food. Thinking this, she started walking down to the 1st floor. Sure enough, the kitchen was piled high with food. Jiang Mian didn't touch the food there, but instead wanted to find a basement. After groping around for a while, she successfully found a small hidden door in the storage room. The hidden door slowly opened, revealing what appeared to be stairs. She carefully descended the stairs step by step. The basement was spacious. She could faintly hear her own echo. Shining her flashlight, she could see that the basement was filled with all sorts of food, mostly durable canned goods, military supplies, and military-grade compressed biscuits. They were quite clever. Lan Lingling was also a capable person. After realizing she couldn't store food with her spatial storage, she directly replaced it with these easily stored items. Now, it all benefited Jiang Mian. She immediately turned off the flashlight and began packing away all the food inside, not caring how much she took, as long as she wasn't left with anything. Leaving the basement, she even packed away the food from the kitchen. Having done all this, she figured the matter on the 2nd floor was over, and she wanted to interrogate Lan Lingling about why she was so certain she had a spatial ability. Unexpectedly, the 2 people on the bed were still there, discussing something. Still haven't found Jiang Mian? It's been so long, could he have died out there? Lan Lingling was somewhat disappointed. She exhaled a puff of smoke, letting it drift and brush against her face. This was a smoking habit Lan Lingling had developed after the apocalypse. Ever since she obtained that book, aside from initial good fortune, she had faced a series of misfortunes, which she found almost unbearable. In her anger and frustration, she naturally began to seek other ways to relieve her depression. Smoking was one of those ways she used to cope. Once you find her, Hand her over to me. I remember she has a younger brother. Bring him along too. I don't believe she won't behave. I already had the authorities look for her. You know, things aren't like before. Information is much less readily available now. But recently, someone found out Jiang Mian used a map and navigated to a place called Suifeng Village. We should be able to find her location soon. Jiang Mian listened to the discussion about her, but didn't rush over. She wanted to hear more about why they were looking for her. Could it be because she hadn't activated her spatial ability after the jade bracelet she sold her, and they suspected she had? Soon? Soon again. I heard you say that so many times. It's always the same result. You always make me wait. The man on the bed grew impatient. He had been trying his best to find Jiang Mian. If Lan Lingling hadn't insisted that finding Jiang Mian would unlock his spatial ability, he wouldn't have wasted his time on this. He didn't know why Lan Lingling was so certain. After all, the bracelet was broken, so where would any space come from? The two started arguing, and then it became another case of arguing in bed and making up in bed. However, Jiang Mian, who had been eavesdropping outside, couldn't take it anymore. She pushed open the door and went inside. She punched the man in the head. Given her strength, the man should have been knocked unconscious, but instead, he roared, "Who are you? How dare you rob a villa in this area? Are you crazy for money?" Su Chang'an hurriedly pulled up his pants, wanting to teach this uninvited guest who had interrupted his good time a lesson. However, only when the two actually fought did he realize that this person wasn't so simple. Chapter 282. Jiang Mian acted swiftly and decisively, showing no mercy and no intention of holding back. Besides, this man was merely an incidental factor in her search for someone else, not her primary target. Therefore, she cleanly and efficiently dealt with Su Chang'an. Not killed. Of course not. Just knocked him unconscious? Killing someone under the noses of the authorities? She'd have to kill him to get a second chance at life. Looking at the terrified woman on the bed, Jiang Mian approached step by step, only to suddenly see her pull a gun from the bedside table. The woman's arms trembled. Even her grip on the gun was frantic, yet she still tried to appear calm as she threatened Jiang Mian. "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer, or I shoot." Jiang Mian didn't care. As the woman pulled the trigger, she flashed forward, and the bullet struck the unconscious Su Chang'an squarely. Su Chang'an, pierced by a gunshot, was jolted awake by the pain. Seeing the scene before him, he quickly realized he couldn't defeat this woman and turned to leave. Jiang Mian approached and knocked Lan Lingling unconscious. When she tried to chase after Su Chang'an, she found he was already gone, outside the villa. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes. A player? This guy is really lucky. He's become a player, and even redeemed a travel card. She didn't have much time, so she had to question Lan Lingling as soon as possible. So Lan Lingling, who had only been unconscious for 2 minutes, was forced back to sleep. Feeling pain in her thigh, before Jiang Mian could even ask, she burst into tears. "Don't kill me! Please don't kill me! I don't know anything. I'm just an ordinary person." An ordinary person? The voice coming through the voice changer terrified Lan Lingling even more. Tears welled in her eyes, and she nodded frantically. "Yes, I'm just an ordinary person. That man just now, he's the one you're looking for. Don't kill the wrong person. I'm not him." Jiang Mian squatted on the ground, looking at the woman she had occasionally seen in her past life, who had always maintained an arrogant expression, now so disheveled. It would be a lie to say she didn't feel a sense of satisfaction. Jiang Mian scoffed, mocking, "An ordinary person who can foresee disaster, almost bankrupting themselves to buy gold bars and food. You're telling me you're an ordinary person?" In the message Jun Changsheng sent, Lan Lingling also possessed the precognition skill, which had helped the radicals a lot. Jiang Mian pressed the knife against Lan Lingling's face. Lan Lingling was truly panicked now, tears streaming down her face. She kept her eyes glued to the dagger, terrified it would cut her face. "I don't have time to waste with you. How do you know all this? Tell me everything, and maybe I spare your life if I'm in a better mood." Jiang Mian was truly regretting her actions at this moment. If only she had switched to the talent she had copied earlier, the one that allowed her to interrogate players when she left the game space. Interrogating her wouldn't be so difficult now. "I don't know what you're talking about. I really don't know. I just said I had a dream, and all this happened in my dream." Lan Lingling knew that book was her secret and trump card, and she absolutely couldn't tell anyone. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes, and the dagger slashed down mercilessly. She didn't believe Lan Lingling's nonsense about having a dream. Who dreams about other people's secrets? Moreover, she firmly believed that Lan Lingling had not been reborn, because her eyes lacked that ruthless edge. Seeing that even in such pain and distress, Lan Lingling still hadn't revealed her secret, Jiang Mian heard footsteps outside. She had no choice but to leave as quickly as possible. Before leaving, she didn't want to cause trouble. She had just overheard Lan Lingling relentlessly investigating her location. She had even tracked down her hometown and tried to harm her family. Now, it was no longer safe for them, and they had no choice but to move. Jiang Mian plunged the dagger directly into her heart, guaranteeing her certain death. Only then did she turn and leave. The people behind her chased after her, but their physical abilities weren't strong enough to catch her. She changed her clothes, paid the money, and then left. Lan Lingling didn't want to die. She didn't want to die at all. Today's events were practically a bolt from the blue for her. Not only was her life hanging in the balance, but a scar had appeared on her face, and blood streamed down her neck. She crawled laboriously on the floor, finally reaching the bedside. Her hands were covered in blood, and with her last ounce of strength, she pulled the book from under the mattress. Her expression was frantic. "I don't want to die. I can't die. You suddenly appeared. You must have special abilities, right? Save me. Save me. I don't want to die." To anyone else, this would just seem like the madness of a dying woman, but only Lan Lingling knew that this was her last chance at life. She truly didn't want to die. Even if she died, she wanted to find out who that person was. Why did they want to assassinate her? She believed she hadn't offended anyone, and since her father usually handled things, it shouldn't have anything to do with her. She should be the one seeking help from her father. Just then, blood from her hands and face dripped onto the book, and a look of surprise flashed in Lan Lingling's grayish-white eyes. The book began to emit a pale golden light, which then merged into her body. Her body rapidly began to recover, and her pierced and shattered heart began to heal. The golden light gradually transformed into a blank sheet of paper. Lan Lingling involuntarily reached out and caught the paper. She had a strange feeling that this paper could reveal more things to her. No longer limited to the story about Jiang Mian recorded inside. As she thought about Jiang Mian, she discovered that the blood on her hands was being rapidly absorbed by the paper. A line of text appeared. Jiang Mian, female, 20 years old, alignment, lawful, neutral, talent, copying, residence, Blue Star, L City, Yin Country. Lan Lingling was stunned, staring at the words before her, somewhat at a loss. What is this? As she thought this, the red characters on the paper changed. The Book of Answers can help you resolve your doubts. Each opening requires a blood sacrifice. Lan Lingling carefully read these few lines, and a surge of joy welled up inside her. Ha ha ha. I knew it. I knew I was the protagonist of this world. Even if they joined the plan, what could they do? They're just supporting characters. That's right. Lan Lingling suddenly asked, I want to know Jiang Mian's current location. Has she activated her spatial ability? This was what she really wanted to ask. She was more concerned about Jiang Mian. The handwriting on the paper began to change again. Jiang Mian's location, Z City Shelter entrance. Bound to spatial storage. Lan Lingling was stunned. She was actually here, and in the same shelter? No, she had actually activated her spatial storage. How could this be? Did she already know that the bracelet contained a spatial storage? For a moment, her mind was in turmoil. Lan's father looked at his daughter lying on the hospital bed, still unconscious but flailing her arms and legs, and couldn't help but sigh. He looked at Su Chang'an and asked, I asked you to take care of my daughter while I was away working, and this is how you take care of her? Su Chang'an lowered his head, remaining silent. Chapter 283. He let Lan Yaokai rant for half an hour before finally stopping. He was indignant. Lan Yaokai only got a promotion because of the supplies his daughter had stockpiled. What was with his arrogance? Now that the supplies were gone, could the father and daughter still be so arrogant? Once he gained power, even Lan Yaokai would have to live at his mercy. Thinking this to himself, he still maintained a submissive expression. Lan Lingling's first words upon waking were, Where's Jiang Mian? Did you catch her? Su Chang'an lowered his head, his meaning clear. Lan Lingling angrily smashed a cup on the table at Su Chang'an's head. Fortunately, Su Chang'an's physical condition was much better than before, and he easily dodged, avoiding a bloody accident. However, it aggravated the wound on his arm, causing him to hiss in pain. Su Chang'an looked at Lan Lingling, wondering why, despite only being unconscious once, she had reverted to her arrogant and domineering self, no longer the demure and submissive girl she once was. Lan Lingling couldn't help but curse useless. I told you where Jiang Mian is. You still can't catch her. Su Chang'an couldn't hold back any longer, gritting his teeth and saying in a low voice, "Why have you kept making me look for Jiang Mian? What did she do to make you hate her so much? It's been almost a year, and you still haven't forgotten her?" Lan Lingling looked at him, and couldn't help but roll her eyes. "You want to know, right? Because I received definitive information that Jiang Mian possesses a spatial ability. She currently has a huge amount of food that she can't possibly use up. Finding her will naturally lead to finding a way to survive in the apocalypse. So when you spent 50 million on that bracelet, you knew for sure there was a hidden space inside?" Lan Lingling glared at him. "So what if I did? Now you're satisfied, but she's gone. Finding her will be even harder." Su Chang'an softened his tone, speaking earnestly, "I was only worried about your safety, so..." In reality, it was only because they were certain they couldn't catch her, and they were injured, plus the person's size and speed were far beyond their capabilities, that they hesitated and didn't give chase. Jiang Mian was unaware that his small act of revenge had unlocked an even greater advantage for Lan Lingling. Her heart was pounding, but what could she do? They had a cheat code. She was currently pondering where they should move to. Perhaps they should move to the rescue base. However, they definitely couldn't stay at this rescue base, since Lan Lingling and Su Chang'an were there. Those two had been there for so long, their relationship, both overt and covert, was probably quite complicated. If she went, wouldn't she be walking into a trap? Thinking this, Jiang Mian turned her attention to another safe base from her previous life. Although it was farther away, it was much safer. After returning home, she told the two of them about the move. "Grandma, that sucker who bought the bracelet suspects us and has already traced it to our village. We need to leave as soon as possible." Grandma knew the ins and outs of the situation, and upon hearing this, she didn't hesitate and started packing. While the floodwaters in their village weren't too high yet, and they could still leave, they needed to get out of there as soon as possible. Jiang Wuzai, unaware of the situation, still helped pack. Actually, the three of them didn't have much to pack, just some food and furniture. After packing, the three went to their second grandfather's house. The water was now thigh-deep where they were. Wearing raincoats, they knocked on Jiang Yongcai's door. Jiang Yongcai's eyes lit up when he saw them, and he quickly invited them inside. After Jiang Suyu explained their purpose, he noticed his eyes dim instantly, but he still forced a smile and asked, "Moving in this weather isn't easy. Even though the village is flooded, it's still much better than outside, right?" It was clear he didn't want them to leave. However, Jiang Suyu shook her head, not telling him much about her family, but instead handing him a backpack full of food. "Don't eat those coarse grains every day, it's bad for your stomach. Eat some noodles or something. These are things we can't move, but we're giving them all to you now. Thank you for taking care of us these past few days." Jiang Yongcai quickly refused. No, this won't do. Take it back. You need to eat on the journey. Without these things are so hard to buy these days. What will you do?" The two argued for a while, but in the end, Jiang Suyu prevailed and insisted on leaving the things behind. Before leaving, the second grandfather hesitated. "After this parting, will we ever see each other again?" Jiang Suyu paused, her departing figure receding. Without turning her head, she said, "I'm afraid it's difficult. Have a safe journey." He just watching the family of three slowly disappear from his sight, but he lingered, not returning. This time, Jiang Mian used a larger inflatable kayak and left under the cover of night. As dawn approached, they chose a nearby building and hid inside. Jiang Wuzai and his companions were witnessing the chaos outside for the first time. Unlike the self-sufficiency in the village, this place was in complete disarray. Robbery, food theft, sleeping with women and men, bullying the elderly and children, it was all too common. These people seemed accustomed to this. Even when bullied, they wouldn't retaliate. Some even set their sights on the three of them. Noticing their clothes, though not flashy, they were still clean, and decided to rob them. "Old woman, hand over your backpack, or don't blame us brothers for being impolite." Jiang Mian, who had been half asleep, opened her eyes instantly upon hearing this. Looking at the two men's shifty appearance, she couldn't help but chuckle. It was truly amazing. She was a seasoned robber, and today she actually encountered someone trying to rob her. The two men turned to look at Jiang Mian, their eyes lighting up. "Oh ho, a beauty indeed. How about this, old woman? If you don't want to hand over the things, fine, let your granddaughter spend the night with us. Then we be your grandsons-in-law, and we can even protect you in this building." Jiang Suyu's face flushed red, purely from their outrageous words. What angered her even more was the look in the eyes of the people around her. Not pity, not schadenfreude, but envy. This damned world. After something like this happened, their first reaction was envy. Envy of what? Envy that a girl was being violated? Anger surged within her, and she kicked one of the men away. A little boy in the crowd couldn't help but shout, "Wow! Angry old lady." The next second, his parent covered his mouth, gave them an embarrassed smile, and quickly left, afraid his son would be beaten. Things are different now than before, when parents could tolerate unruly children. In this day and age, instead of disciplining these foul-mouthed kids, other people will discipline them for them. Chapter 284. The two brothers hadn't expected that the easy target they'd chosen would be so tough. The younger brother had been beaten, and the older brother was naturally furious, but only dared to utter threats and try to leave. However, they were blocked by a tall figure. Jiang Wuzai had just gone to the restroom. After finally finding a secluded spot to relieve himself, he returned to find his sister and grandmother surrounded. His grandmother had kicked one of the men away, and the remaining one even dared to threaten her. This made Jiang Wuzai, who had sworn to protect them, feel that he had failed in his duty again. Looking at the guy trying to escape, he easily lifted the man up like a chicken and threw him away without any hesitation. In the end, both of them were stripped naked, not by Jiang Mian and his group, but by the other people they had bullied before. Seeing that one of them was injured and the other crippled, he immediately switched to robbery mode. These two were notorious bullies, having committed countless atrocities. Today, finally seeing them fall from grace, these people showed no mercy, robbing them clean. Watching the others' efficiency, Jiang Mian sighed, "No wonder this is the apocalypse. If you appear even slightly weak, you're a sitting duck." After this farce, no one dared to provoke the three again. Everyone knew that two of them were not to be trifled with, and as for the third, who had never made a move, they'd better keep their distance. If he was also some hidden, powerful figure, they'd be in deep trouble. After resting for 3 days, the three resumed their journey and arrived at their destination, City B. There was another shelter there. After observing for a while, Jiang Mian found it relatively safe, and the group decided to enter. As for the credit check, it was no problem, they just needed to bribe the registration staff outside. Jiang Mian was extremely skilled at this. 3 packs of cigarettes were enough to get them in. She had her reasons for choosing this place. In her previous life, she had heard that the shelters in City B were previously under military control, only later taken over by civilian forces. When the military was in charge, things were quite humane. It was only after the military destroyed that it became so much like hell on earth. Now, it was still under military control, stricter indeed, but safer. The people inside also had to work. The government certainly wouldn't distribute so much food for no reason. After all, their storage was limited. There was a lot of equipment brought in before the apocalypse, used for making compressed food and similar items. These places are still hiring a lot, but Jiang Mian didn't want to work there. She had other things to do. However, her grandmother couldn't stay idle, and since the three of them weren't working, it would be easy for people to notice something was wrong if they were discovered. So, she simply went out and found a job. But her grandmother was quite old, and the places they were hiring didn't want her. They couldn't even take in enough young, strong men. Why would they hire an older person? Ultimately, Jiang Wuzai was successfully selected. It was clear that Grandma was somewhat disappointed, and Jiang Mian had to comfort her for a long time to calm her down. They turned their attention to another matter, buying a house. These floors were still available for purchase, so Jiang Mian didn't hesitate to spend all the cash she had on hand and bought a 3-bedroom apartment in a residential complex. Meanwhile, Lan Lingling sent people directly to Suifeng village, where Jiang Mian had previously lived, to search for her. While she had indeed lived there, when they arrived, they only found an empty room. The place was long gone. Upon receiving the news, Lan Lingling's face turned grim. She took out the book of answers, cut her hand, and let blood drip onto it. Only after nearly 100 milliliters of blood had dripped down, did the book of answers open. She quickly bandaged her wound. For some reason, each time she opened the book of answers, it consumed more of her blood, and each time it seemed to consume more. Most importantly, once activated, it only allows 3 questions per month. If you ask all 3 at once, the blood consumption is less. But if you ask repeatedly, even with her resources, she can't withstand such depletion. Now, a month has passed, and she has another opportunity to consult the book of answers. It's consuming more and more blood, and Lan Lingling doesn't dare to use the book too recklessly. After using it this time, she needs to properly recuperate and try to recover more blood, otherwise, she eventually be drained dry by the book. Book of Answers, I want to know Jiang Mian's current location. City B. Inside the shelter. Upon hearing this, Lan Lingling's expression turned grim. City B? Damn Jiangmian, why is she running so far away again? She was truly speechless at Jiangmian. Why did she run around all the time? Couldn't she just stay quietly in one place? She wanted to send her people to City B to find Jiangmian, but was told it was impossible. Why can't we? We're so close. Finding her means we can get the space. It's a space. Lan Yaokai said awkwardly, my dear daughter, don't get excited. City B isn't a place we can just take anyone from. It's guarded by another army, and they're from a different faction. They won't give us any face. You have to consider our feelings. At this moment, Lan Lingling seemed to be under mental control, unable to hear anything. She only knew that her father and fiancé were unwilling to help her obtain the space. They didn't believe her. Her face was sinister. Then fight them. It's the apocalypse now. Might makes right. Lan Yaokai was even more embarrassed. In terms of military reserves, their fists are definitely bigger. Silence. Deathly silence. The air was filled with awkwardness. Jiangmian spent another month peacefully here. Yes, more than a month. Now the game's opening time was getting slower and slower, which meant that the game world would become increasingly dangerous. Game countdown, 3, 2, 1. Game shop closed. 10 million players currently existing in the game world. Mission, survive for 30 days. Please try your best to survive. Mission World Chat Group opened. Original World Chat Group closed. When Jiangmian opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on a large bed. She was taken aback. Had games evolved that much? Putting you to sleep right from the start? Jiangmian sat up, surveying her surroundings. It looked like a hotel. Pushing open the door, she saw no signs of long-term occupancy. Judging from the game's background, this was modern times. Jiangmian changed into long-sleeved shirts and pants, concealing her combat uniform. After putting on a baseball cap and mask, she stepped outside. Jiangmian wandered the streets several times. Perhaps due to the dim lighting, there were no pedestrians. She walked around without encountering a single native, or even another player. Wasn't the player entry rate for this world 10 million? Was this world really that big? Chapter 285. Young lady, why are you out alone? Isn't it a day of confinement? Jiangmian looked bewildered, following the middle-aged woman who had spoken to her earlier into a storefront by the roadside. Excuse me, what is a day of confinement? Hearing Jiangmian's question, the middle-aged woman's eyes changed, as if she had spotted a large, fat sheep. She gripped Jiangmian's hand even tighter. Young lady, you're not from around here, are you? Jiangmian tried to pull her hand away, but found the woman's strength was unusual. She was actually struggling. She subtly loosened her grip and continued chatting with the woman. Yes, I just arrived in this city yesterday, and I haven't heard of your city's customs yet. The woman smiled and said, that's right, I could tell you weren't from around here. Locals wouldn't be out at a time like this. The woman kept talking without getting to the point, and didn't explain to Jiangmian what a day of confinement actually was. Seeing Jiangmian's visibly impatient expression, the woman, as if to calm her down, said, the day of confinement is a local custom. 10 years ago, a huge shipwreck occurred here, killing many people. Because of this, this day was designated as a day of confinement. Everyone on this day is forbidden to leave their home, as it's believed to bring bad luck. What kind of bad luck? The middle-aged woman didn't answer, but instead poured Jiangmian a glass of water. Jiangmian hadn't missed the woman's subtle gesture while pouring the water. Normally, when pouring water, people don't put their hands inside the glass, they usually keep them outside. But this woman did the opposite. Looking at the water the woman offered, Jiangmian smiled and took it, but held it in her hands without drinking it. The woman was clearly anxious. Girl, drink it. Jiangmian put the water aside and thanked her, saying, thank you, ma'am, I'm not thirsty. Girl, drink it quickly. Only by drinking this holy water can you avoid being searched by those people during confinement. Heh. Despite the woman's endless lies, Jiangmian hesitated to drink the water. Instead, the woman, not paying attention, grabbed her chin and fed it to her. The woman reacted and struggled with difficulty. No, I won't drink it. Let go, let go. Ugh. Jiangmian looked at her with a smile. Ma'am, you just went out too. Drink more water, so you can avoid being searched by those people. Strangely, after Jiangmian forced the woman to drink the water and then tied her up, half an hour passed, and the woman showed no change. Jiangmian didn't suspect that she had tied up the wrong person or wronged an innocent person, because the woman's gaze on the ground clearly made her feel offended. This woman doesn't seem like a good person. She searched the woman's room. It used to be a convenience store, as it was well stocked with food and water. Jiang Mian didn't find any useful information. She thought for a moment, then went up the stairs to the second floor. The second floor was much smaller. One room was the woman's living quarters, and the other rooms were empty, probably a storeroom or something similar. Jiang Mian turned on the light switch on the wall, and the room instantly lit up. She went inside and began searching the woman's room. There were very few things on the table, as if the woman didn't use these things often. There weren't even skincare products. She opened a drawer and saw a notebook inside. Before opening the notebook, she assumed the woman had a habit of keeping a diary. However, upon opening it, she discovered it was written by a child with immature handwriting. Skipping through a few pages, she found it was simply a child's diary entry recording daily life. Her hand stopped on one page. July 17th, sunny. We went to the amusement park today. The sun was so bright. It was so hot today. Mom said she'd go buy me a drink, but after she bought it, she wouldn't let me drink it. I hate Mom. July 20th, cloudy. The dark clouds are so annoying. It's all the dark clouds' fault that Mom is ignoring me. July 24th, ouch. Why did Mom bite me last night? Jiang Mian closed the notebook. Biting? Zombie? Alien? Monster? Jiang Mian shook her head, both. The fact that the little girl could still write these diary entries suggests she wasn't dead after being bitten or was about to die, but that doesn't make sense either. Why would a bitten girl persist in writing in her diary? Jiang Mian then noticed several framed photos in the woman's bedside table, photos of the woman, a little girl, and a bespectacled man, presumably a family of 3. She wondered why these photos were hidden away instead of displayed. She placed the clues she had found in front of the woman, and then removed the cloth from her mouth. You have a daughter, right? The woman initially didn't want to answer, but an unknown force compelled her. She nodded and explained, yes, I had a daughter, but she's gone. Jiang Mian, why did you leave? What happened between you? The little girl wrote in her diary that you bit her? Hearing this, the woman immediately raised her hands, but they were bound, so she didn't raise them as she expected. The woman said maniacally, because I am a new human. We new humans are immortal. I want my daughter to become like me and spend her life with me. What's wrong with that? But those damned locals, they can't accept our beliefs and insist on keeping them, clinging to their own humanistic values. Isn't it better to be like us? We are human too, we are all human. Isn't being immortal human even better? Okay. Jiang Mian said, I don't understand. What locals? What new humans? What's all this nonsense? She scratched her head. Had her brain really deteriorated? Or had she just grown muscles all over her body since becoming stronger? The woman was speaking human language, so why couldn't she understand? She decided to ask. Taking advantage of the time her interrogation skills were still effective, she finally figured out the relationship between the new humans and the locals. According to the woman, the new humans had obtained unparalleled opportunities, possessing the chance to be immortal, while the locals were the old fogies of this planet, who would age, get sick, and die with time, their bodies weakening until they died. But they were different. They wouldn't die, wouldn't age, and their age was forever frozen at this moment. The new humans wanted more people to join them to unify the world, while the locals wanted to drive the new humans out of the world and had established the day of confinement. Actually, the woman hadn't lied at first. The day of confinement was indeed established by the locals to commemorate the dead, but the new humans treated it as a day of rebirth. According to the women, they were completely born and completely resurrected on this day. Chapter 286. Jiang Mian's face darkened. Seeing the woman's crazed state, she simply finished her off. However, after the dagger pierced the woman's neck and slit it open, Jiang Mian was surprised to find that the woman wasn't bleeding, nor did she show any sign of dying. Seeing Jiang Mian's surprised expression, the woman laughed. Useless. I told you, we new humans are immortal. You can't kill me, ha ha ha. Triumph, arrogance, and haughtiness were etched on her face. The woman seemed to have anticipated this scene, looking at Jiang Mian defiantly. Jiang Mian tried attacking her with spiritual energy. This time, the woman stopped laughing and began to wail. What did you do to me? We new humans are immortal. You damned heretic, stop. Jiang Mian cleared her throat and, mimicking the woman's crazed manner, shouted, You're the heretics. This is our newly researched way to deal with you. Die, you bunch of heretics. The woman's last gaze lingered on Jiang Mian's crazed eyes. She quickly relayed the message, and after doing everything, she could only watch herself being killed. Her proud new identity, her seemingly immortal body, was so fragile in that woman's hands. Just like the local she spoke of, dying so easily. After dealing with these guys, Jiang Mian straightened her clothes, unaware that the woman's corpse was rapidly decomposing after death. TSK. The cultivation technique she practiced in her previous life was truly amazing. It was still so effective against these unknown creatures. These creatures couldn't really be considered demons, because she couldn't see their true forms after drinking the spiritual spring water, which was a bit strange. Just as Jiang Mian was about to pack everything away, an explosion suddenly erupted only a few dozen meters away, shaking the windows where she was standing. Jiang Mian was startled. Holy crap! Who's so powerful? She peered through the shattered glass, only to find that no one had run away despite the explosion. This was very strange. Was there some kind of restriction outside? Could it be causing accidents? Completely baffled, Jiang Mian listened to the approaching explosion and began to back away. The storefront windows were almost entirely shattered, and just then, she vaguely saw figures outside. They stared in terror into the distance, screaming, "They're insane! They've gone mad! They're using firearms to massacre the city!" Jiang Mian was utterly bewildered by this news, as were everyone else. The next second, the streets were even more crowded. Jiang Mian had no choice but to run out, as the artillery fire was closing in on her. If she didn't get out soon, she might be buried under the buildings. However, how could a human leg outrun artillery shells? More and more people died under the bombardment, some remaining unchanged after death, while others began to wither instantly, as if their bodies were being drained of their life force. Those who witnessed this felt a chill run down their spines and ran even faster. Although she had known for a long time that such things existed where she lived, hearing about them and seeing them with her own eyes were still different. Shells were flying behind them, and the people in front were chasing their souls. Jiang Mian was running ahead, not daring to stop, afraid that if she stopped, the people behind her would run over her. However, her keen senses allowed her to react quickly. A bunch of firearms were also rushing towards them from the front. Jiang Mian instantly pushed off with her legs, abruptly changing direction. Those who hadn't reacted were still running in the original direction, looking at Jiang Mian running in the opposite direction with confusion. Some even cursed her in their hearts, thinking, "Damn, I chose the wrong path. I have to start all over again." Jiang Mian was also in a very bad state. Although the shells hadn't hit her, the shrapnel had left her battered and bruised, her exposed areas covered in wounds. She could only run, using her healing abilities to stop her injuries as she continued running. "Big boss, help me, big boss." Jiang Mian's wrist was grabbed. She instinctively tried to shake off the person, but they held on tightly, as if they knew Jiang Mian's personality all along, afraid she would abandon them. They quickly said, "Sis, big sister. I'm Chueyu from the Ice and Snow Dungeon. I can tell who's a player and who's a native. Don't leave me behind, I'm very useful. In this world, I can see 3 types of people, and then there's a gray one. Those gray ones are monsters. Sis, I'm very useful, take me with you." Jiang Mian silently sheathed the dagger in her hand, grabbed a man named Chueyu, and ran forward. "You should have said so earlier. Look at the mess we made, we almost killed someone." At the same time, while pulling him away, she secretly copied some abilities. This guy seemed to trust her completely on the surface, but he was actually wary of her. You could tell from the ability she copied, his innate talent only accounted for 20%, meaning that out of 25 copied abilities, he only copied 5 of his perception abilities. That's incredibly low. Boss, there are green people ahead too. Change direction quickly. They're the ones firing the cannonballs." Jiang Mian, always one to listen to advice, quickly changed her escape route. Sure enough, the next second, another wave of cannonballs attacked them. The 2 survival experts successfully dodged another bullet. They divided the work. Chueyu was responsible for observing the road conditions, while she was responsible for pulling Chueyu along. During their escape, Jiang Mian had time to ask Chueyu, "Do you know what happened? Why were we bombarded right from the start?" Chueyu was miserable just thinking about it. He just arrived in this world, and opened his eyes to find himself in a couple's house. He was terrified, fearing the man would attack him with a knife. But then, he discovered he had an identity in this world, the man's younger brother. He was just a good-for-nothing, a petty thief who didn't work to support himself, embodying all sorts of bad habits. And to make matters worse, the very first thing he did was be kicked out by the couple. Completely bewildered, Chueyu hadn't even figured out what was going on when he was being chased by artillery fire. Hearing about his miserable experience, Jiang Mian's eye twitched involuntarily. This guy was really unlucky. Their first meeting was because this guy had been with a bunch of brainless idiots, and she caught him. This second meeting was even worse. Chapter 287. Jiang Mian thought he wouldn't reveal any other information, but then Cui Yu suddenly changed the subject, saying, however, before leaving, I used my own skill and discovered something strange about two people. What? Cui Yu frowned, seemingly trying to figure out how to describe it. It's just, to me, one of them was gray, and the other was green. They looked very strange. It's like to me, you're red, I'm red, and some other people are red too. They're all people, but to the naked eye, you can't see any difference. So your skill came in handy. If you perform well this time, you might even get a lot of bonus points. At this, Cui Yu nodded excitedly. Yes, I could see those things in the last world too, and I even joined a local faction. But then, I got tricked, and was constantly being chased by those people. Luckily, I ran fast enough to escape. Jiang Mian asked curiously, so how did you pass the final trial of the mind in the last world? Cui Yu, I only found out later. There was one last challenge. I was being chased and didn't sleep all night, but I passed it the next day. Hearing this reason, Jiang Mian paused, almost losing her balance and pushing him away. Listen to this. Is this even human language? The Demon Lord's ultimate attack was so easily dealt with by this guy. But then she thought, yeah, if I didn't sleep, I wouldn't be bewitched, right? It turns out I was just too careless and too sleepy. Boss, run. More shells are coming. Jiang Mian rolled her eyes silently. She only rested for 2 minutes, and here they were again. She was starting to wonder if this was some kind of game of dodging shells. Didn't that woman who tried to trick her into drinking water say that hiding in the room would be safe? But the reality was completely different. If she stayed in the room, Jiang Mian's probably grave by now. Jiang Mian nudged Cui Yu beside her. Are there still a lot of natives around? Cui Yu nodded with difficulty. They'd been running for who knows how long. One of his shoes was completely ripped. Although Jiang Mian still had energy, she didn't want to keep running aimlessly. She simply launched a motorcycle, had Cui Yu sit on the back, twisted the throttle, and took off. The two of them shot off instantly. Cui Yu patted his chest. His heart was still pounding. They almost been pulled onto the motorcycle by someone. It almost turned into an Indian motorcycle accident. He watched the woman riding the motorcycle ahead, the wind whipping through her long hair, carrying the scent of jasmine. Although both of them were disheveled, she was truly beautiful. The thought of selling himself for personal gain resurfaced, and Cui Yu swallowed hard. Sis, how about I follow you from now on? I don't like meat, just give me some soup. Jiang Mian, sitting in front, was utterly bewildered. Was this some kind of safe situation? Why was she saying such strange things? Her lustful mind was hopeless. I advise you to shut your mouth. Everything's fine until I get angry. Cui Yu, okay sis. Cui Yu was inwardly bitter. He was just a little boy who wanted to live off a woman, so why could a woman offer herself to him, but he couldn't? Seeing that he was behaving himself, Jiang Mian no longer considered abandoning him. After all, this guy was like a human radar, quite useful. His directions had helped her successfully avoid attacks several times. Just as she thought this, Cui Yu suddenly exclaimed excitedly, Sister, change direction. There are green people ahead. Green people? Natives. Her brain quickly processed the information, and she immediately drifted, the motorcycle sparking brilliantly as it swerved sharply around a corner. Jiang Mian didn't dare to stop, fleeing in any direction before finally asking, where are there fewer people now? Cui Yu looked bitter. Everywhere he looked, there were people, red, green, gray, the kind you couldn't avoid. On a distant tower, the mastermind watching all this sneered, these damn parasites have destroyed our homes, turning the people around us into monsters. This attack will definitely kill a large number of parasites. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded below the tower. A soldier-looking man rushed up, his expression anxious, and handed a letter to the man. Mayor, there are orders from above to immediately stop this operation. They detected a sudden 20% increase in normal humans within our hunting range. This exceeds the hunting limit and is not allowed. The middle-aged man called the mayor glanced disdainfully at the letter, then waved his hand, and 2 other soldiers took the man away. A gunshot rang out, and even the letters just brought up were burned. When did he receive any orders from above? Even the soldiers responsible for delivering the letters were killed by those things. Amidst the billowing smoke, his features were blurred, and a red line flashed quickly across his eyes. It was so fast it seemed like an illusion. Are they crazy? How do they still have artillery shells? They've been firing non-stop for hours. Did they use all those shells on us? Chui Yu was bitter inside, but he couldn't bear to let his mouth suffer. He kept complaining, needing to vent his frustration. Jiang Mian let him complain. If she weren't concerned about her image, she would have complained too. Jiang Mian had already put away the motorcycle. They were currently in an area where players and natives had gathered. Of course, red, green, and gray people were mixed together. According to Chui Yu's description, many of the other colors had turned half gray. So, the two of them were actually keeping a certain distance from the others, because they didn't know when they would turn gray. Now it seemed that this gray represented misfortune, like a virus that could infect others. Just then, one of the men, a bearded man who looked more like a native, stood up. He raised his hands and shouted, "Everyone, I know a place where we can secretly leave this city, but it's a dangerous place. Who wants to come with me?" The expressions on the faces of those who heard this varied. Some were skeptical, some mocking, and some dismissive. Jiang Mian nudged Chui Yu, raised her chin, and pointed at the bearded man who had spoken, asking, "What color is he?" Chui Yu glanced at him and whispered, "Gray. Looks like he can't be trusted. Maybe he's lying to us, trying to wipe us all out." Chapter 288. Jiang Mian shook her head. "Not necessarily. We're all in this together now. Nobody's going to come out unscathed." Chui Yu looked conflicted. "You mean, we should go with him?" "Yes." Just as everyone was debating whether to follow the bearded man, the sound of artillery fire from the sky made them forget all their worries. Now they only had two paths before them, either follow the man or die. Any normal person would choose the path of survival. However, when they saw the place the man had brought them to, everyone was stunned. "Are you kidding me? You can go in here?" The bearded man scoffed. "I'm in this line of work. Do you think I don't know whether we can go in here or not?" Jiang Mian looked at the open manhole cover. The stench emanating from underground was unmistakable. This manhole wasn't abandoned, it was still in use. Who knew what might be inside? Chui Yu's mouth opened and closed, clinging to his last shred of hope, as he asked, "Can't we find a more dignified way to escape?" Jiang Mian replied expressionlessly, "Yes, I can fly you there, but you'd likely be met with endless shelling and relentless pursuit." Chui Yu shrank back, chuckling sheepishly, "Forget it. Actually, this place is quite nice, a bit dirty, but at least I can survive." "Ha ha." Seeing that the bearded man had already been climbing down for a while the others were still hesitant, Chui Yu rallied himself and slowly began to climb down. Jiang Mian followed closely behind. The smell of the sewers was indeed quite unbearable. No wonder those people were hesitant to come down. However, as some people followed behind them, Jiang Mian could see Chui Yu visibly tense. "What's wrong?" Jiang Mian asked softly. Chui Yu tensed even more. "Gray, all gray." Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes, subtly glancing at the people around her. They seemed normal now, like ordinary people. However, Chui Yu's reminder quickly made her realize that these gray-looking humans didn't seem to possess the same level of perception as normal people. Simply put, could they not smell the odor? Or were they indifferent to it? Having figured this out, Jiang Mian whispered a reminder, "Don't show so much disgust. It's best to match everyone else's expression. Otherwise, they notice we're surrounded." Chui Yu nodded, immediately adopting a blank expression. The two were currently in a situation akin to crayfish in summer, surrounded by a group of young people. One wrong move, and they'd be eaten. Behind them were even more crayfish waiting to be served. The group walked along the passage for an unknown amount of time, the ground collapsing several times, forcing them to take a different route. Tired and hungry, after walking for a while longer, they heard the sound of flushing water overhead. Realizing where they were, some immediately moved away in disgust. Jiang Mian grabbed Chui Yu, who was trying to hide, and shook her head slightly. These people who were hiding were quickly noticed. The group in front suddenly turned their attention to them. "Are they one of our own?" "No." "Could they be from another group?" "I don't know." "Too many groups hide, and then ambush us like this." "It's alright, watch me." One of the girls, wearing a white dress now stained gray, handed out several bottles of water from her backpack. She smiled shyly and said sweetly, "Seniors, please have some water. We all been walking for so long. It looks like we'd be in a safe place soon. Don't be nervous anymore." After saying that, the girl lowered her head shyly. Several young boys immediately blushed. A few of them took a 300 milliliters bottle of water and shared it. Chui Yu also got a bottle. He looked at the water in his hand awkwardly, looking at Jiang Mian with pleading eyes. Jiang Mian kept her eyes down, avoiding looking at Chui Yu. Perhaps the girl mistook Chui Yu and Jiang Mian for a couple, so she only gave them one bottle of water, Or perhaps it was because she only had one bottle left. After all, who would carry so much water while fleeing for their life? Some of the players didn't dare drink it either. They were used to being cautious, afraid there might be something bad in it, lest they be eliminated right at the start. Seeing how cautious they were, the others exchanged glances. Strangely, although they hadn't said a word, it was as if they understood each other's thoughts. Watching this bizarre scene, Jiang Mian suddenly thought of a certain group. I must be overthinking it, she thought, laughing at her own wild imagination. How could that be? Seeing Cui Yu's dilemma, unsure whether to drink or not, Jiang Mian simply took the bottle of mineral water. Then, under the girl's gaze, she tilted her head back and drank the entire bottle of water, leaving not a drop for Cui Yu. Cui Yu's eyes widened like saucers, then he blinked frantically. No sis, you really drank it? Does this stuff have any side effects? We don't know. Jiang Mian waved her hand, turning the mineral water bottle around to show him the packaging. The packaging had changed to a different brand, but the woman opposite her was too far away to see it. When she took the bottle from Cui Yu, she had already switched it. This was all thanks to her large stockpile of items. Finding a similar bottle was incredibly easy. For some reason, people in this world seem very enthusiastic about giving others water. The first woman she encountered also tried to get her to drink water right away. Was there some special substance in the water? Just then, Cui Yu quietly leaned close to Jiang Mian's ear and whispered, some of those who drank the water have already started to turn half gray. Jiang Mian's lips twitched, and she said speechlessly, so powerful. It's only been a short time. In future wars between different countries, why bother with biological weapons? Just use this. It spread silently, impossible to defend against. After drinking the water, the group rested for only a few minutes before continuing forward. This area was now quite spacious, likely a city center. The tangled network of pipes overhead indicated the high population density. Looking at the ascending stairs that appeared every now and then overhead, a look of elation spread through the group. Can we go up now? We haven't heard any shelling up there. Maybe we arrived in another city. I haven't heard any shells exploding either. Me too. Why don't we go up and take a look? Chapter 289. Although that's what they said, everyone looked at each other, and no one was willing to go forward to check the situation up there. Everyone knew that going up now would likely make them cannon fodder. If they were discovered, they would only face certain death. After all, judging from the seemingly random artillery barrage, those up there clearly considered them dead. They might even be hunting them down, just in case they leaked the news of this sudden disaster. In short, in the chaos, everyone's thoughts were incredibly conflicted, and all sorts of dark ideas sprouted up, like bamboo shoots behind the village. Jiang Mian and his companion exchanged a glance, having no intention of being the first to step forward. One of the players couldn't resist any longer. He could sense the constant danger approaching, so he stepped forward first. I go check it out. Without waiting for a reply, he began to climb up step by step, cautiously observing the scene outside. Just then, a car drove by, kicking up pebbles and dust that nearly hit his eyes. The player instinctively recoiled, falling directly down the iron stairs. During the fall, the man grabbed the handrail, his body slamming heavily against the iron bar, but he managed to regain his balance. He slowly climbed down the stairs, explaining, it's daytime up there, lots of pedestrians, and this manhole cover is right in the middle of the road. It's definitely not safe. We get hit if we go out. We have to find another escape route. Hearing this, the bearded man who had led them out initially, estimating the location, went to the edge of a manhole cover. He pointed to it and said, we can try going up from here to check the situation. Logically, this area should either be a flower bed or a pedestrian walkway. It shouldn't be that dangerous. He turned to look at the crowd, trying to find someone willing to risk their life, but everyone looked at each other, and no one was willing to step forward. They had all witnessed the first person who had gone up fall, and naturally no one wanted to take the risk again. The bearded man had no choice but to climb up himself. He pressed his eye close to the hole, and could only see a patch of blue sky. Just then, a pair of high heels stepped past him, piercing his eyeball. Luckily, he wasn't an ordinary, frail human anymore, so he wasn't seriously injured. He moved his eyeball around and recovered. Immediately, a girl's shocked voice came from above. Ah! My shoe is stuck. Her friend quickly helped her pull the shoe out. He immediately covered the hole with his head, afraid that the person above would see him. Only after everyone left did he slowly climb down, explaining the situation up there. There are many people walking around outside now. If we climb out, we'd be discovered very quickly. Why don't we wait until nightfall to go out? The others had no objections, and Jiang Mian didn't want to contradict them. Most importantly, going out now would indeed make her easily discovered, and to avoid causing trouble, it was best not to climb out. Thinking this, Jiang Mian crossed her arms and leaned against the damp wall. Anyway, her clothes were already dirty. A little more dirt wouldn't matter. On land, after 2 days and 1 night of bombardment, the city before her was a ruin. Those who managed to escape were often caught in the crossfire. If they dared to show their faces, there was only one fate: death. Death alone didn't seem to satisfy the perverse tastes of the upper class. They also set fire to the bodies of these people after they died. Most outrageous of all, several helicopters were broadcasting the scene live from above. Good afternoon, viewers. Behind me is an area that, according to testing, has less than 5% human habitation left. Mayor Ansel, after much agonizing reflection, has finally decided to personally destroy the city he governs. This act of selflessness and disregard for infamy is worthy of our emulation. Now, we will randomly connect with a citizen to hear their opinion. Hello, host. This is Ammonia City. I will randomly interview a passerby to ask for their opinion on Mayor Ansel's actions. The microphone then turned to a young man who seemed very agitated, his face. Ansel, you son of a bitch. Why didn't you say you wanted to bomb Shueisha earlier? My girlfriend just went to Shueisha for vacation. She arrived in the morning, and by the afternoon, it was bombed to pieces. My family has already given her the dowry, and her family won't give it back. You have to give me my money back. Ha ha. The host, embarrassed, barely managed to grab the microphone and explained, it seems this passerby is quite agitated. No problem, we interview another passerby. In the sewers, Jiang Mian, who was taking a nap, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the innocent-looking girl who had quietly crept up to him. The girl was startled, immediately withdrawing her outstretched hand. She smiled awkwardly. I noticed your boyfriend didn't drink any water, you drank it all. So I wanted to ask if he was thirsty. I still have a bottle of water in my bag. Hearing the noise, Chui Yu forced himself awake, asking blankly, huh? The girl repeated herself and took a bottle of water from her backpack, seemingly about to hand it to Chui Yu. Chui Yu looked bitter. Seriously? Again? Does she have to make me drink water? He looked at Jiang Mian, his pleading expression clear. Jiang Mian smiled. Fine, she thought, he's just become my little brother, and he's helped me a lot. I spoil him one more time. Jiang Mian took the water from the girl, smiling, thanks, beautiful. He's not thirsty. Also, don't talk to us like that. We're not a couple. This is my servant. If I don't allow him to drink water, he won't be able to. Right. The last sentence was clearly directed at Chui Yu. Chui Yu nodded frantically. At this point, he'd be willing to be anything, even a servant, or even Jiang Mian's dog, as long as he wasn't allowed to drink the water from her hand. Normally, if such a pretty girl approached him, Chui Yu would be ecstatic. But now it was different. This approach was a matter of life and death. Wasn't it obvious whether he chose charm or life? What use was charm compared to his life? Seeing Jiang Mian finish the water in one gulp, the girl still didn't sense any connection to him. Her gaze towards Jiang Mian deepened. He was probably from another faction, just hiding it well. Wouldn't the kind of person she deliberately placed in the water just become nourishment for him? Thinking this, the girl rolled her eyes in frustration, abandoned her pretense, and turned to leave. Chapter 290. Chui Yu looked bewildered. What's wrong with her? Why did she suddenly change her attitude? Jiang Mian shook her head. I don't know, never mind her. She looked at her phone. This phone was a product of this world. It was already 7 p.m., but the occasional footsteps overhead indicated someone was still there. It was like their world before the apocalypse. It was rush hour. They waited for almost 3 hours before the number of pedestrians decreased. The bearded man looked up and decided to climb up. The others were also ready. Jiang Mian stayed behind, surprised to find that the bearded man hadn't left, but was about to reach out to pull her up. Jiang Mian dodged his hand and climbed up using the ground as a support. The bearded man chuckled awkwardly. To ease the tension, he tried asking, Beautiful lady, you're quite skilled. What did you do before? Jiang Mian lied through her teeth. I killed fish. The bearded man said, To be as skilled at killing fish as you must have killed quite a few at home? Yes. When I'm busy, I kill hundreds a day. The innocent-looking girl covered her mouth and giggled after hearing Jiang Mian's words. Sister, fish are described by strips, not heads. Sister, are your grades bad? Jiang Mian didn't know what was going on with this girl. Was she just naturally like this, Or did she have some ulterior motive? She felt there was something sarcastic about her way of speaking. She mimicked the girl's tone, saying, "Hee hee. I know, little sister, I wasn't talking about killing real fish. Forget it, I can't explain it to you. Since we're already out here, let's go our separate ways. What do you all think?" Hearing this, the group exchanged glances. The players were naturally willing, but those who had turned gray or were half-gray disagreed. "Since we're from the same place, why don't we stay together? After all, there's strength in numbers." Yeah, I think staying together would be better. What do you think?" The group chimed in. Even those in the half-gray state nodded in agreement. Jiang Mian was too lazy to argue with them anymore. She grabbed Cui Yu's arm and turned to run. What a joke. Now was the time to fly high and leap freely. Who was going to listen to their nonsense? If she didn't run now, was she going to fall into someone else's trap step by step? The remaining players, seeing the two run away, also began to flee in different directions. The bearded man and the girl were stunned for a moment, and the others didn't react either. By the time they realized what was happening and tried to chase after them, it was too late. Jiang Mian's speed was far beyond their reach. Even the other players were running for their lives, fearing being caught. So, in the end, all their calculations came to nothing. After running for about half an hour from their previous position, seeing that there were no pursuers behind them, Jiang Mian slowed down. Behind her, Cui Yu's breathing was labored, making loud, labored sounds. Jiang Mian was afraid that his body was overloaded and he would collapse, leaving her to carry him. She took out a bottle of water and let Cui Yu drink it in small sips. If you asked Cui Yu what he was most afraid of right now, it would be water. He quickly waved his hands in refusal. "No. I won't drink. Sis, don't let me see water. I get scared just looking at it." Jiang Mian couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Look how scared you are. This water has special properties. It can help your body recover faster." At this, all of Cui Yu's fear vanished. He took the water, opened it, and took a sip. He hadn't tasted anything yet, but Jiang Mian had already reminded him to sip slowly, so he didn't overindulge. By the time he finished the water, the discomfort in his internal organs had mostly subsided. He wasn't sure if it was the water's effect or his own body's healing. Jiang Mian looked at him and asked, "Did you bring your ID card?" Cui Yu nodded. "When my family kicked me out to work, they put my ID card in my pocket, and I just happened to bring it with me." "That's good." Jiang Mian took him directly to a hotel and booked 2 rooms. However, Cui Yu's expression changed, and he pleaded, "Sister, can we share a room? There are so many people here." Jiang Mian smiled, but firmly refused amidst Cui Yu's increasingly excited expression, saying, "No." Seeing Cui Yu's pained expression, as if he were about to die, she kindly explained, "My room is right across from yours. If anything happens, you can knock on my door anytime. As for sharing, it's not necessary. We're all adults, it's always a bit inconvenient." Cui Yu knew, Cui Yu understood, but he was scared. There was a powerful figure right in front of him. He just wanted to latch onto that big shot. But since the big shot had clearly refused, he had nothing more to say. Starting today, he was refusing all outside food, especially water. Luckily, he still had a lot of compressed biscuits, all redeemed from the system space. 1 cubic meter of space was mostly filled with food and water. While Jiang Mian wasn't as meticulous as Cui Yu, her caution remained. Furthermore, since arriving in this world, she had been advised to drink water. Even if she were naive, she would have sensed something was wrong. Besides, she wasn't stupid, she didn't touch the food or water in this world. Having gone almost a day and a night without food, only drinking 2 bottles of water, she was now starving and ate whatever food she found in the hotel. She didn't even dare touch the water in this world while bathing. Sitting in the tub, she suddenly laughed. This feeling was exactly like when she was on the ship. After realizing something was wrong, she was afraid to use anything on the ship. Her laughter suddenly froze. Was it possible that something similar to the brain-eating amoeba existed here? Perhaps through water parasitism? Thinking this, Jiang Mian's laughter vanished. After showering, she took out a fresh corpse and had a brain-eating amoeba infected. Then, she led him to knock on Cui Yu's door. After seeing Jiang Mian through the peephole, Cui Yu didn't think twice and opened the door. "Sis, what brings you here?" "I wasn't ready." Jiang Mian ignored his erratic behavior and walked in, stepping aside to let him see the person behind her before asking, "Can you tell what this is?" Upon seeing the person behind Jiang Mian, Cui Yu jumped back several steps, his voice shrill with shock. "Ah! Sis, why are you so close to this person?" Chapter 291. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Mian pretty much understood. Sure enough, Cui Yu took out a pistol from his spatial storage and pointed it at the person behind Jiang Mian, who was being parasitized by the brain-eating worms. Don't move. If you move again, I won't be polite. Jiang Mian waved her hand and said, It's okay, I already controlled him. Do you see his body is gray now? Any other changes? Hey! You should have said so earlier, you scared me to death. Cui Yu looked more carefully and confirmed that apart from the gray color, he couldn't see anything else different. After receiving accurate information, Jiang Mian wasn't happy. If it was really as she thought, she couldn't imagine how powerful the brain-eating worm swarm would become. What's wrong? Cui Yu didn't understand why the boss's face showed an even more solemn expression, as if the end of the world was approaching. Jiang Mian hesitated, then asked, Have you ever participated in a survival mission on a cruise ship? Cui Yu shook his head blankly. I don't think so. I've been on cruise ships before, in a world where it rained for years. I only survived on a cruise ship. Jiang Mian nodded. Actually, I have a theory. This world might be one I've been to before, or a similar one. There's a strange kind of worm here that can parasitize humans, devouring their brains and making them feel no pain. It's very similar to the new humans a woman told me about. By the way, to make a long story short, you better not use anything from this world. Those parasites are initially transparent, you can't even see them. Maybe the water that innocent-looking girl made us drink was full of those worms. After sharing her conjecture, Jiang Mian left, leaving Cui Yu stunned. Jiang Mian took out the 2 bottles of mineral water and prepared to put them into the breeding space. However, to her surprise, she couldn't get them in. What the hell? Why can't I put them in? The human being parasitized by her brain-eating worm approached and explained, Boss, the others in here are conscious. Jiang Mian was taken aback. That's not right. Aren't these transparent brain-eating worms supposed to have little consciousness? Or has this world secretly evolved again behind her back? The little brain-eating worm was helpless. Its tiny counterparts refused to communicate and ignored it completely. This was the first time it had felt so lost. Shouldn't their kind help each other? Why are the others in this world so cold and heartless? If they don't help each other, are they still a brain-eating worm species? The brain-eating worm, simply kept in Jiang Mian's space, didn't understand the current situation. After so many years of development, the collective consciousness of the brain-eating worms had long since changed. Jiang Mian retrieved the brain-eating worms. As for the remaining worms in the bottle, since they couldn't be used, he just burned them all. Fortunately, although the insects in this world had evolved and possessed consciousness at a young age, they were still afraid of fire. Flames could still harm them. A weakness was enough, and fire seemed to be more effective against them than the spiritual energy in his hand. Of course, a large part of the reason was that spiritual energy was suppressed in this world, and its effectiveness was much smaller. The hotel area was safe for now, provided one could ignore the occasional gunshots in the distance. The city itself, however, appeared harmonious. Its residents seemed accustomed to the anomalous phenomenon of cities being destroyed at will. They continued doing business as usual, haggling over prices. The atmosphere was eerily peaceful. Beautiful lady, would you like some fresh roast duck? And roast chicken? Beautiful lady, would you like to see my fish? They're all so fresh. Faced with the shopkeeper's enthusiasm, Jiang Mian immediately took several steps back and quickly left with Cui Yu. They were now completely desensitized to these things. Seeing food from this world made them think it was all made of insects, especially sea creatures. Cui Yu swallowed hard, his mouth watering from the aroma wafting in the air. However, he constantly remembered his boss's warning and resolutely refused to eat any food from this world. The two arrived at the high-speed rail station, intending to head to the capital of this world. Since the city in this world had been destroyed so easily, and the people there seemed to be coping well, they couldn't stay there any longer. In case something else happened in this city, and they had to escape again, they might as well go straight to the capital. The capital was, after all, an economic center. It certainly wouldn't be destroyed so easily. Thinking this, the two bought tickets on the spot, waited for the high-speed train to arrive, and boarded. On the train, Cui Yu, watching the rapidly receding scenery, suddenly widened his eyes, and pointed at something approaching from the sky, exclaiming, Holy crap! Here we go again! Jiang Mian also saw what was rushing towards them from the sky. Her face turned grim. Thankfully, these missiles weren't being launched towards them, but rather towards the city behind them. Boom! Boom! The people on the bus also saw the scene outside, their mouths agape in astonishment. An elderly man holding a child, hearing the screams of the crowd, trembled as he put on his reading glasses. Seeing the scene outside, like falling meteors, he asked in surprise, What is that?" The child in his arms grinned and said, "Grandpa, it's a bomb. I saw it on TV the other day. When it falls, it blows us to pieces." The already uneasy crowd panicked even more after hearing the child's words. Jiang Mian and his companion exchanged a glance, thankful for their decision. The two were the first to leave, moving to the spot closest to the bus door. Chui Yu whispered, "Actually, there are quite a few players in here. Looks like we both thought of the same thing." Jiang Mian nodded. The shells were all aimed at the city they had been in. The once peaceful city was instantly engulfed in flames, skyscrapers reduced to ruins. This was nothing short of indiscriminate massacre. What frustrated them most was that the train was abruptly stopped when it reached another city. The reason given was that there were very few real humans left in their city, leading them to suspect that the people on the train were products of parasitism. What? Stopping like this would affect the passage of following trains? Don't worry, it won't, because the following trains were mercilessly destroyed by aerial bombardment before they even departed. And they would face the same danger. The train staff were still trying to calm everyone down. "Please don't be alarmed, passengers. We're only staying here temporarily. We'd be allowed to leave after the authorities outside verify our situation." Chapter 292. Many people were indeed calmed down by the staff, but some simply didn't believe it, such as the players and residents who had fled the first bombed city. They didn't believe the train conductor's lies. They figured the conductor had been fooled too. Escape was impossible. Now they could only wait and see how to leave. Some players who knew what had happened couldn't sit still any longer. They knew the staff's words were like trying to fool a 3-year-old, that they would be released after verification. If it were that simple, the game world wouldn't be a game world. Staying here meant certain death. They might as well take a gamble. "Passengers, please remain seated and do not move around. Damaging the train will incur a fine, and the train will depart soon." The staff continued to reassure them, but those convinced of the unrest here didn't share this sentiment. They shoved the conductor aside and violently opened the doors, ignoring the conductor's pleas. With their lives hanging in the balance, who cared about compensation? Jiang Mian's original plan was to take Chui Yu and leave through the other side, but seeing that someone had already broken the train door, she also slipped out. Now, thinking back, she realized she was indeed too kind-hearted. Look at the other players. They just broke the doors and rushed out, acting all high and mighty. Outside was a dimly lit cave. When the train was forcibly stopped, it had gotten stuck in this cave. The place was actually quite nice, perfect for a burial site. The place boasts mountains, water, and gardens. Its feng shui is superb. Chui Yu carefully watched the messy ground and crevices beneath his feet, afraid of slipping and falling. Jiang Mian walked forward. From their current location, they were still at least 3 hours away by high-speed train from the capital they wanted to reach. In other words, walking to the capital was simply wishful thinking. Moreover, although they were now out of the bombed city, who knew how long it would take for the bombings to resume, given the world's erratic nature? 2 cities had been bombed in quick succession, with less than 2 days between them. What they needed to do now was to hurry. Some of the native inhabitants, seeing them leave, became anxious. Ignoring the train conductor's attempts to stop them, they disembarked and followed the others on foot towards the nearest city. Chui Yu's face was bitter. "This is the most dangerous world I ever experienced. We're bombarded right from the start, with shells raining down like they're free. How can they be so rich?" Jiang Mian was also silent. Her heart was bleeding. She was envious too. If all those shells were in her space, how wonderful that would be. She could easily support an army. These weren't just shells falling from the sky, they were practically her heart. "Let's go, let's go!" "Stop looking. The more I look, the more my heart aches," Chui Yu exclaimed, not quite understanding what Jiang Mian meant. "Why? Why do you feel heartache? Sister, are you really that kind? You feel heartache for those cities?" "Jiang Mian, I feel heartache for the shells in the sky and the gold in the cities." Hearing this novel explanation, Chui Yu immediately understood. "Yes, if only we could take all the gold out of this world. We'd be rich overnight. It's a pity we can't take it all." Jiang Mian couldn't help but nod, feeling a sense of shared understanding. Just then, a player with a special ability shouted, "Holy crap, run! The shells are coming again, and this time they're aimed at us. Damn it! Again! I just ran from that damn city, and now they're back? Are these shells chasing after me?" This shout perfectly captured the feelings of everyone else. Everyone ran faster than the next person, using every skill imaginable. The native inhabitants were left completely bewildered, watching as some flew, some ran, and some even conjured motorcycles out of thin air. This scene was like a comedy come to life. The apocalypse has arrived, and you all mastered space magic, flight, and mana, huh? Some are even riding flying carpets and broomsticks, making everyone incredibly envious. Jiang Mian also looked longingly at the foreign friend riding the flying carpet, really wanting to steal him. However, escaping was the priority now, so she decided to hold off and steal him next time she encountered him. The game's motorcycles proved invaluable in this round of escapes, appearing every time they were fleeing. Chui Yu looked enviously at the motorcycle beneath him, then suddenly blurted out, "Sis, am I the first man to sit on the back of your motorcycle?" Jiang Mian didn't react for a moment, instinctively replying, "No, my brother was the first." Chui Yu's lips twitched. What an oblivious woman. "Sis," saying that hurts my feelings. He wondered what kind of boyfriend someone like her would choose. Would she be someone even more powerful than her, or a submissive type? His mind was filled with wild, chaotic thoughts, as if a cannonball had pierced his brain from behind. In short, his brain was blown up. Luckily, Jiang Mian didn't know what he was thinking. If she had known, he was fantasizing about what kind of partner he'd find in the future, she probably would have slapped him already. Someone who can still have wild thoughts while escaping for their life only shows how leisurely they are. They deserve a beating. The only advantage of motorcycles is their maneuverability. The downsides are their loud noise, low maneuverability, and tendency to attract other players' attention. Chui Yu fired a shot, taking the head of the player trying to steal their loot, temporarily deterring the greedy players. The train behind them had already been destroyed by the cannonballs, and those who couldn't escape inevitably perished in the inferno. Players, natives, and those parasitized humans, none survived. Faced with highly lethal firearms, they had no time to fight back. When they reached the edge of another city, they found a large army guarding it, each armed and coldly watching them. They seemed ready to shoot if anyone dared to approach. A loudspeaker nearby continuously broadcast, "Residents fleeing from Mi City, please be aware. Do not get too close to us, or we will take all necessary self-defense measures." The last city was destroyed because survivors from other cities wandered in. Please have some self-respect. Residents fleeing from Mi City, please be aware. Jiang Mian coldly watched this scene. Was this some kind of victim-blaming argument? Wasn't the decision of those in power the root of all this? Naturally, there were also players who refused to believe in fate and tried to use any means to rush forward. However, under the intense artillery fire, they could only perish. As this person rushed out, Jiang Mian quickly pulled Chui Yu behind them. Several people in front didn't have time to dodge, and were unfortunately killed. Their current position was like a defensive barrier, artillery fire behind them, and troops in front of them. It was truly a death sentence no matter which way they went. Chapter 293. Even players with the ability to burrow underground were blasted out by landmines. It seems they'd done everything thoroughly, and this method seems to have become muscle memory. Who knows how many times they used it before? That old lady was lying to me. What a load of rubbish about solitary confinement. It's all fake. This could be called the end of the world. No wonder she told the residents not to go out. She was waiting for them here. Jiang Mian's lips twitched. In this situation, they were truly surrounded by an inescapable net. Chui Yu whispered, "How about we climb the manhole cover?" Jiang Mian looked at him like he was an idiot. "No, brother, can you even look where we are? Are there manhole covers here? Even if there are, they're just manhole covers for rats to live in." "What, can you transform?" Chui Yu awkwardly scratched his head. Seeing that this plan wouldn't work, his strange brain started thinking of other ideas. Jiang Mian had no hope for him whatsoever. Seeing the number of people around him dwindling, some retreating, others dying because they refused to believe in fate, Jiang Mian switched to a talent she had copied earlier, then focused on one of the soldiers at the very back, saying to Chui Yu, "Hold on tight." Before Chui Yu could even process what was happening, his hands moved in advance. He grabbed the arm of the powerful figure beside him, and the next second, he felt himself sway in midair before the scene changed. No longer facing the army, but standing behind them, watching the group of players opposite. Before he could even react, Jiang Mian had already pulled him away. The roar of the motorcycles drew most people's attention. Turning around, they saw two people who had been far away suddenly appear behind them, their former teammates standing in the same spot. Someone quickly reacted, shouting through a megaphone, "Stop! Stop right there! Don't go any further, or we shoot!" However, at this point, who would listen? They were going to die whether they moved forward or not. They were going to fight to the death. Because of this unexpected turn of events, the other players began to use their own methods to escape. In an instant, the seemingly well-organized army was thrown into complete chaos. The artillery fire from behind continued, but Jiang Mian wasn't worried. Cui Yu had plenty of life-saving items, enough for the two of them to escape safely. Jiang Mian felt that in this mission world, the parasites weren't the real obstacle, the greater obstacle was the humans of this world. Humans definitely constituted the vast majority of the force dealing with them, the players. The two were currently under a bridge, a place usually inhabited by homeless people. Given their disheveled appearance, no one suspected them. Some homeless men even arrogantly approached them, declaring it their territory and demanding payment for a place to sleep. The two exchanged a glance, and to avoid trouble, simply handed over several hundred yuan. The homeless men took the money and left without giving it much thought. Why didn't they stay in a hotel if they had money? However, judging from the way he kept glancing at the two, he clearly wanted to rob them again. But due to the rules among the homeless, the man didn't dare to rob them again. Now their ID cards were useless, and fearing their phones would be tracked, they didn't even dare take them out. They were completely clueless, but Cui Yu excitedly said, "Boss, someone in the group shared a way to escape pursuit." Jiang Mian nodded, because she was also looking at the method the person was talking about. But she didn't know if the person was just imagining things or what. The method seemed so naive. Something like simply buying a plane ticket, leaving here, and finding a peaceful country to stay in, or directly telling the military that they had special abilities and wanted to join the army. It was simply a pipe dream. Aside from how difficult it would be to buy plane tickets, they would first need to show their ID cards, which was something the two of them couldn't do. Join the army? Just the fact that you revealed your special abilities beforehand would probably get you captured and studied. Jiang Mian hadn't forgotten that this world was not only the birthplace of live human research and fresh organ donors, but also the home of brain-eating worms. Who knew what those ruthless researchers would do, however? Civilian aircraft are subject to stricter inspections, but what about private jets? If they hijacked a private jet, they could head straight to the capital. This gave Jiang Mian an idea. The next day, she changed her clothes in a public restroom by the roadside, cleaned herself up, and sprayed some perfume to cover the smell of blood. Then, they took Cui Yu to the airport, successfully using their abilities to evade security checks. The two then swaggered into the airport. They easily boarded a private jet, without even needing to hijack it. Cui Yu simply used his invisibility card, and the two arrived safely in the capital. Jiang Mian genuinely didn't understand why Cui Yu had so many life-saving gadgets. Cui Yu smiled awkwardly. "Sis, that's how the Gedaliu, a style of martial arts, likes to do things." Jiang Mian fell silent. Their understanding of the Gedalia style seemed different. Jiang Mian's understanding was about becoming strong and then playing it safe. It was about being strong and then playing it safe. It was about being strong and then playing it safe. However, what Cui Yu saw was a strategy of lying low from the very beginning, then lying low until becoming powerful. She didn't understand. She really didn't understand. Upon arriving in the capital, Cui Yu's mood improved. Facing Jiang Mian's curiosity, he excitedly exclaimed, "Sister, this place is great. There are far fewer of those grayed out guys here, almost 1 in 10. It's definitely safer than other cities." Jiang Mian gave a forced smile. "Yes. After all, danger is nipped in the bud. Those that seemed dangerous or not have already died on the road." However, their ID cards were now considered unregistered, and they urgently needed to find a place to stay. Hotels were out of the question. Those places required registration information. So, they had no choice but to do what bandits did. Jiang Mian and Cui Yu swaggered into the villa area, and with Cui Yu's abilities, they quickly spotted a family. "Are you sure? All 5 members of the family inside are gray?" "4 are confirmed to be gray, and the last one is half gray and half green." "Okay, we move in tonight." The two kept watch until 3 a.m. The couple in the villa seemed to have gone to a banquet and had only just returned, which was why the two hadn't made a move. Once they returned, Jiang Mian swiftly dealt with the couple and then went to the residence of a young couple. However, to his astonishment, he found the couple dead in their bed. Judging from their wounds, they seemed to have been dead for at least an hour. Damn it! Chapter 294. Jiang Mian quickly realized that Cui Yu was in danger. The two had split up. Jiang Mian was responsible for dealing with the middle-aged couple, while Cui Yujie was responsible for the weakest, the one not yet fully infected by the brain-eating worm. Therefore, it was obvious who killed the young couple. Right under their noses, they entered the villa, and others, or rather, those people, arrived even earlier. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in the dim night. Jiang Mian instinctively closed her eyes at the flash, quickly reacting and dodging the attack. She caught the attacker's attack with her own hand, and the dagger she had been holding reached towards the man's neck, but he quickly dodged it again. Jiang Mian was surprised to find that this man was incredibly fast in the darkness, holding his own against her. This was arguably the third person she found troublesome. But in Cui Yu's eyes, it was just two small red dots exchanging blows. He inwardly marveled at how powerful the powerful figure he latched onto was. He barely managed to move in that man's grasp before being easily subdued. He truly didn't want to recall how humiliating that scene was, yet, by clinging to this powerful figure, he could indeed hold his own against the man, holding his own without being at a disadvantage. If he weren't currently being held back, he would have already applauded. In the darkness, the person holding him hostage, though unable to see what was happening, noticed his teammates' failure to subdue their opponent. Sensing the predicament, he knocked Cui Yu unconscious and attacked Jiang Mian. He didn't forget to taunt, "Trash! You could only be this arrogant in front of me." However, because the man said this, the person who had been attacking Jiang Mian suddenly released his grip and attacked his companion. Jiang Mian, left standing to the side, was stunned, staring blankly at the guy fighting her teammate. Only then did she realize that the two men's figures looked familiar. Combined with the voice she just heard, she quickly matched them up in her mind. Fu Junhan? As she called out this name, one of them froze, nearly being stabbed by his teammate's dagger. Fu Junhan turned around and saw Jiang Mian with her mask off. Confirming that one of the people opposite him was Fu Junhan, Jiang Mian leisurely leaned against the wall, watching her former teammates now attacking each other. She whistled and said with a smile, "Judging from your appearance, the one you were fighting with, could it be He Ling?" Upon hearing this, both of them froze, only then realizing that the room was full of familiar faces, ignoring the guy lying on the floor, of course. The curtains were drawn, the lights were turned on, and the masks were removed. Good heavens! Fu Junhan, He Ling, and Jiang Mian stared at each other in silence. Finally, Jiang Mian couldn't hold back any longer, pointing at the two of them with her eyes darting back and forth. "You two. What kind of strange dynamic have you entered? A love-hate relationship?" Fu Junhan remained silent, while He Ling, as if trying to distance himself, quickly said, "Don't overthink it. My cooperation with him was purely out of necessity. It's a long story." Jiang Mian, "Oh! Then let's get to the point. He Ling, have you noticed that we've been to this world before?" A massive bolt of lightning struck, blinding Jiang Mian. She asked incredulously, "Is it really the world we experienced before? Exactly the same?" She had some doubts before, but subconsciously felt it couldn't be such a coincidence, assuming it was just a different parallel world. However, only now, with He Ling bringing it up, did she dare to confirm it. Fu Junhan continued, "At first, I didn't think about it that way either, but after checking some information, I found several people I recognized, such as the Chansheng group and the Furman family. However, that was 10 years ago. When the cruise ship disaster occurred and we were rescued, their darkness was also exposed. After a series of events, it developed into the current situation." Jiang Mian, "What situation?" He Ling chuckled. "The person in charge of investigating this matter has been dealt with." "Huh?" Hearing this news, Jiang Mian fell silent. "No. The privileged class of this world has. Has it really come to this? Can we just ignore the opinions of so many people?" He Ling fiddled with Jiang Mian's hair, looking at her expression, and couldn't help but sneer. The world is vast and full of wonders. Besides, this world had already developed to the point where live organ harvesting was possible when we arrived, let alone 10 years later. What chaos might have occurred during that time? Who knows? Hearing this, Jiang Mian felt he made sense. After all, when she first entered this game, she was bombarded by artillery fire, and the higher-ups didn't care about the opinions of civilians at all. This was clear from the incident. She asked the crucial question, "So, what has the world become now?" Fu Junhan replied somewhat helplessly, "The current situation is chaotic, but it seems intentional. The monsters from the ship have completely come ashore, mingling among humans and calling themselves new humans, while referring to the humans as locals. They loudly proclaim the benefits of being parasitized, such as immortality, immunity to pain, and freedom from birth, aging, sickness, and death. Those they call locals find it difficult to accept this state. Though they retain consciousness, they are no longer themselves. They were vehemently denigrated. Of course, there was also a group of traitors caught in the middle, such as the Fullerman family, who strongly supported becoming members of the brain-eating worm, but were caught in a dilemma of wanting both immortality and complete control. The longevity group seemed to have discovered that these creatures were beyond their control, so they maintained a neutral stance and vigorously resisted those parasitized by the brain-eating worm. In short, now with the addition of players, this world is indescribably chaotic. Jiang Mian's lips twitched. It was truly absurd and chaotic. The three exchanged glances and tacitly chose to cooperate. Just then, she suddenly remembered something and asked the two, "By the way, where's my companion? He's a seemingly dim-witted young man with a bit of delusions. Have you seen him?" Fu Junhan pointed to Cui Yu, whom she had just knocked unconscious, and asked, "Is he the one you're talking about? I saw him sneaking into a boy's room, trying to mess with him, so I knocked him out." Jiang Mian only noticed Cui Yu under the table at this moment. Looking at Cui Yu's new look, she couldn't help but laugh. Seriously, how come those two panda eyes are so symmetrical? She touched Cui Yu, and only after confirming he wasn't dead did she breathe a sigh of relief and explain to the two, "Don't let his weak appearance fool you. His ability is excellent for support. He can see the biocolors of different groups of people, like a human detector. In his eyes, we players are red, the natives are green, and those who have been abandoned are gray, or perhaps half red and half gray, or half green and half gray." Chapter 295. What do we do now? Everyone's been killed. What was your purpose before? Fu Junhan pointed at the two men and said, "Infiltrate the higher-ups using their identities, then find a way to avoid being parasitized." What do you mean? You mean these two parasitized people are actually high-ranking officials in this world? He Ling nodded, saying casually yes. One is the leader of the external project team of the Changsheng Group, and the other is a member of the technical department. Seeing Jiang Mian's incredulous expression, He Ling shrugged, "Accept reality. This is an absurd world, don't impersonate. You gone too far." "No, I just think I'm very lucky. I randomly picked a family, and found one with such a powerful background." Jiang Mian then frowned. "They're already like this, why are they still researching ways to avoid being parasitized? Shouldn't they be researching more ways to make people parasitized? Who knows? Maybe they're not in cahoots. After all," He Ling pointed to her head, "the human brain is multifaceted. Could those who have replaced the human brain be influenced by human nature?" Thinking about it, it seemed to make sense, so Jiang Mian didn't say anything more. She looked at the two and said, "Add me to this mission. I'd be your mother." With such a prominent background, his mother must be quite something too, right? The two exchanged a glance. Impossible. Ultimately, Jiang Mian's identity was that of one of them's wives. It was just a coincidence that the middle-aged woman's identity was that of a housewife, making it impossible for her to infiltrate the Changsheng Group. She had no choice but to settle for the unconventional female identity. However, even this identity didn't bring much real power. She was just an ordinary employee, someone who got in through connections. Jiang Mian didn't want to talk about this, and instead set her sights on Cui Yu. Cui Yu looked conflicted. I really can't, sister, I really can't play a woman." Jiang Mian waved her hand. "All right. Then let's talk about who will play my husband." He Ling smiled and stepped forward, intending to lean on Jiang Mian's shoulder, but Jiang Mian dodged her. "Let's talk this out. I advise you not to get physical, or I won't be polite." He Ling clicked his tongue to ease the awkwardness. A suggestive smile appeared on his handsome face. "Given our relationship, I'd definitely be your husband. As for Fu Junhan, I reluctantly let him be one step ahead of me." Fu Junhan opened his mouth. "Didn't you say you wanted to be Wang Taisheng?" Wang Taisheng was the head of the household. He Ling waved his hand. No, I don't want to be Wang Taisheng anymore. Now that I have my darling, why would I still want to be Wang Taisheng?" "Right, wife." His last sentence was clearly directed at Jiang Mian, full of teasing. Why should the newcomer be the best? Because he fought and snatched it. Jiang Mian looked away with disgust, unable to stand his attitude. Fu Junhan was silent for a while, and just when everyone thought the matter was settled he said, "I think I'm more suitable for the role of Wang Anning. After all, in our investigation, Wang Anning is a more upright person, the kind who works diligently and quietly." He Ling, "You're too arrogant, it's easy for people to notice something amiss." What he said made perfect sense, and Jiang Mian couldn't help but nod. His reasoning was sound. Fu Junhan was indeed superior. Moreover, Fu Junhan added, "And I played a couple with Jiang Mian before, so my overall interaction with her should be better than yours." Why did the former have the upper hand? Because he was competitive and assertive, plus his character was undeniably strong. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Cui Yu, for some reason, blurted out, "So your name is Jiang Mian, boss?" I didn't know your name before. These words instantly thawed the icy atmosphere, though the two men's glares were practically killing Cui Yu. In the end, Fu Junhan got the role of Wang Anning, and He Ling naturally became Wang Taisheng. Jiang Mian became Song Jijia, and as for Cui Yu, his name was Wang Xia, but that didn't matter because he was just a student, and a student on vacation at that. The next day, Cui Yu, rubbing his eyes in bewilderment, stared at the three people who had changed their appearance. Wait, you guys. Why are you even wearing disguises? Jiang Mian, it's simple, we use props. He Ling, disguise. Fu Junhan, special items. The naive Cui Yu felt as if a flock of crows had flown overhead, mocking his ignorance. Your game, my game seems different. Why doesn't his system shop sell disguise items? The three drove directly to the Changsheng Group's headquarters in the capital. And it's true, even though Jiang Mian's identity wasn't very useful, her salary was still a respectable 50,000 yuan a month. Well, she successfully slacked off for a day. Anyway, the worst that could happen was she'd be fired. She didn't rely on this job for income. The only downside was the lack of access to the core leadership. She could only wait for news from the two. But was Jiang Mian the type to place all her hopes on others? Of course not. She was also quite active behind the scenes, using her computer like a pro, researching the backgrounds of important figures in the Great Wall Group. Meanwhile, she finally had time to list the scarce items in this world, and put them up for sale. Thanks to the food she collected in the previous world, Jiang Mian could sell it directly without hesitation. Initially, food sales weren't great. In a world with abundant resources, there was no need to spend gold coins, their lifeblood, to exchange for food. Watching the gold coins accumulate, Jiang Mian stroked her chin. To get customers to buy, she needed to create anxiety. Only by creating anxiety could she speed up food sales. This was the experience Jiang Mian had gained from listing food in so many worlds. She directly posted her speculations about this world in the group chat, such as the food being contaminated or the water sources being teeming with parasites. The more exaggerated the better. Sure enough, within an hour of her post, because she had already built up her reputation, many people who trusted her immediately began a buying spree. After all, they knew how difficult it would be to buy later if you didn't start early. Watching her rapidly increasing gold coins, Jiang Mian was ecstatic. Even when her superiors inspected her work, she maintained a smiling demeanor. Greetings, Ms. Qian. Greetings, Ms. Qian. The sound of flattery echoed from the elevator entrance. Jiang Mian wanted to turn around and look, but her superiors had sternly told them not to leave their workstations no matter what happened. She could only suppress her curiosity and start chatting with the customer opposite her. Jiang Mian, who had never worked a day job before, was amazed at how demanding customers could be. Chapter 296. The other side, hello. Jiang Mian, hello, how can I help you? The other side didn't reply for a long time, so Jiang Mian went to reply to another message. When she returned, she saw that the other side had sent nearly 10 messages. The other side, I want to ask, is it okay to inject this kind of medicine during menstruation? What effects will it have on my body? Why aren't you replying? Are you all this slow to reply? I'm speechless. How can someone like you be customer service? I'm going to complain about you. Jiang Mian was furious and powerless. She really wanted to travel to the other side, rip open this person's skull, and make her complain about her. No way. You sent 10 messages in 1 minute, all using voice recognition, with so many typos. She only didn't have time to reply for a minute. Is it necessary to make it seem like she's committed a heinous crime? I'd bear it, I'd bear it. Jiang Mian silently memorized this person's account. Just you wait, I get you after get off work. You can reply to her like this. Suddenly, a young man in a dark gray suit leaned over, practically kneeling in front of Jiang Mian, and replied to the message on her behalf. It can be injected during menstruation, but it's not recommended for people whose brains aren't fully developed, and even less recommended for people who are brainless. Because that would be a waste of the medication. Jiang Mian's body stiffened. Who was this? So rude. With such an answer, wouldn't her job be ruined? She stood up angrily, but then she saw an exceptionally handsome face. Her anger instantly subsided by more than half, especially when she saw the man's face turn to the side. His nose was so straight, his eyelashes so long, his lips so. Jiang Mian had to admit, for a moment, she was captivated. Seeing her like this, the man smiled, a smile so perfect it seemed meticulously calculated, breathtakingly beautiful. Long time no see. The man looked down and read the name on her employee ID, Song Jejia. Sister. Jiang Mian froze, a sudden sense of unease rising within her. Oh no, this guy actually knows the original owner of this identity. Would he notice the difference between her and the original owner? However, seeing that he didn't seem to suspect any change in her personality, Jiang Mian, adhering to the principle of the less said, the better, didn't act rashly. Watching the man leave, regarding his promise to go out for dinner after get off work, Jiang Mian slipped away as soon as it was time to leave, without even waiting for him to come out. As for the other two? Those two have different work hours than her. They're probably still pretending to work overtime at the company, but actually gathering information. Jiang Mian, afraid of being caught by the men, grabbed a bike and started riding home, completely ignoring the distance, over 20 kilometers. Halfway there, she suddenly realized her mistake, dumped the bike on the side of the road, and took the nearest subway home. Chui Yu wasn't idle either, spending all day watching what others were saying in the chat group. He managed to glean quite a bit of useful information. Boss, you're back. Chui Yu eagerly stepped forward, wanting to take off Jiang Mian's shoes, but Jiang Mian refused. Chui Yu, actually, your skills are quite useful, and this team needs you. There's no need to use this method to curry favor with someone. Chui Yu paused, chuckled twice. Well, after so many rounds of games, I gotten used to it, so I can't quite shake it off. Jiang Mian sighed, finally unable to resist offering a word of advice. Besides your own skills, I suggest you use fewer external aids. You could use body enhancement cards to boost your abilities, at least giving you some self-defense capabilities. Chui Yu looked bewildered upon hearing Jiang Mian's words. Boss, what's a body enhancement card? I don't sell them in my shop. Jiang Mian paused, her hand still on her bag. Isn't this the most basic thing? How come you don't have it in your shop? Chui Yu smiled bitterly after hearing this. Actually, I heard of this situation before. Some people say that the items offered in the system shop are generally based on a person's preferences. Maybe the system thinks I'm better suited to playing it safe. So most of the cards in my system shop are for self-preservation. Jiang Mian thought for a moment, explained the uses of the cards he had, and then suggested, let's trade. You give me some cards for survival, and I trade you some upgrade cards. Chui Yu's eyes lit up. Really, boss? Trade? I trade? Jiang Mian had been exploiting others for a long time, and didn't care how much he could gain from a small fry, so he simply traded at the original price, mainly because he had more special cards. Jiang Mian gained many cards with special effects, while Chui Yu gained some cards that could improve his physical attributes. Overall, it was a mutually beneficial exchange. Oh, right! Chui Yu suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. Hey, I saw someone selling food in a chat group today. Should we buy some and stock up in our storage space? Jiang Mian was taken aback, instinctively thinking that someone was stealing her business. She asked in confusion, who's selling food? Chui Yu, unsuspecting, replied, a big shot called I Love Salty Soy Milk, supposedly has an excellent reputation. Many people survived in the mission world because of his help. They all praise him as a kind-hearted living bodhisattva. Hearing Chui Yu's words, Jiang Mian froze. Was this her? Kind-hearted? A living bodhisattva? How strange. She suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I mean, is it possible? I'm selling this stuff? Silence, deathly silence. Ah! When Chui Yu returned, she let out a scream like a groundhog. That evening, Fu Junhan and He Ling finally returned. The two had only spent the first day familiarizing themselves with their surroundings, trying to integrate themselves. The three discussed the day's progress. Jiang Mian said everything was normal. She was still wary of the two, and hadn't revealed the whole truth. The two assured her they were safe. Aside from a visiting leader, everything was fine, and their identities had been successfully concealed. The next day, Jiang Mian was promoted because she entered the company with her left foot first. Yes, promoted. Her colleagues looked at her with envy and disdain. In their eyes, Song Jijia, formerly Jiang Mian, had only gotten in through connections. How could they possibly accept her promotion, especially since she hadn't produced any significant achievements? Jiang Mian was completely bewildered. She immediately ruled out Fu Junhan and the other man as the culprits, as they were still familiarizing themselves with their new identities, and wouldn't do anything outrageous. Therefore, the only one capable of such a thing was probably that handsome man from yesterday. Chapter 297. What's the most important thing? It's that although Jiang Mian got promoted, her superiors didn't give her a title. They just told her she was promoted and wouldn't be sitting at this customer service desk anymore. Instead, they transferred her to another location. Looking at the manager in front of her, Jiang Mian became secretly wary, afraid something was amiss. As the two entered the transparent elevator and it ascended, Jiang Mian, clutching her personal belongings, grew increasingly vigilant. And to make matters worse, the manager kept asking Jiang Mian about her relationship with the man from yesterday. Jiang Mian just chuckled or laughed, avoiding any direct answer. Jiang Mian noticed him glance at her and then purse his lips, probably thinking about how to make things difficult for her. Jiang Mian didn't care. She didn't care anyway. The man led Jiang Mian to the top floor. They took the elevator down, and the man smiled at Jiang Mian, saying sarcastically, "All right, you can go find Boss Qian now. I'm too busy to show you the way. After all, this isn't a place for someone like me." Jiang Mian watched him leave, finally understanding what it meant to be a troublemaker. He just left her there. Although there weren't many doors, the interior was completely sealed off, and the glass was one way. How could she possibly know where Boss Qian was? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Was she the type to take this lying down? Of course not. Plus, she didn't want to see that Boss Qian, so Jiang Mian turned and left, starting to wander around the other floors. Of course, this was all predicated on her changing out of her work uniform and into a different suit. And to be honest, the suit fit her perfectly, as if it had been tailor-made for her. Before she was fired, she began wandering around the different floors. On the top floor, someone waited for a long time, but the person he wanted to see never appeared. He messaged his secretary, who then messaged her subordinates. After sending messages to everyone, they realized that the person hadn't brought the person the manager wanted. They had only taken them to the top floor and left. Now, they had absolutely no idea where Song Jijia was. Where was Song Jijia, the version of Jiang Mian? At this moment, after coming downstairs, she not only surveyed the entire company, but no one stopped her along the way. This was mainly because she wasn't wearing her name tag or uniform during work hours. Instead, she was strolling around in a well-tailored suit. Everyone assumed she was a new manager or something, so she managed to get away with it. Until she was caught. "I've been looking for you for so long. So this is where you are?" Jiang Mian looked at the camera above her head. The voice she just heard came from inside the camera, and it sounded familiar. She immediately put on a different smile and quickly shifted the blame. "How can you say that? I was just left outside the elevator by that guy. He told me to find you, so I obediently came to find you. I just got lost along the way. You can't put all the blame on me, can you?" Seeing her smile, which still felt familiar even with a different face, the man behind the monitor smiled. "You wait for me here. I come find you." The man knew she wouldn't obediently come to him, and might even leave after he said those words. So, he was already on that floor after he finished speaking. Jiang Mian's first instinct was to leave, but turning around, she found herself surrounded by a group of people. Now she was completely encircled. Jiang Mian smiled, but behind the smile was a gnashing of teeth. Who was he? How did he know her so well? This was getting complicated. Tap tap. Amidst the crowd, she suddenly heard footsteps, and with them came the man's flawless face. Even seeing him again, Jiang Mian was still drawn to his face. She felt this face was somewhat familiar. The man smiled subtly. "Let's go, my secretary." Jiang Mian's eyes darkened, and she followed the man to the top floor. The man closed the door, and as soon as he turned around, she felt a cold touch on her neck. Jiang Mian curled into a mocking smile. "Tell me, who are you? Why do you know so much about my affairs?" The man's beautiful eyes flashed with a seductive smile. "Song Jijia, have you forgotten me? We even had a child together." Jiang Mian's pupils dilated, her hands trembling almost imperceptibly. Holy crap, was this shocking? Song Jijia had a child with another man. However, seeing the man's playful gaze, Jiang Mian realized she'd been tricked. It was all a fabrication. She directly used her skill on the man, coldly demanding, "Who exactly are you? Answer me." "I am Qian Yuan. You seem to know me very well. Have we met before?" "No, this is our first meeting." "Oh no, it should be said that it's our second meeting." Hearing the man's obedient answer, Jiang Mian smiled. This skill was incredibly useful when interrogating people. "Then where does your familiarity with me come from?" "Sister, you really don't need to use this skill on me. I tell you whatever you want to ask." Slap, slap, slap. The faint sound of being slapped in the air came so suddenly. 1 second, she was marveling at how useful this skill was, and the next second, she was directly slapped in the face. This man named Qian Yuan was clearly not under control. Everything he had just said was a lie. Seemingly sensing Jiang Mian's thoughts, the man quickly raised his hands and explained, "Sister, I'm not lying. Everything I said is true. This is the second time I've seen your face, but we've seen you in person more than once. We used to be inseparable, but—" His tone suddenly lowered, and his voice became softer. "It's just that it seems you've forgotten me, but I always remembered you." Jiang Mian's mind raced, but she still couldn't remember who the man was. Logically, if a man looked like that, she should have a strong impression of him. However, after searching through all her memories, she still couldn't recall who the man was. "I don't remember your face." Qian Yuan touched her own face and smiled. "Sister, you have no idea how deep my longing for you is. Every night, I can only fall asleep looking at this face." Hearing these strange words, Jiang Mian suddenly realized. She had been wondering why this face seemed so familiar. Now, hearing the man say this, she realized this face was a carbon copy of her own. Chapter 298. However, one was her own face, and the other was a male version of her. Combined with his already high-bridged nose, this made the face appear even more strikingly beautiful. "You pervert." Hearing Jiang Mian's comment, Qian Yuan's expression stiffened. He straightened his expression. "Sister, I'm not a pervert. I just missed you so much. You're all I have. People in this world are so fake. Only you are truly good to me." Jiang Mian swore that she had indeed been to this world, but she hadn't incurred any romantic entanglements. Back then, she was just a newcomer, barely surviving. How could she possibly have such a perverted relationship with someone? The person in front of her seemed to be a high-ranking official. Taking advantage of the fact that they were alone, she might as well control him. Then, she could ask him whatever she wanted. Thinking this, she directly pried open the man's mouth and fed him a black worm. Qian Yuan remained unfazed, even deliberately opening his mouth wide to let the worm crawl inside, so as not to harm it. He even had a lewd look on his face, making Jiang Mian physically uncomfortable. It was as if she had just fed him not parasites, but a spring medicine. However, Jiang Mian was shocked to discover that the brain-eating worm didn't actively burrow into his brain to devour it. Instead, it circled around and returned. She was stunned, not understanding what was happening. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Seeing this, Qian Yuan smiled. "Sister, I'm not controlled by these things. I think I forgot to tell you." Jiang Mian quickly calmed down. This was the first time since her rebirth that she felt so powerless, as if the man before her was made of cotton, and no matter what tricks she used, they were useless against him. She quickly took the man hostage and said coldly, "Be a good girl and don't resist. I take you somewhere." Qian Yuan remained expressionless. "Where are you taking me, sister?" "Jiang Mian, my home." To her surprise, after she said those two words, the man immediately fell silent. Jiang Mian even saw his ears turn red, as if he was shy? No? What with the shyness? She was taking him hostage, not saying she was taking him somewhere. Could she stop acting like this, like a son-in-law visiting for the first time? It's really bizarre. Okay. Jiang Mian pulled him along, and to outsiders, the two looked like lovers embracing, as they walked to the underground parking lot. Then Jiang Mian made him open his car, and without any hesitation, tied him up and threw him into the back seat. Sitting in the front was too dangerous. There might be traffic police checking at any time. It was better to leave him in the back. He didn't struggle or deliberately cause trouble, acting like a beautiful bride preparing to welcome her beloved home. Jiang Mian twitched her lips, immediately banishing the random thoughts from her mind. When Fu Junhan and his companion returned, they found a young and handsome male mistress in their home. There was another man. They recognized him. Wasn't he the leader who had inspected the work yesterday? Seeing him bound hand and foot, the two exchanged a glance, then looked at Jiang Mian curiously and asked, "What happened? And who is he? Why is there another man?" The two spoke at the same time, and for a moment, Jiang Mian didn't know who to answer first. Luckily, Cui Yu raised his hand and spoke up. "Well, this guy seems to be sister-in-law's boss. He harassed her while she was working, so she kidnapped him." Cui Yu, in his self-righteousness, had completely immersed himself in the role, and for a moment, none of the four people in the room reacted. When they did, their expressions varied. Fu Junhan admitted that he had felt a slight sense of smug satisfaction. He Ling's expression turned cold. The one with the strongest reaction was Qian Yuan, who was lying on the sofa, staring intently at Jiang Mian. His eyes widened, filled with the pain of being deceived. Tears welled in his eyes, as he looked at Cui Yu with a wronged expression. "What did you say? What did you call her? Sister-in-law?" Cui Yu was dumbfounded. "Huh? What's wrong?" He thought that his address wasn't wrong. He was now everyone's underling, and given his current status, he should indeed call her sister-in-law. Qian Yuan's gaze shifted to Jiang Mian, her voice trembling with barely suppressed emotion. You're married? Didn't you like that guy named Han before? He didn't even save you when you were pushed into the sea. That guy was completely unreliable. Why did you choose such an ordinary man now? That guy named Han, at least his face was passable. How come your taste is getting worse and worse? What makes me inferior to him? Before Fu Junhan could even get angry, He Ling, the father-in-law, started to seriously go out of character. He laughed so hard he could barely stand, slapping his thigh and pointing at Fu Junhan, mocking, ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Kid, you're absolutely right. This guy's completely unreliable. No physique, no looks, nothing special, yet he acts all high and mighty, like he thinks everyone in the world is beneath him. What's so good about someone like that? Fu Junhan gave He Ling a cold look. You're being long-winded? Then he glanced at the 4 people present. Looking at the 2 who weren't following the plan, he really felt like he was going to break down. He Ling was seriously out of character. He couldn't control Jiang Mian, who had actually kidnapped their local boss. He was truly exhausted and bewildered. He was even starting to doubt himself. Was he getting old? Why couldn't he keep up with their train of thought? Jiang Mian, however, didn't pay attention to the 2 men's words. Her mind was focused on what Qian Yuan had just said. She quickly processed the information he had uttered. Pushed into the sea? At sea. The only time she was at sea in this world was during a mission, during the ship crisis. The only people who witnessed her falling into the sea at the very end of the game were the people on the ship. Plus, it was dark at the time, and visibility was very low. It must have been the people on their ship. These are the known clues, plus more than 10 years have passed in this world. Qian Yuan. Qian. Sister. Child? It was him. She remembered who this person was. At the same time, her eyes were filled with disbelief. She thought that after this world ended, people would no longer remember her, but the truth was that someone still remembered her existence. Chapter 299. Qian Yuan looked at Jiang Mian with a bright smile. Sister, you remember me, don't you? Jiang Mian's expression changed several times, unsure how to face the child from her memories. Yes, in her memory, Qian Yuan was just a child of about 10 years old, a pitiful little thing, taken to a cruise ship and used as a living organ. He was also the only child to survive the brain-eating amoeba parasitism. Everyone else became hosts for the amoeba, but he alone survived, waiting for Jiang Mian's arrival, and then shamelessly befriending her, thus surviving the disaster. Seeing that Jiang Mian ignored her, Qian Yuan tried a different approach, pitifully saying, Sister, it hurt so much that you tied me up. Are we going to continue talking in this situation? Sister, I told you, you can ask me anything you want to know, and I tell you the truth. You didn't need to tie me up. Jiang Mian didn't untie him based on their previous relationship. That was all in the past. 10 years had passed for the child. What changes could happen in 10 years? Nobody could say for sure. Everyone knows how fickle people's hearts are. 10 years can turn a stranger into a loving couple, or it can cause a mother and daughter to drift apart. She didn't believe that just a few days together could withstand 10 years. The other 3 also noticed something was wrong, and they decided to discuss it in the chat group. Jiang Mian explained the situation to them, then looked at Fu Junhan and asked, I remember you seem to be the one who participated in the most games. Have you ever experienced this kind of world? Fu Junhan shook his head, about to speak, when He Ling beside him asked discontentedly, I'm also one of the players who participated in the most games. Why don't you ask me, but ask him instead? Jiang Mian remained expressionless, completely ignoring He Ling's intermittent bouts of irrationality. Fu Junhan ignored him. I never seen a world like this before. In the past, when a world ended, it was truly over, it wouldn't start again. I don't know what's going on with this world. Jiang Mian said, this Qian Yuan is a child from that world. You should remember him. He was the clingy kid who followed me around for the last few days. I was knocked into the water by He Ling and hid there, so I didn't know what happened up there. Do you know what happened back then? Fu Junhan looked at He Ling and said helplessly, He Ling went completely mad, killing everyone nearby. Only those on our ship and those further away survived. He Ling wasn't bothered by the accusation. Instead, he said smugly, how about it? You got quite a few gold coins in the first world, right? Actually, there's an unspoken rule in the game. Killing all other players increases your gold coin earnings. You didn't know that, did you? Fu Junhan looked at the smug He Ling and said coldly, I don't need it. Jiang Mian shrugged. A pittance isn't worth it. It's just showing off, isn't it? Let's see who can pull it off better. As expected, Jiang Mian gained the upper hand in this round of showing off. Seeing the topic veering off course, Fu Junhan quickly steered it back on track. Can we believe what Qian Yuan said? Jiang Mian, let's ask about the situation first, see how credible it is. Fu Junhan nodded, walked up to Qian Yuan, and asked, you say you're the child from 10 years ago, what evidence do you have? After all, you look different than before. Qian Yuan rolled her eyes at him. Even though he was the one tied up, it gave the impression that Qian Yuan was the one standing. Why should I tell you? I only tell my sister our secrets. What business is it of yours, a stranger? Ugly man. Fu Junhan's face turned cold. He tried to take out an interrogation card, but Jiang Mian snatched it away in a flash. Jiang Mian explained, it's useless. These cards and such have zero effect on him. I tried before, no need to waste another chance. Saying this, she put the card in her pocket, a blatant act of theft right in front of him. Fu Junhan saw it, but didn't want to make a fuss, so he didn't say anything. Seeing that she couldn't get any information from Fu Junhan, she had no choice but to let Jiang Mian step in. Jiang Mian didn't mind using her connections to obtain information, her smile remained unchanged. Qian Yuan, how did you survive at sea? I remember seeing news reports saying that the rescue team didn't find you until half a month after the shipwreck. How did you survive for those 2 weeks? Hearing Jiang Mian's question, Qian Yuan's expression immediately changed. He looked at Jiang Mian with fervent eyes, as if looking at a deity. Sister, have you forgotten? You left me some things, including a pistol. But when you were thrown into the water, I wanted to save you, but the crew said you were doomed. They told us survivors to live well. From his account, Jiang Mian roughly understood that he had survived by relying on the food in the bag he hadn't had time to grab when he fell into the water. When others tried to take his food, he threatened them with a pistol, thus managing to survive unharmed at sea for half a month. However, after being rescued from the sea, some of the survivors spread rumors about the evil deeds of Fuller Man and the Changsheng group, resulting in a trap set by both sides. The whistleblower was imprisoned, and the survivors were directly detained by the Changsheng group under various pretexts. Because these two were already powerful forces, and their cooperation made them even stronger, taking down these people would have been a piece of cake. Qian Yuan, after undergoing a series of studies, escaped while the brain-eating worms were infesting these people, and secured her position as a shareholder of the Changsheng group. He didn't elaborate on the hardships involved, only saying that everything happened smoothly. What about your family? Didn't you say you had a younger sister and parents? Why have I never heard you mention them? Jiang Mian asked, and Qian Yuan fell silent. After a long while, he said softly, after I was put on the cruise ship, my parents started posting missing person notices all over the world and using special methods to find my location. Later, things got out of hand, and the Furman family found out and took care of it. As for my sister, although she is dead, her heart lives on forever, and she will always live in my heart. As soon as he finished speaking, the air fell silent. Chapter 300. Now, everyone understood. His sister's heart had been taken. Jiang Mian was somewhat at a loss. She didn't know whether she should ask the remaining questions. Qian Yuan was truly pitiful. Abducted at a young age and sold to a cruise ship, he was rescued only to discover his parents had also died unexpectedly. His sister, though he had saved her once, had once again become someone else's breeding ground. He wasn't insane, that was the best case scenario. Wait, was this guy really not insane? Judging from the fact that he had plastic surgery to make himself look like her, he was more or less driven mad. In fact, he now almost regarded Jiang Mian as his emotional crutch, a kind of spiritual support. Jiang Mian felt sorry for Qian Yuan's plight, but that didn't mean she could allow him to take their secrets out. What if he spreads this? Wouldn't that just create more trouble for them? Why don't we kill him? Everyone turned to look at He Ling, who had suggested this. He Ling looked at them, puzzled. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? If we don't kill him, the consequences will be unimaginable. Actually, Jiang Mian had also considered this idea. After hearing that He Ling's thoughts were similar to hers, she once again had the urge to kill him to silence him. Qian Yuan noticed this, and his expression fell. Sister, are you going to abandon me again? Sister, do you really want to avoid those parasitized humans? We're researching a technology that can easily prevent those things from parasitizing us again. If this research succeeds, we can continue to live happily. Jiang Mian's heart skipped a beat. Could the brain-eating worms really be suppressed and parasitized? She looked at Qian Yuan and asked, has your research been successful? Qian Yuan's expression stiffened. He was somewhat at a loss, but ultimately, Not wanting to lie to Jiang Mian, he whispered, "Not yet, but soon, very soon." The three exchanged glances, their meaning clear. Kill or not kill? Jiang Mian suddenly thought of Cui Yu and whispered, "What color is he now?" Although Cui Yu didn't understand why the big boss was asking such a question at this moment, he obediently answered green. Green meant that he was still human. Ultimately, after discussing it, the three decided to keep him, but one of them would have to keep a close watch on him. And that person naturally fell to Jiang Mian. Cui Yu was out of the question, he was now merely a support character. As for the other two, they were even less suitable. First, Qian Yuan strongly resisted them. Second, Jiang Mian didn't want to hand Qian Yuan over to them. If Qian Yuan was used well, it would be a huge opportunity. If used poorly, it could lead to total defeat. Rather than letting the two hold such a powerful weapon without knowing how to use it, she would much rather control Qian Yuan herself. Jiang Mian lowered her head, her eyes filled with indifference. Whether his possessiveness was real or not, at least that's what he showed, and that was enough. So, the next day, the employees and leaders of Changsheng Group saw the two eating and living together, even going to and from get off work together. They immediately understood that this was probably the future boss's wife. It would be a lie to say she wasn't envious. After all, yesterday, she was just a lowly employee, and today she's the future boss's wife. The leap is even more exhilarating than some wish-fulfillment novel. Even wish-fulfillment novels wouldn't dare describe it like this, for fear of being criticized. Qian Yuan smiled broadly. "Sister, everyone says you're my future wife." "Ha ha." Jiang Mian gave a fake laugh, immediately becoming expressionless. "How long will it take for your research to succeed?" Qian Yuan's smile vanished instantly, her voice low, "I don't know. If it's fast, it be fast, if it's slow, it be slow." Jiang Mian was speechless. "Seriously, could you listen to what I was saying? What do you mean, if it's fast, it be fast, if it's slow, it be slow?" Was she trying to be evasive? Fine, considering there were only the two of them, Jiang Mian didn't argue too much. Instead, she asked, "Why has it only been about 10 years? These brain-eating worms have changed drastically. Aren't they a group? Why are they starting to fight each other?" Qian Yuan's explanation was similar to Yi Ling's, only more detailed. To be more specific, they continued, having devoured so many brains, they became increasingly familiar with human society. Over time, naturally, they grew unwilling to be subservient to others. This led some to betray their initial faction, choosing to establish their own independent groups with their own hordes of brain-eating worms. Ultimately, the brain-eating worms split into several groups, each taking over the surviving humans. Some evolved additional abilities, such as the ability to conceal themselves, making them undetectable to their kind. Thus, they misjudged the situation, choosing to use their larvae to devour those people. They then used this opportunity to devour the larvae of other worms of their own kind, growing stronger in the process. So, the power dynamics here are actually quite chaotic right now, but that's also given humanity a sliver of breathing room. Jiang Mian's expression remained one of disbelief until the end. This was too surreal. It was like a billionaire standing on the street handing out money, and you just happened to stumble upon it, and got forced to hand over 10 million. Jiang Mian, then what was the reason for the bombing of other cities? Qian Yuan's eyes flickered. Why was his sister asking this? Was she in those cities before? His heart sank. Had he almost killed his sister? What's wrong? Jiang Mian asked again, thinking he hadn't heard clearly, seeing his silence. Qian Yuan forced a smile. That was the result of a power struggle between various parties. Some brain-eating worm groups proposed cooperation with us. They could overcome all opposition to preserve humanity, but they also hoped that humans would use fertile women as reproductive tools, allowing women to reproduce as soon as they gain the ability, then nurture them, and hand them over to them for parasitism. Jiang Mian's heart sank. You agreed? Qian Yuan, seeing her misunderstanding, quickly waved her hand. No, I don't have that much power to approve with one vote, nor do I have that much power to veto with one vote. Of course, some cities do choose to do this privately, like the dozen or so cities we destroyed before. Many women there were treated like breeding machines. After some people investigated and found that the number of human survivors there was decreasing, we activated the self-destruct mechanism. Jiang Mian closed her eyes briefly. She went to the window and looked down at the crowd of people moving like ants. Some of them had turned gray, a result of Cui Yu's observations over the past few days. Moreover, the rate at which the gray figures were increasing was exponentially, as if their arrival was driving the world's dynamism, pushing it further towards destruction. Sister. Accompanying the voice was Qian Yuan's embrace, which Jiang Mian nimbly dodged. She found that Qian Yuan seemed to have a skin hunger disorder, always wanting to be close to her, as if he couldn't live without her. It was truly annoying. Chapter 301. Can you be quiet? I'm feeling really conflicted right now, and I don't really like being this close to people. Okay. Jiang Mian could clearly hear the sadness in his voice, but she had no intention of comforting him, nor did she have any experience in doing so. Qian Yuan could only squat down beside her, silently watching Jiang Mian. Then, Jiang Mian urged him to get back to work, while she kept a close eye on him, afraid he might send out some kind of distress signal, her eyes never blinking. Qian Yuan's lips subtly curved into a smile. He loved the feeling of his sister focusing her attention on him. It gave him the illusion that the whole world consisted only of the two of them. Jiang Mian had no idea what he was thinking. Looking at the profound and difficult knowledge, she suddenly felt like she was dozing off during a lecture. Her eyes seemed to be fixed on Qian Yuan, but she was actually already listing items in the chat group. Buyers flocked to her shop, and she practically became the main supplier. No one else dared to sell so recklessly. Even those who wanted to imitate her and make money in the game were forced to give up due to the unstable supply. They only sold one batch of food and realized they couldn't compete with the top-ranked player on the game's wealth leaderboard. Some even started asking why she had so much food. Speculation abounded, with some saying she wasn't even participating in a quest, but was in a world overflowing with resources, while others claimed she was a system-manipulated merchant, not a player. Jiang Mian ignored such people. The players who had traded with her were already cursing, of course, at the person who fabricated the story. Actually, some things in this world are edible, otherwise, there wouldn't be any humans left. It's just that most people don't dare gamble. The main reason is that the brain-eating worms don't reproduce that quickly, they need to multiply slowly. Sister, what's making you so happy? Jiang Mian instantly stopped smiling, her expression indifferent. Nothing, just focus on your work. Don't ask so many questions. Then, that evening, the two left work at the same time and entered the same apartment complex. This further confirmed the rumors of their relationship, but those who knew Song Jejia were in an uproar. Succubus, master of kung fu, seduced to get away with it, the most nasty labels imaginable were hurled at her. It was fortunate that Jiang Mian didn't know, otherwise, none of them would have fared well. On the other side, the two, who had received countless sympathetic and amused glances from their colleagues, were completely bewildered until a close colleague called, revealing what had happened. Both were speechless. He Ling was laughing so hard she could barely stand, sitting in the passenger seat, constantly pounding her thighs. Ha ha! Incompetent husband, cheating wife, ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. Fu Junhan tried to hold back, but finally couldn't, roaring, shut up. What kind of relationship do we have now? You know perfectly well. He Ling curled her lip. What are you thinking? Do you think I, your mortal enemy, don't know? Stop pretending. Likewise. Jiang Mian heard the noise outside the door and assumed the two had returned, so she told Cui Yu to open it. However, a loud bang made Jiang Mian realize something was wrong. Then, all the glass in the window shattered, and a group of people burst in. They moved swiftly, all carrying weapons and firearms. Upon seeing the people in the room, they didn't say a word, immediately released the safety on their guns, and opened fire in the next second. Jiang Mian acted quickly, and four sturdy, thick doors instantly appeared around her and Qian Yuan, firmly blocking them from view. After the volley of gunfire, Jiang Mian told Qian Yuan to stay put and not move, while she used the momentum to leap outside. She didn't see Qian Yuan behind her, his face grim, coldly staring at the group of swiftly moving soldiers. He activated his ability to control them, but found that he couldn't control them at all. They were human, not those he could control. It was only then that he realized his powerlessness. A long blade flashed, and a man's neck fell to the ground. His head rolled a few times, like a soccer ball, before coming to a stop. Jiang Mian didn't care about the man's death. Instead, he pulled out a submachine gun, opened fire at point-blank range, and eliminated the attackers before approaching Cui Yu. Cui Yu wasn't dead. In the instant he was attacked, his hand moved faster than his brain, releasing a card. It was this defensive card that saved his life. He lay on the ground, his fingers forming an OK sign, indicating that he was still alive. Just then, the two people who heard the commotion rushed over before their car had even come to a complete stop. They were stunned for a moment upon seeing the chaotic scene. What happened? Jiang Mian shook her head. She wasn't really sure what had happened either. She had been inexplicably chased by a group of people, and because she had killed them so quickly, by the time she realized what was happening, they were already dead. They seemed to be ordinary people. It didn't take much effort to kill them, and they didn't use any special methods. They don't seem like people parasitized by brain-eating worms. After explaining, Jiang Mian remembered Qian Yuan, who was trapped in the self-made wall. She retracted the wall and released her. Surprisingly, Qian Yuan, despite being an ordinary person, didn't panic or seem nervous. Instead, she gave a forced smile. He shrugged, saying helplessly, "These are people said by the opposition. Like I told you today, there are actually some humans who want to become immortal, and they're working hard towards that goal, trying to find a foolproof plan. They even want to be above the brain-eating worms, not the other way around. I'm against the opposition, and I face assassination attempts like this almost every day. It's just that my manor is relatively safe, and the security is strong, so I haven't experienced anything like this in a long time. Do you know who attacked us this time?" Fu Juhan asked seriously. Qian Yuan rolled her eyes imperceptibly, then shrugged. "I don't know. I offended too many people. I can't remember them all. What do we do now? Let's move somewhere else. It's not safe here anymore." "Okay." After a quick discussion about moving, everyone started packing their belongings. They didn't have much stuff. A quick pack was enough. As for Qian Yuan and Cui Yu, they had no say and simply followed along. Qian Yuan suggested, "Why don't we just move to my manor? It's very safe there." He Ling sneered, "Sorry, we're perfectly fine. We don't want to court death." Qian Yuan retorted with a forced smile, "I never said I was going to take you all. I said from beginning to end that I was only taking my sister with me." He Ling paused, only to be shoved by Jiang Mian. "Hurry up and move. What are you standing there for? Are you blocking the way?" "TSK. Jiang Mian, can't I really beat this guy up? I absolutely hate him." Jiang Mian said righteously, "No, you can't touch him as long as I can see him." Chapter 302. Hearing this, He Ling smiled, "I understand. Don't worry, I definitely won't beat him up under your nose." Inside the villa, in a place unnoticed by anyone, the dead soldiers revived. Except for the headless man on the ground, the others were almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. After exchanging glances, the group followed their remaining memories back to their superiors, and reported on the mission. As expected, they received a barrage of scolding. One of them, unwilling to accept this, picked at his ear and immediately covered his superior's mouth. "Sir, join us. Our boss is the most understanding person. As long as you're useful, you can work for him." What? Jiang Mian and the others rented another house, a 4-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment, ready to move in immediately. Jiang Mian was troubled by the room allocation. There were 5 of them in 4 rooms, meaning one person would have to sleep on the sofa. And who that person would be was obvious. Qian Yuan pointed to himself incredulously. "Me? You want a prisoner to sleep on the sofa? Where are my human rights? Aren't you afraid I run away in the middle of the night?" Fu Yunhen said coldly, "You can't run away." Qian Yuan's eyes darted around, and he seemed to be plotting something. He then said to Jiang Mian, "Sister, can I sleep in the same room as you? Aren't you afraid I run away?" "No, thank you." The room arrangement was settled. Qian Yuan didn't have many human rights. He could either sleep in a room alone or share a room with Jiang Mian. As night deepened, Qian Yuan finally laughed. "They really don't treat me like an outsider. They're not even pretending anymore, are they? My sister, who's supposed to be my husband, and that ugly man don't even share a room. And this guy, who's supposed to be my father-in-law, acts like a child. Plus, the national treasure level Cui Yu playing Wang Xia is actually at the very bottom of this group." He muttered to himself, "Sister, you're a big liar. You changed your identity again. Are you going to leave me again in a month? But no, you can't. I finally found you. You have to stay by my side forever." Jiang Mian couldn't help but turn over in her sleep, feeling like something was watching her, making her sleep restlessly. When she woke up the next day, she still felt dizzy, a feeling she hadn't experienced in a long time. She swayed as she stood up, washed with water from her spatial storage, and finally felt a little more awake. Looking at the news from the brain-eating worms that had performed well yesterday, Jiang Mian couldn't help but smile. She was still too weak. She could be hunted down at any moment. She needed to become stronger, much stronger, strong enough that no one could harm her. What did the parasitic relationship, the fact that the human brain could fuel their ambition to grow stronger, matter? A soldier who doesn't want to climb the ranks isn't a good general. The law of the jungle has always been like this. This world had also shown her the true nature of humanity: war, chaos, and plunder. She wondered how much of an advantage she would gain in the event of a future catastrophe. Jiang Mian was inwardly excited, but outwardly remained calm. As for the other three, if she was capable enough to protect herself, she would choose to continue cooperating with them. If not, and she could only rely on her own abilities, then it would be a matter of individual survival. Don't blame her for being ruthless. After all, it was a game where everyone had to act independently. It was just a coincidence that she encountered two of them and cooperated with them once. The two men with ulterior motives were unaware that while they were indulging in romantic escapades and harboring inappropriate thoughts, the other protagonist only wanted to survive and had no intention of thinking about such things. It was a real-life depiction of the king is willing, but the goddess is indifferent. Now you have to go to work, although it's the kind where you have to watch your boss work, but after half a month, Jiang Mian has truly experienced the power of workplace life. She looked much more haggard. During this time, Fu Junhan and He Ling, truly living up to their status as top figures in the game, quickly grasped the distribution and planning of power within the game world. The government in this world has been completely marginalized. Aside from ordinary people who still believe in its usefulness, anyone with even a little bit of connections has absolutely no hope for it. This is because the current government is mostly composed of parasitic brain-eating parasites, or, while not parasitized, the next generation whose thinking has already been altered. They now encourage the common people to have children, even to use surrogates, though not openly. But advertisements in shopping mall restrooms, and even on billboards in certain places, all tout the benefits of doing so. They even lured naive young girls into their trap. The Fullerman family was one of their supporters, while the Changsheng group, for some reason, went from a cooperative relationship to a neutral one, sometimes opposing decisions, and sometimes promoting them. Like a morally ambiguous figure, or to put it bluntly, a weather vane, but not just any weather vane, but one holding the lives of countless people in its hands. Another issue is the brain-eating worm swarm. Although these worms are divided into many smaller factions, they all share one common goal: parasitism. Of course, the most dramatic aspect is that this world is full of traitors. Among the brain-eating worms, there are those who want peaceful coexistence. Among humans, there are those who want to join the brain-eating worms for immortality. What can you do when faced with such people besides surrender? In the past 2 weeks, Jiang Mian has also begun to lower his guard against Qian Yuan. This girl indeed has no intention of escaping, nor has she mentioned notifying others to capture them. Not only that, in the 2 weeks he spent with Qian Yuan, they frequently encountered groups of soldiers raiding the wilderness. Their forces were quite scattered and disorganized. It seemed quite a few wanted Qian Yuan dead. This was the 7th group in the past 2 weeks, an average of 1 group every 2 days. Qian Yuan, what have you done? So many people hate you to the point of wanting to kill you. Qian Yuan looked innocent. I don't know, it seems like everyone hates me. Maybe outstanding people are just so indeed. Jiang Mian was already used to his nonsensical remarks, and didn't take him seriously. Seeing Jiang Mian ignore him, Qian Yuan asked again, do you want to go out and play? I can take you out. Jiang Mian coldly replied, no, it's too dangerous outside. I just want to stay here and live safely. Chapter 303. Other cities outside could self-destruct at any moment. Even she would have to dodge enemy fire. She didn't want to invite trouble. Qian Yuan was silent. He looked at Jiang Mian and said, I will definitely develop a drug to block the brain-eating amoeba's parasitic infection as soon as possible. You be the first to inject it. Jiang Mian looked at Qian Yuan as if he were looking at a fool. Was he really so open about wanting her to be a drug test subject? She'd have to be stupid to be a drug test subject. And this guy looked at her so seriously, as if he genuinely believed that making her a drug test subject was for her own good. Late at night, while everyone was asleep, Jiang Mian switched places with an ant she had deliberately placed outside and left. She was extremely skilled at this trick. She was confident no one would notice. However, at the same time, Fu Junhan opened his eyes, looked at the empty night, and then disappeared as well. There's a saying, the difference between first and second place always lies in the ceiling of the first, not the second. Unfortunately, after chasing for a while, Fu Junhan lost sight of Jiang Mian. He looked at this unfamiliar place with some frustration. The last time he followed Jiang Mian, he lost his way here, and it was the same this time. Jiang Mian was unaware that someone was following her. She had simply habitually assumed an incredibly powerful enemy, which was why she had set up several teleportation points along her usual route. Unexpectedly, it was precisely because of her caution that she avoided being spied on. These past 2 weeks haven't been entirely peaceful. Besides the occasional assassinations, some players have clashed with local forces, and the brain-eating worms have begun to multiply rapidly. Among them, a newly emerging force multiplied rapidly. No one knew how long they had been hiding, and by the time others realized what was happening, this force had already devoured 3 smaller groups. Now, this small force had grown into a medium-sized power, with over 20,000 insects. Chui Yu had finally found his purpose. Following the big boss was great. He didn't have to worry about food or drink, and he could even command a large group of people. He only needed to operate from behind the scenes, like in a game, overseeing the overall situation, and then sending his men to kill another group of brain-eating insects. Although he didn't understand where the big boss got so many people, and why he insisted on killing these brain-eating insects, perhaps the big boss wanted to gain more bonus points. Not only the big boss, but just by commanding these people to attack the brain-eating insects, his bonus points would probably increase significantly after this. Thinking this, Chui Yu worked even harder. Jiang Mian watched the scene under his command, and couldn't help but shake her head. Chui Yu was only suited for defending cities. When it came to attacking, he was extremely cautious. It's said that a kind heart doesn't make for a good army, and Chui Yu is exactly that kind of person. Jiang Mian pointed to a location on the map and said, "Here. Take this place tonight. Our army will rescue the humans inside, and you don't need to worry about the rest." Chui Yu looked at Jiang Mian, his eyes sparkling. Under their command, they had already rescued countless civilians, who had voluntarily joined their ranks. It would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. Chui Yu truly felt like a savior, everything going smoothly, constantly expanding his power, something he had never imagined. He had always thought that in this kind of mission world, he could only stay cooped up in one place, waiting for time to slowly pass and trying to complete the game as quickly as possible. He never imagined that one day he would be able to stand up and face those dangers, turning them into opportunities. A mayor who had once attacked his city sat here leisurely. Although all the civilians in his city, or the new humans parasitized by the brain-eating worms, were dead, it didn't matter. He was still alive, and he and his family were still alive and well. After finishing the necessary social engagements, the man was helped home by his secretary. The male secretary was handsome and slender, the type most men and women would find attractive. The drunken man suddenly grabbed his secretary's back, his alcohol-smelling mouth close to her lips. "Anan, how long have you been following me?" Even being embraced, the secretary showed no reaction, obediently replying, "Half a month." "Half a month? Time flies. Actually, I quite like you. If it weren't for my shrewish wife at home, I would definitely bring you home and give you a proper status." Anan remained unmoved, her back to him. Seeing this, the mayor, encountering such a dull lover for the first time, could no longer restrain himself. He tried to forcibly remove the man's clothes, but in the next second, Anan suddenly raised her head, grabbed the mayor's hair, and slammed him against the table. Still immersed in his fantasies, the mayor was stunned by the impact. When he came to his senses and tried to resist, he found himself unable to move. His initial plan to feign madness under the influence of alcohol and then force himself on her had vanished completely. His tone was one of displeasure. "Anan, what are you doing? If you don't like me treating you like that, I won't do it again. You didn't need to tie me up. Look at this mess, it's so unsightly." Anan turned around, tilting his head in a pose no human could possibly manage, and said with a grin, "Mayor, I like you very much, so please give me your skin." A red light flashed in the mayor's eyes. He could break free of the ropes binding him, but faster than him was a brain-eating worm much larger than an ordinary one. The brain-eating worm flew out of Anan's eyeballs and attacked him. "Ah!" Qian Yuan clutched his chest, breathing heavily. Just now, the controlled puppet summoned him, but he hadn't had time to resist, watching the worm fly towards him. He chuckled softly. "Death? Nothing more than that." He experienced this feeling countless times, and experiencing it again now was still incredibly thrilling. "Boss, is it ready now?" Brother Anan seems to have succeeded. I saw the mayor turn gray. Jiang Mian nodded, waved his hand, and led several hundred men towards a mountain villa. Chui Yu was familiar with these people. They were always the ones who went into battle, and those within 100 meters of him were all gray in his eyes. In his mind, the boss must have obtained some kind of fortuitous encounter to control these guys, which was why he had enough power to challenge the local forces. He wasn't curious. He just needed to do his job. Curiosity killed the cat, and Chui Yu wasn't a cat, but he didn't want to die either. When the group arrived at the villa, it was brightly lit, as if a banquet was being held. It has to be said, this family really loves attending banquets. Doesn't that save them trouble? Jiang Mian simply waved his hand, ordering his men to deal with the guards near the manor. Those half-dead were parasitized, while those already parasitized were killed and devoured to become stronger. Inside the banquet hall, the middle-aged woman, who was choosing a bride for her son, oh no, was arranging a blind date for him, panicked upon hearing the gunshots outside. What's going on? Guards? Where are the guards? Why are there gunshots outside? Have some criminals broken in? Chapter 304. Just then, the outer door opened, and Jiang Mian walked in, surrounded by a group of people. Looking at the chaotic crowd in the banquet hall, after Cui Yu pointed to some people, those behind them immediately opened fire, killing them. However, the killed people stood up again. The experienced ladies immediately understood that these were people parasitized by brain-eating worms, and they immediately kept their distance. Seeing this, Jiang Mian couldn't help but smile and waved her hand, tie them all up. We decide what to do later. The people behind her moved swiftly, their binding techniques extremely practiced, as if they had practiced dozens of times. Even the ropes they used to bind them were stained with blood. As for those who had resurrected, Jiang Mian dealt with them, and their corpses were dragged down, where the brain-eating worms inside were naturally devoured. Cui Yu pointed to the ground and said obsequiously, "Boss, there are still some green ones down there that haven't been parasitized, and a few red ones too." Jiang Mian nodded and led Cui Yu and a few underlings down. There were actually guards here. They were definitely not simple. Jiang Mian didn't even need to lift a finger. Cui Yu and her underlings swiftly dealt with the guards, who were then dragged down like sacks. The underlings pushed open the door, first checking for any danger, before making way for Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian noticed that they seemed to be becoming more and more human-like. This world might have some kind of buff that was beneficial to their growth. They had used brain-eating worms to parasitize humans before, but now they seemed even more human-like. No wonder they could hide in the crowd without being discovered. Jiang Mian climbed the steps, step by step, and entered. The air below was cold, like being in a freezer. The soles of everyone's shoes scraped against the floor, making a tap-tap sound that echoed throughout the basement. As one of his underlings pushed open a door, Jiang Mian stepped inside, but his steps faltered at the doorway. "What's wrong, boss? What's going on in there?" Cui Yu, after seeing the scene inside, didn't even finish his sentence. He abruptly stopped himself. He quickly turned away, his voice still tinged with shock and panic. How could this be? Jiang Mian couldn't answer him either. This was the first time in all their time in the wilderness that they had actually witnessed the humans Qian Yuan had described trading with the brain-eating worms. There was no one else in the basement, only women. They were locked in individual cubicles with transparent glass, allowing everyone to clearly see what the people on the other side were doing. Their every move was under the watchful eyes of others. That wouldn't be so bad. At most, they were just restricted in their freedom. But what's more, they were completely naked, standing exposed before everyone. Yet, they seemed used to it. Girls of all ages stared at them expressionlessly, their hands never stopping. They were actually exercising, doing yoga or aerobics. Even some of the heavily pregnant girls were strolling around the room, which contained only a bed and a bedside table, enjoying themselves. These scenes made Jiang Mian's scalp tingle. She felt like she was about to explode. Just then, a woman approached her and asked suspiciously, "Are you new here? Why are you wearing clothes? If the adults see you, you'd be punished. Take your clothes off quickly, don't implicate us." As she spoke, seeing Jiang Mian didn't move, the woman began to tear at her clothes. Jiang Mian looked at her, not angry at her offense, nor able to be angry. Instead, she asked softly, "Do you want to die?" The woman's empty expression froze, her hands stopping their movements. She uttered only one word, "Yes." Jiang Mian took out stacks of clothes from her spatial storage and said to the woman, "But I think someone else deserves to die. Put these clothes on, and I take you to find those people. Only after killing them will you be free. If you can't kill them, you won't find peace even in death." "Okay." Jiang Mian surveyed the surroundings. This seemed to be a place for conception. Some of the women's rooms even had information cards indicating how many months pregnant they were. Further down the stairs were infant petri dishes, and even some newborn babies placed in them. However, don't expect anyone to carefully nurture them. These were just children who hadn't been taken away. They had 4 needles inserted to administer intravenous nutrition and ensure their survival rate. No one cared about the side effects. Jiang Mian took a deep breath and turned to Cui Yu, whose eyes were already bloodshot. "Have those women come and claim the babies. If no one claims them, take the children out and see if any of them are nurses or doctors. Remove the 4 needles from the baby's hands." Cui Yu nodded and immediately did as instructed. Shortly afterward, several listless women came down from above. They were also somewhat frightened by what they saw. Cui Yu whispered, they said several of the children's mothers died in childbirth, and the only survivor went insane and refuses to claim the children. So, I brought some nurses and doctors from upstairs. Jiang Mian nodded, then went upstairs and asked, which of these people are players? Cui Yu pointed to a few of them. They looked extremely dejected and were among the first women to come and steal the clothes. Jiang Mian nodded understandingly, saying nothing more, nor did she go up to greet the players or exchange identities. Exchanging identities with people in their time of need is like stabbing them in the heart. She wasn't that kind of person who liked to look down on others. After they were dressed, Jiang Mian led them away. Then she took out the brain-eating worm she had been working with the mayor, and threw it to the group of women. The woman who initially tried to undress Jiang Mian was the most ruthless. She had already lost 7 children. For the past 3 years, she had been like a puppet, giving birth to others, then giving birth again, unable to save a single one. These people were like beasts, using special drugs to accelerate the growth of their unborn children, completely disregarding the mother's safety. This was why so many had died. In fact, death was more like a blessing to them. After all, death meant they wouldn't have to endure such suffering anymore. Hearing the woman's explanation, Jiang Mian's heart was once again stirred. These beasts were not human. How could they deserve to live? Taking the lives of their own kind and living so freely. How dare they? Jiang Mian temporarily settled these women in a manner. Those who wished to leave were not forced to stay. Everything was entirely up to them. The manor had become her private domain. As for the original inhabitants of the manor, they had all become her underlings, at her beck and call. Chapter 305. When Jiang Mian returned home, her face was still pale. Images of crying babies, like livestock, placed in cradles, and women forced to lose their dignity flashed through her mind. So when Qian Yuan came to see her the next day, her face was extremely grim. Looking at Qian Yuan, still sitting at his desk, seemingly fiddling with something, she asked anxiously, "Aren't you going to make potions? What are you doing in your office all day?" Jiang Mian admitted that she genuinely resented him, which was why she was so harsh on Qian Yuan. Or perhaps, Qian Yuan was always shameless, so she seemed to have developed a habit of lashing out at him soon after seeing him. Jiang Mian rubbed her forehead. She didn't really know why she'd become so irritable, and could only admit, "Sorry. I'm in a bad mood today. I didn't mean to be mean to you." This was the first time Qian Yuan had heard Jiang Mian apologize to him, which flattered him. "It's okay, sister. As long as you stay with me from now on, that's enough. I don't care about your bad attitude towards me." Qian Yuan looked at Jiang Mian with eyes full of doting affection, as if Jiang Mian were his most precious treasure. "TSK. You two are putting on a sweet act, but the outside world is in complete chaos." He Ling pushed open the door and saw Qian Yuan trying to rest his head on Jiang Mian's lap, and Jiang Mian didn't seem to mind, so she rolled her eyes. Jiang Mian then came to her senses and asked him what he meant. He Ling handed the phone to Jiang Mian, pointing to a news article and saying, "Look. The reports say that many people have been parasitized, and in many cities, only 1 in 10 locals remain. They're all demanding that the authorities eliminate this menace once and for all." Jiang Mian took the phone and examined it carefully, unable to help but twitch her lips. These people were truly, utterly bizarre. Or perhaps, since it wasn't their business, it didn't bother them, so their attitude towards other cities was simply to bomb them indiscriminately. She changed her phone's location, and then some comments she hadn't seen online before popped up. Most of them contained hidden censored words. Without them, the comments section would probably be filled with insults that could send the upper echelons flying. The people in these cities were furious, on one hand pointing fingers at the inaction of those in power and wanting to kill everyone, while on the other hand wanting to leave these cities by transportation. Some people thought it was just fake news and didn't care much. It wasn't until the first group of people who escaped posted online that their cities had been sealed off that the rest began to panic. Jiang Mian put down his phone and looked at Qian Yuan. "Is all of this true? Are the higher-ups really going to wipe out everyone in the other cities?" Qian Yuan's expression wasn't good either. He nodded heavily. "I hoped it was fake, but it turns out it's true. The orders have been issued, at the latest in 3 days." Jiang Mian stroked his chin, his mind racing. This won't do. She sent out so many henchmen all over these cities. The population should be over 10,000 by now. If they're all bombed, all her efforts over the past few days will be wasted. The more he thought about it, the more unacceptable it seemed. Jiang Mian looked at Qian Yuan and asked, "As the president of Changsheng Group, can't you vote to stop this disaster?" Qian Yuan shrugged. Sister, I'm not that powerful. I'm just a figurehead, only slightly more powerful than the average person. Well, it seems Jiang Mian can't rely on Qian Yuan. She have to find another way. In a corner unnoticed by anyone, Qian Yuan's eyes darkened. Didn't my sister used to dislike saving people? I had to beg her to let me follow her. Why is she so eager to help others now? Am I not worthy? Unfortunately, no one knew what he was thinking. Only He Ling, also a pervert, glanced at him subtly. However, the ever-arrogant He Ling didn't care about the thoughts of a native. In his eyes, he was just someone who remembered them, and a somewhat obsessive one at that. If it weren't for using his identity in this world, he would have killed him long ago. Jiang Mian stroked her chin. How should she handle this? The dead of night is the perfect time to do bad things, but this time, she'd been caught red-handed. After Jiang Mian finished exchanging positions, she was about to move on to the next one, when she suddenly saw a figure walking towards her from behind the tree she had swapped with. The figure moved silently, as if the person hadn't been there before. Her pupils contracted, a natural first reaction to stress. A dagger instantly appeared in her hand. Jiang Mian inwardly berated herself for her carelessness, and turned to warily watch the person opposite her. Seeing that their target had finally arrived, the newcomer stopped playing games, removed their disguise, and revealed their face. Seeing the man's expression, Jiang Mian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and asked irritably, Fu Junhan, what are you doing here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Fu Junhan seemed oblivious to the displeasure in her tone, and said calmly, waiting for one of those little mice who sneak out every night. Jiang Mian didn't want to admit she was that little mouse, so she pretended not to understand and said, Is that so? Then you can continue waiting for your little mouse here. I have something to do, so I'd be leaving now. Fu Junhan hadn't expected Jiang Mian to be so shameless, able to leave without batting an eye even after being caught red-handed. So, without a word, he followed Jiang Mian, going wherever she went. Jiang Mian used several teleportation methods, but was caught by the man each time. She then remembered that this guy had plenty of gold coins. Buying a few tracking cards was normal. Seeing Jiang Mian finally stop, Fu Junhan also slowed his pace. Jiang Mian cut to the chase, asking, What exactly do you want? Fu Junhan stared at her expressionlessly until Jiang Mian couldn't help but frown. Only then did he say, Didn't we agree to cooperate? You've been operating covertly these past few days. Don't you think you owe an explanation? Hearing his question, Jiang Mian scoffed, somewhat annoyed, and said, Cooperation is cooperation, but that doesn't mean I have to tell you all my secrets. Everyone has their secrets, you have yours, He Ling has his, and so do I. Isn't the biggest premise of our cooperation precisely to work together to get through this mission? Do you expect me to tell you my private affairs? Chapter 306. In short, what Jiang Mian said meant that Fu Junhan was meddling too much. They were just business partners, not family, so he didn't seem to have the right to tell her what to do in the mission world. This isn't how you cooperate. Fu Junhan fell silent, and finally, for reasons unknown, he uttered a ridiculously lame excuse. We're husband and wife in this world, so at least we should maintain the appearance of a couple, right? Jiang Mian finally snapped, looking at him with an expression as if he were an idiot. Seriously, buddy? We both know our relationship. What are you pretending for? Just say it directly, stop playing games, it only annoys me. Jiang Mian even considered whether to continue cooperating with him. This guy was meddling far too much. She wasn't his superior or his boss. There was no need for her to explain everything so clearly. Fu Junhan could see that Jiang Mian was genuinely impatient, and he was at his wit's end. Unable to find anything else to say to her, he bluntly stated, What do you want to do? I go with you. However, Jiang Mian wasn't keen on him going with her, mainly because she didn't want too many people to know some of her secrets. However, this guy is also an invaluable asset in terms of combat power. After careful consideration, Jiang Mian stretched out her hand, her previous impatient expression changing, and said with a smile, All right, Fu Junhan, welcome to join my plan. What I'm going to do is very simple. I just can't bear to see people suffer. Didn't the news say they were going to bomb the city? So, I'm planning to steal their bombing weapons and supplies, so those people won't die. Don't you think so? Fu Junhan fell silent. Based on her understanding of him, he wasn't such a selfless person. Saving lives was probably a pretense. Stealing military resources was his real intention. Afraid of saying the wrong thing, Fu Junhan honestly didn't ask any more questions and nodded, agreeing to this unequal cooperation. After all, who told him to come to her like this, chasing after Jiang Mian? The two traveled quickly until they left the city and reached a deserted suburb. Jiang Mian stopped and released a gigantic crow. After emerging, the crow nuzzled Jiang Mian's face affectionately. This crow was one she had personally raised. With the golden growth potion she obtained from the previous world, combined with the healing power of the spiritual spring, injecting the golden potion into this ordinary crow caused it to change according to the dosage, gradually growing to enormous size. However, at the same time, it began to become ferocious. It had previously destroyed the breeding space and the homes of several livestock. Jiang Mian had to control it and feed it some spiritual spring water to bring it back to normal. Meanwhile, its intelligence seemed to have increased. Now it acted like a 3-year-old child, at least able to understand simple commands. This was the crow's first time out, and it was extremely excited. It was very thrilled while flying with Jiang Mian and another man, but to ensure its masters were not harmed, it didn't act too recklessly. After setting them down and receiving permission, it flew freely in the sky. Fu Junhan sighed, "You have more good stuff than I ever imagined." Jiang Mian pretended not to hear him, completely ignoring his words. She looked at Fu Junhan, gesturing for him to go. Fu Junhan could only obediently create a commotion, attracting the attention of a group of people. "Someone's there? Halt! A 3 squad, attention! A suspicious person ran past you. This person has already killed 3 team members. You can open fire and arrest them. A 3 squad, attention!" Looking at the chaotic scene, Jiang Mian left without looking back, following another group to the logistics area. That team checked the ordinary room, then picked up the walkie-talkie and said to the command center, "Report. All safe." The person on the other end of the earpiece said yes, and then the team of several dozen people stood guard. Shortly afterward, several more teams entered from outside, also standing guard. Unbeknownst to them, the suspicious person had already gone inside before them. Jiang Mian was overjoyed as she looked at the large quantity of weapons and artillery shells. Who would have thought that what appeared to be an ordinary school was actually a military base hidden away? Did those students ever consider during gym class that the ground beneath their feet was hollow, and that the space beneath their feet was filled with expensive artillery shells? Now, all of this would benefit Jiang Mian. If she could simply store these things away, they would be unable to launch devastating attacks on city after city. Meanwhile, her underlings wouldn't die as many, and they have a greater chance of growing stronger. Jiang Mian finished collecting the supplies and left, arriving at the meeting point with Fu Junhan. Fu Junhan remained calm and collected, appearing not only unharmed but also radiant. Of course, that's assuming you ignored his changed clothes. Jiang Mian patted his strong shoulder and sincerely praised him. "Not bad, you're quite capable." Now we head to another location. In the dead of night, a large amount of weaponry had vanished, leaving those who had united to launch attacks on the cities dumbfounded. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. So much weaponry just disappeared like that. I can't help but suspect you embezzled the war supplies. In the conference room, a group of dejected men hung their heads, being berated by officers above them, who even accused them of embezzling the weapons, which they found objectionable. Yes, they were greedy, but not this much. Such a large quantity of weapons disappeared. If they were to compensate for it, they couldn't afford it even if they gave up their entire family's lives. This crime absolutely cannot be pinned on them. General Hu, do you have any evidence for what you're saying? If you don't, we will sue you in a military court. You're falsely accusing so many of us without cause. We're doing this for the hope of all humanity. Aren't you afraid of disappointing those behind us? That's right, General Hu. How can you fabricate such things without evidence? We need justice. Yes, you must give us justice. Chapter 307. Seeing that this group was about to attack him en masse, General Hu, who had originally intended to make them take the blame, could only try to reason with them politely. Jiang Mian was unaware that she and Fu Junhan had worked together on a major operation all night, and coupled with her recent nighttime outings and daytime surveillance of Qin Yuan, she was incredibly tired. The first thing she did upon arriving home was collapse into bed. Anyway, it was the weekend, and they didn't have to work. Meanwhile, the residents, considered the lowest rung of society, waited desperately for the artillery fire that would fall from the sky at any moment. However, after waiting for a long time, they discovered that there was no disaster as they had anticipated. Instead, the sky remained clear and blue. These people breathed a sigh of relief. However, one thing still kept them from completely at ease. Access to the outside world was still restricted. They were still trapped inside the city. At this point, the players were much more at ease, using every trick in the book to escape the city. The remaining players, however, became complete sacrifices, cannon fodder in the battle against the brain-eating worm swarm. Qian Yuan, eating breakfast, noticed Jiang Mian hadn't gotten up, so she subconsciously asked, "Where's my sister? Isn't she awake yet?" Fu Junhan, sipping coffee, paused upon hearing Qian Yuan's question, then uttered a cryptic remark, "Her? She's probably exhausted from last night." To those unaware of what had happened the previous night, this statement was extremely ambiguous, given their status as husband and wife. Qian Yuan's expression instantly lost control, her gaze darkening as she stared at Fu Junhan. He Ling, however, overheard something else and asked warily, "You two went out last night. What did you do?" Fu Junhan remained silent, then smiled, "We're husband and wife." This statement only fueled suspicion. After calming herself, Qian Yuan excitedly approached Jiang Mian after she woke up, handing her a vial of medicine. Jiang Mian was puzzled. "What's this?" Qian Yuan proudly declared, "A vial. It's a new one we developed. After testing, this injected medicine prevents the brain-eating worms from parasitizing the human body. Instead, they're rejected. With this medicine, we no longer fear the brain-eating worms spreading. As long as we're human now, we always be human." "You mean, the medicine works for those who haven't been parasitized yet? What happens after someone who has been parasitized is injected?" Qian Yuan remained silent, not wanting to lie to her. The conversation ended there. Jiang Mian guessed that those already infected, even after receiving the drug, were probably beyond saving. After all, for a brain-eating amoeba to infect a human, its first step is to devour the brain. Once the brain is gone, what use are these anti-brain-eating parasites? Jiang Mian estimated that many people would be unwilling to accept this outcome. Sure enough, after the drug was released, many people refused to use it and protested against the act. Residents paraded through the streets with banners. Jiang Mian had only seen such scenes in old documentaries, seemingly during times when their country was invaded, with students and civilians parading through the streets. He never expected to witness such a scene again, especially under these circumstances. Jiang Mian took a few steps back, looking at Qian Yuan, who was clearly disappointed, and asked, "What do you want to say about the current situation?" Qian Yuan gave a wry smile. "What can I say? It's a matter of opinion. Those willing to be injected will be, and those unwilling won't be willing to be injected even if you plead with them to the ends of the earth." He subtly changed the subject. "Sister, did you inject the medicine I gave you?" Jiang Mian's eyes flickered slightly, and she smiled, saying, "Of course. With such a good thing, I'd be the first to use it. Besides, didn't you personally test it on someone in front of me? It really does prevent brain-eating amoeba parasitism." Hearing this, Qian Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes filled with warmth as he looked at Jiang Mian, and he wanted to say something more. Jiang Mian excused herself to go to the restroom, and then texted Fu Junhan, "The potion is definitely problematic. According to you, the game wouldn't let us clear it so easily. Plus, knowing Qian Yuan as I do, he's been constantly asking me if I've been injected with the potion these past 2 days, which is very suspicious. He asked me again today, and only when I said I had did he show a genuine smile." Fu Junhan replied, "Sure enough, based on my previous investigation, most of those rescued at sea died or became experimental subjects. Only he not only survived, but lived a very comfortable life, even becoming the head of a corporation. He Ling, be careful around him, don't let him suddenly lose control. The moment I saw him, I felt he wasn't as simple as he seemed, and sure enough, he's the one pulling the strings. He Ling, besides, he always gives me a familiar feeling. That guy is definitely not normal, even a bit perverted." Jiang Mian, "Yeah. It's true that only like attracts like. You two are both pretty perverted." He Ling, "Really? You think I'm perverted too? But I'm a little different from Qian Yuan. At least my face is real, and I'm quite handsome, unlike him who's ugly." Jiang Mian became unhappy about this. What did he mean? Saying Qian Yuan was ugly? Then Qian Yuan had plastic surgery to look like him. Wouldn't that be indirectly saying he was ugly? Mian, although he had plastic surgery, he had it done to resemble my face. To be honest, the moment I saw him, I was captivated by him, which means the surgery was quite successful. Please don't judge others with your petty attitude, okay? Fu Junhan, laughing to death. He Ling, then go die. What's wrong? Qian Yuan didn't understand why Jiang Mian had been staring at his face after going to the bathroom. Jiang Mian shook his head and sincerely praised, "I think you're quite good looking. I remember your features were quite outstanding when you were little. I wonder what you look like when you grow up." Seeing Jiang Mian's curiosity about his appearance, Qian Yuan's eyes lit up. He immediately opened his phone's photo album and found a picture of himself before the surgery. It was a picture of a boy in a hospital gown. The boy was pale and somewhat sickly, but his skin was very fair. It was clear that before the surgery, he was also a melancholy young man. Jiang Mian truly couldn't understand why he wanted to get plastic surgery to look like her. Was it really as bizarre as he claimed? Sister, do you think I looked good before? Jiang Mian nodded and genuinely praised, pretty good, quite handsome. Chapter 308. Heh! Qian Yuan chuckled lightly, but I think I look my best now, closest to you, the most beautiful. Just like when you first saw me, weren't you captivated by my appearance? Jiang Mian felt awkward at this topic. She admitted she was indeed a bit superficial, but being directly called out was quite embarrassing. Jiang Mian was silent for a while before changing the subject. When they returned home that evening, as expected, they were attacked again. However, it had to be said that one of the forces had gone too far, even targeting the driver. Jiang Mian took a deep breath and looked helplessly at Qian Yuan. Why are you so hated? So many people want to kill you. Qian Yuan's tone was extremely pitiful. I don't know. I'm puzzled too. Looking at his pretentious act, Jiang Mian almost rolled her eyes. If they hadn't split up to investigate, she probably would have believed Qian Yuan was just incredibly naive and unlucky. This guy must be holding something, which is why so many people are constantly hunting him down. However, no matter how she questioned him, he wouldn't answer, which frustrated Jiang Mian. Therefore, she didn't stop him when he went berserk. She wanted to see if she could force him to reveal his trump card, but Jiang Mian was overthinking it. Seeing the car spiraling out of control and about to plunge off the cliff, Qian Yuan remained panicked, but didn't take any further action. This also indirectly proves that Qian Yuan is indeed no ordinary person. His composure in such a situation is something no ordinary person could do. Not only that, he also tried to take advantage of Jiang Mian in this dangerous situation. He lunged forward, trying to hug her waist, but Jiang Mian dodged him as expected. He wasn't embarrassed at all, grabbing Jiang Mian's arm and crying, Sister, I'm so scared. Will we just die like this, becoming a pair of doomed lovers? Brother won't be angry, right? After all, you're husband and wife. Wouldn't it be bad if we became doomed lovers? The driver, who had overheard some gossip before his death, felt he struck gold. He never imagined that the seemingly autocratic CEO was actually a lovelorn mistress. If this news got out, it would be worth a fortune, but unfortunately, the situation was too critical for him to share this gossip with anyone. Jiang Mian remained expressionless, coldly uttering, No, because I won't die. Only you will die. So, we're not a pair of doomed lovers, but you can be a pair of doomed lovers with the driver. Qian Yuan complained, Sister, how can you say that to me? I don't want to be a pair of doomed lovers with this driver. I only be a pair with you, sister. Jiang Mian rolled her eyes. Qian Yuan, even now, you're still unwilling to show your true abilities? Qian Yuan looked bewildered. Sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I want to live too, but we're already facing death. There's nothing I can do. I'm sorry, sister, I made you suffer with me. Sure enough, if it came to madness, only He Ling could rival Qian Yuan. This woman, who valued her life above all else, couldn't compare to the two of them. She gave Qian Yuan one last look before disappearing into the tumbling car. Qian Yuan's expression changed. He hadn't expected Jiang Mian to actually abandon him like this. It shouldn't be like this. Things shouldn't have turned out this way. He hadn't shown any weakness. Why is this happening? Why? Why did you abandon me again? You said you wouldn't abandon me again. Why? His eyes were bloodshot, his angry voice almost a roar. The driver, in his dying moments, hadn't even realized what was going on. Qian Yuan slowly climbed to the spot where the car had crashed, where another car was already approaching. Outside were several bodyguards in black, looking like they were welcoming some important figure. Qian Yuan gave an address, his fingers constantly fiddling with the ring on his hand. This was the identity Jiang Mian was supposed to assume. The ring on her hand should belong to her and her husband. Qian Yuan had snatched it from her before Jiang Mian disappeared. He stroked the ring, his heart filled with the pain of betrayal. He now understood perfectly well that Jiang Mian hadn't injected the drug at all. Her claim of having injected it was just a lie to lower his guard. He had been careless, too trusting, and had let her disappear from his life once again. Sister, you're all I have left. You can't leave me. The car started, taking Qian Yuan away. When Qian Yuan returned to their old place, she found it deserted. She laughed in anger. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he still couldn't help but feel angry when he actually saw everyone leave. It seemed they had planned to leave at any time, leaving him the only one kept in the dark, or rather, the only one treated as an outsider. He had been too careless, failing to notice this, assuming the other three were like him, not trusted by Jiang Mian. In the end, only he was excluded. Ha! Heh! He grew angrier the more he thought about it, immediately issuing bounties on the others. However, none of them had revealed their true appearance to him from beginning to end. Only Jiang Mian, whom he knew well, could he accurately identify. Meanwhile, the others, now disguised, sat in the living room, discussing their next move. After we leave, this guy will definitely go crazy. We better stay away from him. The other three nodded, agreeing with Jiang Mian's assessment, and also pointing out the differences they had noticed recently. He Ling produced a container filled with blood and said, "Using my position, I successfully infiltrated their ranks and discovered that the main ingredient in their newly developed drugs is this vial of blood. After dilution, adding it to their previously developed inhibitory agents will have a greater effect." Fu Junan continued, "These drugs are mostly distributed not to ordinary civilians, but to high-ranking officials who haven't yet been parasitized. Many of these officials are already infected. These drugs don't seem to kill the brain-eating amoeba as advertised. Because I've seen some high-ranking officials who were previously confirmed to have turned gray, and after being injected with this drug, they were still alive and kicking, without any adverse effects." Cui Yu nodded in agreement. "Yes, I also saw several gray-level people injected with this drug. Their initial fear turned to joy. They didn't die on the spot or experience adverse reactions as advertised." Chapter 309. Jiang Mian nodded, looking at the container of blood. The most important thing now was to figure out what was inside. Qian Yuan had indeed conducted experiments in front of her. The brain-eating worms couldn't invade the brains of those injected with the drug. Jiang Mian thought for a moment, and then ordered Cui Yu to take some people to find a few people who hadn't been parasitized. Cui Yu obeyed and went to find them. Fu Junan asked suspiciously, "What do you want with those people?" Jiang Mian held up the blood, casually saying, "To test the effect of using blood alone. You suspect that the real culprit is this blood? Is it hard to guess? And I also suspect this blood is Qian Yuan's. After all, his face has been very pale lately. It's clearly a symptom of excessive blood loss, which fits perfectly, doesn't it?" Not long after, Cui Yu returned with several people who were unconscious. He wiped the sweat from his brow and said helplessly, "Boss, it's been incredibly difficult. There aren't many pure humans left in this city. They're mostly parasitized gray-haired beings or players. I only managed to catch a few with great difficulty. They just came from another city." Jiang Mian nodded, praised him a couple of times, and then had him inject the group with the drug. After a short wait, Jiang Mian took out several brain-eating worms. However, these worms did look rather strange, their bodies covered in pits and bumps. The others didn't say anything. Jiang Mian was also helpless. This world had almost used up all the brain-eating worms he had. These were some of the few mutated ones left in his space. Sure enough, after burrowing into the bodies, these creatures circled around and emerged, looking somewhat dizzy and nauseous. It seemed the blood had caused them considerable harm, but not fatally. It really was the blood that caused the problem. The remaining potion formulas were just a smoke screen, a cover-up. Fu Junan then looked at Jiang Mian. "You knew all along, which is why you didn't mass-produce and sell these potions, right?" Jiang Mian looked at him, as if he were an idiot. She wondered, was she really that smart? To have thought of something so far ahead? She had simply thought the production was too slow, and besides, she had already earned over 1 million gold coins from selling food. She hadn't considered this possibility at all. "Okay. Even if you dilute and purify a person's blood, how much can you possibly have?" She changed the subject, asking, "What are you going to do next? Continue cooperating, or part ways?" He Ling shrugged indifferently. "I'm fine with either." Fu Junan considered for a moment before saying, "Let's continue cooperating. I have a feeling the real danger in this mission world will come later." Jiang Mian nodded. Actually, whether they cooperated or not didn't matter. Her power had already grown, and she believed she still had the strength to fight. In the following days, everyone was free from work and no longer had their previous identities. Their daily tasks consisted of avoiding external searches and dealing with the occasional appearance of players, brain-eating worms, and government attacks. Now, they appeared in the public eye in a different guise. No one would associate them with their previous roles as incompetent husbands, cheating wives, and mischievous fathers. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qian Yuan, who had been unable to find Jiang Mian, grew anxious. Listening to the report from the captured prisoners, his face turned icy. "You mean in 7 days, you will leave this world, is that right?" The man on the ground, already delirious from torture, groaned in pain, barely suppressing the urge to vomit, and said, "Yes, in 7 more days, I can get out alive. Please, don't let them devour me, please. I told you everything I know." Xian Yuan waved his hand, ordering someone to take him away. Xian Yuan was left alone in the office. He rubbed his temples and said painfully, "Sister, why do you always force me? I just wanted you to stay with me. You've been lying to me all along, saying you stay, but it was only for a couple of weeks. You lied to me again. 7 more days, and you're leaving. You didn't even give me those 7 days, instead you secretly left. Don't blame me for taking a path of no return." Jiang Mian and Cui Yu returned from outside, their faces grim. The outside world had changed completely. The streets were deserted. Those who had been paraded through the streets were now dead, injured, or even devoured and parasitized by brain-eating worms. All of this was being broadcast live to the homes of ordinary people, the high definition and censored footage striking a chord deep within their souls. Those brain-eating worms that had once vowed to coexist peacefully with them could no longer suppress their nature and began frantically devouring others to expand their population. They fought and killed each other. The outside world was in complete chaos, with frenzied mobs everywhere, grabbing and tearing people apart. The two had driven back, but by the time they arrived home, the car was long gone, and their clothes were disheveled, all thanks to those crazed individuals. Something's wrong. Someone's probably sabotaged things. They're clearly not normal, like they gone mad. Fu Junhan and his companion noticed this upon their return. After discussing it, they decided to remain inactive for the next couple of days, to avoid being attacked by the mob. However, things had already escalated to this point. Could they simply stay home? The mob, like manipulated puppets, expressionlessly knocked on neighbors' doors, either claiming their family members had mutated and begging for shelter, or using other pretexts to break into homes. If they found humans, they would devour and parasitize them. If they found other brain-eating worms, but not from the same faction, they would devour them as well. In just 3 days, the once harmonious and beautiful city was littered with dismembered limbs and severed arms, the stench of blood lingering in the air. For every slight decrease in the stench of blood, more people would die, creating a vicious cycle that only intensified the stench. Jiang Mian drew the curtains. They were currently on a high floor of a hotel, and people would knock on the door intermittently. Sometimes, impatient, the people would simply barge in, becoming victims of their violence. But this couldn't go on forever. They couldn't keep killing like this. They needed to find a foolproof plan to eliminate this threat. "How about we escape this city under the cover of night?" Cui Yu suggested. However, this suggestion was immediately rejected by everyone. Chapter 310. No, although the city is chaotic, surveillance is still in place. If we just fly around in the air like this, we'd definitely be discovered. Besides, don't forget, besides the chaos in the city, someone is watching us. Cui Yu only remembered this now. On the surface, there were those parasitized humans, but behind the scenes, there was Xian Yuan, the mastermind, watching them. Jiang Mian, however, thought of a good place, a manor she had previously acquired. It was absolutely safe there because everyone inside was one of her people, or at least the women she had rescued, human beings, not parasitized monsters. "Come with me, we go somewhere else, it's safer there, and it won't be breached anytime soon." However, despite their careful planning, they hadn't considered the thoughts of those above them. Some had originally planned to sneak away under the cover of darkness, but even at midnight, the lights outside remained bright, adding a splash of color to the chaotic city. It was as if they were saying, "Keep killing, I light the way for you." They're insane! They're absolutely insane! It wasn't just them complaining, the other surviving players were complaining too. The people in this mission world were like mushrooms. Being bombarded at the start was bad enough, but after finally escaping to another city, most of the food and water in this world was inedible. They tolerated it though, because there was a powerful player in the game who could buy them food and water, albeit at a high price, at least allowing them to survive. As fate would have it, with only 7 days left in the game, the natives went berserk, attacking everyone, players and natives alike. They had no idea where they got their weapons, and they fired indiscriminately at anyone in sight. They had finally found a hiding place, only to be targeted again. The attacks came wave after wave. Anyone who didn't know better would think they had broken some divine law and were being punished. Jiang Mian encountered a resident who attacked her directly. He was just an ordinary person, not infected by the brain-eating worm, but like everyone else, he killed indiscriminately. This was highly unusual. Jiang Mian understood almost instantly. These people had been injected with a drug containing blood components. Seeing the people who had quickly surrounded them, Jiang Mian whispered, change direction, there's no way forward. There were simply too many people ahead. Fewer and fewer people possessed their own thoughts. Most were either parasitized or controlled. This scene looked somewhat like the previous survival story on the water, giving everyone goosebumps. However, even after changing direction, they were still blocked from moving forward. Jiang Mian finally realized something was wrong. She looked up at the security camera outside the shop. Qian Yuan, you can see me, right? Dozens of kilometers away, Qian Yuan sat quietly on a leather sofa, his subordinates waiting for orders. He was no longer the pitiful, innocent figure he had been with Jiang Mian. Instead, he exuded arrogance and an air of command. Looking at the face he had longed for on the monitor, he couldn't help but smile. His sister was finally willing to show her true self. Just then, the phone on the man closest to Jiang Mian, who was also being held captive, rang. He answered it, and respectfully handed it to Jiang Mian. This woman was his future wife. He had to show her respect. Jiang Mian turned on her phone's speakerphone and heard a man's soft laughter from the other end. Sister, you lied to me again. This time I'm really angry. Jiang Mian took a deep breath, trying to soften her tone, and asked, what did I lie to you about? I don't even know myself? Stop pretending, sister. You're leaving again in a few days, right? Is that game really that important? Why don't you stay here with me? Isn't it good to stay here? There's food, drink, and even immortality. I can give you the characteristics of someone parasitized, but still let you retain your original thoughts. Isn't that good? Jiang Mian sneered, and then be controlled by you, right? Wow, little green tea finally stopped pretending and showed your true colors, huh? Unfortunately, you're wrong about one thing, Before He Ling could finish speaking, a projectile attacked him directly, completely interrupting He Ling's words. He Ling patted her slightly dirty clothes and said disdainfully, that's it? Little green tea, your skills are still lacking. Qian Yuan was indeed angry at first, but perhaps thinking of something, he laughed out loud. And who are you? How dare you speak to me like that? Unable to get what you want, you can only settle for second best, belittling me like this to show off in front of my sister? He Ling's expression changed. You little green tea, what do you mean? Are you looking for death? Give me your location if you dare, and I kill you. Jiang Mian held her breath, trying to gauge Qian Yuan's tone. Would he be provoked into revealing his location? However, they were overthinking it. Qian Yuan didn't tell He Ling his location. Instead, as if flirting, he said to Jiang Mian's sister, do you want to know where I am? Then you can follow that person, and he take you to where I am. The man who had just handed over the phone immediately made a gesture of invitation, wanting to invite Jiang Mian into the car. Jiang Mian knew that if she went this time, there would definitely be trouble, but she wanted to take a gamble. So, Jiang Mian waved her hand, instructing Cui Yu to take the two of them to the manor they had prepared earlier. Fu Juan frowned, but he didn't cause any trouble. Instead, he pulled the clearly unwilling He Ling away from there. Are you crazy? You're letting her face danger alone? We all know what Qian Yuan's feelings for him are. You know that, don't you? You like her, don't you? Are you just going to let her face danger like this? Fu Juhan turned his head sharply, coldly looking at He Ling. What nonsense are you talking about? My relationship with her is just a simple business partnership. Can you stop judging others by your own lustful mind? You have no class. Besides, she's completely her own person. Everything she does is based on certainty. If she wasn't confident, she wouldn't choose to take the risk. You still don't understand her. Don't say I'm nothing to her. Even if I were her husband, I wouldn't break her wings and stop her from soaring in the sky. Chapter 311. He Ling rolled his eyes, feeling that what he said was utter nonsense. In my opinion, only cowards would say such things. You can't even protect the person you want to protect, and all you do is spout high-sounding nonsense about not wanting to break her wings. It's quite ridiculous. Saying this, he didn't follow Cui Yu away, but instead changed direction. Cui Yu was taken aback, pointing in the direction he left and asking, huh? What do we do now? Should we go or not? After Jiang Mian got into the car, she closed her eyes to rest, as if the place she was about to go wasn't some deep abyss or tiger's den, but a tourist resort. She looked extremely relaxed. The driver in the front seat initially had a fawning expression, until a red thread flashed in his pupils, and the driver suddenly changed his expression. He greedily looked at the figure in the rearview mirror, countless thoughts of wanting to embrace her already rising in his mind, yet he rejected them himself. He knew that embracing her in his current body would frighten his sister, only pushing her further away. He figured he could endure his longing a little longer. The car pulled up to a manor, and slowly came to a stop. Jiang Mian opened her eyes and, without waiting for the driver to open the door, got out herself. Looking at her phone, still on a call screen, Jiang Mian asked, "What? You sent me here without coming to greet me yourself?" Just as she finished speaking, the manor gate slowly opened, and a black luxury car pulled out and stopped beside Jiang Mian. "Of course, I came to greet you myself, sister." The voice coming from the phone perfectly matched the voice on the other end. Jiang Mian hung up immediately and handed the phone back to the driver. Looking at Qian Yuan walking towards her, she acted as if nothing had happened, teasingly saying, "I thought you wouldn't dare come out. Afraid I kill you?" Qian Yuan opened the back door for her smile undiminished, and said, "How can you say that, sister? If you were willing to kill me, I'd be happy. At least, I'd die at your hands." Jiang Mian truly didn't understand where his possessiveness came from. She felt she hadn't done anything wrong, it just felt so inexplicable. Jiang Mian plopped down on the soft sofa, crossed her legs, spread her hands, and leaned back. "All right," she said helplessly, "now you can tell me what you want after going to all this trouble to find me." Qian Yuan smiled. "Sister, I want you to stay with me forever, is that okay?" "Sorry, no." Jiang Mian flatly rejected this unreasonable request. Qian Yuan looked helpless. He knew his sister would say that. He just really wanted her to say from the bottom of her heart that she wanted to be with him, but it seemed a bit difficult. "Fine. One day, I make you willingly stay with me, sister." Unexpectedly, Qian Yuan didn't intend to torment Jiang Mian. Instead, she treated her to good food and drink. However, Jiang Mian dared not eat any of it. She poured out all the food and milk the servants brought, right in front of Qian Yuan. "Sister, don't you like it?" Jiang Mian, "No, it's just that I'm sensitive to the smell of blood, and I can't eat anything with that smell." Qian Yuan frowned. "But wasn't the duck blood tofu you ate last night blood?" Jiang Mian lied through her teeth. "Oh, that wasn't duck blood, it was high-tech and ruthless work, it didn't contain a single drop of blood." Qian Yuan wanted to spend more time with Jiang Mian, but someone called her away. Before leaving, Jiang Mian vaguely heard something about someone breaking in. Seeing that Qian Yuan had indeed left, Jiang Mian pushed open the door and went out. She began searching the villa, trying to find Qian Yuan's secret. The elusive butler appeared beside her at this moment, respectfully asking, "Miss, please tell me what you're looking for." "I've been with Master for over 10 years, and I handled almost everything for him." Jiang Mian looked at the white-haired butler and tentatively asked, "Do you know where he usually likes to spend his time?" She was just asking, but unexpectedly, the butler actually led Jiang Mian to the study. Jiang Mian waved her hand, dismissing the butler, saying she would stay there alone for a while. The butler naturally had no objection, and even had other servants bring up some fruit platters for Jiang Mian to eat. When Yi Ling arrived, he saw Jiang Mian leisurely eating fruit and reading a book. He was immediately furious and threw the book next to Jiang Mian on the ground, making some noise to attract her attention. It was only then that Jiang Mian, looking at the notes in her hand, realized that someone had unknowingly slipped into her room. How could this be? Logically, her current combat strength ranked second. How could someone have gotten so close? Even now, she can't sense the person's presence. Could it be someone from another world trying to assassinate her? Thinking this, Jiang Mian used all her spiritual power to create a vacuum around herself. Yi Ling quickly dodged, retreating 3 meters away. He was furious, but unable to speak due to his current state. He could only send a message to Jiang Mian privately in the chat group. "Yi Ling, are you crazy? I came to save you." However, completely absorbed by the outside world, she didn't bother to check the message. Distraction is never a good habit in battle. Only when there was still no movement outside, but the notification in her mind kept ringing, did she finally open it. After reading it, she looked around, but still couldn't find the person. "Jiang Mian, what kind of trick is this? Why can't I even sense anyone else breathing around me?" "Yi Ling, it's just high-tech. That's why I can't make a sound. If I make a sound or move too much, I break away from the blended environment." Jiang Mian calmly changed direction. "Okay, I understand. You can leave now." Yi Ling was stunned. "No. What do you mean? I risked my life to save you, and you just want me to leave? Aren't you coming with me?" Although Jiang Mian couldn't see him, she still stared at the wall like he was an idiot. "Didn't I give you a warning when I left? I came here to find a way to deal with Qian Yuan, not to die. You're just ruining my plans." Yi Ling was taken aback. "When did you give us a warning? I didn't see it. Didn't Chui Yu tell you?" It would be one thing if the two didn't understand her warning, but Chui Yu had been with him for so long, He should have memorized her hand gestures. Chapter 312. Chui Yu, whose professional abilities were being questioned, was speechless with frustration. He hadn't even had a chance to speak before the person had already run away. He was helpless. He Ling, somewhat embarrassed, ignored the topic and asked, "Are you sure you can find a way to deal with him?" Jiang Mian held up something resembling a diary, showed it to him, and then quickly put it away. "I found it before you came into this room, but I didn't have time to look through much of it before you came in." Feeling the wind rushing past her ear, Jiang Mian instantly shifted her position. He Ling's hand fell empty. Jiang Mian smiled, "Aren't you leaving? Qian Yuan is coming back." He Ling replied with an okay, and then fell silent. Jiang Mian couldn't see him, and didn't know if he had left or was hiding. But it didn't matter. She had only said Qian Yuan was coming back casually. She hadn't installed a tracker on Qian Yu, so how would she know when he would return? Jiang Mian opened the diary, and was immediately captivated by the first page. After reading it, she fell completely silent. She finally understood where Qian Yuan's possessiveness towards her came from. He hadn't actually overcome each obstacle as easily as he claimed. Instead, he was like a blood bank, at the mercy of others' research. After being rescued from the sea, he was taken back by the Changsheng group and subjected to a series of examinations, blood tests, serum injections, and even vivisection. He endured all of this. What was even more unacceptable was that when the researchers realized he wasn't being devoured by the brain-eating amoeba, it actually fueled their desire to study him. One of the researchers, a madman, even speculated whether it was possible to sever his limbs, reattach other limbs, and then modify his body to allow his blood to regenerate indefinitely. Jiang Mian read that passage, her emotions a jumble of emotions. The thing my sister put in me allowed me to survive, but it also made me an object of their research. They not only killed my parents early on, but also made me watch as my sister's heart was taken and fed to me. I hate it so much. If I weren't so special, would my sister have survived? But I'm also grateful that my sister gave me the chance to live, allowing me to unleash my unique abilities. Those who injected my blood ultimately became my puppets, working for me. What had she given him? Jiang Mian tried hard to recall. It seemed she had given him a brain-eating worm at the very end to protect him. So, did something happen that gave him special abilities, causing him to suffer all this? His sister. She finally understood the saying. "Although my sister is dead, her heart lives on forever," she had thought. Qian Yuan's sister had been used as an organ donor, but the truth was far more cruel. Jiang Mian's sorrow deepened as she saw He Ling send her another message. "This little green tea used to be quite pitiful. What did you give him to make him stand out among so many parasitized people?" Jiang Mian didn't answer but asked, "Why are you still here? Didn't you leave?" He Ling. "Oh, I was worried about you, so I planned to save your life when you were in danger." Jiang Mian didn't know how much of his statement was true or false, but she still retorted, "Dude, is it possible that you already been pushed out of second place on the combat power ranking? I'm second now, and you're third." He Ling. "Combat power ranking? Who believes that stuff? At our level, it's about methods, not combat power. When I was second, I still tricked Fu Jun on quite a bit, and he still couldn't do anything to me. Now that I'm third, I can trick him just as easily. I actually feel more accomplished." Jiang Mian's lips twitched, "Then just don't trick me." Just as she was focused on chatting with He Ling, Qian Yuan suddenly appeared behind her, her expression changing as she looked at the diary in her hand. "Sister, you're so eager to understand me. Have you fallen in love with me?" Jiang Mian subconsciously turned around, but Qian Yuan pinned her against her arms, her hands braced against the table. The atmosphere was undeniably ambiguous. Their faces were practically touching, their breaths mingling, their bodies intertwined. But, don't forget, there was a third person present. He Ling, arms crossed, sat at the table next to them, watching their intimate posture, and sent Jiang Mian a message, "Wow! Are the three of us cheating on your husband?" Instantly, all feelings of romance, pity, and being caught vanished, leaving only utter awkwardness. Jiang Mian's toes dug into the ground. She didn't have time to reply. She grabbed Qian Yuan and pinned him to the table before asking, "When did you appear?" After her initial shock, Qian Yuan straightened up, straightened her clothes, and snatched the diary from Jiang Mian's hand. She then said, "I've been outside the door since you opened it, sister. These are just some silly things I wrote down when I was little. If you want to know, you can ask me directly." Seeing his unguardedness, Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes. Suddenly, she thought of a way to win him over without any confrontation. She had been mistaken. always thinking that Qian Yuan's kindness meant he had ulterior motives. Now, thinking about it, couldn't it be that her charm was truly irresistible? She hadn't relied on her looks for so long that she'd forgotten how powerful they were. Back when she was alone abroad, she had used her looks and money to pave her way. Now, she was the one who had done her a favor. To Yi Ling's astonishment, she suddenly hugged Qian Yuan. Qian Yuan was startled, feeling the warmth of her embrace, and the diary fell to the ground. Sister? Jiang Mian put a finger to his lips, shushing him. You suffered so much all these years. Did it hurt a lot when they tortured you? I'm sorry, I didn't know you suffered so much. If I had known, I would never have treated you so badly. Qian Yuan was momentarily at a loss. From the moment they met, he had been subjected to Jiang Mian's cold and sarcastic remarks. He was used to it, but now, the person who had always mocked him had suddenly become so understanding. He suddenly felt like he was dreaming. Sister, it doesn't hurt. Yi Ling jumped up and down anxiously beside him. No. Are you crazy? Or are you possessed by something? Why are you suddenly hugging me? Jiang Mian's face, buried in Qian Yuan's arms, twitched. This guy was really affecting her acting. She simply blocked him out to avoid giving herself away. So, finding Jiang Mian ignoring him, Yi Ling could only pace anxiously, even considering whether to reveal himself and give the other person in the room a big surprise. However, in the end, he didn't do that. In the days that followed, Qian Yuan felt as if he were dreaming, still half asleep. He actually saw Jiang Mian cooking for him, eating familiar flavors he hadn't tasted in over 10 years, drinking the same brand of milk, but even with his monopoly on the brand, he still couldn't make the same sweet milk as before. Qian Yuan felt a bitter taste in his heart. Chapter 313. Even knowing it was all fake, even knowing she was faking it, he still didn't want to shatter the illusion. He preferred it to be real. Actually, calling it breakfast was just heating bread in the microwave and pouring milk into a cup. To evoke his memories, Jiang Mian had specifically sourced these from her spatial storage. Sure enough, seeing Qian Yuan's complex emotions, her tactic of using old people and old tricks worked very well. Jiang Mian looked at the chaotic streets and crowds on TV, then turned to Qian Yuan, who was staring at her, and asked, How long will this situation last? Isn't there a way to improve it? Qian Yuan leaned against her and whispered, I can only control my own people, preventing them from participating in this chaos. I can't control people from other factions, or those who haven't been injected with my blood. Hearing this, Jiang Mian's eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything more. She was right. As long as they weren't injected with his blood, they wouldn't be controlled. Yi Ling sat on another sofa, feeling that this ability seemed somewhat familiar. Being injected with blood will control you. I feel like I've seen that somewhere before. He couldn't quite place it. As soon as Qian Yuan finished speaking, Jiang Mian seized the opportunity to make his request, Tell your men to stop. It's better to avoid causing more disaster. Qian Yuan looked at Jiang Mian with warm eyes, his hand gripping Jiang Mian's calloused hands, as firm as a vow at a wedding. Okay. Qian Yuan obediently told his men to stop. As long as no one else provoked them, they would never strike first. The players and the natives greatly eased the tense atmosphere. Although they didn't know why the difficulty of the area had suddenly decreased, they still quite liked the reduced difficulty. However, this idyllic situation didn't last long. Another mysterious force began to emerge. This group didn't kill or rob civilians. Instead, they specifically targeted places like jewelry stores. Each person carried a large backpack. After smashing the counters in the jewelry stores, they would reach inside and grab the contents. Then, there was another group that specialized in robbing only military personnel. They were fearless of injury, pain, and death. Even when shot, they could still calmly tackle their attackers and steal their weapons. To this day, the people known as the backpack thieves have committed numerous crimes, stealing countless batches of weapons, yet no one has been able to bring them to justice. Even when this news reached Qian Yuan's ears, some people wanted her to send a group to deal with these robbers. However, Qian Yuan, immersed in a romantic moment with her sister, didn't want to waste a single second with her. He completely ignored those who wanted to send troops himself. However, while he ignored them, Jiang Mian did not. He silently memorized their names. The next day, the group that wanted to cooperate with Qian Yuan to wipe out the backpack thieves was wiped out. That's right, the gang that specialized in robbing was Jiang Mian's former underlings. They hadn't participated in the initial chaos because they wanted to weaken the enemy's strength, intending to fight at the last crucial moment. Unexpectedly, they encountered Qian Yuan midway, who not only provided a clear understanding of the distribution of forces, but also allowed him to have his men lead the charge. It couldn't be more satisfying. The world's wealth alone amounted to tens of millions of gold coins. Yes, you read that right, gold coins, not cash. The sheer quantity of firearms acquired was enough to wreak havoc in the real world. Jiang Mian was incredibly happy. Therefore, she showed a rare bit more concern for Qian Yuan. She was even thinking about what gift to give Qian Yuan after she left. Sister, stay home and behave yourself. It's too chaotic outside. Many people want me dead. Qian Yuan gave Jiang Mian a few words of advice before leaving the manor. This was the first time he had voluntarily left the manor since Jiang Mian's arrival. It would be a lie to say she wasn't surprised, but when she asked Qian Yuan, he didn't tell her the truth, only saying that he had nothing to do and needed to go out. But how could such a clumsy lie fool Jiang Mian? Jiang Mian outwardly agreed, but in reality, she left the house after Qian Yuan departed. Qian Yuan frowned. He opened his eyes, staring blankly in a certain direction, lost in thought. Why did she leave again? Why does she leave every day? What is she doing? Didn't she promise to keep everything from me from now on? Why? Sir, we arrived at the meeting place. The driver stopped the car and, seeing he hadn't gotten out, reminded him. Qian Yuan was silent for a moment, then got out of the car with a grim expression. Every time Jiang Mian left, he had the illusion that she would disappear forever. In truth, he didn't want to attend this meeting at all. If it weren't for the arrogance of a certain force, they wouldn't have even initiated this meeting. In reality, Qian Yuan didn't care what the world would become. He disliked the world anyway. His heart and soul were completely occupied by his white moonlight, his beloved. Unfortunately, Jiang Mian didn't know what he was thinking. If she did, she'd probably exclaim, "How can someone like me be someone's white moonlight? It's amazing." If she were in a righteous novel, she'd definitely be a ruthless villain, someone many wished dead. He Ling looked at her and said with an ambiguous expression, "What a rare guest. It's rare that you could find time to visit us amidst your busy schedule. I thought you were preoccupied with your cheapskate brother." Jiang Mian didn't understand what he meant, but she understood the literal meaning. For the long-term development of their cooperation, she explained, "How could that be? It's just a way to mislead him. Haven't you noticed how peaceful things have been these past few days? To be honest, it's all thanks to me." He Ling was no match for Jiang Mian in verbal sparring, so he wisely kept quiet. "That Qian Yuan is so kind, actually letting you come out alone? That's ridiculous, making it sound like I'm his caged bird. I can come and go as I please, it's that simple." He Ling thought about it, and realized she was right. This woman's fighting skills were considerable. How could a small manor possibly confine her? After a few barbed words, Jiang Mian prepared to leave to find her underlings. He Ling didn't stop her. Instead, he followed Jiang Mian deeper into the manor. As they walked, Jiang Mian suddenly stopped, turning to look at him. Her eyes were filled with confusion. She didn't understand why he was following her. Didn't he have anything he wanted to do? Thinking this, she directly asked, "Why are you following me?" He Ling paused, somewhat embarrassed, and touched his nose. "Well, it's just so boring. You won't let me kill players. I'm getting bored to death here, of course I'm following you." Chapter 314. Jiang Mian looked at him helplessly. "Where's Fu Junhan? Why don't you go find him? If you're really bored, just find an excuse to fight him." After saying this, she suddenly felt the air around her grow cold. The next second, she indeed saw Fu Junhan not far from them, resting with his eyes closed. Fu Junhan looked at the two of them coldly. "Should I not be here?" Jiang Mian felt as if a crow had flown over her head, leaving only an awkward and eerie atmosphere. "Ha ha! Got caught red-handed, huh? Ha ha!" Jiang Mian looked coldly at He Ling, extending her hand. "As compensation, I also want your high-tech device that can conceal one's aura." Yes, the reason she hadn't found Fu Junhan was because he was carrying an electronic device that could conceal his aura. She'd been tricked by these high-tech gadgets countless times in this world, and she was also incredibly envious of them. None of the worlds she encountered so far had developed such advanced technology, and she wondered where He Ling had come from. He Ling held a device about the size of a small mirror in her hand, her eyes full of mockery as she looked at Jiang Mian. "Want this? Fine, 10,000 gold coins or not." Jiang Mian, 5,000. 10,000 means 10,000. You're so rich, what's 10,000 gold coins? Besides, this thing is a perfect tool for tricking people. I just recently got it. Selling it to you is already a bargain. Who? She took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. She kept telling herself, hold on, hold on. Jiang Mian, you're so rich now, what's 10,000 gold coins? If I buy it today, I can get it back tenfold tomorrow. After thinking it through, she decisively transferred the money. This was the first time He Ling had seen her so generous, so she didn't try to renege and directly traded to Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian only realized after receiving it that this thing also needed to be charged, and the device in her hand already had 20% of its energy used. She immediately threw it back to He Ling. I don't want second-hand goods. This is used. I bought a brand new one for 10,000 gold coins. If you're trading with me for second-hand goods, then I can only offer 5,000 gold coins, or you can give me 2 of these. In the end, Jiang Mian got 2 second-hand concealment devices. Her expression improved a bit. She was too lazy to say anything more to the 2 of them, and simply turned and left. Fu Junhan looked at He Ling with pity. This guy had simply never been scammed by Jiang Mian before, nor had he witnessed Jiang Mian's vengeful nature, which was why he dared to ask for such an expensive price. He only paid 2,000 gold coins to He Ling when he bought it, but Jiang Mian made it 5 times more expensive. He just prayed he never had to beg for help, otherwise he only get ripped off even more. He Ling looked at him with displeasure. What kind of look is that? Want to fight? Fu Junhan, with pleasure. Heh. Do you think I'm still the weak child I used to be? I have plenty of strength and skills now. Let's fight then. Who's afraid of who? Jiang Mian didn't care about the commotion behind them. She was happy to see the 2 of them fight. The best outcome would be He Ling getting beaten up. If Fu Junhan got beaten up, it would only prove his strength was weak. Anyway, whether they won or lost, it wouldn't hurt her much. Jiang Mian entered the basement, a place no one else had ever been except for her underlings. The basement was overflowing with all sorts of weapons, a daily routine for her. She collected a batch of weapons every day, and today she made a little over 1,000,000 gold coins, just waiting to cash in. The leader of the brain-eating worm underlings said somewhat hesitantly, Boss, recently other forces have united to suppress us. We already lost many of our kind, and it's getting harder and harder to get what you like. Hearing his report, Jiang Mian asked, How many have you lost so far? 8,327 of our kind, and about 10,000 human skins. This is the biggest loss we suffered since we started fighting alongside you, boss. Hearing the extent of the losses, Jiang Mian felt a heavy weight in her heart. Although her brain-eating worm group had grown to 50,000, it couldn't withstand such attrition. Losing almost a fifth of its population in just one world, if it happened a few more times, there simply wouldn't be enough time to replenish it. She quickly came up with a plan, patted her underling on the shoulder, and said, Don't take any action for the next couple of days. Stop everything. On the last day, we do something big. The brain-eating worm underling immediately straightened up and said firmly, Yes, boss. Everything for the boss. Good, 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 thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble at all. If employees work hard, the boss can drive a Ferrari. Jiang Mian thought to herself, It's not that little. Wow, this emotional value is off the charts. Anyone with an employee like this would be overjoyed. After all, they didn't need wages or food, were fearless, and all they had to do was provide shelter for their families. They could survive without food, making them model employees. After inspecting their work, Jiang Mian prepared to leave, but Fu Junhan called her back on the way. There are only 3 days left until the game ends. Is there any need to go back there? Aren't you afraid something might happen? Jiang Mian paused, looking at Fu Junhan, and said, Do you know what happens when a mad dog loses its chain? Fu Junhan, it goes berserk, taking revenge on everyone it can. And the person who chained it. Jiang Mian shook his head. No. It will bite through the chain first. He Ling and Chui Yu looked bewildered. What were these two whispering about? What mad dog? Chain? What's the connection to the current situation? He Ling quickly realized they were alluding to Qian Yuan. But, just a native, could she really be that powerful? He grew increasingly suspicious. Logically, Jiang Mian wouldn't have spoken without reason. His eyes flashed, revealing a wise light. He seemed to remember someone who had once caused him trouble. Their abilities were similar, except Qian Yuan wasn't nearly as strong. When Jiang Mian returned, she saw Qian Yuan sitting in the living room waiting for her. Upon seeing her, Qian Yuan acted as if nothing had happened, excitedly rushing over and hugging her tightly, his clear voice whining, Sister, you're back? Where did you go? Jiang Mian pushed him away, explaining, I went to see my old friends. Didn't you know that? Qian Yuan's expression stiffened for a moment, then, as if nothing had happened, he said with a childish jealousy, Why did you go to see those ugly men again? Are they as good-looking as me? And they're all a burden, they can't protect you at all. Unlike me, I only care about you. Here it comes, the classic I only care about someone's name. She understood this one. Classic green tea talk. Chapter 315. Jiang Mian finally understood why some people didn't hate green tea girls, but rather hated that the green tea girls didn't like her. To be honest, it sounded quite satisfying. Okay, I'm a little tired. I want to go back and rest. Jiang Mian was really uncomfortable being held by him. She didn't like this kind of intimate behavior, so she directly pushed Qian Yuan away. Qian Yuan didn't want to let go at first, but Jiang Mian's strength was something he couldn't resist, and he was easily pushed away. Qian Yuan was confused, disappointed, and tried to resist, but was directly pinned to the ground. Wait a minute. Qian Yuan stood up and called out to Jiang Mian, who had already gone up the stairs. He said softly, "There's a banquet the day after tomorrow, and I need you to come with me. Is that all right?" Seeing Jiang Mian subconsciously frown, Qian Yuan quickly explained, "I wanted to introduce you to others, so I took the liberty of organizing this banquet. You won't be angry, will you?" Hearing this, Jiang Mian instantly felt annoyed. So this was how unpleasant green tea talk could be used in this kind of situation. She stared at Qian Yuan expressionlessly, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "Introduce me? In what capacity? Did you ask for my opinion on this? Huh? Do you think I'm the type who wouldn't get angry?" Jiang Mian wondered if she'd been too nice to him lately, making him think she could be so easily ignored. Or was it that men like him simply preferred people who ignored them? Qian Yuan's tone was dejected, even her usual voice was several octaves lower, and she said with a hint of grievance, "I just wanted to give you a surprise, sister. After all, we live and eat together every day, and people are saying we have some kind of improper relationship. I just wanted to prove your identity. If you don't want it, I can cancel it. Please don't be angry with me, sister." Listening to his rambling, yet ultimately pointless words, Jiang Mian had no choice but to ask directly, "I mean, in what capacity will you introduce me?" Qian Yuan bit her lip, glanced cautiously at Jiang Mian, then immediately lowered her head, her voice trembling as she murmured, "As a wife." What? What? You're getting married? Seeing the two people opposite her speaking in unison, Jiang Mian nodded, "Yes." "No." "Jiang Mian, are you crazy? It's just a quest, and you're marrying the big boss? Are you kidding me?" Jiang Mian, just trying to keep him calm. "Besides, we're getting married in a game, not outside of it. Who knows?" He Ling's handsome face flushed red with anger as he pointed at the two opposite him. "No, these are two different things. A game is a game, marriage is marriage. You can't entrust your life's most important event to this. Your first marriage always has great significance, you need to think it through. Fu Junhan, you should persuade her." Fu Junhan frowned, momentarily at a loss for words. "You? Why don't you reconsider? I think with the three of us working together, navigating this world will be a breeze." Jiang Mian sighed helplessly. "Do you think I don't want to? But he's given so much. What has he given you?" Jiang Mian was about to recount what she had received, but then she thought better of it. Why reveal everything to the two of them? So, she immediately shut her mouth. "All right, stop asking. I'm just telling you a little bit, I won't reveal the specifics." After saying that, she left immediately. As for marriage? Mainly because the other party offered so much. Like she said, why bother struggling against someone when there's a better way to succeed? Moreover, compared to the other option, marrying him clearly offered greater benefits. After all, Qian Yuan could provide mortars, tanks, missiles, and even nuclear weapons. The only downside was that he could only give them to her after their wedding, which utterly disappointed Jiang Mian. "Can't you really give them to me now? I haven't slept well these past 2 days. The thought of these things being kept somewhere makes me feel insecure. I'm afraid someone else will reap the rewards." Qian Yuan chuckled softly, looking at his beautiful bride in the mirror. Such a beautiful scene always gave him a sense of unreality. "Don't worry, I hid it very well. Even if someone finds it, she won't be able to take it." "Why?" "Because there's a program there. If half the weapons are taken, the storage location will activate a self-destruct mechanism as soon as it senses the weight of something unusual. Then those thieves will be engulfed in a hail of shells. Just imagine, if so many heavy weapons exploded at the same time, people in several nearby cities would probably die. Bang! Destroyed. Along with a grand fireworks display that kills tens of millions of people, it would be spectacular." Jiang Mian looked at her makeup in the mirror without changing her expression, as if admiring her own look, but in reality, she was mentally rewriting her words. "Don't take it. Don't take it. This guy is incredibly cunning. There's a self-destruct device inside. If we take it beforehand, we'd be sent flying. The underlings who had just sneaked in and occupied the military base patted their chests in relief. Thank goodness they just come in and hadn't even made a move yet. Qian Yuan suddenly chuckled softly. What's wrong, sister? You seem nervous? Jiang Mian had now mastered the skill of not showing her emotions. She smiled faintly. Nothing, of course I'm nervous. It's my first marriage. How could I not be? But sister, aren't you already married to Fu Junhan? You really liked him on the ship. Could this identity be fake too? Huh? She told so many lies that she'd forgotten what she'd done before, and being exposed like this was truly embarrassing. The identity is real, of course. It was just a marriage of convenience I was forced into. There were no feelings between us. It was just living together for convenience. Qian Yuan knew Jiang Mian was lying, but she was still happy. So you like me? That's why you married me? Yes. Ha ha. Jiang Mian, shut up. Say something nice. Qian Yuan didn't press her, smiling as she nuzzled Jiang Mian's cheek. She turned to kiss Jiang Mian, but the slender makeup artist stopped her. Sir, please be careful. The bride's makeup has just been done, you ruin it. Chapter 316. Qian Yuan glanced at the makeup artist, not insisting on kissing her now. There would be plenty of opportunities later. I wait for you outside. Okay. Downstairs on the lawn of the manor, white archways were arranged in a staggered pattern, adorned with flowers, crystal chandeliers reflecting light from them, and the ground was covered with petals. Guests stood there, chatting animatedly. It was like an ordinary, beautiful day, not the war-torn, chaotic world outside. Qian Yuan looked at the group. Normally, he wouldn't like such ostentation, but today was different. It was his wedding day with his beloved, and the day he would finally leave his sister behind. The wedding officiant recited the vows. Originally, there was supposed to be a segment inviting the parents, but since neither of them had parents, this segment was omitted. Let's welcome the bride. The camera shifted to the other side, and Jiang Mian, wearing a white floor-length wedding dress, walked step by step up the steps, her feet treading on pure white rose petals, the long train trailing behind her, creating a graceful silhouette. Jiang Mian walked forward step by step. Before her wasn't a lavish wedding venue, but countless mortars, tanks, and heavy machine guns. Even with each step she took, these things seemed to wave at her. Jiang Mian approached Qian Yuan with a sincere smile. Qian Yuan knelt down to adjust her dress, then knelt on one knee and presented a ring he had prepared beforehand. The guests below gasped in surprise, though Jiang Mian couldn't understand what they were marveling at. Qian Yuan took Jiang Mian's hand, his palm sweating with excitement. He took out the ring, his voice visibly choked with emotion. My dear, will you marry me? Jiang Mian couldn't help but think to herself, didn't we already agree? For the sake of the weapon, she was definitely going to marry him. Jiang Mian smiled and nodded. Qian Yuan slowly placed the ring on her ring finger. When the ring was on her hand, perhaps because it was too small, she felt a stinging sensation, but Jiang Mian didn't show it. The crowd below the stage immediately applauded. Just then, someone brought over 2 glasses of red wine and handed them to the two of them. Jiang Mian looked at the 2 glasses of red wine and subconsciously felt a sense of resistance. She whispered, what if I don't drink? Qian Yuan comforted her softly, it's okay, just take a small sip. As long as it touches your lips, it's fine. It's a unique ceremony in our area. Only by drinking the nuptial wine can we stay together forever. Jiang Mian thought to herself, I didn't intend to stay with him forever either. She slowly picked up the glass of red wine, about to put it in her mouth, but suddenly stopped. Seeing Qian Yuan's visibly nervous expression, Jiang Mian smiled, took a sip of red wine under his gaze, and swallowed. Seeing him still staring at his lips, Jiang Mian asked, what? Aren't you going to drink? Don't you want to grow old with me? Qian Yuan blinked, then downed the wine in his glass in one gulp. After the two finished their toast, the MC continued to liven up the atmosphere, but Jiang Mian completely ignored everything, focusing only on Qian Yuan and asking, now, shouldn't you take me to get those things? Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Qian Yuan smiled and nodded, okay. So, while the guests were being led to the banquet hall, the two had already left the manor, preparing to head to the military base in the suburbs. In their excitement, neither of them noticed that several people had also left the banquet. Perhaps because of their wedding, even the fighting crowds on the street had disappeared, or perhaps they were all plotting something big. Just as they thought this, Qian Yuan, driving ahead, suddenly slammed on the brakes, the car instantly losing control and crashing into a building on the side of the road. Jiang Mian's eyes turned cold. She quickly unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the car door, and jumped out. Thankfully, she was now in good physical condition. If it were before, when she was still an ordinary person with an unenhanced body, she would have been dead. Now, only her clothes were slightly dirty. She dusted herself off and stood up. Seeing Qian Yuan, who had been hastily pulled out and now looked somewhat weak and helpless, and knowing that she would need him to handle the rest, Jiang Mian helped him up and asked with concern, "Are you all right? Are your injuries serious?" Qian Yuan shook his head. He had intended to say he was fine, but when he stood up, his limping gait made it clear he wasn't. What happened just now? Did the car suddenly go out of control? Qian Yuan nodded, then shook his head again, frowning as he said, "A figure lunged at the front of the car. I tried to brake, but the brakes stopped working. Plus, it seems like someone tampered with the tires, which is why it did that." Jiang Mian sighed helplessly. "Who did you offend? Did that person want you dead?" Qian Yuan lowered his head dejectedly. "I offended too many people. I can't remember them all." Jiang Mian had never seen anything like this before. Someone who had offended so many people was already used to it. To offend so many people, this guy's milk glands must be very open, right? Thinking this, her gaze fell on Qian Yuan's chest. Qian Yuan blushed, instinctively wanting to cover her chest, but then remembering they were already married, she subtly puffed out her chest, making her pectoral muscles appear larger. "Sister, if you want, we can." Damn Changsheng group, die. Before Qian Yuan could finish speaking, the person, who had almost been hit by the car earlier, suddenly rushed towards them. It was a skeletal human, with dark skin and red-rimmed eyes. He was ragged and held a grenade. It was unclear where he got the grenade, but he charged straight at the two of them. Jiang Mian pulled Qian Yuan away, creating distance. Seeing he couldn't catch them, the man simply threw the grenade at them. However, the grenade had been open for too long and exploded in midair, injuring no one. Qian Yuan stared coldly at the man. His personal bodyguard got out of the car and immediately subdued him. Even after being captured, the strange man continued to laugh. "Ha ha! You can't kill me. You can kill one of me, but you can't kill thousands upon thousands of me. Our will never die, never bow to you. We are free. What do you mean?" Jiang Mian looked at Qian Yuan, puzzled. Qian Yuan's face softened, and she explained, "These must be experimental subjects from those who wanted to be parasitized by the brain-eating worm, but also wanted to have their own consciousness. I just don't know how they escaped. Shouldn't they be locked up in the lab?" Chapter 317. Jiang Mian sensed something was wrong. The tires and brakes had been tampered with, the accident, the inexplicable people, it all seemed like a pre-planned scheme. Sure enough, the explosion was followed by a series of gunshots. Jiang Mian pulled Qian Yuan along, dodging a bullet that grazed his cheek. Clang! The bullet struck the metal of the car behind them, making a crisp sound. The group of bodyguards in front struggled to fend off attacks from the shadows. After carefully assessing the situation, Jiang Mian pulled Qian Yuan and ran upstairs. She whispered, "Call your men over. Don't use them as human shields outside." Qian Yuan obediently complied, calling everyone upstairs. In such chaos, there was no time to hide anything else. Jiang Mian ignored those who were riddled with bullets, but could still move around without much pain. After distributing weapons to everyone, she pointed at the group of people who could be clearly seen from upstairs and said, "Shoot them. Shoot them hard. Trying to ambush us? They must be asking for trouble." Upon hearing this, the black-clad bodyguard subconsciously glanced at Qian Yuan, who was the first to pick up a light machine gun, excitedly saying, "Yes, sister. They really don't want to live. That's why they dared to provoke us, and they even chose our big day. Let's add some good luck to our big day." Jiang Mian looked at his handling of the gun. It was obvious he didn't know how to use a gun. She didn't bother to argue and simply waved her hand, producing a small rocket launcher. After the rocket launcher fired, it aimed directly at the group of people downstairs. Boom! A loud explosion followed, instantly suppressing the opposing firepower. They probably hadn't expected anyone to carry such heavy weapons. Just then, Jiang Mian felt a chill run down his spine. A sniper hidden in a distant position finally located Jiang Mian and fired a shot. He was confident this shot would kill the woman. If he killed her, and then Qian Yuan, he could gain control of this world. His people would no longer have to worry about being divided, no longer have to worry about being used as tools by others. A bright future beckoned to him. However, to his disappointment, the shot didn't pierce the woman's head. In that instant, the woman's body switched places with another bodyguard. The bullet only pierced the bodyguard's neck, and the bodyguard was still alive. Even with only half his neck hanging from his head, he remained steadfast at his post, continuing to fire at those who were closing in on them. The man wanted to fire a second shot, but the woman had already disappeared from his binoculars. The next second, he felt the world spinning and jumping around until he saw the familiar headless body receding into the distance. Only then did he realize that he had been beheaded. Although the man was decapitated, the brain-eating worm that had been parasitizing his brain quickly crawled out and began searching for a place to settle, a human to parasitize. However, Jiang Mian had no intention of giving him that chance. After swiftly and decisively finishing off the man, she looked at the exposed worm, wearing protective gloves, and directly picked it up. Jiang Mian revealed 8 white teeth and then placed the worm into a glass bottle. Inside the bottle were 2 other brain-eating worms, roughly the same size as the worm. However, these 2 worms looked strange. They had only 1 body but 2 heads. Working together, the worms that were put inside had no time to resist. Their bodies were gradually torn apart, and their energy was dissipating. Jiang Mian put the bottle into her spatial storage, grabbed Qian Yuan, and left. The remaining bodyguards were responsible for confusing the enemy, creating the illusion that Qian Yuan and Jiang Mian were still there. Jiang Mian waved her hand, conjuring a motorcycle, and had Qian Yuan sit on the back, a helmet already prepared for him. Qian Yuan clung tightly to Jiang Mian's back, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from her, mixed with the smell of gunpowder, and gradually became intoxicated. "Sister, am I the first person to sit on the back of your motorcycle?" Faced with this question, Jiang Mian instantly recalled which way you had told her. When someone of the opposite sex asks you that, they naturally want a definite answer. If you deny it, they definitely feel uncomfortable. Jiang Mian, yes. You are? Qian Yuan couldn't help but reveal a cheap smile. Really? That's wonderful. Jiang Mian didn't understand what was so wonderful about it. But he was still useful at this moment. So what was wrong with a few words of flattery? Following the route Qian Yuan pointed out, Jiang Mian rode his motorcycle, dodging several waves of pursuers along the way, before finally arriving at the military base. Actually, even without Qian Yuan's directions, Jiang Mian could have gotten here on his own. After all, she had people here, though they were all hidden now. Qian Yuan looked at the obviously chaotic military base, and suddenly chuckled. Looks like some thieves have already broken in, but I wonder why they didn't trigger any mechanisms? As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Jiang Mian, who pretended not to notice, and replied without batting an eye, maybe it was those assassins who did it. I wonder how they found this place. Qian Yuan chuckled, perhaps? Luckily they didn't take the betrothal gifts I gave my sister, otherwise, wouldn't my sister think I'm a liar? Jiang Mian, the seasoned actress, maintained her composure. How could that be? You can just give me another betrothal gift. Qian Yuan shook his head disapprovingly. No, the wedding I prepared for my sister must go smoothly. Absolutely no one can ruin it. As he spoke, the determination in his eyes seemed to burst forth, and Jiang Mian subtly avoided his gaze. He urged, all right, stop talking, let's hurry up and pack everything up. Okay. Jiang Mian didn't know what he was doing. She only saw him unlock a device, scan her retina, and then seemed to do a few other recognitions before saying to Jiang Mian, sister, you can pack your things now. Jiang Mian wasn't wary of him. In her eyes, Qian Yuan was just an NPC. Once she left, this world probably wouldn't open a third time, which meant she wouldn't come back to this world. So, she directly packed everything up in front of Qian Yuan. Chapter 318. Qian Yuan wasn't surprised. He had seen Jiang Mian do this when they first met as children, but he was too young then, and thought he was seeing things. Now that he was an adult, he naturally understood that Jiang Mian had many things he didn't understand, which further proved that they were from different worlds. Realizing this, Qian Yuan's gaze darkened. He disliked this realization. It made him feel like they had missed out on so much. After Jiang Mian finished packing, she turned to look at Qian Yuan. Just as she was thinking about how to get rid of him, she heard Qian Yuan say, sister, shouldn't we go back? Before Jiang Mian could answer, the front door was suddenly kicked open. A well-trained army surrounded them. A middle-aged man in military uniform stepped forward, looking at them with a mocking expression. Go back? Go back where? To hell? Jiang Mian was startled. Seeing Qian Yuan staring at her with hurt in his eyes, she quickly explained, I didn't do it. No. This person really wasn't her doing, her people were behind her. She was also wondering who had arranged for the middle-aged man, or perhaps another force opposing Qian Yuan, wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate her. Qian Yuan withdrew his gaze. His eyes didn't look at Jiang Mian with blame, but rather with disappointment that his perfectly planned wedding had been ruined. He looked at the man opposite him and sneered, Richard, I didn't expect you to still be alive. I thought you were long dead. The man called Richard sneered, You're not dead, so how could I be? Qian Yuan, obediently hand over your method of controlling those things, and I might consider letting you go. Otherwise, today might not just be your wedding day, but also your death anniversary. Qian Yuan looked at him mockingly. Richard, after all these years, haven't you figured it out yet? I'm irreplaceable. How many of your experimental subjects survived? Their brains were all corrupted by the brain-eating worms. You can try it yourself, and see who wins in the end. Jiang Mian looked at the man in military uniform opposite her, confused, and asked softly, who is he? Qian Yuan whispered, he's Reed's father. Back on the cruise ship. The father of the eldest son of the Furman family, who escaped by plane, but was killed in a bombing. Don't be fooled by his youthful appearance. He's actually over 80 years old, because he extracted a certain trait from brain-eating worms. This old man always wanted my secret, but he never succeeded. After I successfully took over the Changsheng group, he disappeared. I always thought he was dead, but I never imagined he was hiding and cooperating with those brain-eating worms. Qian Yuan could sense that the brain-eating worms opposite him were beyond his control, meaning they hadn't used any special drugs. He wondered why there had been a group of uncontrollable brain-eating worms causing trouble lately. It turned out they were Richard's men. Richard had no idea that he unwittingly taken the blame for someone else's scheme. He worked diligently for so many years, only to be framed the moment he stepped out the door. Qian Yuan turned to look at Jiang Mian and whispered, Sister, you should leave first. I come find you after this is over. Want to leave? Did you even ask my opinion? Richard realized the two didn't seem to take him seriously, and became enraged. He waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him pulled the triggers. Now that the mission was nearing its end, Jiang Mian had no intention of pretending anymore. Besides, Qian Yuan had told her to leave, so she simply switched places with the last soldier and left. The soldier she switched places with was instantly riddled with bullets. The brain-eating worms parasitizing his skull tried to crawl out, but were mercilessly killed by his own teammates. After several leaps, Jiang Mian stood on the rooftop, gazing at the chaotic scene, hesitating whether to just use a bomb to wipe everyone out. Just then, a figure in a skirt suddenly appeared beside her. The person had a strangely shaped device slung over their shoulder. After pressing a button, the weapon on their shoulder suddenly hummed, firing 3 shells in quick succession. The deafening roar created a massive crater within a 3-kilometer radius. The combined power of the firearms carried by the soldiers amplified the force of the 3 shells. He Ling retrieved the rocket launcher, and seeing Jiang Mian's lingering gaze, sneered, What, really fallen for your little green tea brother? Can't bear to see him die? Jiang Mian looked at him like he was an idiot. Are you out of your mind? I was just checking if he was dead. If not, I fire a couple more shots. Crazy. He Ling pouted. Wasn't I affected by your dramatic performance? Seeing how moved you were when you put on the ring, anyone who didn't know better would think you two were deeply in love. But you only known each other for less than a month. Jiang Mian rolled her eyes, and said irritably, How could that be? I just felt pain when I put the ring on, that's why I frowned. Oh, you say you love me. You don't even know your finger size. How dare you say you like me? Jiang Mian didn't want to discuss this topic of liking or disliking him anymore, and simply said, Okay, let's not bring this up anymore. What's going on? Why are you the only one here? Where are Fu Juhan and Chui Yu? A group of people have joined forces to attack our manor, and they're fighting desperately. Jiang Mian chatted with him, while continuing to run forward. Then why aren't you helping? What are you doing just hanging around me? He Ling dealt with one of the parasitized people attacking them, before finally managing to say, I was worried about you. Afraid you get hurt. You're such a thankless bastard. Jiang Mian suddenly stopped running, and He Ling, distracted, bumped into her. Jiang Mian didn't move much, but He Ling covered his nose and took a few steps back. Their physical abilities were no longer the opposite of what they used to be. Jiang Mian's physical strength was now far superior to his, as evidenced by the blood flowing from He Ling's nose. However, he possessed a healing ability, and after using it, the bleeding immediately stopped. He said with displeasure, Why did you stop? Before Jiang Mian could answer, someone behind her replied for her, Of course, I'm waiting for my husband. After all, we're a legally married couple. Chapter 319. He Ling suddenly turned his head, looking at Qian Yuan, who had appeared in front of him. No, you're not Qian Yuan, you're his puppet? Qian Yuan looked him over in surprise, her eyes sweeping over He Ling, who was wearing a dress and exquisite makeup. She smiled provocatively. Sister, is the person next to you a man or a woman? Why does their voice sound like a man, but they're dressed like a woman? Could they be a transgender person? Hearing this, He Ling's face turned cold. You're asking for death. With that, he charged directly at the puppet. Jiang Mian didn't intend to stop anyone. Instead, she was the first to run away. Yes, run away. However, she hadn't run far before she was stopped again. This time it was a girl, but the voice was still Qin Yuan's. Sister, you're biased. How could you let that transgender person hit me? Jiang Mian looked at him, somewhat puzzled, and asked, why can you always find me? Qian Yuan chuckled. Perhaps it's our unspoken understanding. You could say it's telepathy. Jiang Mian didn't believe his nonsense. This guy must have done something to her to find her so accurately. Jiang Mian suddenly remembered the ring on her hand. Sure enough, after she threw the ring away, Qian Yuan couldn't find her. She also successfully returned to her manor. And Qian Yuan? He looked at the diamond ring lying on the ground, unappreciated, and a pang of pain swept through his heart. He picked up the ring and clutched it tightly in his hand. Sister, I'm really angry this time. How could you just throw away our wedding ring so carelessly? When Jiang Mian returned to the manor, she saw the true extent of the chaos. A large army had surrounded the manor, and highly lethal weapons were relentlessly attacking it. Fu Junhan, being only human, couldn't withstand the onslaught of shells, no matter how powerful he was. Furthermore, he was an adept at using firearms, rendering his melee weapons largely useless. However, his fire-based superpowers were far more destructive. The corpses outside were piled high, yet this did nothing to deter the attackers. Cui Yu paced anxiously, muttering incessantly, what are we going to do? There are great people everywhere. God, why is this game so hard? It's worse than a natural disaster. At least you can survive by luck. This world is all about skill. Annoyed by his incessant nagging, Fu Junhan held a knife to his neck, forcing him to shut up. Cui Yu obediently shut his mouth and sat on the sofa, ceasing his pacing. He looked like a coward, begging, I behave, big brother, please don't kill me. Jiang Mian returned just in time to witness this scene. Cui Yu slid to his knees, instantly appearing beside Jiang Mian, clinging to her leg and wailing, big brother, you're finally back. You have no idea what kind of life I've been living. These past few days, I haven't had enough to eat or wear. I've been living in constant fear, and I've been threatened all the time. I'm suffering. My life is so miserable. Jiang Mian glanced at him speechlessly and said truthfully, actually, I just arrived, but I didn't have time to show myself. So, if you were in front of me, I have made you shut up with a knife. Cui Yu, looking embarrassed, slowly released Jiang Mian's leg and went back to squatting in the corner to plant mushrooms. Fu Junhan saw Jiang Mian and couldn't help but ask, where's he Ling? Didn't he say he was going to pick you up? Jiang Mian. He got into a fight on the way, probably still fighting. Fu Junhan nodded, not saying much, he was just asking casually. The stuff in the back has been there. Hurry up and collect it. There are only 2 hours left until the game ends. Just hang in there a little longer, and you can leave. Okay. Jiang Mian replied and went alone to the backyard, where a large number of weapons had been collected. It was precisely because they were too arrogant that they had been targeted and attacked. However, compared to the sacrificed underlings, the gains were quite considerable. The original army of brain-eating worms suffered a loss of over 20,000. However, not all of them died, some were too damaged to be used, and were now relaxing in a pool. Jiang Mian collected them, lest he forget, and they would have to survive alone in this world. These were all painstakingly cultivated, and he couldn't afford to lose a single one. Meanwhile, another group of his underlings returned. They had been sent by Jiang Mian to meet him, but an accident occurred, and Jiang Mian returned alone. Now was the time to use them. Not long after, those surrounding the manor felt the ground tremble, like a large truck driving on the ground. They were stunned, looking behind them in confusion, and then they saw. Dozens of tanks were advancing menacingly towards them, followed by thousands of armed men carrying heavy weapons. Heh! What's the point of playing? Just wait to die. However, when the shells came crashing down, they couldn't even dodge, they perished instantly. A giant crow in the sky, its claws gripping gasoline, was pouring it over them. After the shells exploded, the flames from the gasoline prevented the brain-eating worms from escaping, and they too perished in the inferno. These people, who had once surrounded the manor so proudly and arrogantly, were now utter cannon fodder. After dealing with this group, Jiang Mian retrieved the brain-eating worms he had placed outside. A count revealed that 2/3 of the original 50,000 worms had been lost, but the gains were enormous. They were the biggest contributors to this victory. Jiang Mian let them rest and recuperate in the breeding farm, ready to fight again another day. Just when they thought all the trouble was over and were waiting to leave, Qian Yuan suddenly appeared. He had changed his clothes. The black suit made him even more handsome, making him look less effeminate. His eyes were red, as if he had suffered a great injustice as he looked at the group. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Jiang Mian. You're still leaving, aren't you? Even if I'm good to you, you're still leaving with them? Didn't you say you always stay with me? Chapter 320. Jiang Mian knew she was in the wrong. After all, she had lied to him. A little embarrassed, she avoided his eyes. She said softly, you know, we're not from the same world. I have to go back to my world. My family is there, and they're waiting for me. And what about me? Should I just be abandoned by you? Jiang Mian wanted to say that they had only known each other for less than a month, and if she had to choose between them, she would definitely choose her family, not this man in front of her. But now, there were only a few tens of minutes left in the mission, and she didn't want to create unnecessary trouble. However, while she tried to comfort Qian Yuan with words, the other person didn't think the same way. He Ling remained arrogant and conceited, like a brainless cannon fodder that always appears beside a protagonist. He sized up Qian Yuan, then sneered, otherwise what? You don't really think you're that important, do you? This young girl has a family, and you think you can just tie her to your side with a simple I like you, making her abandon her family? That's just selfishness, not love. Jiang Mian almost applauded, but then suddenly remembered that the scene before her wasn't quite right, so she silently lowered her hand, watching Qian Yuan warily. She was afraid that this guy might get angry and gather a group of people to beat them up again. Qian Yuan wasn't affected by He Ling's words. He looked earnestly at Jiang Mian. Sister, this is what you wanted to say to me, right? Jiang Mian, no, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Secretly, she also gave He Ling several meaningful glances, her inner voice constantly sending messages. Dude, shut up. If you really provoke him, I'm telling you, we're in big trouble. He Ling, what are you afraid of? He's just a native. What can he do? Just kill him. Jiang Mian, you don't know anything. Do you know how many people he controls? He told me before that in the past 10 years, he's controlled at least 1 billion people. Do you know what 1 billion means? He could overwhelm you with sheer numbers. He Ling was speechless. Seriously, you actually believe that? Jiang Mian, he only needs to feed his blood to the leader of a brain-eating worm, and the worms born from that leader will continuously spawn other brain-eating worms. Do you think 1 billion people is a lot in 10 years? He Ling fell silent. This time he was truly honest. I never expected this little green tea to be so powerful. Could this guy be the chosen one of this world? He survived such a dangerous time in the game world last time, and now he's even grown into a big boss. That's a bit too much. He's not even pretending anymore, is he? Qian Yuan stretched out her hand then. Sister, come back with me. If you come back with me, I release these people, okay? No way. Don't trust him. Boss, although I don't want to die, I still want to say, I listen to you. The three spoke almost in unison, their meaning perfectly clear. Qian Yuan was absolutely untrustworthy. Jiang Mian had no intention of sacrificing herself for others. Besides, although one of them was weaker, the other three were all ranked high on the leaderboard. Even if this was Qian Yuan's territory, so what? When individual strength surpasses collective strength, a war of attrition becomes futile. Most importantly, even a war of attrition requires finding them first. Jiang Mian held a small, round mirror, her expression filled with apology as she looked at Qian Yuan. Qian Yuan, I don't care if your feelings for me are love or obsession, but I just want to say that you care too much about these things. What you need most is to calm your heart and think about what you truly need. I say it again, I will not abandon my family. After saying this, Qian Yuan watched helplessly as Jiang Mian disappeared before his eyes. His expression changed, but he could no longer sense Jiang Mian's presence. The others also vanished in the same way. Jiang Mian, come back. Don't abandon me. Jiang Mian looked indifferently at the crazed Qian Yuan and walked straight past him. As for being moved by his frantic reaction to her disappearance? How could she? She wasn't someone who revered love, and besides, she didn't believe Qian Yuan loved her, he only saw her as a source of emotional support. He Ling sighed silently, you're so heartless. Such a devoted man, and you just give up on him like that? Aren't you afraid you never meet another like him? Jiang Mian frowned, her eyes filled with disdain. Oh, then I wish you find a woman as devoted to you as that, okay? He Ling silently shut his mouth. He really wanted such a woman, but unfortunately, that woman was too heartless. After calming down, Qian Yuan instantly thought of a way to force her out. He could sense the presence of his own blood within Jiang Mian, and thus, he could also detect her location. However, he didn't want to use this method on Jiang Mian unless absolutely necessary. Cough cough. What's wrong? Did someone ambush you? Tui. Jiang Mian spat out the blood in her mouth, wiping her lips with the back of her hand, but still involuntarily gasped in pain. It's nothing. The red wine that kid gave me earlier had his blood in it. I've been controlling him, but he suddenly rioted. We can't stay here any longer, we need to leave quickly, he find us soon. However, the group didn't even have time to go far before they were surrounded. Those who were controlled had their heads down, their feet stiff as they converged towards them, looking like mindless zombies. Change direction. However, they were surrounded from all sides. From above, it was clear that the crowds, who had initially been fighting for their respective organizations, had suddenly changed direction, uncontrollably gathering in one direction. Jiang Mian knew she'd been discovered, so she simply revealed herself and released the crow. The group sat on its back, and only after they reached midair did they see the scene below. Fu Juanhan's eye twitched involuntarily, his gaze towards Jiang Mian filled with complex emotions. You're quite charming. Jiang Mian remained silent. No. It's purely because I was being impulsive. If I hadn't recklessly rescued people, this wouldn't have happened, and I only created unnecessary trouble. Shui Yu quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying, that just proves how capable you are, boss. Like me, I sometimes rescue people, but those people turn around and try to sabotage me. That Shui Yu guy, he's just making things worse. Chapter 321. After their target disappeared, the group below instantly looked up at the crows circling in the sky and shouted in unison, Madam, it's time to go home. Madam, it's time to go home. Madam, it's time to go home. Hearing the shouts below, Jiang Mian awkwardly dug her toes into the ground. Had she accidentally entered some kind of special channel? Why was it so embarrassing? Please stop shouting. If you keep shouting, I'm really going to die of embarrassment. Jiang Mian patted the crow and urged, fly faster, fly higher. The crow obeyed and flew to a height it had never flown before. It was at this moment that it discovered that the air was much fresher up there. From then on, the crow gradually fell in love with flying higher. However, the sound of helicopter propellers approaching from afar came from the sky. Jiang Mian had a bad feeling. Sure enough, when she looked up, she saw dozens of helicopters surrounding them. Xian Yuan looked at her with a gloomy gaze, as if she were a heartless woman who had abandoned her husband and children. For the first time, Jiang Mian felt that having such good eyesight wasn't necessarily a good thing, like now. Jiang Mian, stay with me, okay? If you stay, maybe we can find a way back to your world in the future, right? Anything is possible. This time, He Ling didn't even need to fan the flames in her ear. Jiang Mian almost rolled her eyes. This was practically like trying to get something for nothing. Anything is possible? What a joke. Who would believe such a vague and unrealistic thing? Since she had a direct way back, why would she seek out something so unrealistic? Was it that Qian Yu had imagined herself falling in love with him too? But Jiang Mian had never felt anything for anyone from beginning to end. Qian Yuan, if you really care about me, you shouldn't restrict my freedom. I just want to go home, just like you said, to find a way back to my hometown. You can go and find it. When you finally find me, then you can talk to me about love, and I won't have any objections. Qian Yuan's expression changed several times. He wanted to say something more, but then he heard a report from his own people. The players they had captured said the game would end in 3 minutes. He didn't waste any more words. His eyes filled with apology as he looked at Jiang Mian. I'm sorry, darling, it might hurt a little. Before they could understand what Qian Yuan meant, Jiang Mian suddenly coughed up blood again. Overwhelmed by her emotions, she collapsed to her knees. Looking at Qian Yuan with disbelief in her eyes, Jiang Mian asked, What did you do to me? I didn't absorb the blood in the wine, so why am I still being controlled by you? Qian Yuan held out his hand, revealing 2 diamond rings on his left ring and pinky fingers. Jiang Mian suddenly realized something and said in shock, You tampered with the diamond rings too. No wonder it hurt when I wore them. You're too cautious, so I had to be prepared. Actually, there was blood not only in the glass and on the diamond rings, but also in every meal I made for you. You just pretended to eat it each time, and then threw it away. Jiang Mian scoffed, looking coldly at Qian Yuan. You really have a lot of blood to burn. You bled so much and didn't even flinch. Qian Yuan was silent for a moment before coldly saying, Jiang Mian, I don't like you talking to me like that. Then control me. Aren't you good at controlling people? Just turn me into your puppet, right? I won't control you forever. I only need to control you for a few minutes. Just a few minutes. As long as you're willing to refuse that so-called system and leave, that's enough. With that, he increased the intensity of his control. A red light flashed in Jiang Mian's eyes, a sign that she was about to be controlled. Fu Junhan took out a stack of talismans that Jiang Mian had given him earlier and directly stuck them on her body. Jiang Mian's entire body was instantly covered with calming talismans, and the red thread that had been raging in her mind completely stopped. Qian Yuan's expression changed, and he stared blankly at the group. You? What's going on? Then, as if he had figured something out, he immediately turned his gaze to Jiang Mian. You knew all along, didn't you? Jiang Mian slowly stood up from the crow's back, brushed off imaginary dust, and then kindly explained, yes, ever since I discovered your ability to control others, I've been on guard against that. Actually, I considered many methods, but the others haven't worked. If this method still doesn't work, I use my final trump card. In short, I don't want to stay here. When she discovered that she could use her spiritual power here, she had already thought of many things. When she encountered Qian Yuan, although she didn't recognize him at first, Qian Yuan's clinginess and obsession made her secretly wary. Furthermore, Qian Yuan sometimes acted remarkably like a strange person she had encountered before, leading her to constantly connect the dots. Until the time He Ling and Qian Yuan clashed, they were certain that Qian Yuan was the mysterious man who had appeared in the water park. That mysterious man didn't attack them, nor did he interfere in their affairs, as if he had only come to say that one sentence to her. He was strikingly similar to the Qian Yuan of today. Although she didn't know why he lacked the memory of that time, and seemed much more naive, that wasn't a reason for him to scheme against her. Killing him was impossible. She could only wait for a future day to kill him. Qian Yuan, I remember you. No! You can't leave. You said you wouldn't abandon me again. Stop pretending. You meet again in the future. Qian Yuan instantly turned to Yi Ling, who had spoken those words. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? However, the sudden disappearance of the four people, and a crow left the mystery in his heart forever unsolved. After these people left, Qian Yuan felt as if something was being peeled away from his mind. He was familiar with this feeling. Just like when Jiang Mian disappeared as a child, he had experienced the same sensation then, though it would soon disappear, leaving his memories intact. He returned to his manor in a daze. All traces of Jiang Mian had vanished. Even the housekeeper and servants didn't remember a mistress of the house. Their wedding ceremony had reverted to the original lawn. Qian Yuan gave a mocking laugh. Die! This world deserves to die. Everyone die. An unprecedented chaos erupted. Here, beheading was considered lenient. In just 3 days, tens of millions had died. In a month, half the world's population had disappeared. The world was on the verge of destruction, a destruction brought about by humanity itself. Just then, Qian Yuan suddenly heard another voice in his mind. Ding! Your planet is about to be destroyed. Because of the destruction you caused, you have been successfully located by the God of Slaughter's plan. Join us. Join us, and you will gain even greater power, unleashing the destructive force within you. Qian Yuan remained expressionless, but inwardly, he was incredibly excited. He had finally waited for her. Jiang Mian, you can't escape. Chapter 322. Ding! Mission complete. Everyone is about to be teleported. Congratulations to player ID 987666 for completing the mission. Your reward is being calculated. Please wait patiently. Congratulations to I Love Salty Soy Milk for successfully surviving one world. Initial reward, 100 gold coins. Based on your performance in the mission, you will receive a total of 1 million gold coins as a reward. In this survival game, your overall world ranking is first. You will receive 10,000 gold coins as a reward. Keep up the good work, I Love Salty Soy Milk. You are ranked first in your personal world. You can receive 10 gold coins every day. Keep up the good work and maintain your ranking. System Shop is now fully open. World Chat Group will be open soon. Jiang Mian didn't even have time to check her rewards and ranking. The moment she returned to the mission space, she immediately asked the system to remove the blood belonging to Qian Yuan from her body. Sorry, no negative effects were detected in the player's body. Only a 10 gold coin check fee will be charged. Jiang Mian was stunned. What did that mean? No negative effects. Then, what were those red threads? Was it just her imagination? Just then, her talent suddenly leveled up, leaving her no time to ponder these questions. Talent, copy and paste, level 5, can copy gene talents 5 times per day, 5 paste attempts, 1 delete paste attempt. The copied ability will receive a significant boost. Please confirm the ability you wish to boost. Jiang Mian was taken aback. Initially, seeing that the talent had improved but the number of attempts hadn't increased, she was somewhat disappointed and confused. However, when she saw that the copied ability could receive a significant boost, Jiang Mian became genuinely excited. She had copied many abilities, among which healing and eternally burning flames had repeatedly proven invaluable, allowing her to navigate each world with such ease. Now, she could even enhance these copied powerful abilities again. The benefits were obvious. Enhancement. Of course, she wanted to enhance them, but deciding which abilities to upgrade was crucial. Healing and flames were definitely the ones to keep. Granting abilities was also very useful, so these could be upgraded as well. Adding the ability to swap positions with others, Jiang Mian was now conflicted about the last option. Should she upgrade her prophetic skills or something else? But she felt that those prophetic abilities, written before her, seemed so useless. Aside from knowing in advance what kind of events were about to occur, they didn't seem to have much practical use. Therefore, this was why she rarely used this ability later on. Firstly, because the number of copying slots was limited, and secondly, because its actual usefulness wasn't significant. Just then, Jiang Mian suddenly slapped her forehead. She had thought of a better ability to upgrade. She exhaled softly, slowly placed her hands on her body, cleared her mind, and then used her copying ability. Successfully copied Gene abilities: Fire, Healing, Granting, Swordsmanship Master, Martial Arts Master. Successfully copied Gene abilities: Fire, Position Swap, Kitchen Novice, Talisman Master. Successfully copied Gene abilities. Successfully copied Gene abilities. Successfully copied Gene abilities: Violence, Heart of Stone, Fire, Space, Copy and Paste. Jiang Mian finally breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't expected that after copying so many times, she would only be able to copy her own abilities on the last try. She hadn't even put any defenses on herself, so why was it so difficult to copy? Was it because copying a good ability required more attempts? She couldn't figure it out, so she simply stopped thinking about it to avoid the hassle. However, looking at the copied space unexpectedly, she hesitated again, wondering what it would be like after being enhanced. Wait! She shook her head. Her current space was sufficient for her needs, so there was no need to enhance it again. Besides, whether it would be the same space or two after enhancement was a different matter. It was better to develop it steadily. She pasted the copied information onto the system. Wow, this gave her 50 copying opportunities a day. Why hadn't she thought of that before? Wait, isn't this a bit too much of a cheat? The system definitely wouldn't allow it, right? Never mind. Jiang Mian pressed the confirm button, and soon, the copied ability began to improve. A smile appeared on Jiang Mian's lips, but when she saw that the waiting time was 3 days, she suppressed the smile. She opened the battle power rankings and found herself still second. However, while she was second now, that might change in time. Indeed, these rankings were necessary. They motivated competitiveness. After exiting the game, Jiang Mian looked at her cozy home, filled with hopeful anticipation for the future. However, once she stepped out of her room, she couldn't find her grandmother or Jiang Wuzai. Something was wrong. Usually, when she was unconscious, one of them would be watching over her. Even if Jiang Wuzai had gone out to work, and if her grandmother had left, so much time had passed since she woke up, she should be back by now, right? Jiang Mian pushed open her grandmother's door, then paused. The bed was messy. Her grandmother was a bit of a germaphobe. She wouldn't allow her bed to be in such a state. Something was wrong. This realization dawned on her almost instantly, but she didn't know who she had offended. Could it be Su Chang'an, who had narrowly escaped death last time? Was it revenge for seeing her kill his girlfriend? No, since Su Chang'an had also joined the game, it meant he hadn't been out of the game long. It couldn't have been Su Chang'an. Then who could it be? Just as Jiang Mian was panicking and regretting her impulsive decision, her phone suddenly rang. After answering the call, Jiang Mian fell silent. Chapter 323. She stood at the base entrance, quietly waiting for her family's return. Soon, she saw her grandmother and Jiang Wuzai returning in a small lifeboat on the turbulent water. Jiang Wuzai waved frantically upon seeing Jiang Mian. "Sister, we're back." After the lifeboat stopped at the base entrance, the two of them disembarked. Jiang Mian looked at them. They seemed unharmed, and even her grandmother appeared energetic. Jiang Mian was about to ask what had happened, but then remembered that this was the base entrance, and there were many people around, so she decided to go back and ask later. They parked the lifeboat in the designated lifeboat area, and the three of them returned home. Jiang Mian closed the door, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, and asked, "What exactly happened? What happened to you? Were you kidnapped?" Jiang Wuzai became excited at the mention of this, gesturing wildly. "Sister, let me tell you, Grandma actually has that legendary spatial dimension, and she even has so many powerful weapons inside. We were kidnapped, weren't we?" And then, listening to his narration, Jiang Mian understood. When the two were at home, a group of people suddenly broke in and took them away. These people seemed to have some connection to the people at the base. The people at the base, seeing the two being kidnapped, didn't resist much. Instead, they cooperated. They turned a blind eye and opened the back door of the base for the kidnappers, then forcibly took them to a ship. Through their cooperation and inquiries, they finally learned who the real culprit was. The eldest daughter of the Lan family, Lan Lingling. She not only sent people to kidnap two people, but also specifically requested that Jiang Mian not be kidnapped. She probably knew Jiang Mian had entered the game, which is why she didn't choose to kidnap him as well. Since those who join the game are generally more skilled than ordinary people, she feared the kidnapping would end before it even began, hence her specific mention of Jiang Mian. However, she didn't expect that while she deliberately avoided kidnapping Jiang Mian, the other two she kidnapped were equally agile. In fact, Jiang Wuzai, this young man, could even break free of the ropes binding him with his bare hands, and then kill the kidnappers when they weren't looking. Having spent so much time with Jiang Mian, he had been influenced by her, and wasn't so afraid of killing. Moreover, this guy wasn't very bright, and hadn't received 9 years of compulsory education. His view on killing was simply that he had no opinion. All he knew was to protect his family. As for killing people, that didn't matter. After all, those people had attacked them. Killing them was only natural, wasn't it? It was fortunate he was living in a chaotic era, not the peaceful society of the past, or he would have been in prison long ago. His grandmother had also honed her skills. Although not as formidable as Jiang Wuzai, her physical abilities were now comparable to a strong young man. Caught off guard, those people were easily wiped out by the two of them. A total of 8 people came, on 2 boats, and the two of them took them all down. They probably hadn't expected an old woman to suddenly produce a gun out of thin air, catching them completely off guard, and causing them to perish instantly on the water. Not to mention them, even Jiang Wuzai was completely stunned. How could his grandma be so powerful? She really become an angry old lady. Then, he remembered something and grabbed Jiang Mian's arm, pleading, "Sister, it's not fair. You gave Grandma a spatial ring, but not me. I want one too. I want one too." Jiang Mian was very satisfied with the two of them successfully rescuing themselves. All her years of training hadn't been in vain. In a great mood, she completely accepted Jiang Wuzai's pleading and gave him a spatial ring, then had him drip his blood onto it to bind it to his identity. Giving away something worth billions so easily, that was Jiang Mian's magnanimity. Then the three of them drew the curtains, and Jiang Mian waved her hand, releasing a barrage of lethal firearms. As if she had anticipated this, she quickly covered Jiang Wuzai's mouth to prevent him from screaming. After his mouth was released, he excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, sis, you're amazing. Where did you get that?" It's true that Yin people have a strange familiarity with guns. The moment Jiang Wuzai got his hands on the gun, he immediately started practicing. Jiang Mian went to the wilderness to teach him how to use it. Although his accuracy wasn't certain, at least he knew how to fire, control the recoil, and load bullets. Anyway, a sneak attack would definitely take down a group of people. After the three of them calmed down, Jiang Mian held a 3-person meeting in the living room. She gestured on the table, drew a rough relationship diagram, and explained her grudge against Lan Lingling. Although she didn't know why Lan Lingling, whom she had clearly killed, had resurrected and was able to send people to cause these things, she remembered this grudge. After explaining the situation to the two, Jiang Mian warned them to be cautious. She even considered cooperating with the official channels. However, upon closer inspection, she knew it wouldn't work. Cooperating with the official channels would mean her game name would be on their records, and since she had built her fortune on resource gathering, she would easily be blackmailed by the officials using a moral high ground. Thinking this, Jiang Mian silently abandoned the idea. She looked at her grandmother and asked, "Did you collect those corpses?" Her grandmother, always frugal, couldn't bear to throw away even the corpses. She nodded, then released a few bodies before saying, "I was thinking of reporting them to the official base when I got back, but after hearing what you said, I'm afraid even if I reported them, it wouldn't do any good. I was thinking of throwing the corpses away when I had time, but here they are, you can go throw them away." Jiang Mian didn't say much, simply collecting the corpses. Then she had the brain-eating worms parasitize them. Their original world was oppressive, and the brain-eating worms that parasitized the people in their world were moving much slower. Time was of the essence. Jiang Mian had no time to rest. She ascertained their general direction of travel, confirming it was the Z City base, and then left alone. Her grandmother had originally wanted her to take Jiang Wuzai with her, but Jiang Mian hadn't agreed. This was no small matter. A slight misstep could cost Jiang Wuzai his life. For now, she could only worry about herself. As the lifeboat moved forward, the 4 people on board were slowly being parasitized, but the process was incredibly slow. Even with the time-accelerating ability, it still took a whole day to devour them. This gave an idea of just how immense the oppressive power of the real world was. Chapter 324. They opened their eyes, bewildered. Jiang Mian asked them if they still remembered. 2 of them shook their heads, while the other 2 nodded hesitantly. These 2 did remember, but not much, only a vague outline. One of them said, "The higher-ups gave us a week to travel back and forth. 5 days have passed now. Boss, we must get to that place within 2 days, or something will happen. The person who wanted your family dead will probably notice something amiss and leave." Jiang Mian nodded. She had considered this as well. Originally, she had planned to release the crow to carry her, and with He Ling's device, she could easily conceal herself. However, when the crow appeared in the real world, it couldn't fly very high at all. It even told Jiang Mian that she had a feeling of being pressed to the ground. Jiang Mian understood this was the so-called suppressive force. The crow was no longer reliable, so she had to find another way. Since acquiring the book, Lan Lingling has gradually gone mad. Originally, she knew how to conceal her true nature, but perhaps due to the power of her cheat-like abilities, she gradually lost her way, using the impending disaster as leverage to negotiate cooperation with the authorities. Jiang Mian had taken all their supplies, leaving them empty-handed, which was perfect for securing sustenance. Meanwhile, in order to obtain more solutions, she was forced to continuously bleed to access the Book of Answers. It was precisely because of this that Lan Yaokai was shocked when he saw Lan Lingling. His once fair and beautiful daughter had become so thin and bony, as if she had suffered a serious illness, and didn't have much time left. Even her arms were covered in numerous scars, resembling self-harm. Lan Yaokai looked at her with concern. "Daughter, what's wrong? Are you sick? Dad will take you to the hospital. Please don't do anything to hurt yourself." Lan Lingling pushed her father away impatiently, saying, "I'm fine. I told you so many times, I'm doing something big, something great, something no one can understand. I'm going to be a savior. I'm going to make all those who look down on me submit at my feet and worship me as their king." Lan Yaokai was completely bewildered. He looked at his daughter as if she were mentally ill. Now he was even more worried, even wondering which hospital with the best psychiatry to take her to. Lan Lingling looked at the time. It was almost time for her appointment. After a while, not wanting to deal with her father anymore, she simply said, "I'm going out to take care of some things." Then she slammed the door shut and left with a flourish, leaving Lan Yaokai standing there looking dejected. Lan Lingling wasn't alone. She was followed by several bodyguards. 2 of them were players, and the other 2 were working for the Lan family for food. They escorted Lan Lingling away from the base, and the group arrived at the top floor of an inconspicuous building. Unsure when the people she had sent out would return, Lan Lingling listlessly rested her chin on her hand, staring at the various objects that occasionally floated up to the surface of the water. Occasionally, she could see corpses that had been soaked and swollen into gigantic shapes. Lan Lingling felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. She picked up her phone and randomly picked up a novel to read. This was one of the few ways she could entertain herself in the apocalypse. Halfway through the book, she suddenly threw her phone away in anger. Who's the author of this novel? Why didn't they just kill the female supporting character? Letting her live is unbelievable. If it were me, I'd chop her into mincemeat and feed her to the dogs. Let's see how she survives then. The 4 bodyguards beside her remained silent. They were used to Lan Lingling's unpredictable temper, and were completely unmoved. After all, she paid them well. Even before the apocalypse, even if those bosses were brain dead, they still worked for them. Lan Lingling stood up angrily, staring at the distant horizon, and said furiously, "Wasn't this the agreed time? Why haven't they arrived yet? Miss Lan, they may have encountered some difficulties on the way, so they're a little late. Why don't you go back first, and we continue to wait here? We let you know when they arrive?" Lan Lingling glanced at the person impatiently. Was this something to be treated like any other matter? She couldn't just wait as she pleased. She wanted to see Jiang Mian's pain and disarray as soon as possible. So what if she had a spatial ability? So what if she joined the game? she was still completely at Jiang Mian's mercy. She was the first person to activate her cheat ability, and she had even survived a near-death experience. Her heart shattered. She was the protagonist. The protagonist of this world. The person, glared at, didn't dare say anything more and silently shut their mouth. Just then, someone pointed to a small boat drifting on the water and said, "Miss Lan, look over there, aren't those our people? It seems like a few are missing." Lan Lingling looked in the direction the man pointed, but because it was quite dark, she couldn't make out what the people on board looked like. As the boat drew closer, she saw two people with their heads bowed, seemingly unconscious. She immediately stood up excitedly. That must be them. Quick, go and bring those two aboard. However, one of the players stopped them. He frowned and hesitated, saying, "Wait, weren't they an 8-person team when they set off? Why are only 4 people and 2 prisoners back now?" Lan Lingling impatiently shoved him. Somewhat angrily, couldn't they have encountered some danger on the way? Hurry up and go, don't slack off. I paid you, not to sit here and eat for free. Seeing her like this, the other player didn't say anything, but instead gave her a pitying look. But the others looked at him with mockery, and one person, unafraid to escalate the situation, sneered. So what if you're a special group? You're still afraid of this and that. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't be so pathetic. Maybe I'd be ranked high on the leaderboard. Lan Lingling crossed her arms and sneered. Only those above him treat you like treasures. But now, you're being made to do menial tasks. You really think you're some kind of important person? How laughable. Before entering the game, you were just ordinary. After entering the game, do you think you can defy fate? Even if you change locations, a working person is still just a working person. Chapter 325. The player who had been mocked clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Lan Lingling. However, another person grabbed his arm. Don't be impulsive. Your family is still in the base. Even if you don't think about others, think about your family. These words were like a bucket of cold water, crushing the man's spirit once more. He silently closed his eyes, and followed the others down to bring the others back up. Once everyone was back, Lan Lingling arrogantly raised her head, stomping on the hand of the person lying on the ground, whose head was covered. She even squeezed her high heels hard until her fingers bled, before finally smiling with satisfaction. Jiang Mian, what do you have to fight me with? I only need to use the time you're in the game to easily control your family. In the end, you only become my dog. You do whatever I tell you to do. You even dared to steal my things. When I catch you, I make you pay. However, she didn't notice that even though the palms she was stepping on were broken and bleeding, she still didn't hear the person beneath her cry out in pain. Lan Lingling kicked the man's head on the ground, then had someone remove their hoods. Lan Lingling had never met Jiang Mian's family, so upon seeing a young man and an old woman, she had no suspicions. After all, the bodies matched, and that was enough. She took out her phone, snapped a photo, and quietly admired the two men's appearance. Perhaps feeling they weren't pitiful enough, she took out a dagger and slashed them several times. Seeing the brownish blood flowing from their bodies, Lan Lingling swallowed hard. She even felt a strange urge to devour it. She forced herself to look away and said to the remaining people, "Give me their phones. I want to send these beautiful photos to Jiang Mian so she can admire her family's artistic portraits." However, after she finished speaking, no one listened to her. Instead, the other two players seemed to sense something and rushed towards the door, only to be blocked by an invisible barrier at the entrance. The two men collapsed to the ground, glancing at the barrier outside the door. They swallowed hard and whispered, "Boss, we're just working for someone else. This has nothing to do with us." Yes, ever since Lan Lingling started torturing them, the two men hadn't reacted at all, which made them realize something was wrong. Even unconscious people would instinctively react to pain, but the two on the ground didn't. They were like dead. And judging by the congealed blood, they hadn't just died recently. Lan Lingling might not understand, but having seen many corpses in the previous world, they quickly realized something was amiss. However, by the time they realized it, it was too late. Jiang Mian ignored their pleas. She was currently invisible, and had been observing for almost an hour before her henchmen arrived. She hadn't noticed anything different about Lan Lingling. No rebirth, no transmigration, no other cheat codes, so how had she resurrected? Jiang Mian was completely baffled by this. Furthermore, Jiang Mian didn't sense any player's aura from her. Excluding the possibility that she was a transmigrator or reincarnated, Jiang Mian's cognitive capacity was limited. Without an omniscient perspective, She didn't know what kind of cheat code Lan Lingling had activated that allowed her to survive so arrogantly. However, her cheat code ended there. It was a bit of a pity that Su Chang'an hadn't appeared, otherwise, she could have dealt with the two directly, saving herself the trouble. Lan Lingling stared blankly at the two lying on the ground for a moment. After understanding the meaning behind their words, she realized what was happening. Her face pale, she scanned her surroundings but saw nothing. However, at that moment, the bodyguards responsible for arresting Jiang Mian's family suddenly turned against them and began attacking the four people opposite them. Ah! Lan Lingling screamed in terror at the sudden turn of events, angrily demanding, "What are you doing? Rebellion? Rebellion? Go and capture Jiang Mian first." However, no one listened to her at that moment. When the two bodyguards' attack struck the four people opposite them, they were truly dumbfounded. How is this possible? I clearly hit his heart. How come he's not reacting at all? The other two players also witnessed this. They exchanged a glance, their expressions instantly turning to horror. Brain-eating worms? How can such things exist in our world? Have we not yet left the mission world? How is that possible? We're already out? This is our real world, this can't be faked. The two exchanged a glance, their expressions instantly becoming excited. Quick! Quick! Report it to the system. As long as we report this anomaly, we get a huge compensation. However, little did they know that this very sentence would cost them their lives. Jiang Mian revealed herself, swiftly and decisively dispatching the two men, then collecting their corpses. Dude, you're taking this too seriously, reporting everything. Are you a child? I was hoping you two could live a little longer. Now it seems I have no choice but to send you both on your way. Jiang Mian? It's you? How did you get here? How is this possible? This can't be. I calculated it. You wouldn't be back this early. Jiang Mian's presence was immediately revealed due to the killing of the two men. When Lan Lingling saw her appear out of nowhere, a wave of fear washed over her. Jiang Mian smiled at her. Lingling, long time no see. I killed you a while ago, but I never expected you to come back to life. It's quite a surprise. She approached Lan Lingling step by step, while Lan Lingling retreated step by step. She tried to dodge, but found herself backed against the wall, with nowhere to go. Don't come any closer. How could you do this? You shouldn't have done this. You should have investigated the matter thoroughly, and found that I wasn't wrong before coming to me. Why have you become so extreme? How could you kill someone? Aren't you the female lead? Aren't you supposed to be the most righteous and moral? Jiang Mian listened to her rambling, seemingly trying to understand what she was trying to say, and suddenly laughed. Female lead? Investigated the matter thoroughly? Righteous and moral? Lan Lingling, are you joking? Since when do you need to be so particular about killing in the apocalypse? Judging from the ruthlessness you showed in treating those two corpses, you're nothing like the righteous and moral person you claim to be. Chapter 326. Lan Lingling was forced to sit on the ground by Jiang Mian. Looking down at Jiang Mian, who stood high above her, an uncontrollable panic rose within her. Just then, her expression changed. She suddenly pulled a pistol from behind her back, her face contorted with madness. Jiang Mian, die. I don't want your space anymore. As long as you're dead, I refuse to believe I can't get your supplies after killing you. However, the instant she drew the gun, Jiang Mian had already snatched it from her hand and shot her in the thigh. Blood spurted out instantly. At the same time, Lan Lingling let out a wail. Trying to lower my guard by feigning weakness and then ambush me? Lan Lingling, you really are playing the same old trick. This kind of tactic was something Jiang Mian had already mastered. Lan Lingling could only say that she was no match for him. When she feigned weakness, she would never put her hands behind her back, making others wary. Lan Lingling was capricious, she became arrogant with even the slightest success. But of course, she would instantly become weak when she hit rock bottom. She clutched her thigh, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at Jiang Mian, pleading, Jiang Mian, don't kill me. I can tell you a secret. As long as you let me go, I can tell you everything I know. Hearing this, Jiang Mian became interested. She squatted down and asked with great interest, all right, tell me. What do you know about me? And how did you find my new place? Tell me everything, and maybe I let you go. Of course, this was a lie to Lan Lingling. How could she possibly let her go? From their first meeting, she wanted to kill her. However, back then, in a society not yet in chaos, she didn't want to go to jail immediately after her rebirth, so she let her go. But now it's different. Someone she already killed has mysteriously resurrected. It's hard not to covet such a power of resurrection. Jiang Mian was one of those who coveted this ability. So far, she didn't possess such a method to infinitely resurrect people, so... Lan Lingling, what kind of cheat code have you activated? Swear. Swear you let me go, and I tell you. Jiang Mian chuckled, looking at the disheveled Lan Lingling. Fine, she indulged her this once. Okay. What kind of oath do you want me to swear? Lan Lingling thought for a moment before saying, swear that if you don't keep your promise, you will one day lose your loved one, have your bones ripped out, and your heart ripped out, and die without a burial place. Jiang Mian sneered. You're quite vicious, aren't you? Just tell me, will you agree or not? If you don't, kill me now, and I won't clear up your doubts. Jiang Mian thought for a moment, then said seriously, I, Jiang Mian, swear that after learning the secret about Lan Lingling, I will absolutely not kill her. If I break this oath, may I never be able to be with Qian Yuan, and may my bones be ripped out and my heart ripped out, leaving me with no burial place. After saying this, she looked at Lan Lingling and asked, is that enough? Her tone was very harsh, making it obvious to anyone that she was reluctant to make this oath. However, this was exactly what Lan Lingling wanted. Although she didn't know why Qian Yuan existed, it didn't matter, as long as she was willing to make the oath. She looked at Jiang Mian and said in detail, a year ago, I found a book. It contained a lot about you and your men. The content was almost exactly the same as now. The same high temperatures and floods, then hail, then extreme cold, then acid rain. Wait! Jiang Mian suddenly interrupted her, saying coldly, what nonsense are you talking about? She remembered that after the torrential rain, there was clearly not hail, but another drought. Even after the drought, there was blizzard, and after the blizzard came extreme cold. How could she say that after the flood came hail? This wasn't right. It was completely different from what she had experienced in her past life. Lan Lingling had actually anticipated her disbelief, and now she finally revealed a smug smile. What do you know? Everything in that book is true. It didn't lie to me at all. Every time something is about to happen, it's exactly as described in the book. Someone like you can't possibly imagine how powerful my cheat system is. Hearing her sarcasm, Jiang Mian was too lazy to argue with her, and instead held out his hand, asking, where's that book? Let me see it. Lan Lingling's eyes instinctively darted away. The book isn't on me, it's in the base. If you want it, you can come back to the base with me, and I can get it for you. Do you think I'm stupid, or do you think you're stupid? Such an important thing, and you don't carry it with you? Aren't you afraid someone will steal it? Lan Lingling rolled her eyes, and said disdainfully, I don't have a spatial ability like you. How am I supposed to carry such a big book around? Wouldn't that be strange? Although what she said made sense, Jiang Mian trusted her almost nothing. She sighed, since that book is still in the base, let's avoid this topic, and talk about how you were resurrected. Lan Lingling's face stiffened. Seeing that her goal hadn't been achieved, she bit her lip and stammered, My heart isn't actually on the left, it's on the right. So you didn't crush my heart? Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, really? Lan Lingling nodded firmly. However, Jiang Mian chuckled, Lan Lingling, do you know how many people I killed? Do you know what it feels like to have your heart crushed? How could you think that after killing so many people, I would be so careless as to let you escape by chance? Lan Lingling's expression changed. She knew her lie had been discovered, but she still wanted to struggle a little longer. However, Jiang Mian wouldn't give her that chance. Since you still intend to hide it then, die again, and I see you resurrected with my own eyes. With that, a dagger appeared in her hand, which she plunged directly into Lan Lingling's heart. With the agonizing pain of her heart being shredded, Lan Lingling's nails dug deep into the ground, and she died again. Jiang Mian's arrangements this time were flawless. No one from the outside world could disturb her, so she had plenty of time to wait. 1 second. 2 seconds. 1 minute. 10 minutes. 20 minutes passed, and the person on the ground remained unchanged. 1 hour, 2 hours, until Jiang Mian, seemingly unable to wait any longer, left. Suddenly, a golden piece of paper appeared on Lan Lingling's body, floating in midair, absorbing her blood. Just then, with her heart shattered, she took a deep breath, her breathing becoming rapid and labored. Jiang Mian. Just you wait. This is the second time you tried to kill me. When I become stronger, I will make you wish you were dead. Is that so? Chapter 327. The empty space, where Lan Lingling had been the only one in sight, was suddenly filled with a familiar woman's voice. She froze, a self-deprecating smile appearing on her face. Jiang Mian, however, focused her gaze on the piece of paper in front of her, guessing, is this the book you mentioned? It looks like just a piece of paper. How can it be a book? These days, even books are sold under false pretenses? As she spoke, Jiang Mian reached for the paper, but her hand unexpectedly passed right through it. Seeing this, Lan Lingling breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Jiang Mian, so what if you're the protagonist of this world? This cheat only recognizes me. I'm its master. You can't get it. She laughed so hard she almost fell over, as if she had finally won a duel between them, her tone arrogant, yet also like a dying venting. Jiang Mian, refusing to believe it, barely mustered a sliver of spiritual power to try and grab the paper, but it passed right through her. Jiang Mian's eyes flashed. She noticed something else amiss. After Lan Lingling's resurrection, her entire body was as thin as a skeleton. She was probably only 1.6 meters tall, and weighed about 30 kilograms. This thing didn't seem as harmless as she claimed. Jiang Mian dealt with Lan Lingling again, but this time she didn't wait for her to resurrect. Instead, she directly stored her in a storage bag used to hold demons in another world. She didn't choose to put her in her own space. That book was indeed strange, and she was afraid of exposing her space. Then it wouldn't be a trap, but a surrender. After doing all this, and confirming no one was around, Jiang Mian picked up the body from the ground before leaving. She looked at the shelter in Z City, wondering how likely it was to kill Su Chang'an while she was there. Overall, the chances seemed pretty high, but when she arrived at Su Chang'an's house, she didn't see him. She hadn't forgotten that Lan Lingling wasn't the only one who had tricked her out of the bracelet. It was this older brother she'd known since childhood in the orphanage, who had acted as her matchmaker. Now that his girlfriend was dead, he should at least commit suicide for love, right? After all, there's an old song lyric that says, "Suicide for love is an ancient legend." She never distinguished between men and women, and she didn't have any sexist ideas. In her eyes, men and women were the same. Dead people were all dead. Jiang Mian waited for about 2 or 3 hours before Su Chang'an returned. When Su Chang'an returned, he looked exhausted and collapsed weakly onto the bed. His adoptive parents, relying on their past relationship, had once again made him endlessly sacrifice, trying to secure a good job for his younger brother. He was truly exhausted. Looking at the fluorescent light overhead, he sighed, "I'd rather just die like this, then I wouldn't have to worry about all this." He only sighed, unaware that a woman had appeared in the room who could grant his wish. "So eager to die? I grant your wish." Jiang Mian had no intention of letting him go this time. She struck instantly, and Su Chang'an didn't even see who killed him before his head was severed. The instant Su Chang'an died, several cards and some food dropped from his body. Jiang Mian picked up the cards from the ground. This guy had even bought a spatial card, and it even had 2 cubic meters of space. Looks like he's a celebrity in their world. Thinking this, Jiang Mian was smarter this time. She directly put the corpse into her spatial storage. Even if he had a cheat ability to revive, he couldn't now. Even if he did revive, he'd be inside her space. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Jiang Mian put his head into her breathing space and his body into her static space. The spatial dimensions were completely different. How could he survive that? After doing all this, she left. As for the things inside the house, she didn't touch them. If she guessed correctly, someone probably already knew Su Chang'an was dead. Sure enough, a player who regularly monitored the leaderboard paused for a moment. He exited the leaderboard and then re-entered. The name ranked 32nd had indeed disappeared. Oh no! The Scholarly family is dead. After this news was reported, the officials were stunned. Who is the Scholarly family? They never remembered players' code names, only their real names. After all, code names were useless to them. They always addressed players by their real names. At this moment, someone raised their hand and answered, "The Scholarly family is Su Chang'an, from the Z City base." How could he die in the real world? Was he involved in some factional struggle? Others speculated with conspiracy theories. Could it be that another player killed him? For example, the person ranked 33rd? Wanting to improve their ranking and get more gold rewards, they took the risk of killing the 32nd ranked player. Upon hearing this, the first person to reveal his Scholarly family background slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Impossible. Don't make baseless accusations. The man glanced at the agitated, bearded man, knowing he had a fiery temper, but not this extreme. Seeing his anger, fearing he might do something rash, he tried to soothe him. "Old Hu, don't get agitated. I was just stating my guess. I haven't confirmed it was someone ranked after him who killed him. Why are you so agitated?" Old Hu's face was flushed red. Even with his beard, his redness was still visible. He angrily retorted, "How can I not be anxious? I'm ranked 33rd. You're practically pointing your finger at me and accusing me of murder. How can I not be anxious? Don't forget, I've been sitting here all day. These words instantly changed the nature of the meeting, making it seem like a farcical comedy. However, even if they wanted to investigate, they couldn't find anything. There were no witnesses, no physical evidence, and Su Chang'an's room was spotless, leaving no trace of anyone. Just as Su Chang'an vanished instantly, or perhaps he went out alone and died somewhere else. No one knows. Furthermore, Su Chang'an couldn't have installed a camera in the room. This is practically an unsolved mystery. As time goes on, coupled with the dangers of the real world, no one cares anymore. However, while they don't care, there is one other person who does, Lan Yaokai. His daughter said she was going out for a while, and would be back soon. Chapter 328. 3 days passed, and she still hadn't returned. His son-in-law had promised to find his daughter, then disappeared. How could he not be suspicious? But he was just a businessman, powerless and alone. He had already sold most of his wealth, and now, apart from a bought official position, he could do nothing. He could only indulge in lavish banquets, slowly immersing himself in the gentle embrace of other women. He gradually forgot about his daughter, or perhaps, knowing he couldn't find her, he used this method to wear down his will. Jiang Mian piloted the lifeboat to an unfinished building. Apart from the exterior, much of the construction was incomplete. Even the railings were missing. Therefore, even in this torrential rain, no one would come here to seek shelter from the floodwaters. After retrieving the lifeboat, Jiang Mian went directly upstairs and released the resurrected Lan Lingling from the storage bag. Lan Lingling couldn't help but laugh after emerging from the space station. See? I told you couldn't kill me, and you still didn't believe me? TSK. I didn't expect you to have this kind of ability. She sighed, looking at Lan Lingling, who was now even more like a skeleton. This only fueled her curiosity about the piece of paper. As she spoke, she slowly squatted down so Lan Lingling could see her expression. Lan Lingling looked at Jiang Mian as if she were a demon. Fearing he would kill her without a word, she quickly offered her terms. Don't kill me. I have something to say. I can cooperate with you. I can tell you anything you want to know. I can even help you ask the Book of Answers. Just don't kill me. Jiang Mian stroked his chin. To Lan Lingling's surprise, she actually agreed. Fine. Since you're so useful, I reluctantly spare you. Now ask the Book of Answers in your hand when you die? Lan Lingling's initially joyful expression instantly turned grim. However, with a knife to her neck, she had no choice but to ask. She struggled to sit up, biting open her wrist with her teeth. The blood from her wrist was instantly absorbed by the Book of Answers. However, she was now emaciated, and naturally, her blood supply was insufficient to replenish the Book of Answers. The Book of Answers absorbed blood for a full 10 minutes before words appeared. You are the protagonist of this world. You will not die. When Lan Lingling saw these words, she froze, then suddenly laughed. Jiang Mian's eyes were filled with provocation. Ha ha ha. Jiang Mian, did you see that? I won't die, so you can't kill me. All your efforts against me have been in vain. You can't kill me. Jiang Mian also saw the words, but she didn't believe them. Unable to die? Really? She really wanted to try. Jiang Mian took out a black worm and forced her to eat it. Following its instincts, the worm crawled into Lan Lingling's brain. Lan Lingling screamed in terror. What did you feed me? It's disgusting. You pervert. However, just as the brain-eating worm was about to crawl further in, a golden light flashed, and the worm was instantly killed. Jiang Mian's expression changed. She coldly stared at the golden light. Unconvinced, she killed Lan Lingling again and, in her dead state, fed her a brain-eating worm. However, even in her dead state, she could still be brought back to life by that piece of paper. After several days of back and forth, Jiang Mian was too lazy to waste any more time on her. If that piece of paper was really that powerful, it wouldn't have revealed that sentence directly in front of him. Wasn't it forcing him to kill her? After all, it only stated that Lan Lingling was the protagonist of this world and wouldn't die in this world, but it didn't say that the other world was unacceptable. Yes, it really seemed to be forcing him to kill Lan Lingling. After all, this thing knew he had participated in a game and had a spatial dimension. This little thing was quite cunning. Seeing that Lan Lingling was no longer useful and had been nearly drained, was it planning to abandon her and find a new master to suck blood from? Thinking of this, Jiang Mian curled his lips into a smile. He put a binding talisman over the storage bag containing Lan Lingling, then put the storage bag inside his spatial ring, and finally placed the spatial ring into his breathing space. After doing all this, Jiang Mian finally felt relieved. She refused to believe that she could escape after all that she had done. After resolving the troubles in the real world, Jiang Mian finally remembered her upgraded ability. How was it going? She checked the previous notifications. Talent successfully upgraded. Eternal Burning Flame increased burning speed by 10%, Healing increased healing effect by 10%, Ability Granting increased by 100%, Position Swap increased distance by 50%, Copy and Paste increased the number of uses by 2 each. The copied talent is identical to the player's talent. Merge? After merging, the best talent will be retained. Your ranking on the overall world power ranking has improved. Please check it as soon as possible. Ding! Congratulations to the player for becoming number 1 on the power ranking. You have received 100,000 gold coins, and the title of world number 1. After checking several times, Jiang Mian finally accepted the sudden increase in strength. She was no longer upset. The increase in ability was not just a little, it was a rapid leap forward. Moreover, her copy-paste skill had improved significantly. After the fusion, she now had 3 more slots for copying and pasting. Jiang Mian immediately chose to fuse the skills. Afterward, she selected the skills she wanted to paste and waited to enter the game space to apply them. Her current abilities are Talent, Copy-Paste, Level 5, can copy gene talent 7 times per day, 7 paste attempts, 1 delete paste attempt. Although the delete paste ability remained unchanged, the others had increased. Now she had 2 more skills, and the copied skills were also highlighted. It was incredibly satisfying. Furthermore, her combat power ranking had reached number 1, earning her a reward of 100,000 gold coins and a title. She clicked on the world's number 1 title to check it out. After seeing the explanation, she was completely stunned. Holy crap! Fu Junhan ate way too well before, didn't he? No wonder he always seemed so indifferent to gold coins. It turns out, he didn't have to do anything to get 5% of everyone's total gold coins in a game. That means even the gold coins she painstakingly earned selling equipment and weapons count as profit. So if she earns 1 million gold coins, Fu Junhan doesn't have to do anything, just sit and breathe, and he gets 50,000 gold coins. Damn, that's so unfair. Wait, something's not right. Chapter 329. Ha ha ha. Now I can get 5% of the total gold coins. This is so fair, so awesome. All she needs to do now is try her best to maintain her ranking. Fu Junhan, you didn't expect this, did you? I overtaken you. Ha ha. Jiang Mian was in an incredibly good mood. She steered her boat, humming a song, away from the unfinished building and back home. She usually called home, but her grandmother only breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that she was alright. Having learned their lesson last time, they also began to work hard to improve themselves, afraid of holding Jiang Mian back. Jiang Mian saw this, and felt very fulfilled. Only when everyone is strong can the development proceed. It's not enough for her to be strong alone, she simply couldn't protect her family. After discussing it with the others, Jiang Mian decided to move to a different place. This base was no longer safe. The fact that someone could break in and take away a group of people meant that someone knew about their feud. Jiang Mian became highly vigilant, and the 3 of them left the area the day after their return. As for Jiang Wuzai's job, he was currently paid daily for food, so leaving immediately wouldn't result in any loss. Jiang Mian was heading to another base, smaller than the previous one, but at least it was safer. Shortly after Jiang Mian settled down, the torrential rain suddenly stopped, and the sun began to shine brightly. Jiang Mian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed her memory was correct. A drought followed the torrential rain, unlike Lan Lingling's prediction of hail. The horizon at sea was rapidly descending, and people were once again enveloped in the intense heat. A rare smile appeared on everyone's face, yet some felt a growing sense of unease. In Z City, a group of high-ranking officials were discussing matters. The atmosphere was heavy. The man at the head of the table slammed a notebook on the table and said coldly, "Didn't that prophet say that hail was coming? Our defensive supplies are all prepared. What's with this weather now?" Those below dared not breathe, fearing they might incur the wrath of those above and suffer a terrible fate. Just then, another person sitting in the middle said, "I told you long ago, our world is so severely restricted. How could anyone have precognitive abilities? Maybe she just happened to know some things, yet you treated her like a god, giving her so many supplies. Now that she's run away, you want to cause trouble again." Hearing this, those at the conference table gasped. When they saw who it was, they breathed a sigh of relief. It's him. It's definitely him. According to those participating in the game, This person was ranked 7th, a big shot. He dared to confront their leader, but they wouldn't. The man sitting in the head seat gave him a cold look, but considering the benefits he brought to the base, he suppressed his anger. He then ordered the others, "What are you all standing around for? Quickly prepare some of the unused supplies. Are you just going to watch them all die? If we're really this blatant, won't those conservatives have something on us and report us directly?" The accumulated water outside evaporated quickly under the blazing sun, but the heat made people nauseous. This process took about a month, and many suffered from heat stroke, never to recover. Large numbers of people died, and even the authorities were helpless. Things were different now. Even in the heat, the equipment and facilities were in good working order. Now, many air conditioner units and wiring were corroded. Those inside had no choice but to make ice from saltpeter and distribute it to the residents inside the base. Yes, it was distributed to the residents inside the base, not those outside. Those outside were essentially abandoned, given only a small amount of food each day to ensure their survival. The sky looked like it was filled with clouds, like something out of a fairy tale. However, the authorities issued a hail warning because the large amount of water evaporating would condense into clouds, and if it encountered condensation nuclei, it would form ice crystals. The abundant water vapor, combined with strong convection and uplift, and repeated accumulation of moisture, meant the hailstones would only grow larger, so they issued a warning in advance as a precaution. Outside the base, people were clearing away the mud and debris washed in by the flood, along with the bodies of those who had perished in the torrential rain. Even excavators were being used, but due to the prolonged rain and the thick layer of mud on the ground, they were largely ineffective. Everything had to be done manually. Just then, a hailstone the size of a soybean suddenly fell from the sky, followed by more and more hailstones, occasionally even those the size of eggs. Seeing this scene, Jiang Mian's heart was in turmoil. Something was wrong with this world, very wrong. Wasn't this the world she had experienced in her past life? How could it be like this? There shouldn't have been hail in her past life. Even if similar conditions in her past life would scientifically produce such hail, she was absolutely certain that hail hadn't fallen. But this world was different. Watching hailstones the size of eggs fall to the ground, occasionally even hitting people on the head, and causing large bumps, her expression grew even more grave. During the drought, he thought he was right, but after the drought, instead of blizzards, there was hail. Neither of them had guessed the problem this world was about to face, which was already a huge problem. Lon Lingling possessed a cheat-like ability, yet even that cheat-like ability was inaccurate. The Book of Answers was deceiving her. Past experiences could no longer serve as prophecy. She was now like someone accustomed to seeing with her eyes, but now blindfolded, forced to feel her way forward. She truly found it difficult to accept. But she quickly realized that dwelling on such things was useless. It was better to think about how to survive in such harsh conditions. Thinking this way, Jiang Mian suddenly realized how foolish she had been. Things were different now than in her previous life. She had so many supplies. Even if the natural disasters in this world changed, so what? Hadn't she changed too? She was confident she could survive the disaster with her family, and that was enough. She didn't need a prophet. She didn't need external interference. She was simply herself. Visibly, Jiang Mian remained calm for the next few days. They were now in a safe base, having reached the upper echelons of society. Moreover, the base wasn't as chaotic this time, and the authorities hadn't been caught off guard. On the contrary, they had been prepared and consciously stockpiled various supplies. That was enough. At least, ordinary people in this life lived better than in her previous one. Chapter 330. Game Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Game shop closed. 1 million players currently existing in the game world. Mission: survive for 30 days. Players, please strive to survive. Mission World Chat Group opened. Original World Chat Group closed. The game has started again, but unlike before, there are now additional prompts below these notifications. This world is a public world, with 2 to 5 different game players participating. Please be prepared. Players who have participated in the game less than 3 times are prohibited from participating, and will soon be able to participate in other survival games. This world is a resource-grabbing war. Resources plundered can be exchanged for resource points with the system. Resource points affect ranking. The higher the ranking, the higher the reward. Mission about to begin. Jiang Mian roughly understood that this mission was not simple. After all, the system had directly pointed out the importance of this mission world, and there were other game players participating in this game world. Battles were inevitable, especially since this was originally a game of plundering resources. Upon entering the game, Jiang Mian, After assessing her surroundings and confirming there was no danger, immediately messaged Fu Juhan and He Ling, only to find they were also messaging her. Sure enough, the two had also been teleported to this world, but the three were quite far apart, making it difficult to reunite immediately. She temporarily abandoned the idea of cooperation and began to observe the world again. Everything she saw was lush greenery. She didn't know what this place had originally looked like, but it was now completely covered in moss and vines. Huge trees grew all around, their branches also covered in moss. It was clear that the vegetation in this world was quite abundant. Jiang Mian stepped over a raised patch of ground, but a crunching sound came from beneath her foot. She abruptly took a large step back, drawing her long sword. The tip sliced through the moss, but there was no reaction. She breathed a sigh of relief. She forcefully scraped through the moss, trying to see what was underneath. Only after most of the moss was lifted did she see what lay beneath. It was two skeletons embracing, but not like lovers embracing. Each had a dagger embedded in their body, as if they were about to kill each other. Jiang Mian crouched down, picked up the dagger lying on the skeleton, and carefully compared it. She found the craftsmanship quite refined, unlike something mass-produced. Mass-produced here refers to the 100 gold coin daggers sold in the game shop. Jiang Mian tried storing the dagger in her spatial storage, and then placed it on the crafting table. The table indicated the dagger needed to be crafted, costing approximately 499 gold coins. Jiang Mian's eyes lit up. This dagger. Great. It would sell for at least 1,000 gold coins in the system shop. After all, she bought the dagger for 100 gold coins, but crafting it would only cost 49, cutting the cost in half. This was why she always had a steady stream of weapons for sale when she sold them before. Based on this model, these two daggers were clearly much more valuable than the weapons they used. Jiang Mian unceremoniously put the dagger away. She then searched the two skeletons on the ground, wanting to see if there was anything else. As she touched the two skeletons, she noticed something amiss. Why did the bones feel somewhat pitted and uneven? However, she didn't dwell on it, focusing instead on checking if there was anything unusual inside. To her disappointment, there was nothing but two skeletons. Jiang Mian sighed, stood up, and stepped over the two corpses to continue walking. This place resembled an ancient sacrificial altar, with trees acting as pillars. Strangely, there were no insects chirping or birds singing. It was extremely quiet, except for the rustling sound of Jiang Mian's footsteps. Jiang Mian finally found a relatively clean intersection and followed the path out. Meanwhile, the chat group was already in an uproar. Succulent, what did the system mean before? 2 to 5 players participating simultaneously? Are there other players besides us? What are their games like? Will they be better than ours? Loves hotpot more than milk tea. TSK. Why think so much? Let's just survive. Besides, the system said this is a resource war. Those might be our opponents. Better safe than sorry. What's it to you? That's too extreme. How can you believe the system? After all, the system isn't a good person either. Maybe those people the system mentioned are actually worth communicating with? We can't generalize and condemn everyone, can we? Over 100 million in assets. Exactly. Generally speaking, there are more good people than bad in the world. To condemn everyone is too heartless. Long Outyan, no need to waste time arguing with these idiots. You won't live much longer anyway. Assets over 100 million. Wait, what does Long Outyan mean? Let's have a go at it. Long Outyan, a bunch of hypocrites. A war of words was about to erupt, but Jiang Mian cautiously took the final step. Finally leaving that forest-like place, the scene before her shocked her even more. This place used to seem like a modern world, but now everything was covered by dense jungle. Occasionally, glimpses of the former skyscrapers could be seen among the lush greenery. However, those skyscrapers were now sealed off, with no exits or paths in. After circling around several times without finding a way in, Jiang Mian gave up. She turned and walked towards another area. She took out a detector. The detector showed no living people nearby, but it did display some scattered small dots. These were likely creatures from this world. Jiang Mian unleashed her flames, intending to burn down the weeds. To her surprise, her flames changed color, no longer pure white. They now held a golden glint within. The flames burned incredibly fast, as expected of their enhanced form. Even the lush green plants were instantly incinerated. Jiang Mian only burned the plants blocking the gate, the rest remained intact. She didn't disturb them further. However, Jiang Mian didn't notice that while she was burning the plants, the remaining ones were trembling. If plants could speak, they would have been cursing her. Is this never going to end? One group leaves, another group arrives. What do they take this place for? A public toilet? Jiang Mian pushed open the door and went inside. A stench of decay hit her as soon as she entered, making her want to vomit. She immediately put on a gas mask. The smell was truly overwhelming, and she was also afraid of inhaling some unpleasant fumes, so it was safer to be prepared. The floor tiles on the first floor were covered with moss and weeds, evenly distributed and without any signs of being trampled. But now they were. Jiang Mian stepped on them without hesitation, heading towards the room on the first floor.